Chapter 1. Crossing Over. H country, L province, S city. As the capital city of a province, S city is a bustling hub of heavy industry, vigorously developed by Huagua. In such a large metropolis, the vibrancy intensifies as night falls. A myriad of individuals stroll along the streets. Middle-aged workers returning home, school children finishing their classes, and elderly folks meandering about. For these people, the toil of the day has reached a temporary conclusion, yet for some, the enchanting nightlife is just beginning. Xian Bar. Xiao Binshi is the renowned bartender of this establishment. Many patrons flock here, eager to savor the cocktails he personally crafts. Standing at 6 feet tall, Xiao Binshi possesses striking features, though he appears somewhat effeminate. This only amplifies his appeal among young women. Hey, Sierra, he'll have an ice snow elegy. A sweet-faced woman dressed in business attire casually remarks to Xiao Binshi behind the counter. I've told you countless times, don't call me Sierra. Despite my somewhat delicate appearance, I am a genuine man, Xiao Binshi replies with a hint of exasperation, all the while preparing his signature concoction. How would I know if you're a genuine man if you don't come home with me? She teases, taking the ice snow elegy and playfully brushing her fingers against Xiao Binxi's fair palm, giggling softly. Xiao Binshi rolls his eyes and calls out to another man at the bar, Lao Su, I'm off work. Keep an eye on the counter. Only 5 drinks today, and you're leaving after mixing just 4? The man known as Lao Su asks in surprise. The last drink is for me to enjoy at home. Xiao Binshi chuckles, grabbing his backpack and stepping out of the bar. Upon returning home, Xiao Binshi first prepares himself a glass of ice snow elegy, then takes a quick shower before settling down at his computer desk. He opens the wildly popular game, League of Legends. He is an eccentric yet undeniable genius, mastering only 2 champions, yet he has repeatedly ascended to the pinnacle of the national server with them. With his left hand commanding the nine-tailed fox and his right hand guiding the crystal phoenix, he has left countless professional players at a loss, even earning the title of one of the 3 top players in the national server. Numerous professional teams have extended invitations for trials, but alas, they have all been deterred by his peculiar champion pool. Today, I shall conquer the Korean server, Xiao Binshi muses with a light smile, raising his crafted ice snow elegy as he embarks on a solo queue journey. Yet, just as he prepares to place the glass back on the table, he is horrified to find his arm moving beyond his control. He watches helplessly as the glass slips from his grasp, spilling its contents onto the computer case. Bitter despair wells up within him. Xiao Binshi loathes himself, resenting his uncontrollable limbs, yet he is also terrified of his affliction. A terminal illness, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Xiao Binshi had thought he would eventually curl up into a small ball, passing away alone in this solitary apartment. Little did he know, this incident would claim his life. Struggling to extend his right hand to retrieve a cloth to clean the case, he forgets that the moment the drink spilled, a short circuit occurred. The following morning, the renowned bartender, Xiao Binshi, was discovered dead in his home at 7 o'clock this morning. According to police analysis, Mr. Xiao succumbed to electrocution, with the culprit behind his electric shock being his affliction, Lou Gehrig's disease. Pain, akin to a piercing torment, engulfs every organ of Xiao Binxi's body. Is it over? To live alone in this world, leading a wayward life, only to die in this manner, surely no one would mourn for me. Perhaps that is for the best. Douluo continent, the extreme north. This is the coldest region of the entire continent, teeming with high-level soul beasts. Thus, the extreme north is also known as the forbidden zone of human life. Even soul masters seeking soul rings here only hunt at the periphery, never daring to venture deep within. At the center of the extreme north, dark clouds loom ominously, and fierce winds howl. The air is filled with countless ice fragments whipped up by the tempest. On the ground, a colossal white bear over 10 meters tall stands upright, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women on its shoulders. The woman on the left, approximately 1.6 meters tall, dons a long dress of emerald green, seemingly unaffected by the frigid surroundings. Her features are both lovely and stern, standing upon the giant bear's shoulder without a hint of dissonance. The woman on the right, around 1.7 meters tall, is clad in a sky blue gown, her beauty equally breathtaking, though her expression bears a hint of contemplation. Sister, this dark cloud has persisted for 3 days. What would be the cause? Inquires the woman in the green dress, her brow furrowed in curiosity. I'm not certain. This weather is exceptionally abnormal, reminiscent of the celestial phenomena at my birth, replies the woman in blue after a moment of reflection. If that's the case, does it mean that yet another entity born from the absorption of heavenly energy is emerging? The green-dressed woman gasps, covering her mouth in surprise. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly abundant. The giant bear beneath them rumbles, its deep voice resonating. These three, a bear and two women, are indeed the sovereigns of the extreme north. The spirit of heaven and earth, the 700,000-year-old soul, beast, ice, snow empress, one of the 10 ferocious beasts, the 390,000-year-old ice emperor scorpion, and the nearly 200,000-year-old ice bear king Xiaobai. Suddenly, a sound slicing through the air captures the attention of the trio. They watch as the dense clouds above are forcefully torn apart by an enigmatic object, creating a massive rift. An unidentified object plummets swiftly from the sky. It's an egg. The Snow Empress quickly discerns the falling object. Boom! With a resounding crash, the blue egg smashes into the ground, creating a deep crater in the ice. The Ice Emperor pats the enormous head of the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, signaling it to approach the site of impact alongside the two women. They arrive at the location where the egg landed, and to their astonishment, the ominous clouds and howling winds have vanished as if they had never existed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Goodness, it fell from the sky, yet the egg remains unbroken, the Ice Emperor exclaims, circling the egg out of curiosity. The Snow Empress places her pale hands upon the eggshell, sensing for a moment before affirming, there are indeed signs of life within. I suspect this is the being birthed from the convergence of heavenly energy, though I wonder what it truly is. Uncertain of how long he has been unconscious, Xiao Binshi finally opens his eyes. I'm not dead. He gazes around the darkened space in confusion. So tired, he murmurs before succumbing to slumber once more. Chapter 2. The Spirit of Heaven and Earth. 3 days later. Schwer, why hasn't this egg shown any signs of life? We've been guarding it for a full 3 days. It can't be dead, can it? The Ice Emperor remarks, circling the egg with a hint of boredom. Let's wait a bit longer, the Snow Empress replies with a gentle smile. Honestly, why not take it to the palace? Why must we wait here? The Ice Emperor pouts. And you, little Xiaobai, all you do is eat and sleep. As she speaks, she playfully kicks Xiaobai's massive frame, venting her dissatisfaction. Enough? Binger, stop fooling around. There's a reason we haven't brought it to the Ice Palace. The Titan Snow Demon King harbors ill intentions, you know that. The celestial changes have been monumental these past few days. Even if it's currently striving for a 200,000-year breakthrough, he can sense it. What if he comes to seize this egg? The Snow Empress explains with exasperation. Upon hearing the mention of the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor's demeanor grows slightly serious. That wretched schemer should be dealt with swiftly, the Ice Emperor declares vehemently. The Titan Snow Demon clan is a prominent lineage in the extreme north, bearing the bloodline of ancient gods. They dwell here, making them my subjects. Furthermore, I truly wish to avoid internal conflict. The Snow Empress shakes her head, gazing toward the territory of the Titan Snow Demon clan. It's best if he perishes during his attempt at a 200,000-year breakthrough. I find him insufferable. The Ice Emperor shrugs dismissively. Crack. The Snow Empress exclaims in surprise. After 3 days of slumber, Xiao Binshi awakens at last. Is this hell? No. As he surveys the dark surroundings, Xiao Binshi feels a twinge of confusion and moves slightly, only to be horrified to discover that his body has transformed into that of an infant. Damn it. What in the world is happening? Rebirth? Or am I traversing dimensions? But this is clearly not a place for a baby. Xiao Binshi inwardly curses. He struggles to maneuver his tiny body, lifting his delicate hand to touch the eggshell. Could it be that I haven't been born yet? But this certainly isn't a place for gestation. Summoning all his strength, Xiao Binshi clenches his tiny fist and pounds on the eggshell. Schwer, there's a crack in the eggshell. The Ice Emperor exclaims in astonishment. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why did the crack appear, and then suddenly there was no follow-up? Am I really going to perish inside? After a brief pause, the Ice Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. As a being of the heavenly and earthly spirits, the Snow Empress was naturally unwilling to let Xiao Binshi meet a tragic end within the egg. Under the Ice Emperor's urging, she placed her hands upon the eggshell, preparing to forcefully break it open. After all, Xiao Binshi was merely an infant after striking the eggshell with all his might. He soon succumbed to exhaustion, letting his hands droop helplessly. At that moment, Xiao Binshi felt a peculiar energy flowing in from the exterior of the shell. As this energy circulated, the black void began to shatter gradually, revealing the outside world to Xiao Binxi's eyes. White. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was blanketed in snow, with heaps of snow forming majestic mountains. Simultaneously, he beheld a colossal white bear, reminiscent of a mountain, alongside two exquisitely beautiful women. Xiao Binshi was utterly fatigued after exerting all his strength to open a small crack in the shell. He fell into a deep slumber upon catching sight of the two lovely women. Is this a joke? The spirit of heaven and earth is actually a human? A human born from an egg? The Ice Emperor exclaimed incredulously upon seeing the naked infant. Beside him, the Ice Bear King Xiaobai widened his eyes in disbelief. The Snow Empress also furrowed her beautiful brow, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Gently cradling the infant in her arms, she utilized her immense soul power to shield him from the biting cold. After a moment of contemplation, she confidently declared, "This is indeed a human infant. The vitality is remarkably robust." Xiaobai's bear-like face contorted into a frown, his expression extraordinarily unappealing as he remarked, "What does this mean? The spirit of heaven and earth is a human? Is it trying to tell us that humans are the favored ones beneath the heavens, the true masters of this realm?" The Ice Emperor expressed his reluctance, saying, "Snow, are you certain you haven't misperceived? Is it not a humanoid snow spirit like you?" The Snow Empress nodded. "If it were a snow spirit, it would be kin to me, but regrettably, I sense no trace of kinship within her. She is merely an ordinary human infant. However, it may not be as dire as it seems. I have some thoughts. Her body harbors a power that I cannot discern. It could very well be what humans refer to as a martial soul. This energy is extraordinarily potent. We can nurture her, and then..." The Ice Emperor gazed at the Snow Empress in disbelief. "Snow, are you suggesting?" The Snow Empress offered a bittersweet smile. "Her emergence might provide us with an alternative path. Otherwise, whether it be my 70,000 years of breakthroughs or yours and Xiaobai's, the chances of success would be rather slim. In that case, the extreme northern land would be left with only the Titan Snow Demon King. He is inherently combative and may not maintain the current peace with humans. Very well, we shall heed Snow's words. Let's raise her. Oh, by the way, is she a boy or a girl?" The Ice Emperor smirked, patting Xiaobai's head and signaling him to lead the way to the palace. "She is a girl." With the Ice Emperor convinced, the Snow Empress couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "That is fortunate. I would not raise a boy. By the way, Snow, what name shall we give her?" "Let us name her Bingshi. Born amidst the icy expanse, may she bring us the dawn like the sun." The Snow Empress pondered for a moment before speaking. "Bingshi? That is a lovely name. But Snow, do you truly wish to place all your hopes upon her?" "Who can say?" The sunlight illuminated the Snow Empress' face, revealing a radiant and enchanting smile. Chapter 3. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Bingshi has already turned 6 years old. In the eyes of the Ice and Snow Emperors, this little girl, who seemingly descended from the heavens, behaved quite differently from ordinary children. She often lay atop the ice mounds, gazing into the distance in a daze, her speech remarkably polite. To this, the Ice and Snow Emperors could only attribute her unique demeanor to her extraordinary nature as a being of heaven and earth, unaware of the turmoil and worries brewing within Binks's heart. One day, Bingshi lay as usual on the ice mound, gazing towards the south. In her previous life, as a somewhat reclusive individual, she had naturally read Douluo continent. Although various transcendent beings had arrived in this realm wielding extraordinary powers, this was her first time experiencing such a phenomenon, leaving her with a sense of trepidation. Moreover, being reborn as a girl required her considerable time to adjust. Now, she pondered the pressing question of which era she currently inhabited. Was it the timeline of Douluo 1, or perhaps a time prior, or even after? This question was undeniably of utmost importance to her. Without the essential golden finger of a transmigrator, and with no knowledge of what martial soul she might awaken, her only advantage might be her foresight. However, if the era differed, she would lose even that singular advantage. Binks's small hand wandered to her waist, and she sighed helplessly. "Alas, this matter truly brings me sorrow." Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, blocking the light. Bingshi squinted, casually remarking, "Sister Ice, what brings you here?" The Ice Emperor leaned down, nearly pressing her face against Binks's. Yet this action did not escape the Ice Emperor's notice. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she playfully said, "Little she, are you envious?" "Of course not." Bingshi shot her a glare, responding irritably. This insufferable woman always found it amusing to tease her. Yet, upon witnessing her stunningly beautiful visage, Bingshi found herself unable to harbor any genuine anger, and thus resorted to this tone to appease her. The Ice Emperor gently tapped Binks's forehead, playfully reproaching, "Your attitude towards your sister is always so poor. Why do you not treat Sister Snow the same way?" "Enough, enough." The Ice Emperor stood up, curiosity piqued as she inquired, "You often lie here in a daze. Were you truly contemplating?" Bingshi glanced at the Ice Emperor and softly replied, I worry about awakening a useless martial soul. If I cannot become a soul master, I will fail to meet your and Sister Snow's expectations. Is that all? The Ice Emperor was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a smile, saying, I thought it was something grave. Since you can live as usual in this frigid realm, it indicates that you possess an ice attribute martial soul, and its quality is unlikely to be low. Even if it is not the ultimate ice, it should be close. Otherwise, you would have frozen to death long ago. Upon hearing this, Bingshi was momentarily stunned, then rose to her feet, smiling as she said, so that's how it is. At merely 6 years of age, Bingshi stood only to the height of the Ice Emperor's thigh. As she rose, a chilling breeze swept through, allowing her to behold the Ice Emperor's enchanting presence. In that instant, blood gushed from her nose. The Ice Emperor revealed a smile that hinted at triumph. Having successfully completed the first step of his plan to bend Xiaoxi to his will, observing the Ice Emperor's peculiar gaze, Bingshi awkwardly wiped away the blood from her nose and, attempting to divert the conversation, inquired, Sister Bing, it has been such a long time. Yet I have yet to see your true form. May I take a glimpse? The Ice Emperor nodded with a smile. Of course. It can be quite troublesome to maintain a human form. As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed back from the enchanting woman into his original form. Before him lay the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, its front adorned with 4 overlapping segments, each exceeding half a foot in length. The head resided atop the foremost segment, which was cloaked in a multitude of hexagonal protrusions, shimmering with an exquisite brilliance akin to diamonds. These facets were densely scattered across its forebody and the 6 slender, powerful legs. Each of its 2 front pincers measured a meter in length, similarly embellished with the extraordinary hexagonal patterns resembling diamond-like protrusions, while the foremost pincers and mouth parts gleamed with a mirror-like silvery sheen. Its eyes, resembling 2 yellow diamonds embedded within, were also hexagonal, glimmering with a crystalline yellow radiance that exuded an aura of preciousness. Unlike the typical scorpion's multi-segmented tail, the Ice Emperor's tail consisted of only 5 segments, each a captivating emerald green, pulsating with a vibrant, life-filled glow. The coloration remained consistent throughout, with the segment closest to the upper body being the widest, tapering as it extended backward. At the terminus, the tail barb, adorned with diamond-like granules, was raised high, its tip also gleaming with a silvery mirror-like luster. The entire scorpion's form was crystalline and translucent, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun's rays. How beautiful! She murmured, captivated by the sight before her. With a sudden thud, the Ice Emperor reverted to his human form, simultaneously inquiring with a hint of curiosity, Do you find it beautiful? Bingshi nodded vigorously, affirming, Of course. It is indeed beautiful. As the Emperor among the Ice Scorpions, the Ice Emperor naturally felt a sense of confidence in her own captivating form. However, this commendation marked the first time she had received praise from a human. In the past, humans would flee in terror upon encountering her. The Ice Emperor, flattered by Bingshi's compliment, proudly lifted her head and declared, At least you possess discernment. Let us go. Sister Shui is looking for you. Yet, her tone betrayed an unmistakable delight that she could not conceal. Watching the Ice Emperor stride towards the palace, Bingshi could not help but reveal a genuine smile. Chapter 4. The Titan Snow Demon King. Bingshi followed the Ice Emperor back to the Grand Hall of Ice and Snow. Though referred to as a palace, it was merely a vast edifice crafted from a millennium of profound ice during the Emperor's moments of ennui. Upon entering the palace, one could only behold 3 towering thrones of ice and snow, while scattered across the floor were various ice sculptures, carelessly fashioned by the Ice Emperor in his idle hours. Some of these sculptures were rather unappealing, such as those of Xiao Bai or Bing Shi, which were haphazardly discarded upon the ground. In contrast, the sculptures of the Snow Empress and her own likeness were rendered with exquisite lifelikeness. In the Grand Hall of Ice and Snow, the Snow Emperor reclined languidly upon the central throne, his elongated left leg resting gracefully upon his right, revealing 2 exquisite, porcelain-like feet. Upon noticing the approach of the Ice Emperor and Ice Shi, he rose from his throne, stretching lazily to showcase his striking physique. Even for the Ice Emperor, who had witnessed this spectacle numerous times, it was a sight difficult to look away from. How much more so for Ice Shi, who had seen it but a few times. Observing Ice Shi's captivated gaze and the faint blush adorning her cheeks, the Snow Emperor could not help but chuckle softly. Come here. Roused from her reverie by his words, ice, she hurriedly made her way to his side, obediently lifting her small head to gaze up at him. "Sir, prepare yourself. Go summon Xiao Bai, for the Titan Snow Demon King shall arrive shortly." The Snow Emperor gently ruffled Ice She's hair as he spoke in a soft tone. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor furrowed his brow and replied with a hint of irritation, "What is that brawny fellow doing here? It has been several millennia since we last crossed paths." The Snow Empress, arching her elegantly shaped brows with a touch of exasperation, responded, "As a resident of the Course Circle, he is undoubtedly aware of our circumstances. His visit is, of course, for the sake of Sheer. Having you summon Xiao Bai is merely a precaution. One can never predict what that fellow might do." "Understood," mumbled the Ice Emperor as he exited the Grand Hall. As the Ice Emperor departed, the Snow Empress, with a gentle smile, cradled Bingshi in her arms and resumed her seat upon the icy throne. Her affection for Bingshi was profound, not solely due to their shared essence as spirits of heaven and earth, but primarily because Bingshi's presence alleviated her solitude. Throughout her extensive existence spanning hundreds of thousands of years, the Ice Emperor had been her only companion, while Xiao Bai, with his taciturn demeanor, was not much of a conversationalist. It was only with Bingshi's arrival that her previously monotonous life found a glimmer of joy. "Sheer, do not be afraid. Simply remain at ease," the Snow Empress said softly, brushing her hair back with a tender gesture. Yet, Bingshi appeared unafraid. Rather, she gazed curiously at the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three sovereigns of the extreme north, living within the icy palace, devoid of any soul beasts. She had long harbored an inquisitive spirit about the wondrous world of soul beasts. Bingshi adjusted her posture, finding a comfortable position to continue resting in the embrace of the Snow Emperor. It was not until her little head bumped against the two round white buns that she stiffened and settled down. Upon returning to the Grand Hall atop Little White, the Ice Emperor observed their position, a flicker of inexplicable light crossing his eyes. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the air, "Snow Emperor, here I come." Even before the beast arrived, its voice had announced its presence. A giant, approximately 20 meters tall, strode into the hall. The giant bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet was covered in long, snow-white fur. He was none other than the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three great kings of the far north, possessing an impressive cultivation of 200,000 years. "Is this the little rascal?" The booming voice nearly startled Bingshi into unconsciousness. Upon hearing the term little rascal, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Your entire family is the little rascal. Dare to call her a little rascal again, and I shall turn you into one." The Ice Emperor responded assertively from atop Little White. Observing the Ice Emperor's commanding presence, the Titan Snow Demon King merely smirked, disregarding the Ice Emperor's retort, and continued. "Snow Emperor, you do not intend to place your hopes on this little one, do you?" "Humph, I thought you were formidable, yet you are no different at heart," Bingshi disdainfully thought to herself. The Snow Emperor gently placed a hand on her forehead, chuckling softly before saying, "What is this? Do you wish to join us?" "Humph, you think too highly of yourself. I merely wish to inform you that none of these humans can be trusted. When you fail, I shall contact Emperor Tian and seize them. I intend to prove that you are mistaken." The Titan Snow Demon King snorted coldly, shook his massive head, and turned to leave the palace. "Schwer," the Ice Emperor murmured with concern. "Fear not. We are here. He dares not act. Should we fail, and he still harbors such thoughts after these 10,000 years, I will eliminate him before the assault. Schwer, do you believe we can succeed?" The Ice Emperor glanced at Bingshi, worry etching his features. "I have faith we shall prevail. Even if we fail, we shall be together, will we not?" The Snow Emperor replied with a smile. Their gazes locked, causing the Ice Emperor to blush faintly. Bingshi, having overheard their conversation, was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what they were discussing, yet she felt as if the lilies of her homeland were blooming. Chapter 5. The Creation of Gods as Night Fell. The far north was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, interrupted only by distant wolf howls. The Snow Emperor stood proudly at the summit of the snow-capped mountains. Beside her was the Ice Emperor, poised atop Little White. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the Snow Emperor's white gown and cascading hair shimmered with a hazy glow, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor, illuminated by the moon, appeared strikingly cold and alluring, her orange eyes fixated on the Snow Emperor. "Schwer." The Snow Emperor turned her head slightly, lowering it with a hint of nostalgia. "It has been 6 years." The Ice Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and remarked, "It is merely the duration of our usual slumber. Why the sentimentality? The Snow Emperor, somewhat reproachfully, responded, "You silly girl, can't you remember anything? What I meant to convey is that she should be awakening her martial soul." The Ice Emperor suddenly came to a realization and solemnly stated, after extensive observation, "It is evident that she possesses a martial soul that can be classified among the highest echelons known to humanity. She can survive in this frigid northern realm without our assistance. Even if it is not the purest form of ice, it is close enough." The Snow Emperor nodded, indicating her understanding, and then spoke again, "I am unfamiliar with the awakening methods of humans. You often venture outside. Do take her with you to awaken her abilities." Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was filled with excitement, for it had been several centuries since her last outing. Now, she could finally breathe fresh air. However, the Snow Emperor shifted the conversation, stating that if it were not for the pure ice martial soul, she would not be able to enter the ice clear pool. Without access to the ice clear pool, she could not attempt to attain divinity. Hearing the Snow Emperor address the matter at hand, the Ice Emperor's demeanor grew serious as she replied, "That is inconsequential. If you, Snow, are resolute in your decision to impose this upon her, then simply administer that substance to her. However, should she become aware of it, she would likely be quite upset." Noticing the Snow Emperor's gaze upon her, the Ice Emperor added, "After all, there is a suspicion of exploitation involved." The Snow Emperor chuckled lightly, "I treat her with genuine sincerity. How could there be any notion of exploitation? If she is unable to ascend to divinity, I shall find a way to prolong her life. Should she achieve divinity, with Shio's character, she would not ignore our plight. Moreover, Snow," the Ice Emperor interrupted, "do not forget she is human. She has to marry." At this, the Snow Emperor fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she spoke slowly, "Will you be able to let her go?" Now, it was the Ice Emperor's turn to be silent. After a while, she cautiously changed the subject. "Tomorrow, I will take her to awaken her martial soul. Prepare yourself mentally. After all, humans must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings for cultivation. If her awakening does not yield an ice attribute martial soul, it would be manageable to lead her to wreak havoc upon the citizens of Emperor Tian. However, there is a significant probability that her martial soul will indeed possess ice attributes. Will you be able to act against your own subjects? Fear not. I have already devised a plan. Since we aim to create a god, we must begin ahead of other humans. I will seek a suitable 1,000-year soul beast for her. Make the Great Ice Oath, and request its sacrifice for Sheer. Given that humanity's so-called optimal soul ring configuration is yellow-yellow, purple-purple, then Sheer shall have purple-purple, black-black. And with the ice clear pool in that substance, I refuse to believe she cannot ascend to divinity." "The Great Ice Oath? Have you lost your mind?" the Ice Emperor exclaimed, her expression turning pale. The Snow Emperor sighed, speaking with resignation, "I am not mad. The chances of my breakthrough are infinitesimal. And even your chances of advancement do not exceed 50%. Without a miracle, we may well perish together. Yet now, an opportunity presents itself. Why not seize it?" The Ice Emperor, unable to find a counter-argument to the Snow Emperor's words, let her arms drop in frustration. "Will we truly succeed?" she asked, her beautiful eyes downcast. Even her small white companion widened its eyes, fixated on the Snow Emperor. "We shall," the Snow Emperor replied with a deep breath. "Trust in Sheer. Let us hope so." Although the Ice Emperor held great affection for Bingshi, she was adamantly opposed to the Snow Emperor making the Great Ice Oath. However, seeing the Snow Emperor's resolute determination, she acquiesced. She then patted the small white creature on the head, and together they turned to leave, their figures gradually swallowed by the encroaching darkness, leaving the Snow Emperor alone in place. A barely audible sigh escaped the Snow Emperor's lips. She had long understood the Ice Emperor's feelings, but the weight of the impending breakthrough loomed over her like a mountain, suffocating her, leaving no room for sentiments of love. Perhaps Shia truly could resolve this dilemma. The Snow Emperor mused softly as she descended the icy mountain. The surroundings returned to tranquility, with only a faint whisper of Shia carried away by the cold wind until it vanished. Chapter 6. The Ice Spirit City. Early the next morning, Bingshi was abruptly pulled from her slumber by the Ice Emperor. Still half asleep, Bingshi was entirely unaware of what was transpiring. The Ice Emperor gently tapped on Bingshi's shoulder, exclaiming in a huff, "Get up at once. I shall take you to awaken your martial soul." Upon hearing the phrase "awaken your martial soul," Bingshi instantly became alert, gazing at the Ice Emperor's puffed cheeks with a hint of hesitation as she inquired, "Where shall we go to awaken the martial soul?" The Ice Emperor replied curtly, "How would I know where you humans awaken your martial souls? However, it should be in the city closest to the extreme north." Once they were prepared, She was tucked under the Ice Emperor's arm, and he soared into the air, heading south towards the extreme north. Their figures traced a verdant line across the sky. The area of the extreme north is comparable to that of the Douluo forest, nearly equivalent to the combined expanse of two great empires. Were it not for the Ice Emperor's flight, she would have likely taken an eternity to traverse such distance at her own pace. Similar to the Douluo forest, the extreme north is divided into three regions: the outer zone, the central zone, and the core zone. The outer zone is home to soul beasts that have existed for decades, centuries, or even millennia. The central zone, on the other hand, is the territory of 10,000-year soul beasts, representing a true forbidden area for human life. Typically, no soul master would dare to venture here. Regarding the core zone of the extreme north, it is inhabited by soul beasts that have lived for 100,000 years. In addition to the well-known three kings of the extreme north, including the Ice Bear King Bai, there exist other 100,000-year soul beasts. Together, they guard the ice blue pool located within the heart of the extreme north. Even with the Ice Emperor's support, it took them a considerable amount of time to reach the city nearest to the extreme north, Ice Spirit City, which belongs to the Tiando Empire and is the only human city within a radius of 1,000 miles. Due to its proximity, merely a few dozen kilometers from the extreme north, Ice Spirit City has constructed towering walls to defend against potential beast tides from that region. For Aishi, this was the first human city she had ever laid eyes on since arriving in this world, and everything appeared wondrous in her gaze. The bustling streets resembled the markets of her past life, with various vendors vociferously peddling their wares. Uncertain of where to awaken their martial souls, the two decided to seek information at a tavern. The Ice Emperor was acutely aware of her striking beauty, and in order to avert unnecessary complications, she donned a veil. Upon entering the tavern, the raucous laughter of men greeted her ears. Due to its proximity to the far north, the temperature here was notably chilly. Yet there were several burly men with bare torsos. Spotting these nude giants within the tavern, the Ice Emperor felt a surge of indignation and swiftly covered Bingshi's eyes with her delicate hand, shielding her from the unwelcome sight. The two sought a secluded corner and quietly listened to the conversations unfolding around them. "Hey, I heard the affiliated sects of the Haotian sect are in dire straits," boasted a burly man, radiating enthusiasm. "Oh, what's the matter? Isn't the Haotian sect the foremost sect on the continent? How could anyone dare to plunder from them? You see, there is something you might not know. It is said that the continent's youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao, has slain the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. Under the pressure from the Wuhuan Palace, the Haotian sect was forced to seal its mountain 4 years ago." The burly man took a sip of his drink and continued his grandiloquent discourse. "The Haotian sect may be sealed, and the Wuhuan Palace cannot do anything to them. But the affiliated sects are suffering immensely. They say they are being hunted down by the Wuhuan Palace, with many dead and more grievously injured. TSK. The Haotian sect has acted rather unscrupulously." Listening intently, Bingshi's heart raced as she confirmed the era she was in. For years ago, the Haotian sect had sealed itself, which meant that 4 years prior, Ain had sacrificed herself, Tang Hao had been grievously injured, and Tang San had been born. She realized she was 2 years older than Tang San. The thought of Tang San led her to recall the events that transpired after his ascension to godhood. His various schemes had rendered the entire Douluo continent a realm of his absolute authority. It was not that she harbored animosity towards him, but rather an indifference. However, the fates of the Ice and Snow Emperors under his machinations had not been favorable. With this realization, Bingshi narrowed her eyes slightly in this lifetime. Having received meticulous care from the Ice and Snow Emperors, she would ensure they would not repeat their past mistakes. Having come to this conclusion, Bingshi intended to urge the Ice Emperor to awaken her martial soul, but upon seeing the Ice Emperor engrossed in the gossip shared by the burly men, she could only roll her eyes and resign herself to waiting alongside her. "Hey, it seems a stunning woman just walked in," a lewd voice called out, causing Bingshi's expression to shift slightly as she turned to glance at the Ice Emperor. Noticing that the Ice Emperor remained unfazed, resting her chin on her hand, Bingshi felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to continue listening. "Did you get a good look at her?" "No, she is wearing a veil. But judging by her figure, her curves, and that ample bosom, she must be quite the sight. And she has got a little girl with her. Oh, she's absolutely adorable. That must be her daughter, and if the daughter is this beautiful, the mother surely is not far behind. And we could raise her daughter as well." Raise her? We can start right now." Haha. As these lascivious remarks and crude laughter echoed through the tavern, the Ice Emperor's expression grew increasingly frigid, her eyes radiating a murderous intent that seemed to chill the very air of the room. Chapter 7. Martial soul awakening. Bingshi silently mourned for those few individuals. Given the current fury of the Ice Emperor, it was likely that not even a complete corpse would remain. A group of ruffians. Upon seeing the approach of several burly men, the Ice Emperor's voice, cold and unyielding, dripped with unreserved contempt and disdain. The leading giant, momentarily taken aback by her words, then burst into laughter, addressing his companions. Did you hear that? This little wench calls us ruffians. Well, let us show her just how ruffianly we can be. I must say, her figure is rather impressive. The others erupted into uproarious laughter. As the leader continued to chuckle, he extended his massive hand toward the Ice Emperor. Ruffians are indeed ruffians, she articulated, each word pronounced with deliberate clarity, though she made no further movements upon the conclusion of her utterance. The burly man before her inexplicably transformed into an ice sculpture. His pose remained unchanged, even the expression of mirth frozen in time. Explode, the Ice Emperor whispered softly. In an instant, the ice sculpture detonated, astonishingly without a single shard of ice scattering. Witnessing the violent demise of a living person firsthand was an unsettling experience. Having lived 2 lives, Bingshi had clearly never encountered such a scene, her stomach churning uncontrollably. Observing this spectacle, the remaining burly men inwardly cursed their misfortune. Realizing they had kicked against an iron plate, and thus began to flee in a frenzy, the Ice Emperor silently observed them as they fled the tavern, cradling Bingshi in his arms and gradually ascending into the air. From his elevated vantage point, he could distinctly see several robust men scattering in a desperate flight, hoping to evade capture. The Ice Emperor's lips curled into a disdainful smile as her delicate hand rose gracefully, a vibrant emerald light coalescing at the tip of her index finger. With a gentle flick, the verdant ray surged forth, piercing through one of the men with chilling precision. After several repetitions of this deadly act, none of the formidable figures remained unscathed. Upon returning to solid ground, Ice X, having witnessed the entire scene, could no longer contain the turmoil in her stomach and retched violently. The Ice Emperor glanced at the retching Bingshi and silently mused. If only I could have you experience these trials sooner, you would grow more swiftly. For you are the bearer of our hopes. He then turned and coldly addressed the figure behind him. Have you been lurking long enough? An undeniably handsome middle-aged man awkwardly revealed himself, hesitatingly stepping forward and clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed elder, I am Cedos, the lord of the martial soul sub-palace within this ice spirit city. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? To Cedos, he was merely the lord of a sub-palace. His own cultivation level only that of a soul king. The sight of this woman floating effortlessly in the air suggested she was at least a soul Douluo, prompting him to speak with a touch of humility. The Ice Emperor pointed to the finally reawakened Bingshi and said, you need to facilitate her martial soul awakening. Upon hearing this, Cedos was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, of course, it is no trouble at all. My lord, please follow me. Although the Martial Soul Sub-Palace was merely a secondary level of the Martial Soul Hall, it was constructed with extraordinary grandeur, resplendent with gold and jade. It resembled a royal palace. Upon entering, one could behold a lifelike angelic relief carved in the center of the grand hall. Truly, it exemplified the magnificence of the Martial Soul Hall. Even a sub-palace was so opulent, which speaks volumes about the immense wealth of the main hall. As the moment of awakening drew near, Bingshi finally emerged from the shadow of her recent ordeal. Witnessing a living being explode before her eyes and witnessing various grisly forms of demise had understandably left her in such a state. Bingshi silently vowed that, even if it meant taking a life in the future, she would never resort to such brutal methods, for they were utterly repugnant and left one drenched in blood. Excuse me, my lord, is everything all right? May we begin? Seeing Bingshi lost in thought, Cedos hesitantly inquired. Ah, my apologies. What should I do? Observing Bingshi's cooperation, Cedos let out a sigh of relief and declared solemnly, Snow Leopard, manifest. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings appeared beneath his feet. As his martial soul manifested, he sprouted claws and whiskers akin to those of a leopard, and a profusion of snowy white fur adorned his body. Cedos clapped his hands on the ground, and 6 faint beams of white light surged into 6 black stones embedded in the earth. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance emanated from the stones, forming a pale golden barrier that enveloped Bingshi. Golden motes of light entered her body, filling her with a warm sensation. Soon, she felt a surge of power seemingly ready to burst forth from within. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed throughout the grand hall. A blue-white phantom of a phoenix materialized behind Bingshi. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in her ears. Ice Phoenix, spread your wings. Let us soar. Upon hearing this voice, Bingshi couldn't help but smile wryly, murmuring, "Old friend." Upon witnessing the Phoenix apparition, the Ice Emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. The Ice Phoenix martial soul was at least a top-tier martial soul, even if it did not possess the most extraordinary attributes. The presence of that entity could elevate her status. Chapter 8. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Congratulations, my lord. It is a top-tier beast martial soul, the Phoenix martial soul, Sidos's voice, tinged with flattery, rang out. Initially, he had doubted the origins of these two individuals, wondering if they hailed from the two great empires or elsewhere. However, upon witnessing the Phoenix martial soul, he realized they must be affiliated with the martial soul hall, figures of a stature beyond his reach. For as far as he knew, there was no such top-tier martial soul inheritance within the two empires, and the young woman clad in emerald green could only have been nurtured by the martial soul hall. After indulging in his own assumptions, his attitude underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting to one of obsequiousness. Noticing that Bingshi paid him no mind, Sidos felt no embarrassment and continued, "My lord, it is time to awaken your soul power." Bingshi gradually regained her composure. Although she found the fervor of the individual before her somewhat peculiar, she still nodded in acknowledgement. A flicker of anticipation stirred within her as she pondered what innate soul power her otherworldly martial spirit might bestow upon her. "Esteemed sir, please place your hand upon this crystal orb." As Bingshi followed the instructions, the moment her hand grazed the crystal ball, it emitted a dazzling brilliance that enveloped nearly the entire hall. A subtle crackling sound echoed, revealing that the crystal ball, which had awakened the martial souls of many children, had developed several fissures. However, this sight was only perceived by Bingshi, who chose not to disclose it. "Its innate full soul power," Sidos exclaimed in astonishment. He had anticipated a high level of soul power, for innate soul power levels are intrinsically linked to the strength of the martial soul. Given that the Phoenix is a premier beast martial soul, its soul power level would not be low. Yet, he could scarcely have imagined it to be full innate soul power. "Child, do you wish to join the martial soul palace?" Upon uttering these words, Sidos could not help but mentally chastise himself. It was evident that these two individuals hailed from the martial soul palace. Such a gifted prodigy could very well originate from the martial soul city. There was no need for him to speak further. Observing Bingshi's somewhat peculiar expression, Sidos exhaled deeply and bowed, saying, "I apologize, my lord, it was my folly to speak." Witnessing the look of realization on Sidos's face and his odd demeanor, Bingshi couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Good heavens, what on earth has this fellow conjured in his mind? Upon witnessing the conclusion of the martial soul awakening, the Ice Emperor ascended towards the farthest reaches of the north, clutching the name Bingshi in his thoughts. Before departing, he casually discarded a medicinal herb, a snow lotus, which, when ingested, could enhance one's soul power as a gesture of reward. A cool, resonant voice echoed in Sidos's ears, igniting a surge of joy within him. He bowed deeply to the departing figure of the Ice Emperor, marveling aloud at the prowess of such a distinguished individual from the martial soul sanctuary, who would immediately venture forth to procure a soul ring. As he soared back towards the heart of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Can you sense the nature and level of your martial soul?" The Bingshi, enveloped by the Ice Emperor's soul power, felt no discomfort whatsoever. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "My martial soul is known as the Ice Crystal Phoenix, embodying the ice attribute, likely belonging to the pinnacle of ice. Moreover, I sense that I am not of innate full soul power. My soul power level may indeed be higher." "Ah?" The Ice Emperor lowered his gaze in astonishment at the Bingshi nestled in his embrace. Despite her being a soul beast, she was well versed in the common knowledge of soul masters. The innate full soul power was already considered the apex. What could this mean? Bingshi attentively sensed the circulation of the soul power within her, affirmatively stating, "When I awakened my soul power, I could distinctly feel that there was still potential for further awakening within me, yet that crystal ball has already shattered. Thus, that Sido's remark that I merely possess innate full soul power." The Ice Emperor fell into silence, traversing the path without uttering a word. How peculiar it was that the crystal sphere had shattered. At this moment, within the Soul Palace, Sidos murmured in astonishment, his countenance reflecting the visage of one who had seen a ghost. Upon reaching the core of the far north, the Ice Emperor could no longer restrain himself and descended. Addressing Bingshi, "Unleash your martial soul, and let me behold it." Bingshi nodded, and with a single thought, accompanied by a melodious cry of a phoenix, a blue and white phoenix materialized behind her. "Ice Phoenix, take flight." This command resonated distinctly in the ears of both individuals. The Ice Emperor gazed with great interest at the ice phoenix behind Bingshi. It was no longer a mere illusion, but a genuine, tangible phoenix. Subsequently, Bingshi attempted to control the icy crystal phoenix, and astonishingly, it shrank to the size of an ordinary bird at her whim. Observing the ice bird hopping on Bingshi's shoulder, the Ice Emperor finally revealed an expression of astonishment. "Is this your martial spirit?" he inquired, pointing at the small ice bird, his tone peculiar. "Are you certain it is not a pet?" Bingshi nodded, acknowledging that she could manipulate its size. However, at present, its maximum length could only reach 3 meters, and it appeared that it would grow larger with the enhancement of her realm. The Ice Emperor inquired with astonishment. "To my knowledge, the beast spirit should indeed be capable of possessing a host, correct?" Bingshi shook her head and remarked, "The ice crystal phoenix cannot possess a body. It can only manifest in this form, and it seems it can remain by my side indefinitely." The Ice Emperor pondered for a moment before lifting Bingshi and soaring towards the ice and snow palace. Upon encountering the Snow Empress, Bingshi once again recounted the extraordinary tale. Even the Snow Empress had never heard of such a wondrous martial spirit, and upon hearing this, she fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 9. Sacrifice and the Great Oath of Ice and Snow. After reflecting for a while, the Snow Empress realized that she possessed no recollection of this martial spirit in her mind. Consequently, she chose to abandon her thoughts and addressed Bingshi, stating that human soul masters ought to be classified into several categories. If memory served her correctly, these categories included support, offensive, control, and agile attack. When examining your martial spirit, the Ice Crystal Phoenix, it could indeed align with the agile attack category as a Phoenix martial spirit, while its ice attribute could also serve as a control type. However, I perceive the ultimate essence of ice emanating from your martial spirit, which can also be utilized for powerful offense. Control type, you jest. I, the illustrious ice bird, am a mage. I aspire to become a master of magic, or rather, a mistress of magic. Naturally, I shall choose the control type. The Snow Empress nodded and instructed the Ice Emperor, "Go and capture a 3,000-year-old ice jade wand." Upon hearing this, Bingshi's expression changed dramatically. Wait, Sister Schwer. If I absorb a soul ring of 3,000 years, I will perish. A century-old soul ring is all I require, preferably one between 300 to 400 years. Shuadi looked at the anxious Bingshi with a hint of amusement and gently replied, "Rest assured, as long as the soul beast willingly sacrifices itself for humanity, even in your current state, you can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Not only a 1,000-year ring, but even a 100,000-year one is within reach." Sacrifice? Indeed, as the sovereign of the extreme north, this minor task is well within my capabilities, Shuadi said, bending down to tenderly stroke Bingshi's little head. Before long, Bingdi returned, clutching a completely white avian soul beast in her hands. The Ice Jade Wand, a creature imbued with the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix deity, stands as the apex of ice attribute avian martial souls. Its entire form is enveloped in a pristine white hue, with feathers that gleam like freshly fallen snow, measuring approximately 3 meters in length. At the tip of its beak lies an azure mark reminiscent of jade. Behold, this Ice Jade Wand, a being of 2,800 years. Despite its noble lineage as a descendant of the ancient Phoenix, it possesses a cultivation of less than 3,000 years. In the presence of the supreme rulers of the far north, the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, it finds itself in a state of utter subjugation, prostrating upon the ground. The Snow Empress kneels down, gently caressing the soft feathers of the Ice Jade Wand. "Do not be afraid," she softly reassures her terrified subject. "Do you see this human before you? I require you to become her soul ring." The Ice Jade Phoenix displayed a human-like expression of bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend why her queen would demand that she become a human soul ring. The Snow Empress rose to her feet and proclaimed aloud, "I, the Ice Goddess, sovereign of the soul beasts of the extreme north, declare that my subject, the Ice Jade Phoenix, shall be sacrificed to the Ice Dawn. I take pride in you. I exalt you. Here, I make a solemn vow. When Ice Dawn ascends to divinity, I shall bestow upon the Ice Jade Phoenix the position of divine envoy. Should I fail to uphold this, may heaven and earth turn against me, and may the gods condemn me." As her voice echoed, the sky abruptly darkened with ominous clouds, and a fierce wind howled, swirling countless shards of ice. A thunderous clap resonated through the heavens, as if the cosmos itself acknowledged this vow. In the distance, the Titan Snow Demon raised his colossal head, squinting his eyes at the swirling storm above the ice palace, and scoffed, "Humph. You dare to utter such a grand oath for that accursed human? One day, you shall regret it. What is happening? Ice Dawn gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, murmuring to herself, the great ice oath, the most severe vow of the extreme north. Should one violate it, heaven and earth shall not tolerate it, the Ice Emperor remarked. His expression a complex mixture of emotions as he observed the Snow Empress, offering a quiet explanation. Bing Yuan emitted an exultant cry. To it. The concept of a divine envoy was utterly foreign. It only understood that it was privileged to have been chosen by the Snow Empress to take the great oath of ice and snow. And it had heard the Snow Empress proclaim her pride in it. The figure of Bing Yuan instantly became ethereal, and just before her disappearance, she emitted a clear, melodious cry. A purple soul ring gradually materialized before Bing Shi. The Ice Emperor sighed and remarked, "Go and absorb it. Do not let Shui down." Bing Shi nodded, her expression intricate. Through the Ice Emperor's elucidation, she comprehended the true essence of the ice and snow oath. If her path had previously been shrouded in uncertainty, at this moment it became utterly clear. She would go to any lengths to attain the divine status. With this resolute thought, Bing Shi settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. Due to the sacrificial nature of the process, she succeeded effortlessly within less than half an hour. Her soul power subsequently soaring to a formidable level of 17. Calculating the elevation of 2 levels of soul power per absorbed soul ring, it implied that her innate soul power was indeed at level 15. Bing Shi mused quietly. The Snow Emperor gazed at Bing Shi as she opened her eyes and gently inquired, "How do you feel? What of the soul skill you have acquired?" Bing Shi summoned the ice crystal phoenix, beneath which a violet soul ring gently floated. First soul skill, glacial radiance. The ice crystal phoenix gracefully flapped its wings, and a 5-meter-wide ice pillar erupted from the ground. The first soul skill, glacial radiance, conjures an ice pillar from the earth, inflicting damage upon the struck adversary and applying a freezing slow effect on enemies within a 5-meter radius of the pillar. The size and number of ice pillars will increase with the enhancement of the soul ring, as will the controllable effects and range. Bing Shi elaborated. The Snow Empress nodded, offering her assessment. A commendable skill, quite an unexpected ability, and the control effects are impressive. She further noted, I also observed that when the ice crystal phoenix diminishes in size, the soul ring does not manifest, nor can it unleash soul skills. It can only do so when returning to its normal size. Bing Shi added. The Snow Empress mused inwardly. That makes sense. Otherwise, this martial soul would be excessively formidable. Chapter 10. The Legacy of 2 Deities and the Ice Blue Pond. After Bing Shi had demonstrated her soul skills, the Snow Empress softly remarked, "Follow me." Bing Shi, bewildered, followed the Snow Empress until they arrived beneath a towering ice mountain. Before her stood a majestic glacier, while at its base lay an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in darkness. The Snow Empress elucidated, this mountain is known as Snow God Mountain, and atop it lies a grand hall, said to be the place of inheritance for the deity of snow. However, neither Binger nor I have ever ascended it. It seems that the Snow God Mountain imposes certain restrictions upon soul beasts. The chasm beneath your feet is named Ice God Abyss, which conceals the core essence of our extreme northern land, the Ice Blue Pool. Only soul beasts or soul masters possessing the purest ice attributes may enter, otherwise they would succumb to the frigid temperatures. Those with such attributes who cultivate within will experience a significant acceleration in their training. Moreover, the depths of the pool also harbor a divine inheritance, yet both Binger and I have attempted to access it, to no avail. Such are the limitations of this realm. No matter how far soul beasts cultivate, they can never attain divinity. Even the black dragon from the Stardoe forest or the ancient whale from the sea cannot achieve this, the Ice Emperor remarked with a cold smile. 2 divine inheritances? Bing Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the ice god inheritance beneath the ice blue pool has been confirmed. Yet the legitimacy of the snow god inheritance atop Snow God Mountain remains uncertain. According to legend, the ice god and the snow god were once lovers. But their love was deemed unacceptable by the god of love. Thus, upon their fall, they could not be united, resulting in 2 separate inheritances. If this is true, then indeed, there are 2 divine inheritances here, the Ice Emperor said, calming his emotions. Soul beasts can only ascend to the halfway point of Snow God Mountain, unable to climb higher. Therefore, we have never witnessed the snow god's inheritance. The ice god inheritance, however, resides here, having given rise to the Ice Blue Pool. This pool greatly benefits the soul beasts of my extreme northern land, which is why we have served the ice god for generations, the Snow Empress interjected. Our hope is that you may inherit the divine position of the ice god, she continued, laughing as she momentarily forgot Bingshi's presence. You may not understand this now, but let us descend and explore the ice blue pool. Nay, I comprehend. Bingshi quietly clenched her fist. She was, after all, the hope of both of them. The Ice Emperor cradled Bingshi under her arm and leapt down after the Snow Emperor. 1, 2, 3, 20. It took a full 20 seconds before they landed upon the icy surface. What came into Bingshi's view was a crystal-clear pool of water. The pool, with an approximate diameter of 20 meters, displayed a verdant hue. Though transparent, its depths remained unfathomable. The ice-green pool reached a depth of about 50 meters. For every 10 meters of descent, the water pressure increased significantly. At present, you can only cultivate at the water's surface. If you wish to reach the bottom, you must wait until you attain the rank of Soul Emperor. Of course, the deeper you go, the more beneficial the cultivation effects become. The Snow Emperor gently explained to Bingshi. Go down and give it a try. Bingshi nodded gently, casting a glance at the small ice crystal phoenix perched upon her shoulder. Before leaping into the depths of the pool, a sharp chill enveloped her, penetrating to the very marrow of her bones. Having never experienced such cold since her arrival in this world, she had consequently been deemed by the Ice Emperor to possess a martial soul with an almost unparalleled affinity for the essence of ice. The Ice Crystal Phoenix, as a demigod of an alternate realm, undoubtedly embodies the essence of supreme ice. Yet, even the one endowed with such ultimate icy attributes, the Ice Radiance, feels the biting cold, which attests to the profound chill of this ice blue pool. Just as Bingshi was about to rise and depart from the icy pool, she heard the Ice Emperor call out, "Do not emerge. The longer you remain in the crystal-clear waters, the greater the benefits you shall reap." Upon hearing these words, Bingshi's expression shifted slightly. However, recalling the Snow Empress's solemn vow and the expectations placed upon her, she gritted her teeth and submerged herself once more. The frigid waters of the pool stimulated every inch of Bingshi's skin, compelling her to channel her soul power in a desperate attempt to withstand the nearly unbearable cold. On the shore, Schwerer pondered with concern. Can she truly endure this? She is but 6 years old. The Ice Emperor cast a worried glance at the surface of the water, addressing the Snow Emperor. This is the moment when the body refinement effect is most potent. The Snow Emperor sighed deeply, responding with resignation. But Schwerer, you must understand that if she cannot last even a quarter of an hour, she will forfeit her eligibility to inherit the Ice God's legacy. The Ice Emperor exclaimed anxiously. The Snow Emperor remained silent, prompting the Ice Emperor to turn away in frustration. His gaze fixed on the pool's surface. As the cold seeped deeper, Bingshi gradually lost consciousness. In her final moment of awareness, she bitterly reflected. So it seems I cannot succeed after all. I have disappointed their hopes. At that instant, the crystalline phoenix perched upon her shoulder suddenly expanded in size, and a purple soul ring materialized behind her. The phoenix unfurled its wings, enveloping Bingshi completely. After an indeterminate period, Bingshi slowly regained consciousness. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by the concerned gazes of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Sire, you have finally awakened. The Snow Emperor exclaimed with joy. Bingshi gently massaged her temples, reflecting for a moment, then remorsefully said, Sister Schwerer, I couldn't hold on for long. I am truly sorry. The Snow Empress asked in astonishment, couldn't hold on for long? Bingshi found it somewhat perplexing. Indeed, I had succumbed to the cold. Was it not you, Sister Schwerer, who rescued me? The Ice Emperor spoke with an unusual expression. It is not so. When we descended to bring you back, your martial soul enveloped you tightly. It was precisely the protection of your martial soul that allowed you to endure for a quarter of an hour. Thank you, Icebird, thought Bingshi to himself. Only a quarter of an hour? Bingshi's spirits remained somewhat subdued. Sister Binger remarked that the longer, the better. Yet she herself could only endure for a mere quarter of an hour. The Ice Emperor extended a delicate, porcelain-like finger and gently tapped Aishi's forehead, exclaiming with a hint of annoyance. Oh you, how much longer do you intend to linger in the water? Are you aware of the significance of this quarter of an hour? Bingshi gently touched the spot marked by the Ice Emperor, her expression filled with confusion as she inquired. Isn't it said that the longer, the better? If you endure for a mere quarter of an hour, you shall attain the qualification to become the inheritor of the Ice God, the Snow Empress replied with a playful smile, her delicate hand covering her mouth. Clearly, Bingshi's perseverance for that brief moment had greatly lifted her spirits. Is it truly that simple to inherit the divine essence of the Ice God? Bingshi asked, her tone laced with curiosity, pondering the ease of the task. The Ice Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Bingshi and remarked, "The young girl is quite naive. At present, you have merely qualified for the inheritance of the Ice God. To truly receive the Ice God's legacy, you must, at the very least, attain the rank of Soul King." Bingshi suddenly came to a realization. At that moment, a transformation occurred in the Bingdon. In the center of the pool, a small whirlpool emerged, with the frigid water swirling rapidly. At the heart of the vortex, a lustrous gem-like object appeared. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor gazed enviously at the radiant jewel and urged Bingshi to approach. "Go on, step towards the whirlpool and retrieve the gem. Do not worry, you will be fine." Bingshi hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the Ice and Snow Emperors, yet resolutely gritted her teeth and proceeded towards the vortex. A miraculous event unfolded. Just as her foot was about to touch the surface of the pool, the water froze instantaneously. The pool, from the point where Bingshi was about to step to the very vortex, transformed into solid ice, fortuitously creating a path of ice for her to traverse. Bingshi approached the vortex step by step. Before her lay a diamond-shaped gem, elevated by the crystalline waters of the icy blue pool, radiating a mesmerizing glow of azure and white. Bingshi could not resist the urge to extend her hand, yearning to grasp the gem. Yet, at the very moment her fingers brushed against it, the gem gently adhered to her forehead, transforming her originally endearing visage into one of ethereal purity. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving Bingshi scarcely any time to react. Nevertheless, she held a steadfast belief that the Ice and Snow Emperors meant her no harm. Thus she remained composed and unperturbed. Instead, a flicker of curiosity compelled her to touch her forehead. She could distinctly feel a diamond-shaped gem seamlessly affixed to her brow, its surface cool to the touch. As Bingshi returned to the shore, filled with questions and curiosity, the ice that had recently formed upon the icy blue pool swiftly melted away the moment her feet touched the land. Bingshi inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is this?" The Snow Empress's expression grew somewhat intricate as she sighed and replied, "This is the crystal of the Ice God, a symbol of the qualifications for inheriting the Ice God's legacy. With it, you shall no longer feel the chill while cultivating in the ice blue pool. Moreover, it will gradually attune to you as you progress in your training, ultimately becoming an integral part of your being. Once fully harmonized, it will significantly enhance the speed at which your soul power recovers." "Remarkable," Bingshi murmured in awe. "Stay here to cultivate. Binger and I will also reside here. Should you require anything, simply let us know." The Snow Empress spoke gently. Bingshi nodded slightly and leaped gracefully into the pool of water. Indeed, with the Ice God crystal upon her forehead, she felt no trace of the cold whatsoever. Bingshi could not help but feel a surge of joy. She then closed her eyes and focused her mind, embarking on her cultivation. As soon as she began, she sensed a continuous influx of spiritual energy flowing into her body, swiftly circulating through her system. This invigorating energy elevated her soul power, which had already been enhanced by the absorption of the soul ring, by nearly half a level. The ice crystal pool is truly terrifying. It is indeed a land formed by divine beings. With the presence of this ice crystal pool, my previously slow cultivation speed, due to my supreme ice attribute martial soul, has accelerated remarkably, even surpassing expectations. Chapter 12. Slaying the 5,000-year soul beast 6 years later. As 6 years have passed, Bingshi has blossomed from a petite child into a somewhat youthful beauty. Her large eyes, resembling the color of the sky, are complemented by soft, full red lips, and a delicate, charming nose that graces her pure and elegant countenance. Coupled with her gracefully contoured cheeks and a flawless complexion, she embodies the essence of an extraordinary beauty. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, she dons a flowing ice blue gown that reveals a glimpse of her fair, tender calves. The diamond-shaped ice crystal on her forehead, seamlessly integrated with her being, adds an aura of sanctity to her presence. During these 6 years, through her cultivation in the ice crystal pool, her soul power has astonishingly reached the remarkable level of 38. Achieving level 38 at the tender age of 12 is an unparalleled talent in the Douluo continent. Originally, Bingshi's soul power could have even surpassed level 40. However, she deliberately chose to slow her cultivation pace, dedicating an entire year to honing her combat skills. In the outer circle of the extreme north, Bingshi, with a face full of excitement, gazed at the distant iced song wolf, which had attained a cultivation level of 5,000 years, and spoke to the one behind. "Xiaobai, I am going in." Upon receiving the affirmation from Xiaobai, Bingshi immediately dashed forth with vigor. The crystalline phoenix perched upon her shoulder expanded rapidly. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, 2 violet and 1 black, manifested beneath her feet. Notably, the second violet soul ring bore a hint of black, signifying an impressive age of 9,000 years. The moment being she burst onto the scene. The Ice Song Wolf had already raised its head in alertness. Upon noticing the formidable Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, behind her, it displayed a remarkably human-like expression of fear and fled in a panic. Seeing this, Bingshi couldn't help but express her helplessness, saying, Xiaobai, I've told you not to interfere when I'm fighting. How can I engage in battle if you scare them all away? The chastised Xiaobai, scratching his head with his bare paw, chuckled innocently and replied, The Snow Emperor instructed me to ensure your safety. Bingshi rolled her eyes and remarked, all right, I concede. You've truly intimidated me. She then shifted her gaze towards the fleeing Bing Song Wolf and murmured, In this boundless expanse of ice, where do you intend to escape? With that, she leapt gracefully onto the back of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, soaring towards the Bing Song Wolf. The Ice Crystal Phoenix had now grown to a magnificent length of 10 meters. With several powerful beats of its wings, Bingshi swiftly closed in on the Bing Song Wolf. First soul skill, Glacial Radiance. 3 towering ice pillars, each 15 meters in diameter, erupted from beneath the Bing Song Wolf, catching it completely off guard and eliciting a chilling howl of despair. But that was not the end. Next came the third soul skill, Frostbite Spear. A colossal ice spear was expelled from the mouth of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, hurtling towards the Bing Song Wolf that had already been pierced by the ice pillars. Enemies struck directly by Glacial Radiance would find themselves ensnared in ice, while Frostbite Spear inflicted tremendous damage upon foes that were frozen or slowed. With a confident smile illuminating her face, Bingshi continued to whisper her incantation. The ice spear pierced through the body of the Ice Song Wolf, staining the snow with a crimson hue. A violet soul ring ascended, signaling that the beast had met its demise. Aishi, having personally slain a soul beast, felt no discomfort. Throughout the past year, she had lost count of the number of soul beasts she had dispatched, having long since grown accustomed to such acts. Furthermore, due to the complete rift between the Titan Snow Demon King and the Snow Emperor, numerous soul beast clans had shifted their allegiance to the Titan Snow Demon lineage. Consequently, the soul beasts she had slain belonged to these factions. Bingshi clapped her hands gently and said, Xiaobai, today's combat training has concluded. Let us return. With that, the Ice Crystal Phoenix carried Bingshi soaring towards the Ice and Snow Palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were engaged in a leisurely conversation. Did Xiao meet your expectations? The Snow Emperor inquired with a light chuckle. What do you mean by me? It is clearly you, the Ice Emperor retorted. Moreover, her training regimen has been excessively rigorous. Over the past 6 years, I have scarcely seen her take a moment of rest, if this continues. Her body may not withstand it. The Snow Emperor nodded and replied, Thus, I have decided to allow her some time to unwind. I shall send her to the human cities beyond the far north for some practical experience. After all, she is still human and requires interaction with her peers. The Ice Emperor exclaimed in astonishment, Have you lost your mind? How can you allow her to venture out alone? She is so strikingly beautiful. What if? The Snow Emperor questioned with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement. The Ice Emperor felt a faint blush creep across his cheeks, and then, with a sense of righteousness, declared, Indeed, she is beautiful, and so are you, Schwer. What of it? You know me well. The Snow Empress fell silent for a moment before responding with a smile. Then you must keep a close eye on her during this outing. Huh? Me? Yes, you. The Snow Empress continued with a cheerful demeanor. A few days ago, I discovered several snow-form grass specimens. Once you consume them, you will be able to freely change your forms without the need to constantly maintain your soul power. The Ice Emperor immediately embraced the Snow Empress with excitement, exclaiming, Schwer, you are simply wonderful. However, a hint of concern crept into his voice as he inquired, Are you able to manage on your own? Of course, she replied confidently. A mere Titan Snow Demon King is nothing to fear. If it weren't for our shared service to the Ice God, I would have vanquished him long ago. Nonetheless, sparing his life may prove beneficial. I can reserve him as a soul ring for Sierra in the future. The Snow Empress remarked with a dismissive snort. But you, she continued, must keep a close watch over Sierra. You are well aware of her beauty. Do not allow her to be lured away by others. We are destined to be together always. With that, the Snow Empress felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was momentarily taken aback, but soon exclaimed with excitement, As you command. Chapter 13. The Emperor's Mastery, the Emperor's Sword, the Emperor of Cold Heavens. Within the Icy Palace, A sense of astonishment gripped Bingshi as she inquired, "You wish to release me?" The Snow Emperor nodded gently and replied, "You have dwelled in this frigid northern realm for 12 years. It is time for you to venture out. Moreover, you need not worry excessively about safety. For I shall ensure that Bing-er and Sibai accompany you." "Bing-er and Sibai? How will we go out?" Bingshi asked, her curiosity piqued. "Rest assured. I have procured several snow-shaped herbs, which will grant them the ability to transform at will," the Snow Emperor said with a cheerful smile. Bingshi nodded and gazed around the Ice Palace, where she had lived for 12 years, and curiously inquired, "Why haven't I seen Sister Bing-er?" The Snow Empress wrapped her arms around Bingshi from behind, cradling her gently. Despite Bingshi's height of 1.7 meters, she still appeared slightly shorter than the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress leaned in close, her soft breath brushing against Bingshi's earlobe as she whispered, "She knows we are about to part ways. So she has intentionally given us some space." The warmth of her breath sent a shiver down Bingshi's spine. Although she had long accepted her transformation into a girl, it did not imply a change in her orientation. Being embraced by such a stunning beauty as the Snow Empress left Bingshi feeling overwhelmed. Ahem, well, I suppose it's not entirely impossible. Little Sierra is truly sensitive, she asked, blushing again. The Snow Empress teased before releasing Bingshi from her embrace. "Moreover, before you depart, I must teach you a few secret techniques." "Huh?" With an air of mystery, the Snow Empress led Bingshi to a vast expanse of ice. What could these secret techniques be that are shrouded in such intrigue? Bingshi couldn't help but chuckle at the Snow Empress's demeanor. The 3 secrets of the Snow Empress. What? Bingshi never anticipated that the Snow Empress intended to impart to her the renowned Snow Empress 3 Supreme Techniques. The Snow Empress 3 Supreme Techniques consist of the Imperial Palm, Imperial Sword, and Imperial Cold Sky. The Imperial Palm embodies the essence of profound cold devoid of snow. The Imperial Sword represents unparalleled ice. The Imperial Cold Sky showcases snow dancing in the radiant sun. These are the 3 extraordinary skills that have established the Snow Empress's illustrious reputation. Observing the stunned Bingshi, the Snow Empress could not help but feel a sense of pride. She playfully waved her delicate hand in front of Bingshi's face and chuckled softly. "Have you gone daft?" It was only then that Bingshi emerged from her state of shock. The Snow Empress, her expression slightly more serious, proclaimed, "Now, allow me to demonstrate. First, the Imperial Palm, great cold, no snow." With that, the Snow Empress gracefully ascended, floating in midair, her delicate hand extending towards a distant iceberg. What appeared to be a gentle and soft touch erupted with astonishing energy upon contact with the iceberg. The towering mass of ice collapsed instantaneously. The Snow Empress, with a cheerful smile, elucidated, "What seems like a light touch actually conceals immense power. Moreover, it is infallible when in close proximity, unless one avoids close quarters entirely. It is inevitable to be struck. For you, it serves as a commendable skill, particularly as your soul techniques are oriented towards long-range output and control. Should someone close in on you, the great cold, no snow will provide a formidable defense." Bingshi gazed at the iceberg, shattered into countless fragments of ice, and could not help but swallow hard. Next came the Imperial Sword, unparalleled in its icy might. A surge of azure energy coalesced in the hands of the Snow Emperor, ultimately taking the form of a colossal sword. Under the radiant sunlight, the ice sword emitted a blinding brilliance. With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, the Snow Emperor propelled the ice sword towards a distant iceberg. The Imperial Sword, unmatched in its icy supremacy, was a long-range skill, swift in its execution and formidable in its power. However, for you, the drawback lies in the substantial consumption of soul energy. Observing the iceberg vanish without a trace, the Snow Emperor expressed her satisfaction. "I shall refrain from demonstrating the next skill, the Imperial Cold Sky, as the previous 2 are my original soul techniques. Whereas the Imperial Cold Sky is a domain skill. Domain skills cannot be imparted. They rely solely on your innate talent. In this frigid northern realm, the Snow Emperor, armed with her 3 unparalleled techniques, could even triumph over the Emperor Tian without employing the Dragon God Claw. Even if Emperor Tian unleashed the Dragon God Claw, it would likely result in mutual destruction. In the days to come, you must master these 2 moves before you can depart." Meanwhile, on the other side, near the coast of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor strolled about in a state of utter boredom. "Curse it. I should never have agreed to let Schwer spend time alone with Sheer. They have banished me to their intimate world. Damn it all." The Ice Emperor muttered resentfully, kicking at the ice beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the Ice Bear King, Xiao Bai, remained silent, merely grunting a couple of times in response. "Oh, what is this? A cave? Xiao Bai, let us explore further," the Ice Emperor exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm. The duo, one human and one bear, ventured into the narrow entrance of the cave, with the Ice Emperor's complaints echoing through the passage. Xiaobai, you ought to lose some weight. You can scarcely fit in this cave. Initially narrow, the space gradually expanded as they progressed. At last, they arrived at the cave's end, where the sight that greeted them left the Ice Emperor utterly astonished. Chapter 14. The celestial dream ice silkworm in the 10,000-year-old profound ice at the cave's terminus lay a hidden world, revealing a vast chamber filled with bizarre formations of profound ice. Although situated deep underground and devoid of sunlight, the space was illuminated by the crystalline brilliance of these ice structures. Is this the legendary 10,000-year-old profound ice? The Ice Emperor softly murmured, gently caressing the icy formations. Throughout her extensive life, she had encountered 10,000-year-old ice before, yet she had never witnessed such a multitude amassed in one place. Outside, she had mostly seen mere millennium-old ice, which she had sculpted into the intricate reliefs adorning the Ice Palace. The Ice Emperor and Xiaobai could not help but feel immense joy, for the presence of such abundant 10,000-year profound ice undoubtedly indicated the existence of 10,000-year profound ice marrow. If the 10,000-year profound ice is likened to a soul bone, then the marrow is undoubtedly a treasure of the highest order, akin to an external soul bone. The energy contained within it is sufficient to significantly enhance their success rate in breaking through. How could this not exhilarate her? The Ice Emperor and Little White immediately embarked on their quest to locate the ancient ice marrow. However, to their dismay, after scouring the entire ice cave, they found nothing but a few millennial-old ice marrows. Damn it! Could that brainless titan have taken it? The Ice Emperor exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, Little White pointed upwards, and the Ice Emperor followed his finger's direction. There, affixed to the cavern's ceiling, was a colossal worm. Its round, pudgy head appeared fleshy, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter and a length surpassing 7 meters. The creature's body shimmered in a translucent white jade hue, with an ethereal glow pulsating beneath its surface. To their astonishment, a pair of golden, glimmering eyes adorned its head. Most peculiar were the 9 golden rings that spiraled around its body, commencing from half a meter down its head, with an additional half ring beside the 9th. It's merely an ice silkworm, Little White. Why the fuss? The Ice Emperor chided, playfully tapping Little White's head. Just in time, I'm hungry, I'll use it as an appetizer. Transforming back into his ice scorpion form, the Ice Emperor leaped high, yanking the ice silkworm from the cave ceiling and casting it to the ground. Damn it! Who threw me down? I was sleeping just fine. The ice silkworm grumbled, speaking in human tongue, as it opened its small eyes and beheld the imposing figure of the Ice Bear King, Little White, alongside the Ice Emperor's cold demeanor. It froze in place. Though it had slumbered for hundreds of thousands of years, it certainly had not forgotten its identity as prey. The Ice Silkworm clan, situated at the very base of the food chain in the frigid northern realms, finds itself besieged by numerous natural predators. Due to their succulent flesh, they are particularly favored by the Ice Bear clan and the Ice Scorpion clan. Oh, a little insect possesses consciousness and even the ability to speak? You must be quite delectable, the Ice Emperor jested. As the Ice Silkworm observed the Ice Emperor advancing towards him, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to prepare for a hasty retreat. His innate skill, mimicry, was activated in an instant. However, as he channeled his energy, the Ice Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. This surge of energy surpasses my own? He uttered in disbelief. Gazing at the barren expanse before him, the Ice Emperor chuckled softly, remarking, "No matter how immense the energy may be, it is still merely an ice silkworm. Can it truly conjure something extraordinary?" The Ice Emperor reverted to his human form and, with a note of curiosity, remarked, "Do not hide, little insect. Escape is futile. Come forth and elucidate the reason behind your immense energy fluctuations, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Upon witnessing the Ice Emperor's transformation, the heavenly dream ice silkworm realized that flight was futile, for such a metamorphosis could only be achieved by soul beasts with over 200,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the formidable ice bear at her side. He released his simulated skills, revealing his true form. With utmost caution, he spoke. "I am called Heavenly Dream. At the tender age of 13, I fled from the pursuit of a formidable foe and fell into this icy abyss. For countless millennia, I have subsisted on a cycle of eating and sleeping, and by a stroke of fortune, I have attained my current level of cultivation." The Ice Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "What is your current level of cultivation?" The dreaming ice silkworm chuckled softly a couple of times but refrained from further speech. The Ice Emperor suddenly furrowed his brow, his voice rising sharply. "Did you consume all the eternal ice marrow here?" The previously grinning Dream Ice Silkworm's expression froze in an instant. Observing the Dream Ice Silkworm's reaction, the Ice Emperor turned to the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, and instructed, "Go fetch Shuer, we shall consume it together. Oh, and do bring Shio as well. It will benefit her greatly." The Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, nodded slightly, his massive form beginning to squeeze outward. Tianming Bingkin lamentingly remarked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't to eat me? Why have you brought two more to share the feast?" The Ice Emperor coldly remarked, "Such a vast abyss of profound ice, the millennia-old ice essence here is sufficient for both snow and me to simultaneously transcend the threshold of 900,000 years. Yet, it is you, this ice silkworm, who has audaciously taken the lead, squandering such a treasure. If not you, then whom shall partake?" As he spoke, the Ice Emperor casually cast an icy ring, ensnaring the colossal form of the Dream Ice Silkworm, ensuring it could not flee. "Is this truly the case? You intrude upon my humble abode and now seek to consume me? How pitiful am I, so close to becoming an unprecedented million-year soul beast." The Dream Ice Silkworm lamented with a mournful wail. "A million-year soul beast? Are you referring to yourself? Is it possible that this place could elevate an ice silkworm to such heights?" The Ice Emperor scrutinized the Dream Ice Silkworm, his desire to devour it intensifying. "Surely not. Surely not. My flesh is quite unpalatable." The Dream Ice Silkworm cried out in despair. The Ice Emperor cast a sidelong glance at the Dream Ice Silkworm, choosing to disregard him. Suddenly, the Dream Ice Silkworm ceased his wailing and inquired, having slept for several 100,000 years, "I am utterly unaware of the current state of the extreme north. Would you enlighten me? Who are Shuer and Shio? How many soul beasts have inhabited the extreme north over these countless millennia?" The Ice Emperor, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "Why do you have so many questions?" The Dream Ice Silkworm let out another cry, exclaiming, "Is this truly happening? I feel as though I am on the brink of death. And yet I am not permitted to learn anything before my demise?" The Ice Emperor gazed at the Dream Ice Silkworm, and whether it was a flicker of compassion or something else entirely, he unexpectedly spoke, "In the far north, there are likely several soul beasts that have existed for over 100,000 years, the 100,000-year illusion Dream Ice Fox, the 100,000-year Snow God Lotus, the 100,000-year Ice Giant, the 100,000-year Ice Demon Dog, and the one you just encountered, the 19,000-year Ice Bear King, Little White. Additionally, there is the 200,000-year Titan Snow Demon King and myself, with an age nearing 390,000 years, and the Snow Woman, who was cultivated for almost 700,000 years." The Dream Ice Silkworm listened intently, a hint of perplexity crossing its plump face. "How can the Titan Snow Demon King only be 200,000 years old? I recall that before my descent, the Titan Snow Demon clan was the sovereign of the far north, with the clan leader possessing an age of 600,000 years. Moreover, at that time, the Ice Blue Scorpion clan had but a solitary soul beast of 100,000 years. Yet, I do have a recollection of the Snow Woman. Has she truly attained an extraordinary cultivation of 700,000 years?" The Ice Emperor nodded and said, "That 10,000-year Ice Blue Scorpion was my mother. The previous Titan Snow Demon King had already failed his tribulation a decade ago." Tianming Bingkin suddenly realized, then inquired, "Who then? Is the Sierra you mentioned earlier?" The Ice Emperor's gaze softened slightly, revealing a hint of affection as her tone grew gentler. "She is the new generation of the Earth and Heaven spirit from the extreme north, and she is human." "Human?" Tianming Bingkin asked incredulously. "The Earth and Heaven spirits? To my knowledge, a new spirit would not emerge unless the previous one perished or passed away. Isn't the Snow Maiden also an Earth and Heaven spirit?" The Ice Emperor shook his head, expressing a hint of perplexity as he remarked, "Neither Shuer nor I possess the knowledge regarding this matter. However, it may be a divine blessing for my realm in the far north, much like the discovery of your presence. Having you here significantly enhances the probability of breakthroughs for both Shuo and myself." The Dream Ice Silkworm felt its body stiffen once more, having just managed to divert the conversation, only to inadvertently steer it back. If it were not a creature of the insect realm, and if it were more agile, it would have undoubtedly given itself several resounding slaps. At that moment, a sound emanated from the entrance of the cave. The Ice Emperor wore a radiant smile. "They have arrived. It is time for you to bid farewell to this world. No way. I have yet to behold the breathtaking landscapes beyond." Upon hearing this lament, Aishi, who was entering the ice cavern, could not help but display a peculiar expression. When the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, mentioned that he and the Ice Emperor had discovered a colossal insect in the ancient ice cave, she began to suspect it might be the celestial Dream Ice Silkworm. Hearing the exaggerated tone only solidified her suspicion further. Bingshi found it somewhat incredible that the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was still in the extreme northern lands. She had thought it had long been pursued to the Stardow Forest. Moreover, she wondered if it had fallen in love at first sight upon encountering the Ice Emperor. Upon entering the icy cavern alongside the Snow Emperor, Xiaobai, Bingshi immediately beheld the bound Tianming Ice Silkworm writhing at the feet of the Ice Emperor, fervently professing its affection. "My dear Binger, do you know? The moment I laid eyes upon you, I fell hopelessly in love. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. I have succumbed entirely to my feelings for you. Might you grant me a chance?" Simultaneously, he mused inwardly, such a display of sentimentality ought to move her, shouldn't it? If not for the sake of survival, I would never resort to such antics. This is simply a display of a true gentleman's ability to endure. Though he was pilfering from his own home, Bingshi could not suppress a chuckle upon witnessing this scene. After all, the sight of a plump caterpillar wriggling at the feet of a beautiful woman, declaring its love, was undeniably amusing. The Ice Emperor could no longer contain his fury and kicked the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm before the Snow Emperor. It was this enormous creature that had consumed all the 10,000-year-old profound ice marrow in the vicinity, and as he claimed, had thus become a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years in age. The Ice Emperor gritted his teeth and declared, "I refer to it as the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, not as a mere creature." The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm retorted, but upon meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the Snow Emperor, it reluctantly fell silent. Curiously, Bingshi nudged the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, prompting it to wriggle once more, since it had devoured all the millennium-old ice marrow in this place. Perhaps it was time for it to be consumed in turn. The Snow Empress expressed her annoyance, for the quantity of the millennium-old ice marrow here could have facilitated her cultivation for 900,000 years, yet it had been squandered by a seemingly useless giant worm. It was only natural for anyone to feel a flicker of indignation. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The ice crystal phoenix, perched upon Bingshi's shoulder, expanded in size and soared into the air with its mouth agape. From its open maw emanated an immense suction force, drawing the millennium-old ice from the cavern into its belly. In a remarkably brief interval, the entire ice cavern was stripped of its precious ice by the ice crystal phoenix. After feasting, the phoenix diminished in size, returning to Bingshi's shoulder, closing its eyes in a posture of repose, as if it had overindulged. Chapter 16. The Nine-Tailed Fox and the Wisdom Soul Ring. Bingshi stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the rapid unfolding of events that left her no time to react. It was only after the ice crystal phoenix diminished in size and returned to perch upon her shoulder that she regained her composure. How could this be? Her martial spirit showed no signs of response. In her attempt to enlarge the ice crystal phoenix, she was met with utter silence, prompting her to exclaim in horror. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor, seemingly deep in thought, observed the situation and remarked, "Your martial spirit is indeed intriguing, having absorbed such an immense quantity of 10,000-year profound ice. It is quite possible that a martial spirit evolution could occur." Martial spirit evolution? A look of astonishment crossed Bingshi's face. The Snow Emperor nodded and continued. "Your martial spirit has always been shrouded in mystery. The current circumstances strongly resemble an evolution of the spirit. Let us wait and see how it unfolds." Bingshi nodded, falling into a contemplative silence. At that moment, the Snow Emperor turned his gaze toward the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, a smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Sierra, how would you prefer to savor him? Shall we boil him or roast him?" "The flesh of the ice silkworm is exquisite, far surpassing the snow fish you often consume. The snow fish, belonging to the soul beast lineage of the extreme north, dwells in the shallows of the icy seas. Although they are abundant, they face numerous natural predators, with the ice blue scorpion being one of their greatest foes. For much of the past years, Bingshi's sustenance has consisted mainly of these snowfish. While delectable, their frequent consumption can become monotonous. Thus, upon hearing the Snow Emperor's praise of the ice silkworm's taste, she felt an undeniable craving. Despite the fact that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm has nearly reached the age of 1,000,000 years, Bingshi, not being a spirit-type soul master, thought that devouring 3 large bowls would still be a commendable choice. "Then let us roast him," she declared, pondering whether it would be as delicious as roasted pupae. As the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor approached her step by step, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm cried out in despair, "Heartless, how cruel." Just then, an extraordinary transformation occurred with the ice crystal phoenix perched upon Bingshi's shoulder. The ice crystal phoenix expanded once more, its size astonishingly increasing from an original length of 10 meters to an impressive 15 meters. The coloration transformed from a harmonious blend of blue and white to a deep blue interspersed with white, predominantly white. Its entire form appeared even more translucent and radiant. As the ice crystal phoenix grew, 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, materialized beneath Bingshi's feet, while the ice god crystal on her forehead shimmered brilliantly. Simultaneously, a fleeting glimpse of pink swept by, provoking contemplation in the Tianming ice silkworm witnessing this spectacle. Upon witnessing the scene, the ice and snow emperors advanced to assess the situation. It appeared that the evolution had indeed succeeded, as even the ice god's crystal had completely fused with you. The ice emperor gazed at the ice crystal atop Bingshi's forehead, his tone brimming with delight. The snow emperor nodded and inquired, "How do you feel? Has there been any change?" Bingshi examined her own visage, which bore an odd expression, as if caught off guard. After all, the 3 soul skills from the ice crystal phoenix martial soul she inherited from her previous life were innate. The soul rings absorbed merely served as vessels. She had anticipated that the ultimate move of the ice bird, a soul skill of this hero, would manifest as her 4th soul skill. To her astonishment, it emerged in this unexpected manner. It seems that my martial soul has not evolved but rather awakened. After absorbing the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice, the ice crystal phoenix has awakened its innate domain skill, Glacial Storm. As Bingshi unleashed her domain skill, she proclaimed, "Within a radius of 30 meters centered around me lies my domain. Within this realm, continuous damage will be inflicted and adversaries will experience a slowdown in their movements. Moreover, when my 3rd soul skill strikes foes within the domain, the damage will be doubled. The expanse of this domain will expand with the enhancement of my soul power." The Ice Emperor, after a meticulous assessment, remarked, "A commendable skill indeed. What about the consumption of soul power?" With a face brimming with excitement, Bingshi exclaimed, "I was just about to mention that. Initially, the soul power consumption of domain skills is quite substantial, but unexpectedly, the Ice God Crystal has completely fused. Moreover, the Ice God Crystal significantly accelerates my soul power recovery. With my current soul power, I can sustain the domain skill for quite some time." The Snow Empress replied with satisfaction, "Indeed, today brings double joy. Shio's martial soul has evolved, and we have also captured this ice silkworm. Xiaobai, please set up a roasting rack. We shall roast this ice silkworm and enjoy it." The previously silent Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm hurriedly interjected, wait a moment." The Ice Emperor's impatience was palpable. "So what? A dead insect," he scoffed. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's expression turned gravely serious. "I wish to propose a transaction." "What a joke. Are we to barter with mere sustenance?" retorted the Ice Emperor disdainfully. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm chuckled. "What if I told you it pertains to this human?" A flicker of sagacity appeared on the round face of the Ice Emperor. The Snow Emperor, taking up the conversation, inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean regarding her?" The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm wore an expression of triumphant insight. "If I am not mistaken, you intend to cultivate her into the Ice Goddess, am I right? She already possesses the Ice Goddess crystal and is qualified to inherit the divine position. You wish to leverage this to avoid the impending heavenly tribulation, do you not?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was assertive. "By consuming me, you could evade this tribulation, but what of the next? Or the one after that? This is ultimately not a viable solution. Do you truly believe that inheriting a divine position is so facile? If I am not mistaken, she possesses a 2nd martial soul." His words stirred a tempest of astonishment. Both Ice Emperors and Aishi exclaimed in unison, "How is that possible?" Even the small white creature beside them gaped in disbelief. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, brimming with pride, declared, "Humph. As one destined to become a million-year spirit beast of the mental system, I sense that recent wave of mental fluctuation quite clearly, and I take great pride in that. Should you choose not to consume me, I can assist her in awakening her 2nd martial soul, becoming the 1st soul ring of her 2nd martial soul, a ring of unprecedented wisdom. If the current probability of inheriting the Ice Goddess position stands at 50%, with my assistance, it could soar to at least 90%. The Ice Emperor, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "Could this be a fabrication devised to prevent us from consuming you?" The Dreaming Ice Silkworm quickly responded, "How could I possibly deceive you with such matters? Moreover, my brother stands to gain eternal life from this." The Snow Emperor, making a swift decision, declared, "I believe you. Now tell me, how shall we proceed?" "Simply assist her in unlocking her spiritual sea," suggested the Dreaming Ice Silkworm. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed the 9 semi-golden patterns from her body, transforming them into a stream of golden light that penetrated into Bingshi's mind. Upon witnessing this, the Ice Emperor intended to intervene, only to be halted by the Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor anxiously exclaimed, "Do you truly believe his deceitful words?" To the Ice Emperor's astonishment, The Snow Empress actually nodded in agreement, saying, "Did you not see that hint of pink behind Xia just now?" The Ice Emperor reflected for a moment, incredulously uttering, "Could it be that Xia truly possesses a second martial soul? Yet, why did it not manifest during the initial awakening?" The Snow Emperor shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps Xia requires a second awakening of her primary martial soul. To awaken the spiritual sea for a soul master is undoubtedly a formidable endeavor. However, to the surprise of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, Aishi's mental prowess turned out to be unexpectedly robust, with her spiritual strength reaching the level of an ordinary soul emperor. If it were to awaken the spiritual sea for a soul emperor, the task would be considerably simpler. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm exerted its utmost effort and eventually succeeded in opening the spiritual sea for Aishi. Yet, this spiritual sea was lamentably small, merely the size of a puddle. As the spiritual sea unfurled, a pink silhouette gradually emerged, enveloping Aishi in a delicate haze of pink mist. The ice crystal phoenix perched upon her shoulder emitted a joyful cry, as if to welcome a new companion. As the pink mist dissipated, the Ice and Snow Emperors finally beheld the complete form of Aishi's second martial soul. There appeared a breathtaking beauty clad in a cerulean dress and white knee-high socks. Standing gracefully beside Aishi, she had long, shoulder-length pink hair, and her dress accentuated her alluring figure exquisitely, radiating an incredible charm. Most astonishingly, she sported a pair of adorable fox ears, with 9 cerulean tails gently swaying behind her. Why does one always awaken such peculiar martial souls? The Ice Emperor mused silently. Bingshi turned her head, gazing at her second martial soul, momentarily taken aback. The voice of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm echoed in her mind, "Little one, do not be dazed. Your awakening is not yet complete. Channel your martial soul and allow her to manifest." As the ethereal Aishi awakened from her slumber, guided by her presence, the enchanting beauty beside her gradually merged with Aishi. Before the Ice Emperor stood the captivating figure adorned with flowing pink hair, a pair of fox ears atop her head, and 9 graceful tails trailing behind. His eyes sparkled with intrigue at this unprecedented sight. Now, they stood on the precipice of the final step. The unparalleled wisdom soul ring was destined to be immortalized in history. As the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm whispered sweetly in Aishi's mind, it diligently coalesced the soul ring for her. Beneath Bingshi's feet, a soul ring materialized, its hue transitioning from an initial golden glow to white, then yellow, purple, and finally culminating in an obsidian black. Upon closer inspection, faint strands of golden light flickered within the depths of the pitch-black soul ring. The task was complete. As the awakening concluded, the Snow Empress hastily inquired, "What is your second martial soul?" The Nine-Tailed Fox, Ari. Chapter 17. The Dreamlike I See the Nine-Tailed Fox? The Snow Empress's expression reflected a peculiar intrigue. Bingshi nodded, intrigued by the Snow Empress's astonishment. This led her to recall a certain race from the far northern territories, the Dreaming Ice Foxes. They grow a tail every decade, 3 tails every century, 5 tails every millennium, 7 tails every 10 millennia, and 8 tails after 100 millennia. The Snow Empress remarked with a smile. As a spirit beast of the ice and mental attributes, their power is formidable. However, they are exceedingly difficult to reproduce, which results in their population being exceedingly sparse and their reputation in the outside world rather obscure. Nonetheless, they could serve as your soul ring, aligning quite harmoniously with you. Bingshi displayed a hint of peculiar astonishment, clearly intrigued by the spirit beast that had remarkably exceeded the usual limitations of its cultivation age and sprouted a tail. Bingshi settled her mind, assuming a cross-legged position, and began to assess her own condition. The figure of Bingshi materialized within the sea of consciousness. What was once merely a tranquil pool of mental energy had now transformed into a flowing river, upon which a plump maggot floated leisurely. Upon noticing Bingshi's presence, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Ah, the little one has arrived. Come, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony." Bingshi's lips twitched slightly as she retorted, "This is my spiritual sea." Well, I know. Tianming Bingkin waved his hand, boasting. "What do you think? I've crafted your spiritual sea rather well, haven't I? Are you beginning to admire me? Let me tell you, with me by your side, your ultimate goal is to ascend to divinity." Bingshi gazed at the writhing dream Ice Silkworm. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she declared, "You ought to be devoured." The dream Ice Silkworm, displaying a hint of sentience, cast a sidelong glance at Bingshi and retorted, "Do you have any inkling of the soul skill I have brought for you? I find it hard to believe you would still utter such words after you learn of it." Bingshi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, "What skills?" I have brought you two soul techniques, soul capture and dreamlike ice sea. Soul capture? Bingshi never anticipated that the heavenly dream ice silkworm would bestow upon her Ari's passive ability. Humph. The effect of soul capture forces the enemy into a state of dizziness. The exact duration of control will depend on the disparity between you and your foe. Bingshi understood that indeed, Ari's passive skill had undergone a transformation. The dreamlike ice sea forcibly immerses adversaries in a realm of ice, conjuring illusions of their most coveted desires, unhindered by the disparity of soul power levels, until they awaken to the reality and escape the mirage. Should they fail to recognize their true selves, their consciousness will perish in the icy depths. Bingshi was momentarily taken aback. This was undeniably a bug-like ability, wasn't it? No wonder in the original work of Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, Hui Yuhao was bestowed with 4 soul skills, while she herself received only 2. This single soul skill was undoubtedly equivalent to 3. Bingshi pondered for a moment, her expression taking on a peculiar quality. How does this sound so reminiscent of Izanami? Tianming Binkan clicked her tongue in disappointment and remarked, regrettably, this skill comes with a significant limitation. It drains all of your soul power. Regardless of the realm one occupies, utilizing it will deplete all soul energy. Furthermore, it cannot be employed again within the span of a single day. Upon hearing the explanation from the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Bingshi was not particularly surprised. It was indeed impossible without certain limitations. Even with these constraints in place, it could already be considered a divine skill. Bingshi smiled and said, "Thank you, Tianming. I shall take my leave now." Tianming Binkan waved her hand and replied, Go on. Next time you wish to find me, you need not enter. Simply summon me in your heart." After examining her spiritual sea, Bingshi began to introspect. To her astonishment, she discovered that she had already attained the 40th level of soul power, ready at any moment to hunt for a soul ring. Bingshi opened her eyes, having dispelled the possession of the 9-tailed fox, and exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Schwer, Sister Binger, I have reached level 40. However, she noticed that the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were gazing at her with a peculiar expression. The Ice Emperor gestured towards the back of Bingshi's head. Bewildered, Bingshi reached up to touch it, her fingers catching a strand of hair. Huh? How has my hair turned pink? Her originally sky blue locks had now transformed entirely into a shade of pink. Bingshi promptly picked up a piece of dark ice from the ground, and in its reflection, she discovered that her visage had remained unchanged. Bingshi patted her burgeoning bosom, inwardly reflecting, "Thankfully, I have not transformed into the true form of Ali." The Ice Emperor approached Bingshi, playfully grasping her delicate pink hair in his hand. The hue of her locks appeared even more enchanting. At this moment, Bingshi had grown taller than the Ice Emperor himself. From the vantage point above, his features were strikingly exquisite. In a whimsical turn of fate, Bingshi unexpectedly pressed a gentle kiss upon the Ice Emperor's forehead. Although it was a fleeting touch, akin to a spark, the Ice Emperor distinctly felt the soft, tender lips against his skin. Observing Bingshi's bewildered expression and the amused demeanor of the Snow Emperor nearby, a blush crept onto the Ice Emperor's cheeks. Avoiding the Snow Emperor's gaze, he deftly shifted the topic, saying, "I noticed that when you manifested your martial soul, your ice crystal phoenix did not vanish. Is it possible for you to wield 2 martial souls simultaneously?" Bingshi unleashed her 9-tailed fox martial soul, gazing curiously at the icy crystalline phoenix perched immovably upon her shoulder. She endeavored to expand the icy phoenix, and to her astonishment, it truly worked. However, the position of the soul ring shifted to the rear of the crystalline phoenix. In the future, do not hastily employ both martial souls simultaneously, the Snow Empress admonished with a grave expression. Bingshi nodded thoughtfully, a peculiar notion crossing her mind. Indeed, it was a case of the phoenix in her left hand and the fox in her right. There was no need for a guarantee of victory. Chapter 18. The Hunt for Soul Rings. After burying the icy cavern, the group prepared to assist Bingshi in her quest for soul rings. Due to her ability to wield 2 martial souls simultaneously, the Snow Empress intended to directly aid Bingshi in acquiring the second martial soul, the 9-tailed fox, along with its second, third, and fourth soul rings. Not long after departing from the icy cavern, they encountered the first suitable soul beast for Bingshi, a 30,000-year-old crystal treasure beast. This particular soul beast was exceedingly rare, with perhaps no more than 10 existing throughout the entire extreme north. It possessed the unique dual attributes of spirit and gem, with a talent for treasure appraisal. Due to its body being covered in crystalline formations, its innate ability allowed it to launch these crystal structures as projectiles, inflicting damage while simultaneously causing mental disarray in its adversaries. "You are indeed fortunate, little Sierre," the Snow Empress remarked with a smile as she elucidated to Bingshi. Decades ago, over 20 crystal treasure beasts fled from their natural enemies, escaping from the outskirts of the frozen forest to the extreme north. Given that the temperatures here are significantly colder than in the frozen forest, most of these creatures perished. This may very well be one of the last few you can find. Do not be deceived by its sturdy appearance. Despite its crystalline exterior, its defensive capabilities are rather weak, and its offensive power is not particularly high either, leading to its dwindling numbers. However, as a soul ring for you, its ability to induce mental chaos is quite commendable. While she spoke, the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, had already returned with the unfortunate crystal treasure beast, nearly lifeless. With a soft sigh, Bingshi concluded its existence with a single soul skill. Yet, she felt little remorse. Recognizing that the scarcity of soul beasts was simply a consequence of the relentless laws of nature, Bingshi gracefully settled onto her knees, embarking on the absorption of her soul ring. Strictly speaking, this marked Bingshi's inaugural experience in absorbing a soul ring herself. Previously, all soul rings had been procured and offered to her as sacrifices by the Snow Empress, but this occasion was truly her own endeavor. Although the soul beast in question was 30,000 years old, Bingshi's physical constitution had been significantly enhanced by the sacrifices of the previous soul beasts, rendering her largely impervious to threats. The only peril posed was the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast, however. Due to the dream ice silkworm facilitating the creation of her mental sea, it could not stir much turbulence. In a brief span, Bingshi successfully absorbed the soul ring. Observing the eager gazes of the Ice and Snow Emperors, she smiled and unleashed her soul skill. The second soul skill, Illusionary Pearl, a shimmering orb, resembling a precious jewel, was cast from Bingshi's hand, traveling in a straight line for 10 meters before curving back into her grasp, vanishing from sight. Bingshi elucidated. The fraudulent orb launches a sphere in a linear trajectory, which does not cease upon contact with adversaries, inflicting damage and inducing a state of mental disarray upon all foes in its path. The Snow Empress nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "The skill is fairly decent, albeit it can be easily evaded. However, with the assistance of the primary martial soul, it remains a commendable control technique." Bingshi meticulously examined her surroundings and, upon discovering that the crystal beast had not yielded a soul bone, resumed her search for a suitable soul beast. After a long afternoon of searching, she finally encountered a rare Icefire spirit beast, aged approximately 40,000 years, near the core of the extreme northern region. The Icefire spirit beast possessed the unusual dual attributes of ice and fire, along with a hint of spiritual affinity in its innate skills, making it quite suitable for your second martial soul, remarked the Ice Emperor. Half an hour later, after absorbing the soul ring, Bingshi eagerly announced, "My third soul skill is called Enigmatic Foxfire. It unleashes 3 orbs of foxfire that inflict burning damage upon foes. However, fortune did not favor them in the subsequent hours, as they encountered either unsuitable soul beasts or those with insufficient age. By evening, the group resolved to rest within a cave, planning to seek out soul rings the following day. Just as they entered the cave, a resonant sound echoed from its depths. Upon hearing this sound, the ice crystal phoenix perched on Bingshi's shoulder unexpectedly screeched in response, seemingly echoing the noise from the cave's interior. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor exchanged concerned glances, with the Snow Emperor inquiring, "Binger, can you discern what soul beast this might be?" The Ice Emperor shook his head, uncertain. The sound resembled the cry of Scientis ice crystal phoenix. Could it be a phoenix? The Snow Emperor's eyes brightened. Entering to investigate would reveal the truth. Before the crowd could step forward, a swift figure shot out from within with a whoosh. The keen-eyed Snow Emperor immediately discerned the figure's full visage and exclaimed with excitement, "It is an ice phoenix. Judging by this aura, its cultivation should be around 50,000 years. Sierra, your first martial soul's 4th spirit ring has found its match." To prevent the ice phoenix from fleeing, the Snow Emperor unleashed his renowned ultimate skill, Emperor's Cold Sky, Snow Dance Glorious Sun. The ice phoenix was enveloped by the Snow Emperor's domain ability, rendered utterly immobile. Subsequently, the Snow Emperor unleashed a powerful strike, delivering a devastating blow to the ice phoenix. Witnessing the bloodied and mangled creature, the ice crystal phoenix emitted several mournful cries, before expressing its excitement with a few more calls, leaving Icea utterly bewildered. Noticing Icea's prolonged inaction, the ice crystal phoenix urged her with a few more cries. Bingshi finally settled into a meditative position, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. This process extended unusually long, and it was not until 2 hours had elapsed that Bingshi rose once more. Chapter 19. The the phoenix's rebirth in the external soul bone. In the early morning, a profound silence enveloped the world as the sky gradually brightened. The darkness was receding, and the dawn's gentle light slowly roused the slumbering beings. Bingshi slowly opened her eyes, the speed of absorption far exceeding her expectations, as she had absorbed throughout the entire night. However, the benefits reaped were equally unimaginable, causing a smile to unconsciously grace her lips. "Oh, Sheer, you have finally completed your absorption. Pray tell, what skills have you acquired?" inquired the Ice Emperor with keen curiosity. The corners of Bingshi's mouth barely concealed her mirth. "This Ice Phoenix, aged 50,000 years, has bestowed upon me a remarkable skill." As she spoke, she commanded the Ice Crystal Phoenix to enlarge, the 4 soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black, beneath her feet vividly coming to life, now nearly 20 meters in length. The Ice Crystal Phoenix appeared somewhat cramped within the confines of the cave. However, the Snow Empress's attention was not drawn to this, but rather to Bingshi's soul rings. "Sierra, why is your 4th soul ring dark?" the Snow Empress inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. The first 3 soul rings radiated a subtle luminosity, while the 4th remained dim and devoid of light. Bingshi smiled faintly, for this skill was not one I actively invoked, but rather one that could only be employed under specific circumstances. The Ice Emperor, with a hint of playful reproach, remarked, "All right, enough with the suspense. Please, do tell." Bingshi gazed upon the stunning visage of the Ice Emperor, a sly smile gracing her lips. She then proclaimed, "The 4th soul skill, Phoenix Rebirth, allows one to transform into an ice egg upon sustaining a fatal blow, granting rebirth after 30 seconds, during which time all harm and control effects are rendered ineffective. For a quarter of an hour following this resurrection, one receives a significant enhancement to all attributes, alongside a minute of complete immunity to damage. This skill can only be activated once every month." The Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and Xiaobai all exhibited expressions of incredulity. "This is utterly absurd. It is nothing short of a miraculous skill." The Ice Emperor could not help but murmur. The Snow Emperor, gazing at the prideful Ice She, found himself at a loss for words and could only utter one phrase, "Monstrous." Bingshi spread her hands helplessly. There was no alternative. Almost all abilities of the Ice Birds, once transformed into soul skills, would receive an amplification, and she had not anticipated that the passive skill would become so outrageous. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Phoenix let out a heartrending cry, and Bingshi collapsed to the ground in agony. What was happening? The Ice and Snow Emperors were taken aback, hastily kneeling to inquire about Bingshi's condition. Bingshi struggled to point at her back, overwhelmed by pain. Just as the Ice and Snow Emperors were about to peel away her garments to assess the situation, the Crystal Phoenix let out 2 anguished cries. Its wings, once a celestial blue, gradually transformed into a pure white. Simultaneously, Bingshi's back tore open, giving rise to a pair of fleshy wings. Only when the Crystal Phoenix's wings had completely turned white did the growth of Bingshi's wings cease. A stunning pair of pristine wings emerged from her back, adorned with diamond-like crystalline formations, though the bloodstains at the roots of the wings marred the beauty of the scene. Bingshi exhaled deeply, attempting to flap her wings, and discovered, to her astonishment, that she had truly ascended into the air. The Ice Emperor murmured in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, the anguish that had once marred Bingshi's countenance vanished, replaced instead by exhilaration as she exclaimed, "An external spirit bone." "An external spirit bone?" The Snow Emperor pondered this term thoughtfully, his expression reflecting a hint of confusion as he inquired, "What is it?" Bingshi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that the Ice and Snow Emperors were utterly unaware of what an external spirit bone was. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was perfectly normal for them, as spirit beasts, to lack knowledge about such a rare artifact. Nevertheless, Bingshi proceeded to explain, external spirit bones are the most extraordinary treasures, ranking even above the 10,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones on the list of coveted items for spirit masters. In simpler terms, the distinction between a 10,000-year spirit bone and an external spirit bone is akin to the difference between 10,000-year profound ice and 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Moreover, this external spirit bone, the Ice Phoenix Wing, has granted me a soul skill known as Ice Wing Slash, which allows me to strike enemies from a distance while airborne. The Snow Emperor nodded and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, dear Xiaoxi, on obtaining such a treasure." Observing Bingshi flapping her wings joyfully in the air, the Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged a knowing glance and shared a smile. A month later, with the assistance of the Ice by Pond, Bingshi finally fully integrated the Ice Phoenix Wing, solidifying her soul power level at 42, with no trace of instability remaining. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the Snow Emperor, Bingshi mastered the techniques of Emperor's Palm, Great Cold without snow, and Emperor's Sword, Ice Extreme without equal, although the power of these techniques was still somewhat lacking. With further practice, they could serve as formidable trump cards. Within the Palace of Ice and Snow, the Ice Emperor rushed outside the palace, granting farewell time to the Snow Empress and Bingshi. Within the hall, the Snow Empress held Bingshi in her embrace, lingering in silence for an extended moment. Bingshi gently patted the Snow Empress's jade-like back and comfortingly said, "Sister Schwer, I will often return to visit you. I am not leaving forever." The Snow Empress released Bingshi, tenderly ruffled her pink locks, and smiled as she replied, "It's just that I will miss my little Bingshi for a while, which leaves me feeling a tad melancholic." "Well, off you go now. Binga will soon grow anxious waiting." Bingshi nodded gently, gesturing to the Snow Emperor as she exited the palace. "I await your return." Her soft voice floated away with a gentle breeze. Chapter 20. The Ant Emperor's Three Brothers. The far north lies at the northernmost edge of the Tiando Empire, while the Stardo Forest is situated to the south, bordering the Xinglua Empire. Thus, Bingshi and her companions must traverse the entirety of the Tiando Empire to reach the Stardo Forest. The Ice Crystal Phoenix, having grown to over 20 meters, comfortably carries the Ice Emperor, Bingshi, and Xiaobai upon its back without feeling cramped. Notably, Xiaobai has consumed the snow-form grass, transforming into a towering figure of 2 meters, which renders the Ice Emperor and Bingshi, standing beside him, remarkably petite. Despite his imposing height, Xiaobai's countenance bears no trace of ferocity. Rather, it exudes a charming innocence. With no urgency in their journey, they meander along the way, stopping to explore cities and procure supplies. Naturally, due to the striking beauty of Bingshi and the Ice Emperor, they don veils when they descend to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Bing Di reclined comfortably upon Bingshi's lap, savoring the plush softness beneath her head, occasionally requesting Bingshi to feed her pieces of fruit. "Xiaobai, are we nearly there?" Bing Di murmured languidly, standing at the forefront of the Ice Phoenix. Xiaobai turned around, his massive palm patting his head in a simple, earnest manner. "Almost," he replied warmly. "Just ahead now." "Good heavens, we're finally close." Bingshi could no longer restrain her tears, for only heaven knew the tribulations she had endured over this past month. Initially, circumstances had been tolerable when encountering cities. The Ice Empress hadn't clamored to descend for shopping sprees. Yet Bingshi herself had insisted on purchasing fruits to chill with soul power for her consumption, subsequently procuring candied hawthorns and other delicacies along with garments. From that moment, the Ice Empress had transformed into an insatiable gourmand and shopping enthusiast, demanding procurement expeditions at every urban encounter. Were it not for these diversions, they would have arrived half a month prior. Regarding the origin of their funds, naturally, they had robbed the rich to aid the poor, appropriating wealth from villains to sustain themselves. Due to the extreme scarcity of spiritual attributed soul beasts in the extreme north, Bingshi had failed to locate a suitable candidate for her nine-tailed fox spirit's 4th soul ring, hence this journey to the Stardo Great Forest. Coincidentally, the Ice Empress had intended to visit the Black Dragon and her dear confidant, Biju. After a month's arduous travel, the party finally reached the forest periphery. As the Stardo Great Forest was famously a no-fly zone, where one might abruptly cease existing mid-flight, they stopped at a border town for final preparations before proceeding. Upon entering the forest's embrace, crisp air immediately caressed their faces. Inhaling deeply revealed pine resin's delicate fragrance interwoven with the woodland's distinctive essence, a subtle, invigorating sweetness that cleared the mind. This stood in stark contrast to the extreme north, where most soul beasts remained concealed. Here, they appeared nearly ubiquitous. Within a short distance, Bingshi's group had already encountered numerous species. Perhaps due to the intimidating auras emanating from the Ice Empress and Little White, no foolish beasts dared assault them along the path. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Bingshi inquired with perplexity, "Where are we bound? Wasn't acquiring soul rings our purpose? I've observed several spiritual-type beasts already." The Ice Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Ice Shi, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? We are venturing into the Stardo Forest to hunt for soul rings, and we must at least pay our respects to the master of this forest." "Tian?" Ice Shi gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You seem to know quite a bit. Has Schwer taught you?" The Ice Emperor chuckled softly. "Of course, we must pay a visit. It is basic etiquette. Just as Tian would be obliged to visit Schwer if he wished to partake in a feast in the extreme north. And you need not be overly apprehensive. Although he may appear quite fearsome, he maintains a good rapport with both Schwer and me. His wife is, in fact, my dear friend. His wife? Aishi's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired eagerly. The Emerald Swan, by Ji, who has lived for over 500,000 years, is Dition's companion. It is akin to a wife. Moreover, to my knowledge, there is a young dragon, under 200,000 years old, who also holds affection for him. The Ice Emperor elaborated with enthusiasm. As they conversed, the group had already arrived at the core of the Stardow forest. With a swift motion, 3 enormous soul beasts resembling ants materialized before them. 3 ancient Qianjun ants, aged around 80,000 to nearly 90,000 years? The Ice Emperor remarked with intrigue. Is it truly possible for Qianjun ants to attain such elevated realms? Before them stood 3 Qianjun ant kings, each measuring approximately 3 meters in length. Their bodies adorned with a layer of dark golden exoskeleton. They possessed 6 sturdy, powerful legs and 6 eyes atop their heads, emanating a ghostly green luminescence. The Qianjun ant is arguably the most common soul beast on the Douluo continent, found in abundance throughout various locales, except in the extreme north. Their modest size and lack of exceptional skills make it quite challenging to encounter even a century-old specimen. Bingshi understood that these 3 sovereign ants must be the final soul rings of Tang San's Haotian hammer. However, she did not command the Ice Emperor or Xiaobai to intervene. To her, whether or not to sever Tang San's fortune was of little consequence, unless it served her own interests. Chapter 21. The Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian Xiaobai, drive them away. It is not easy for sovereign ants to cultivate. The Ice Emperor stated. Xiaobai nodded, no longer concealing the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, and unleashed a furious roar directed at the 3 sovereign ants. What perplexed Bingshi was that the 3 sovereign ants did not retreat. Instead, they assumed a battle stance. Were these creatures not merely fools? Or did they perceive Xiaobai simply as an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast? In the distance, a sound reminiscent of a cow's mooing echoed, causing a flicker of hesitation to appear in the eyes of the sovereign ants. After a moment of pacing back and forth, they fled toward the outer circle of the core area. At that moment, a heavy footfall resonated from afar. Before long, the source of the footsteps revealed itself. A colossal ape, towering like a small mountain, stood before everyone, easily exceeding 15 meters in height. Has the little monkey grown this large? The Ice Emperor remarked, gazing up at the gigantic ape with awe. A little monkey? Are you certain this is a little monkey? Bingshi's lips twitched involuntarily. Who is she? The giant ape inquired, pointing at Bingshi with a hand larger than her own, filled with confusion. The Ice Emperor offered no reply, merely seizing Bingshi and Xiaobai, alighting upon the back of the colossal gorilla. Let us depart. Guide me to the Lake of Life. Despite the giant gorilla's immense stature, its movements were surprisingly agile, and soon they arrived at the shores of the Lake of Life. Nestled amidst a dense forest, the lake shimmered with crystal-clear waters, exuding an astounding aura of vitality. Sunlight filtered through the layered foliage like strands of golden sand, cascading onto the lake's surface, creating a mesmerizing play of light. The grassy banks were adorned with a myriad of blooming flowers, each releasing an alluring fragrance. Occasionally, the melodic calls of avian spirit beasts echoed through the air, harmonizing with the gentle sounds of flowing water, resonating in the soft breeze for an extended time. A true paradise on earth, a realm beyond the mundane. Enchanted by this captivating scenery, Bingshi found herself momentarily entranced. A sudden splash jolted her from her reverie. As a colossal bovine had emerged from the water, speaking in a human voice, Your Majesty, Ice Emperor, it has been far too long. It is little Loach, indeed. It has been ages, nearly 10,000 years have passed. She replied. What brings you two here? What of Little Grass, Little Bunny, and the Great Bunny? As the Ice Emperor regarded the bovine head surfacing from the lake, nostalgia enveloped her. The bovine figure rose from the water, revealing a serpent's body beneath. Towering nearly 20 meters high, a celestial azure cow python then. Thus, the giant gorilla must be the Titan giant ape. As for Little Grass, Little Bunny, and the elder bunny mentioned by Sister Bing, they must be Yin, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's mother, she mused inwardly. The tone of the celestial azure cow python grew somber, tinged with an undeniable sadness. Sister Yin has chosen the path of rebirth. Her current state remains unknown to us. Aunt Xiao Yi was tragically hunted down by a soul master a few years ago, and Sister Xiao Wu has also opted for rebirth into adulthood. The Ice Emperor, filled with a sense of loss, lamented, Alas, little E has passed away. I truly relished the dishes she prepared. The azure bull python, shaking its head gently, inquired with utmost caution, Your Majesty, is there a purpose to your visit this time? The Ice Emperor chuckled mockingly, You little loach, Are you still so afraid of me? Rest assured, I have not come to bully you this time. I am here in search of the old dragon. Is he currently asleep? The azure bull python's body instantly stiffened, and its massive bovine head displayed a hint of human-like embarrassment. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, my companion, and I are merely gatekeepers. How could we possibly know the whereabouts of the beast god? Come down. I am not asleep, came a sudden voice from the depths of the lake, deep and resonant, imbued with an air of authority. Upon hearing the sound, the Ice Emperor addressed Xiaobai, saying, "You may remain here and guard." After Xiaobai nodded in agreement, she took hold of Bingxi and leaped into the lake. Witnessing the Ice Emperor's descent, the Tianqing Niupong let out a sigh of relief and nodded to Xiaobai before submerging once more into the water. From the surface, the lake of life appeared crystal clear. Yet as Bingxi plunged beneath, she discovered an entirely different world within. After descending approximately 30 meters, a vast cavern emerged before Bingxi's eyes. The interior of the cave was somewhat dim, which made Bingxi feel quite uneasy. Suddenly, a colossal luminous object materialized before her, startling Bingxi profoundly. Just as Bingxi was about to reach out and touch the luminous object, she heard the Ice Emperor's stern voice command, "Don't move," which startled her into stillness. The Ice Emperor, with a hint of irritation, called out, "You, the illustrious Emperor Tian, resorting to such trivial tricks to intimidate my dear Sheer, is rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree?" A soft chuckle emanated from within, and then the immense luminescent entity departed from its position. Following the Ice Emperor, Bingxi beheld the entirety of this subterranean realm. The underground expanse stretched several thousand meters, resembling a grand palace, albeit lacking the supporting pillars typically found within such structures. What left Bingxi in awe was the colossal dragon spiraling not far in front of her. The dragon, entirely black, measured an impressive length of over 100 meters, and its two eyes gleamed with a golden hue. So, did I almost touch the eyes of the Emperor Tian just now? Upon witnessing the golden pupils, it would be utterly foolish for Bingxi not to comprehend the significance. The formidable black dragon before her was none other than the most fearsome beast of the Douluo continent, the golden-eyed black dragon king, beast god Emperor Tian. Boasting over 800,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 22, The Dark Magic Evil God Tiger Ice Emperor, you rarely visit without purpose. You have a future of over 10,000 years ahead of you. What brings you here this time, and why have you brought a human along? Spoke Emperor Tian, his massive dragon head articulating human words. The Ice Emperor raised his head, straining to gaze at Emperor Tian in vain, before exclaiming in a fit of exasperation, "Would you please take on a human form? It gives me a sense of accomplishment to look up at you. Do you believe I would summon Bio? What is so desirable about being human? If it were not for Biki's fondness for the human form, and not for the sake of accommodating her, I would not transform into one," Emperor Tian retorted, coldly snorting as he morphed into a strikingly handsome man clad in black. Bingxi could not help but chuckle, for the use of the word cooperation was exceedingly clever, though it remained uncertain whether it was meant in jest. Upon hearing Bingxi's laughter and observing the suppressed mirth of the Ice Emperor, Tian suddenly realized he had misspoken, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He then swiftly diverted the conversation, inquiring, "What is it that brings you here?" Bingxi solemnly declared, "We spirit beasts should stand united as one. Therefore, I shall conceal nothing from you. Sheesh is the newly born spirit of heaven and earth in our extreme north. Though human in form, she has won the deep affection of both myself and Schwer. She has awakened twin martial souls, one of ultimate ice and another of spiritual attributes. Since no suitable spiritual type spirit beast could be found in the extreme north, I have brought her to you." Tian frowned upon hearing this, his brow furrowing with concern. "A human? The spirit of heaven and earth? Twin martial souls?" His voice carried a note of suspicion as he continued. "Are you and the Snow Emperor attempting to forge a deity?" Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor felt a surge of astonishment within her. She had not anticipated that Emperor Tian would be so perceptive, immediately discerning their true intentions. Just as she was about to concoct an excuse to deflect the conversation, Emperor Tian chuckled softly and remarked, "Well, it has little to do with me now. This time, fortune is on your side, as I happen to be awake. Had you encountered Bear Lord instead, you would have been compelled to engage in another battle. However, I shall not remain awake for long. Feel free to indulge in your antics. I shall wait here for our master to awaken." The Ice Emperor let out a long sigh. How much longer would it take? Tian responded with a sigh, perhaps several tens of thousands of years. If there is anything, just instruct the guard outside to handle it. By the way, who is on guard now? A little loach and a little monkey. Tian was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. He said, "Ah, it's them. Just give them your instructions. By the way, a new generation of fate divine beasts has emerged in the Star Do Great Forest. You must not accidentally harm her." With that, Tian waved his hand, transforming back into his dragon form and closing his enormous eyes. Fate divine beast? Is it Xioa? She pondered. Upon returning to the shore and declining the aid of the Tianqing Yomeng, the Ice Emperor began searching for a suitable soul beast for Aishi. The Star Do Great Forest was replete with various soul beasts, and even the rare mental-type soul beasts were numerous, though their ages were somewhat low. In Aishi estimation, although soul rings merely served as vessels for Ali's skills, higher-aged soul beasts could significantly enhance her physical abilities. Thus, her target age range was between 50,000 to 60,000 years. While searching for mental-type soul beasts, she encountered two that piqued her interest. The first was a 1,700-year-old human-faced demon spider, whose age matched that of Tang Sen's third soul ring. However, she was unsure if they were indeed the same. Nevertheless, she lacked the inclination to slay this human-faced demon spider, not out of fear of the so-called destined one, but simply due to the absence of conflicting interests. In the absence of such conflicts, there was no reason for her to directly kill Tang San, especially with Tang Hao behind him. Although the Ice Emperor and Xiao Bai could easily overpower the former Haotian Douluo, the Haotian hammer and its explosive ring-like abilities posed a significant threat. The second soul beast she encountered was surprisingly also a future soul ring of Tang San, a 50,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, measuring over 4 meters in length. Its entire body was black, adorned with a pair of black wings on its back, while layers of black energy swirled around it, faintly illuminated by a purplish glow. Even the black patterns on its body seemed to ripple as if alive, and more astonishingly, its tail bore a scorpion-like hook. Upon seeing the soul beast, she was indeed captivated. She was pleased with both its age and strength. Unfortunately, the Ice Emperor disapproved, as the dark demon evil god tiger was a soul beast of the utmost evil attribute, leaving Aishi with no choice but to relent. However, upon being released, the tiger did not depart. Instead, it intended to turn the three before it into its meal. This greatly displeased the Ice Emperor, as she harbored a strong aversion to evil soul beasts that relied on devouring to enhance their cultivation. The fact that she had not immediately struck it down was already a concession to Tian, yet it dared to consider her as its nourishment? This was intolerable. The Ice Emperor, with decisive resolve, unleashed his formidable aura. In an instant, all soul beasts in the Star Do Forest prostrated themselves in submission, some so frightened that they lost control of their bodily functions. Who could be so foolish as to provoke His Majesty the Ice Emperor? Was it those 3 insignificant ants, or that accursed black tiger? Erming, come with me to investigate. The azure bull python, trembling in terror, bellowed near the Lake of Life. Chapter 23. The fourth soul ring. Upon directly sensing the Ice Emperor's presence, the dark devil god tiger's face was etched with fear. As a super soul beast with nearly 60,000 years of cultivation, it could evade even the Titan giant ape and azure bull python. However, the Ice Emperor was a fearsome beast with 390,000 years of cultivation, placing them on entirely different tiers. Recognizing the peril, the dark devil god tiger sought to flee. Humph, now you wish to escape? You truly underestimate me. The Ice Emperor scoffed, rapidly closing the distance to the dark devil god tiger. Nonetheless, the dark devil god tiger, being a super soul beast endowed with attributes of wind, lightning, space, and evil, each on par with the ultimate attributes, narrowly dodged a lethal strike from the Ice Emperor. Yet, the ensuing barrage of attacks from the Ice Emperor was relentless. Each strike lethal, with the force of his palms devastating the surrounding trees. Initially, the dark devil god tiger managed to evade the Ice Emperor's ferocious assault, but as time passed, it found itself increasingly unable to cope. After sustaining several crushing blows, it spewed blood and fell to the ground. A glint of cunning flickered in the dark devil god tiger's eyes as it darted toward Aishi, for its fall had fortuitously placed it near her. Just as the dark devil god tiger believed its scheme had succeeded, it was blindsided by the burly figure of Xiao Bai. With a single, unexpected slap, the dark devil god tiger was sent flying, caught off guard, and fixated solely on Aishi. As it struggled to rise, the Ice Emperor's foot pinned it down, rendering it immobile. You are indeed cunning, attempting to harm my dear Sierra. You deserve this punishment, the Ice Emperor declared, his disdain palpable. The area struck by the Ice Emperor instantly froze, only to erupt explosively a moment later. This was none other than the ice exploding technique, a unique skill of the Ice Scorpion clan. Bingshi gazed upon the brutal enforcement of the Ice Emperor before her, her heart heavy with resignation, as if she had already foreseen the days that lay ahead. What astonished her, however, was the demise of the dark demon evil god Tiger, its black soul ring emerging into view. It had not even been afforded the opportunity to utilize its innate skill to draw the Ice Emperor into a duel in an alternate dimension, although even that would have likely ended in defeat, for the Ice Scorpion was no feeble spirit beast, but rather a pinnacle species of the far north. And the Ice Emperor was its sovereign. At that moment, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape arrived, albeit belatedly. The Azure Bull Python surveyed the mangled form of the dark demon evil god Tiger, then glanced at the Ice Emperor, who wore an expression of indifference. Despite regarding the dark demon evil god Tiger as a thorn in its side, it still felt a twinge of sorrow for its tragic fate. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a black orb had pierced through a corner of space, only to vanish without a trace. The Azure Bull Python cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, I deeply regret that such an incident has occurred, disrupting your pleasure. May I ask if you have any commands for us?" The Ice Emperor looked at the timid Sky Blue Bull Python and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Find her a spirit-type soul beast, approximately between 50,000 to 60,000 years old." The Sky Blue Bull Python widened its large, bell-like eyes in astonishment as it glanced at Bingshi, then, along with the Titan Giant Ape, vanished from sight in search of the desired creature. Before long, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape returned, with the Titan Giant Ape holding a peculiar plant in its hand. "Your Majesty, this is a phantom herb, an exceedingly rare spirit-type plant soul beast. Its innate skill is seduction, and it is around 60,000 years old. What do you think?" The Sky Blue Bull Python lowered its massive head and inquired. The Ice Emperor cast his gaze upon Bingshi. Upon noticing the eager expression on Bingshi's face, he gently nodded and said, "Very well, you may return." The Titan Great Ape carefully placed the illusory spirit herb on the ground, while the Sky Blue Bull Python remarked, "Then we shall take our leave." With the Ice Emperor's approval, the two beasts dashed away without a backward glance. Poor child, unaware of the profound shadow this would cast upon his childhood. "Sierra, you may absorb it now." Bingshi drew forth a small knife, extinguishing the life of the phantom grass, and in its wake, a soul ring, dark as jade, emerged. Bingshi gracefully settled onto her knees, channeling the energy of the soul ring into her being, commencing her absorption. Within the depths of her spiritual sea, a sigh of relief escaped her as the unsettling sensation of being observed finally dissipated. To her astonishment, the Stardow Forest harbored such formidable soul beasts. She was fortunate that the Ice Emperor maintained a favorable relationship with it, or the terror might have overwhelmed her. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm mused to itself. Beneath the Lake of Life, the imposing figure of Emperor Tion opened his vast eyes, golden irises revealing a glimmer of wisdom. Creating a deity, perhaps, he pondered. Before closing his eyes once more, plunging the grand hall back into obscurity, the sound fading to an almost imperceptible whisper. In less than an hour, Bingshi completed the absorption of the soul ring. Rising to her feet, she addressed the Ice Emperor with determination. "My fourth soul skill is named Enchanting Sorcery. Its effect is to forcibly charm the enemy, with the duration contingent upon the level disparity between us. The greater the difference, the shorter the time." The Ice Emperor nodded, stretching lazily, revealing her exquisite silhouette. "So, where shall we go next?" "To the Tianshui Academy." Chapter 24, Tianshui Academy. After departing from the Stardow Great Forest, the group took a moment to regroup before setting off for Tianshui Academy. In truth, Bingshi had hoped to visit Shrek Academy. However, with Dai Mubai yet to enroll, there seemed little purpose in going there. Furthermore, it was not yet the appropriate time to seek the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eyes, for she was not Tang San and was unfamiliar with the appearance of the celestial herbs. Thus, she could only peruse ancient texts or perhaps seek out Yang Wudi. Yet, Yang Wudi was notoriously obstinate, a man of unwavering resolve, rendering threats and inducements ineffective. Consequently, Bingshi reluctantly abandoned her intention to pursue the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eyes. Tianshui Academy thus emerged as the most suitable destination, and Bingshi was eager to explore this remarkable institution that admitted female students. Situated not far from the Heavendoe Imperial City, Tianshui Academy resides within Element City. Element City is a significant metropolis of the Heavendoe Empire, notably lacking a branch of the Spirit Hall. Within Element City lie Tianshui Academy, Blaze Academy, Wind God Academy, Thunder Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy, each positioned at the cardinal points of the city, with Elephant Armor Academy at its center. The entire city is under the control of the fire, wind, and water families, which also serve as the supporting clans for the three respective academies. Behind Elephant Armor Academy stands the Elephant Armor sect, while the Thunder Academy is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. For Bingshi and her companions, the journey was long and arduous. En route to Tianshui Academy, the Ice Emperor showed no restraint. Rather, her indulgence intensified, insisting on lingering in each city for a day, indulging in extravagant shopping sprees. The local tyrants were left to lament as the Ice Emperor ruthlessly redistributed wealth. As autumn approached, after more than half a month, they finally arrived at Element City. Upon entering, the Ice Emperor was immediately enchanted by the bustling marketplace, dashing forward in delight. Bingshi helplessly rubbed her forehead. The shopping nature of women was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Bingshi exerted considerable effort to pull the exuberant Bingdi back from her state of revelry. "All right, Sister Binger, come with me to the Tianshui Academy first. You can explore later." "Fine," Bingdi pouted, her face etched with displeasure. Tianshui Academy was easily located within Element City. One merely needed to walk straight north from the city center for about a kilometer. Before Bingshi stood a grand institution with Western architectural influences. Its entire structure bathed in a resplendent blue, reminiscent of the European villas from her previous life. Gazing at the vast expanse of Tianshui Academy, Bingshi couldn't help but marvel silently. Maintaining such a large academy could not solely rely on the support of the Shui family and tuition fees, especially considering that Tianshui Academy was one of the rare institutions that accepted daughters of commoners. Thus, the only feasible method for sustaining such an establishment must be sponsorship. In the world of Douluo continent, various sponsors existed. During the prestigious Soul Master Elite competition, Shrek Academy sported an array of sponsor logos on their uniforms. Given that Tianshui Academy exclusively admitted female students, with both faculty and pupils being girls, it naturally attracted numerous sponsors. However, it remained uncertain whether they received patronage from the royal family or the Spirit Hall. Due to Tianshui Academy's all-female enrollment policy, Bingshi left Xiaobai in the city center. Outside the gates of Tianshui Academy, the number of students registering was sparse. Although the academy did not impose talent restrictions for admission, the overall population of female soul masters was already limited, let alone the specific requirement for water attributes. Bingshi rapped lightly on the table, rousing the drowsy female teacher from her slumber. As her bleary eyes fell upon Bingshi and the Ice Emperor, a spark of recognition illuminated her face. Their striking visages were nearly unparalleled in Tianshui. Only the dean and the two newly enrolled children could be considered their equals in terms of beauty. "Are you two here to enroll in Tianshui Academy?" the teacher inquired with a warm smile, evidently mistaking the diminutive Ice Emperor, who barely stood at a height of 1.60 m, for a prospective student. Bingshi was momentarily taken aback, then gestured with her hand and said, "I am the only one who registered. This behind me is my sister, and she is here to apply for a teaching position." "A teacher?" The Ice Empress appeared utterly bewildered. She had merely intended to accompany Bingshi to register before embarking on a shopping excursion. It was now the female instructor who found herself momentarily taken aback, only to regain her composure after a while and smile as she stated, "Indeed, our academy is somewhat lacking in teachers. However, I must present you before the dean for an interview. Please unleash your martial soul. We only need to ascertain that your attribute corresponds to the water element." Bingshi nodded, commanding the ice crystal phoenix upon her shoulder to enlarge. The female teacher was taken aback, as the scene before her shattered her conventional understanding. "Teacher, surely the soul rings aren't that frightening," she remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the two purple and two black soul rings behind Bingshi, as if observing a curiosity. May I inquire if your martial spirit is a phoenix?" "Indeed, it is called the ice crystal phoenix," Bingshi replied, gently stroking the phoenix's head. To be candid, she hadn't given much thought to her martial spirit's revelation until the moment the soul rings materialized. Nevertheless, being seen didn't faze her, with the Ice Emperor possessing power akin to a 98th level Super Douluo, and Xiaobai, who was just a step away from matching a 95th level Super Douluo. None dared to challenge her. Not even the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, Bibi Dong wasn't yet formidable enough, especially with the ancient elders in the worship hall remaining inactive, providing her with considerable security. Even if Qin Daolu were to personally confront her, the Snow Emperor would ensure he was hardly recognizable to his own mother. Chapter 25, Water Linglong. Another phoenix martial spirit? The female teacher murmured softly. However, Bingshi caught her words, wondering if this meant another phoenix martial spirit, Shui Binga? Well then, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Tianshui Academy. Given your attire suggests you are not of common origin, a fee of 10 gold soul coins is required. Commoners are exempt from tuition fees. I hope you can understand our position, the teacher said with a warm smile. 10 gold soul coins is merely a modest fee. Bingshi responded, nodding as she seized the soul guide ring from the Ice Emperor and retrieved 10 gold soul coins to hand to the teacher. Observing the coins pass into the teacher's hands, a fleeting expression of heartache crossed the Ice Emperor's face, which Bingshi noted. Heavens! Can someone explain why the illustrious Ice Emperor has transformed into a money-obsessed glutton and shopping fanatic? All right, now please follow me inside. I shall escort you to meet the dean. Upon entering with the teacher, the Ice Emperor tugged at Bingshi's sleeve and quietly inquired, "Why do you want me to become a teacher?" Bingshi rolled her eyes and remarked, "Are you not going to enter and become a teacher? Do you wish to part ways with me? Of course, I must reside here at this academy." After a brief pause, she added, "All right then. When you go for your interview with the dean, just simulate the soul rings and release a hint of your aura." The Ice Emperor nodded. Yet his thoughts had already drifted to the candied hawthorn and rice cakes on the street. "I am Mizuki Bai, a graduate of this academy, 27 years of age, and a soul king of the fifth ring. My primary responsibilities include overseeing your admissions and addressing your daily concerns. You may call me Senior Bai, Mizuki Bai." Aishi pondered whether Senior Bai possessed the ability of ice escape. Mizuki Bai gestured toward a small castle in the distance, saying, "That is your dormitory, where all students and teachers reside. Although it sounds like many, our academy comprises merely 200 individuals, including both faculty and students. Moreover, it is my first encounter with someone as strikingly beautiful as you and your sister." Upon hearing that all students resided in that castle, the Ice Emperor exhibited a wary demeanor, yet he relaxed when Mizuki Bai mentioned her admiration for their beauty, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Aishi. "By the way, I am unaware of your name. Could you kindly introduce yourself?" Mizuki Bai inquired with curiosity. "My name is Aishi, and I am 12 years old. A level 42 strong attack soul master. It is noteworthy that upon awakening her second martial soul, Aishi decided to utilize the Ice Crystal Phoenix for strong attacks while employing Ali for control. 12 years old, level 42. Mizuki Bai felt a wave of disbelief. At 27, she was still a soul king, while this young prodigy had already attained the level of a soul master. Such comparisons were disheartening. Nevertheless, she felt fortunate that Tianshui Academy had managed to enroll such a remarkable student. "That is the cafeteria," Mizuki Bai pointed to a distant building, adding, "Next to it is the simulated training ground, which features both oceanic and lake environments. However, as you possess ice attributes, you will be restricted to the glacial simulation environment." Bingshi nodded, committing all of this to memory. "All right, we have arrived. This is the director's chamber. Due to the lack of regular duties, the director has been practicing here. He is, after all, a formidable soul Douluo at level 89. Shui Weiwei declared with a sense of pride. Bingshi cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting her gaze. Indeed, she appeared rather proud. Shui Weiwei knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission from the occupant within, ushered Bingshi and the Ice Emperor inside. "Director, this is our new student and her sister." Her sister expresses a desire to apply for a teaching position. Upon encountering the director, Shui Wuyue immediately displayed a look of admiration. The director's gaze turned to Bingshi and the Ice Emperor, revealing an expression of astonishment. As the director scrutinized the two, Bingshi was also observing her. Clad in a sky blue blouse and a knee-length pleated skirt of teal, the director's eyes sparkled like water, yet bore a subtle chill, as if she could see straight through to one's soul. Her slender fingers were delicate, her skin fair and smooth, and a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Her long, raven black hair obscured half her face, but could not conceal her exquisite beauty. With her left leg elegantly draped over her right, she revealed a glimpse of her fair calf and dainty toes. What a stunningly beautiful lady! At the sight of the director, the Ice Emperor grew wary, as if fearing that Bingshi might be taken away. The director, with a charming smile, introduced herself. "I am Shui Linglong, the principal of this academy. Would you be so kind as to unleash your martial spirit? If it proves suitable, I shall consider appointing you as a teacher." Chapter 26. The shock of Shui Linglong. The Ice Emperor curled his lip, reluctantly unleashing his martial soul under the Ice Emperor's urging. For soul beasts capable of assuming human form, transforming their true essence into a martial soul and harnessing their cultivation to condense into a soul ring is a simple feat, one that can easily deceive others. The true form of the Ice Emperor materialized behind her, a delicate scorpion imbued with a lustrous jade-like texture. As the Ice Emperor's martial soul emerged, the entire room instantaneously descended into a frigid chill. Shui Linglong, fortified by her formidable cultivation of level 89, managed to withstand the onslaught, yet Shui Wuyuebai trembled uncontrollably in the biting cold. 9 illusory soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and crimson, materialized beneath the Ice Emperor's feet. Bingshi gazed at the vibrant crimson soul ring, a symbol of 100,000 years, with a hint of astonishment. She had initially intended for the Ice Emperor to merely display the majesty of a title Douluo. Upon witnessing these 9 soul rings, Shui Linglong's demeanor shifted. The elegance and composure she had earlier vanished. She hastily performed a half-bow and said, "I am unaware of the esteemed title Douluo's presence here. I deeply apologize for any offense caused and hope for your understanding." The Ice Emperor waved his hand, dispelling his true form, and the room returned to its original temperature. "Might I inquire about your title, Your Majesty?" Shui Linglong asked cautiously. It was no wonder she was so prudent. A title Douluo, especially one possessing a 100,000-year soul ring, was beyond her own status, not to mention the esteemed families of the Shui, Hua, and Feng clans. "It is the Ice Emperor Douluo," Bingshi interjected, answering before the Ice Emperor could respond. The Ice Emperor pouted in frustration, initially wishing to embody a majestic and imposing title. Disregarding the Ice Emperor's minor discontent, Bingshi inquired, "Director, may my sister enter?" Shui Linglong, taken aback by the unexpected attention, responded, "Of course, she may. I could appoint Her Majesty the Ice Emperor as a visiting scholar at Tianshui Academy, if that pleases you." The Ice Emperor nodded. For as long as he could be with Little Sierra, it mattered not whether he acted as a guest elder or a teacher. "May I observe your martial soul cultivation?" Upon receiving the Ice Emperor's consent, Shui Linglong felt a surge of joy within her heart and turned to Ice Ye. "Dean, allow me to tell you. This junior's cultivation will surely astound you." Shui Wuyuebai interjected. "Oh, then I am indeed eager to witness it." Shui Linglong harbored disbelief in her eyes. The seemingly 12 or 13-year-old Ice Ye was merely at the level of her niece, who had just begun her studies, perhaps reaching a maximum of level 30. Although she could not discern Ice Ye's true cultivation, she assumed it was merely concealed by the Ice Emperor's protective aura. Just as this thought crossed her mind, an astonishing sight shattered her perceptions honed over the past 30 years. 2 purple and 2 black soul rings emanated a mysterious glow. "How is this possible?" Shui Linglong managed to ask, her voice strained. "How old are you this year?" 12, to be precise. I will be 13 in 3 months. A 12-year-old soul master, with a configuration of soul rings surpassing the optimal ratio. Shui Linglong glanced at the Ice Emperor, who stood in stunned silence, and inwardly lamented the advantages of having a title Douluo elder. If Ice Ye could hear Shui Linglong's thoughts, she would surely correct her. "No, you are mistaken. Having extraordinary luck is what truly matters. Please escort His Majesty the Ice Emperor and Little Xie to rest. Arrange for them a double room." Adhering to the highest standards, Shui Wuyuebai cast a wary glance at the Ice Emperor, clearly feeling the weight of the recent chill in the presence of a title Douluo. Bingshi approached and gently patted Shui Wuyue's hand, offering a moment of solace before Shui Wuyue mustered the courage to lead the two towards the dormitory. Although the 12-year-old soul master did not inquire about specific ranks, it was evident that in 4 years, he would at least attain the level of a soul king. Moreover, with Binger and the soon-to-enroll Ware, they could contend for the top 3 positions in the elite soul master competition 4 years hence. Observing the retreating figures of the Ice Emperor and Bingshi, Shui Linglong murmured in excitement. Yet, this Ice Emperor Douluo was a name she had never encountered before. Could it be a hidden sect? How peculiar indeed. No, I must hasten to inform my family and other academies to avoid any conflict with her. With these thoughts in mind, Shui Linglong promptly departed from the academy, heading off into the distance. "Here is your residence. Are you satisfied?" Shui Wuyue cautiously inquired, his timid demeanor evoking a profound sense of empathy. The Ice Emperor surveyed the opulent room before him, nodding in satisfaction. Upon witnessing this gesture, Mizuki finally exhaled in relief. "If you have any instructions, feel free to summon me. I reside beside the staircase on the 1st floor. Additionally, Junior Xiaoxi, I shall bring your school uniform shortly." Before Aishi could respond, Mizuki swiftly departed, as if a torrent of calamity lurked within that space. "Mingshi, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation, closed the door behind her and gazed at the unmoving figure of the Ice Emperor sprawled on the bed, with a resigned smile. She then proceeded to the bathroom. At the very moment Bingshi shut the door, a girl stood at the foot of the stairs, perplexed. Who are they? How could they be residing in the VIP dormitory? Chapter 27. Shui Bing'er. The following morning, Bingshi donned the uniform of Tianshui Academy, a blue and white checkered shirt paired with a pleated skirt, as she made her way to the classroom. Along the way, she indulged her eyes on the numerous long legs that graced the academy grounds. Tianshui Academy truly lived up to its former reputation as the Tianshui girl group. Although Bingshi did not encounter anyone whose beauty matched her own, the girls she observed were all strikingly above average. Bingshi has been assigned to the elite class, and she learned from the dean, Shui Linglong, that the participants for the next Elite Soul Master competition will be selected from this class. Now, today we welcome 2 new students to our elite class. Let us invite them to introduce themselves. The instructor of the elite class is named Shueqingye, recognized as the foremost expert at Tianshui Academy, second only to Shui Linglong, with a cultivation level reaching 78. As Bingshi was about to rise, she noticed the girl in front of her standing up and introducing herself. My name is Shui Bing'er. I am 12 years old, and my martial soul is the Ice Phoenix. I am a level 29 control system soul master. I hope to become good friends with everyone in the days to come. Due to Shui Bing'er being positioned in front of her, Bingshi could not see her face. However, Bing'er's voice was melodious and pleasant, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Level 12 and level 29? Bingshi thought to herself, for at this age, such a level already signifies a top-tier genius. At the age of 32, Tang San had only reached level 29, had it not been for the miraculous herb of the ice and fire yin yang eye. It would have been uncertain whether Tang San could have bested Shui Bing'er. Now it's your turn, Shueqingye indicated towards Bingshi. Bingshi rose to her feet and proclaimed, My name is Bingshi, I am 12 years old, and my martial soul is the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Upon hearing Bingshi mention her martial soul, Shui Bing'er instinctively turned to glance at her. This was the first time Shui Bing'er beheld Bingshi's true visage, and she was utterly captivated. Particularly striking was the ice divine crystal on Bingshi's forehead, which shimmered brilliantly, rendering her exceptionally resplendent yet profoundly sacred. Moreover, Shui Bing'er sensed an inexplicable stir within her own martial soul, as if there were something within Bingshi that irresistibly drew her in. Could it be due to their shared affinity for the Ice Phoenix martial soul? Bingshi did not disclose her soul power level, nor did Shueqingye inquire, for she had received a message from the dean the previous night, revealing the astonishing ratio of Bingshi's soul rings. Due to being part of the elite class, most members had already reached level 30, and during lessons, there was little for the teachers to impart. Consequently, Shueqingye merely offered a brief reminder before dismissing the class. Just as Bingshi intended to leave the classroom in search of Bingdi, she found herself confronted by another individual. The newcomer was Shui Bing'er, and for the first time, Bingshi beheld her in full. Dressed in the uniform of Tianshui Academy, she stood slightly shorter than Bingshi, around 165 centimeters tall. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her delicate features, arched brows, a refined nose, and cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Her petite, oval face gleamed like jade, and her skin was as smooth and pristine as snow. Her captivating eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to a starry night, perfectly complementing her innocent and charming demeanor. Truly, she embodied the beauty that had been acclaimed in the original narrative. What is it, fellow student? Bingshi tilted her head, questioning with curiosity. It's nothing at all. I apologize. Even Shui Bing'er herself was perplexed as to why she had suddenly halted Bingshi. It was as though her martial spirit had instinctively prompted her to act. Without much thought. Well then, I shall take my leave. Bingshi waved cheerfully and exited the classroom, leaving Shui Bing'er immersed in the warmth of her smile. At the Shui family residence, Shui Linglong addressed the man seated at the head of the table, Patriarch. I believe we should endeavor to cultivate a relationship with this title Douluo. The man pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. Are you certain she possesses a 100,000-year soul ring? I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Indeed, she can be approached. But why would such an extraordinary expert come to Tianshui Academy? He inquired, puzzled. Because her sister enrolled in our Tianshui Academy yesterday, Shui Linglong replied. Her sister? What is her talent like? A glimmer of astonishment crossed Shui Linglong's face. Her talent is unprecedented. The man chuckled lightly, somewhat skeptical. Linglong, you may be exaggerating. Can a mere 12-year-old warrant such praise? Brother, have you ever seen a 12-year-old soul master of the fourth ring? Shui Linglong fixed her gaze upon him. What? The man slammed his palm on the table? A fourth ring soul master? Shui Linglong continued in a soft tone, not just any fourth ring soul master, but one with an extraordinary soul ring ratio. The rings are purple and black. I feel as though I have wasted years of my life. The man fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, he spoke again. At any cost, ensure that title Douluo remains with us. Inform other academies, though. There is no need to notify Xiangjia Academy. Additionally, since Binger has already enrolled, encourage her to spend more time with that child. It would be best if they could become friends. Chapter 28. The teaching of extremes. It was not that Bingshi wished to avoid conversing with Shui Binger. Rather, there was a small lazy pig waiting for her return to be fed. After tending to Bingdi in her dormitory, Bingshi immersed herself in the Tianshui Academy library. For her at this moment, the priority was to uncover ancient texts concerning celestial herbs or the ice and fire duality eye. Although the ice goddess crystal had rendered her no longer dependent on the octagonal ice grass, she was determined to acquire the other celestial herb found within the ice and fire duality eye. The dew of autumn was a remarkable substance capable of significantly enhancing Bingshi's mental prowess. With this herb, her spiritual sea could truly be deemed an ocean. Upon arriving at the library, she fortuitously encountered Dean Shui Linglong. Little Shi, what book do you intend to seek in the library? Shui Linglong inquired, astonished. Bingshi waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just casually looking around. Shui Linglong nodded and took a few steps forward before seemingly remembering something. She turned back and approached again. Xiaoxi, I intend to implement the extreme flow teaching method for you. Extreme flow? Bingshi inquired with evident confusion. Precisely. The so-called extreme flow signifies that you shall receive substantially more resources than others. Medicinal cuisine, spirit rings, simulated cultivation environments, all elevated to the pinnacle of quality. Moreover, the Elite Spirit Master Tournament 4 years hence will be centered around you. You shall become the unparalleled core of Tianshui Academy. Shui Linglong explained with measured emphasis. Bingshi understood that this was quite reminiscent of the extreme solo soldier program established by Shrek Academy thousands of years later. The essence of the program was to harness the collective strength of the academy to nurture an exceptionally talented leader, around whom a competitive team would be formed, with the aim of achieving commendable rankings in the Soul Master Elite competition. In the original narrative, Shui Binger was the extreme leader cultivated by the Tianshui Academy, and her teammates were meticulously selected to complement her, resulting in remarkable achievements. Had it not been for a certain individual who, despite possessing a plant martial soul, was immune to both fire and water, Tianshui Academy's initiative would have already triumphed. However, Bingshi was taken aback by the fact that the dean, Shui Linglong, had approached her. Upon reflection, she realized that no one was better suited for this role than herself. At merely 12 years of age, with a cultivation level of a 4-ringed soul master, she was indeed the ideal implementer of this plan. There's no need for that, Bingshi replied. While I am open to forming a team centered around me for the Soul Master Elite competition 4 years hence, I do not lack resources for cultivation. Instead, it would be more advantageous for you, Dean, to utilize these resources to develop another core member, allowing our competition lineup to be constructed around both of us. This would be a more strategic approach. Upon hearing this response, Shui Linglong's eyes lit up. Indeed, Bingshi's sister was a title Douluo. As the sister of a title Douluo, she was certainly not in want of cultivation resources. The academy could channel those resources towards nurturing another individual, thereby establishing a dual-core leadership for the Soul Master Elite competition in 4 years. This strategy would enhance their prospects of overcoming the Spirit Hall team. However, Shui Linglong soon sighed. She had heard that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall was nearing level 40. Nonetheless, it was acceptable. Even if they could not surpass the Spirit Hall team, they could still strive for a top 2 finish, with Shui Binger likely being the best candidate for this role. By the way, Dean, is Shui Binger your niece? I noticed you both share the surname Shui, Bingshi inquired, recalling the innocent and charming young beauty she had just encountered. Caught off guard by Bingshi's interruption, Shui Linglong paused for a moment before responding with a smile. That child, Binger, is indeed my niece. She is the eldest daughter of my elder brother. Why do you ask? Have you met her? Bingshi smiled gently, and then remarked, I just met her today. She mentioned that she also possesses a phoenix martial soul, which piqued my curiosity. She is indeed a prodigy of our Shui family. Our family's inherited martial soul is known as the Gliding Ice Shield, yet for some unknown reason, Her martial soul has mutated into the Ice Phoenix. Shui Linglong replied with a beaming smile, adding, I hope you two can become good friends. I am eagerly looking forward to it as well. With a smile, Bingshi bid farewell to Shui Linglong and entered the library. Bingshi scoured the library and, at last, discovered a record concerning herbs tucked away in a secluded corner. However, it is somewhat regrettable that this ancient tome is already in a state of considerable disrepair, rendering some of its contents illegible. Bingshi discovered only the appearances and harvesting methods of most celestial herbs in the ancient tome. Yet the image and method for collecting the forgotten river's autumn dew eluded her. This left her in considerable distress, and, with no other recourse, she departed from the library. Meanwhile, the stirring of Shui Binger's martial soul became increasingly pronounced, leaving her perplexed, yet she could not help but feel drawn to Bingshi. In the extreme northern realms, the Snow Empress exhaled a deep sigh, idly toying with her fingers within the grand hall. Alas, with she absent, the hours feel rather dreary. I wonder how they are faring, she mused to herself. Chapter 29. The Four Elements Academy exchange life settled into a tranquil rhythm. And Bingshi relished the long-awaited return to academic life. 3 months later, Shui Binga cheerfully remarked, Shi'er, have you heard? The annual Four Elements Academy exchange is approaching. During these 3 months, Shui Binger frequently sought Bingshi's company to comprehend the stirrings of her martial soul, and through their interactions, the two grew quite familiar. The Four Elements Academy exchange? Bingshi inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Indeed, it is a cherished tradition at the Four Elements Academy. With the New Year fast approaching, the exchange occurs on the eve of each new year, followed by a holiday. Shui Binger explained, her tone imbued with the innocence of excitement. Honestly, how can you be so oblivious? Bingshi rolled her eyes and asked, what kind of communication is this? Shui Binger, with a look of defeat, explained, it means that the academy will bring its elite students for a competition, and they must be under the age of 20. It is said to encourage healthy competition among students, which is why this tradition has been upheld. This year, it is our Tianshui Academy's turn to host. Observing Bingshi's peculiar expression, Shui Binger continued excitedly. Our academy has lost consecutively for several times, but with you this time, we will surely redeem ourselves. Is there any way I can avoid participating? It sounds rather dull, Bingshi replied helplessly. It was understandable for her to feel this way. In the past 3 months, she had not only elevated her soul power to level 43, but had also perfected the skills of the Imperial Palm and Imperial Sword. Competing against students from the Four Elements Academy, who were no older than 20, would indeed be a mismatch. All right, just think of it as contributing to the academy. Shui Bingo playfully wrapped her arms around Bingshi's and swayed. Unbeknownst to her, during this recent time spent together, the stirring of her martial soul had diminished. Yet she found herself subconsciously seeking physical contact with Bingshi. This left Shui Binger somewhat puzzled, though she did not entirely mind it. Feeling the softness in Shui Binger's embrace, Bingshi cleared her throat gently, her gaze pure and innocent. Okay, I promise you. Is that satisfactory? Hee. I knew you would be the best, Sierra. Shui Binger exclaimed, excitedly rubbing her head against Bingshi's arm. The gaze of Bingshi was somewhat peculiar. Not out of annoyance at Shubinger's actions, but rather due to her recent odd behavior. Not only did she frequently make physical contact, but she also exhibited a slightly clingy demeanor. The Ice Emperor had already felt a tinge of jealousy on several occasions. Reflecting on the Ice Emperor brought a smile to Bingshi's lips. The current Ice Emperor had entirely transformed into a glutton and a shopping aficionado, perpetually elusive, either indulging in feasting or engaging in shopping sprees. Curious about the notable students from other academies, Bingshi inquired, are there any renowned individuals? Indeed, let me count them, replied Shubinger, as she began to enumerate while counting on her fingers. There is Yu Tianxin from Thunder Academy, a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Then there are the siblings Wu Wushuang and Hua Wu from the Hua family, along with Feng Xiaoyan from the Feng family, who is said to be a genius with innate full soul power. Bingshi, lost in thought, realized that they were all future competitors. However, she dismissed the notion. For even if she made no progress over the next 4 years, they would still be unable to catch up with her, let alone now. Why is it the Four Elements Academy instead of the 5 academies? Shouldn't there be an Elephant Armor Academy as well? Bingshi voiced her confusion. Upon hearing Bingshi mention the Elephant Armor Academy, Shui Binga scoffed. Ha! The Elephant Armor Academy is merely a pawn of the Wuhuan Temple, sent to monitor us. What right do they have to be mentioned alongside the 5 Elements Academy? They are unworthy. At that moment, Shui Linglong approached and, upon hearing the conversation, interjected. Due to the unique nature of Element City, the Wuhuan Temple has not established a branch here. They do not wish for Element City to slip from their grasp. So the Elephant Armor sect volunteered to establish the Elephant Armor Academy to keep a watchful eye on us. The unique nature of Element City? What is it? Bingshi, intrigued, inquired. Shui Linglong glanced at Shui Binger, who was tightly clutching Bingshi's arm, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. Element City was originally the private property of our three great families, bestowed upon us by the Tiando Empire centuries ago. Our ancestors established 3 academies here, which have gradually developed over time, giving Element City its peculiar characteristics. It is precisely because we 3 families chose to cultivate academies and nurture soul masters rather than expand our familial power that the Wuhuan Temple refrained from establishing a branch. The Thunder Academy, on the other hand, was founded several decades ago by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and supported by the top 3 sects. We are referred to as the 4 Elements Academy, the Elephant Armor Academy, not only due to its relatively recent establishment but also because its sect power is not particularly strong, is why Bingo scoffs at the notion of the 5 Elements Academy. After absorbing this explanation, Bingshi finally understood. Chapter 30. The Proud Fire Dance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and before anyone realized it, the day of the 4 Elements Academy exchange had arrived. On their way to the cafeteria, Bingshi and Schubinger encountered numerous unfamiliar individuals clad in various attires. The crimson uniforms belonged to the Flame Academy, the yellow-green garments were from the Divine Wind Academy, and the violet attire was representative of the Thunder Academy. Schubinger elaborated on these distinctions to Bingshi. Bingshi gazed at the yellow and green uniforms of the Kamikaze Academy, silently critiquing their aesthetic choices. Suddenly, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Isn't it prohibited for boys to enter Tianshui Academy? What about them?" Shui Binger nodded and elucidated, "At this time, most students of Tianshui Academy have already returned home for the holidays. Moreover, they are strictly forbidden from entering dormitories, simulated training rooms, and similar areas." Bingshi nodded slightly, signaling her understanding. Suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. It was a tall, voluptuous woman, standing slightly taller than Bingshi, clad in a fiery red outfit. In the midst of winter, she wore a red miniskirt without a hint of coldness. What drew the eye even more was her alluring physique, 2 ample curves that were both substantial and elegantly shaped, complemented by a delicate waist that revealed a tantalizing expanse of ivory skin, accentuated by a navel that resembled a small red bean, adding an extra touch of sensuality. Her features were striking, exuding a captivating charm. Upon seeing her, Shui Binger pursed her lips, tightening her grip on Bingshi's arm. "Long time no see, Shui Binger," the woman said, her voice a beguiling blend of sweetness and seduction. What an enchanting beauty she was. Shui Binger shot a glance at the woman and softly replied, "It has been a while, Huowu." Huowu, intrigued, looked at Bingshi and sweetly inquired, "So, are you not going to introduce me to your new friend?" Bingshi gazed at the alluring beauty before her and spoke, "I am Bingshi." "Oh," Huowu exclaimed in surprise, followed by the question, "Are you the Bingshi?" Bingshi chuckled softly and remarked, "If there is no other person named Bingshi in the Tianshui Academy, then I believe you are indeed referring to me." In response, the fiery-eyed Huowu exhibited a glimmer of eager anticipation, saying, "I have long heard tales of a peerless genius arriving at Tianshui Academy. I wish to witness the prowess that has garnered such acclaim. I challenge you." Bingshi felt a tinge of helplessness. She had not anticipated that Huowu would be so combative, insisting on challenging her upon their very first encounter. "Oh well, what, do you look down on me?" Huowu's gaze sharpened, her tone tinged with hostility. Noticing that Bingshi paid her no mind, Huowu felt a flicker of dissatisfaction within, yet she suppressed it, coldly asserting, "Humph. It's of no consequence if you refuse my challenge now. During the inter-academy exchanges, there will be opportunities aplenty. I shall undoubtedly defeat you." "Shiwu, oh my. How fortunate I am to find you here." A tall, handsome young man called out from a distance. "TCH, not him again." Huowu's eyes betrayed a hint of irritation. Bingshi observed with great interest the young man striding towards Huowu, secretly contemplating that he must be Feng Xiaodian, the most renowned sycophant of Douluo continent. No. Perhaps he is the second sycophant, considering that in the original tale, he did manage to win her affection. The first sycophant must be that fellow, Yin. Huowu glanced at the young man with impatience and said, "Feng Xiaodian, I told you not to follow me." Feng Xiaodian, with a forced grin, replied, "I merely wish to see you, Xiaowu." Huowu coldly retorted, "We are not that familiar. Please address me by my full name." Upon hearing Huowu's dismissive tone, Feng Xiaodian attempted to shift the conversation. Oh, is that not Shui Bingo? And who might this be? Bingxi, she introduced herself. Upon hearing her name, Feng Xiaoyan's eyes brightened. You are the illustrious Bingxi? Illustrious? Me? Bingxi responded, somewhat perplexed, as she had not been particularly ostentatious upon her arrival at school. How could everyone seem to know her? Feng Xiaoyan's expression turned serious as he solemnly stated, I hope to engage in a battle with you. He then turned back to Huowu with a smile, suggesting, Xiaowu, shall we go for a meal? I've heard the cafeteria at Tianshui Academy serves exquisite dishes. However, Huowu completely ignored Feng Xiaodian. Moving to Bingxi's side and linking her arm with Bingxi's, she admonished Feng Xiaodian, we girls need to have a chat. You must not follow us. With that, she pulled Bingxi and Shui Binger away. Left behind, Feng Xiaodian muttered to himself, if I can defeat the extraordinary genius Bingxi, Xiwu will surely regard me in a new light, and she will come to love me. Furthermore, this will be my opportunity to showcase my self-created soul skills. It was only when they reached a corner out of Feng Xiaoyan's sight that Huowu released Bingxi's arm. Before departing, she declared with determination, I will surely defeat you. Bingxi moved the hand that had just been embraced by Huowu, her expression peculiar. This is rather substantial. Chapter 31. A Strike. Observing Shui Bing's indignant expression, Bingxi could not help but chuckle softly. What's wrong? Do you dislike her so much? No, I merely wonder if such a large bosom doesn't tire her out. Shui Binger pouted as she spoke. While she may not be an expansive airstrip, her own development is modest, still in the budding stage. Upon hearing this, Bingxi was momentarily taken aback and jestingly remarked, rest assured, you two shall grow up in due time. Shui Binger murmured softly in response, expressing her reluctance. The following morning, Bingxi was roused from her slumber by the enthusiastic knocks of Shui Binger, who eagerly pulled her from her room. Bingxi followed Shui Binger to the training ground. It is noteworthy that this marks Bingxi's inaugural visit to the training arena of Tianshui Academy. The students of the Four Elements Academy were distinctly seated in their respective quadrants. The host, Tianshui Academy, occupied the southern side, while the opposing Chihuahua Academy took the northern side, with Shifeng Academy to the west and Leitang Academy to the east. I hereby declare the commencement of the annual exchange of the Four Elements Academy, announced Xue Qingye, as he took the microphone on the training platform. The first student to represent the host, Tianshui Academy, was then summoned. Shui Linglong surveyed the gathered students of Tianshui Academy and softly remarked, Shui Wu, you shall go. Bingxi cast her gaze upon the girl whose name had been highlighted by Shui Linglong. She harbored a faint recollection of this character from the original narrative. Her martial soul was exceptionally unique, named Xianxua Wuduan, which bore a striking resemblance to snowflakes. The girl stood tall. Although her beauty did not rival that of Huowu or Shubinger, she was nonetheless a rare gem of allure, particularly with her impressive bosom, which was in no way inferior to Huowu's. Shui Linglong had thoughtfully chosen her to be the first contestant. While the other three academies might afford the host some courtesy by allowing Tianshui Academy to secure a few early victories, her aspiration was to achieve a consecutive triumph of over 5 matches. Presently, apart from Bingxi, the next highest soul power level belonged to Xiuwu, making her the ideal candidate. Upon taking the stage, Xiuwu did not disappoint Shui Linglong's expectations, decisively winning 5 matches in a row. Although she faced significant threats from the students of Leitang Academy in the 5th match, she ultimately prevailed with her 33rd level soul power. Unfortunately, the subsequent contestants from Tianshui Academy faltered, suffering 2 consecutive defeats. Xiaoxi, it's your turn now. I beg of you, Shui Linglong whispered. Initially, she had intended for her niece, Shubinger, to gain some experience. However, she did not anticipate that the students from the other 3 academies would nearly lack any formidable soul masters. Bingxi nodded, and under the expectant gazes of Shui Binger and Shui Linglong, ascended to the training platform. Has the moment finally arrived? If I can triumph over her, I shall prove that I am indeed the best. Huowu clenched her fists, murmuring softly, Brother, I'm going up, Huowu declared to the tall man beside her. Before he could respond, she leaped onto the training platform. Bingxi, I shall surely defeat you, Huowu stated with a low voice. Huowu, Level 32 Control System Soul Master. As she spoke, she unleashed her martial soul. A crimson shadow materialized behind her. Her martial soul was exceptionally unique, known as Fire Shadow. Arguably the first of its kind to manifest in the Douluo continent. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings floated quietly beneath her feet. Why do you not release your martial soul? Do you look down upon me? Observing the indifferent Bingshi, a flicker of anger crossed Huo Wu's face. Bingshi felt a sense of helplessness, her dissatisfaction evident with this customary rule. Why must one declare their rank and faction before engaging in a fight? Does she not find this rather foolish? Nevertheless, she softly proclaimed, Bingshi, level 40, strong attack system, soul sect. Huo Wu was immediately taken aback. She had only heard from her father about an extraordinary prodigy from Tianshui Academy, younger than herself, yet she never anticipated the extent of their prowess. At merely 14 years of age, she had already attained the rank of Soul Master, a feat worthy of admiration. Yet here stood Bingshi, a mere 12, having already reached the realm of Soul Sect. Clenching her teeth, Huo Wu propelled herself forward with her long legs, charging directly at Bingshi. Bingshi let out a soft sigh, her martial spirit remaining unactivated. It was only when Huo Wu drew near that Bingshi made her move, gracefully delivering a palm strike towards Huo Wu. In that very moment, the second soul ring beneath Huo Wu glimmered to life, and crimson-orange flames ignited in her hands as well as in the hands of her martial spirit, the fire shadow, enveloping her entire form in a warm, orange glow. The second soul technique, Judgment Flame. Even a soul master could never hope to withstand my second soul technique unarmed. Yet, as these thoughts raced through Huo Wu's mind, reality came forth to shatter her pride mercilessly. As Bingshi's seemingly light palm made contact with Huo Wu, an astonishing energy erupted, sending a bone-chilling cold coursing through her body. With a resounding crash, Huo Wu was hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the training platform. The Emperor's palm, the great cold without snow. This was merely due to Bingshi deliberately holding back. Otherwise, that strike could have easily claimed Huo Wu's life. Chapter 32. Another victory. Huo Wu staggered to her feet, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth as she bitterly declared, I concede. Upon realizing that Bingshi had attained the soul sect cultivation level, she had abandoned any hope of victory, yet she did not anticipate such a vast disparity. A single strike had rendered her in this state. Limping off the stage, she disregarded her brother Huishuang's attempts at consolation, remaining silent. At that moment, a student from the Thunder Academy leapt onto the platform, his handsome features betraying a hint of youthful naivety. I am aware of the considerable gap between us, but I wish to give it a try, the student stated solemnly. Bingshi gently nodded and spoke softly. I am Bingshi, the martial soul being the Ice Crystal Phoenix, a formidable level 43 assault-type battle spirit master. Although I have yet to unleash my martial soul, my opponent stands before me as if facing a formidable foe. I am Yu Tianxin, with the martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a level 32 assault-type battle spirit. I humbly seek your guidance. As he spoke, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized around him. So, this is one of the twin stars, Yu Tianxin. First soul skill, Thunderfall. With the declaration, the first soul ring behind Yu Tianxin illuminated, and 5 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Bingshi. Bingshi lightly tapped her delicate foot, executing a subtle leap to the right, deftly evading the onslaught of lightning. At last, it is your moment, she declared, as Yu Tianxin let out a hearty laugh. Unleashing his second soul skill, Dragon's Breath, a radiant beam of energy erupted from the maw of the blue electric tyrant dragon and hurtled towards Bingshi. Yet, with a graceful twist of her waist, she narrowly avoided the attack, the beam instead striking the training platform behind her, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Bingshi raised her right hand, instantly ing a surge of ice blue energy. Yu Tianxin gazed at the astonishing power in Bingshi's grasp, feeling a twinge of confusion as to why she could unleash her soul skill without activating her martial spirit. Yet, she understood that she must interrupt her at all costs. The first soul ring glimmered once more, and bolts of lightning cascaded down again. Bingshi let out a light laugh, and the icy blue energy in her hand transformed into a sword of ice, shooting forth to meet the bolts of lightning. The Emperor's sword, unparalleled in its icy might. The arcs of lightning dissipated as if made of mere paper, while the ice sword shifted its trajectory, targeting Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianxin's expression changed drastically. The speed of the ice sword was astounding, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to withstand the blow using his third soul skill and the robust scales of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Third soul skill, Light Wall. A wall of blue-purple light materialized before him. With a swift sound, the ice sword pierced through, rendering the light wall utterly ineffective. Just as Yu Tianxin felt certain he was about to meet his demise, the ice sword halted an inch from his forehead. Cold sweat drenched him as he finally managed to stammer, Thank you for your mercy. I concede. Truly formidable, he thought. Below, Hua Wushuang sighed. She hasn't even summoned her martial soul, which means this ice sword technique is her own creation. Even the previous strike was as well. It seemed to shatter all of Hua Wu's pride as she lamented, I had no chance to retaliate, nor did you Tianqing. Mingxi didn't even initiate an attack. It's unimaginable how strong she is at such a young age. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian interjected, Sister Xiaowu, I will force her martial soul to reveal itself. Hua Wushuang frowned. Why are you here instead of staying at your own Shinfeng Academy? Feng Xiaotian chuckled awkwardly. Well, I sent it because Sister Xiaowu got hurt. I came to check on her. Hua Wu replied solemnly, if you force her martial soul out, you will suffer even more. Hua Wushuang glanced at her sister in surprise, not expecting her usually proud sibling to utter such words. Hee, just watch, Sister Xiaowu. I still have my trump cards, Feng Xiaotian declared confidently. Meanwhile, several deans from Tianshui Academy were discussing matters from their newly constructed viewing stand. Dean Shui remarked, how fortunate we are to have such a talented student. Dean Huiyin of the Qihua Academy smiled. Indeed. Shui Linglong chuckled softly, remaining silent. Dean Leibao of the Thunder Academy boomed. Where is that title Douluo? Why has Ti arrived? True to his name, Leibao was a robust figure with an impatient demeanor. Shui Linglong shot him a glance. How would I know? Why don't you go summon him? Dean Feng Wuxin of the Shinfeng Academy inquired solemnly. Are you certain he is a title Douluo? Shui Linglong shrugged. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Under her pressure, I could barely move. Hearing this, Feng Wuxin stated gravely. Then this is no ordinary title Douluo. Linglong is already an 89th level soul Douluo. Encountering an ordinary title Douluo should not be so overwhelming. Are you suggesting a super Douluo? Huiyan's expression changed, alarmed. Feng Wuxin nodded. It should not be mistaken. However, I wonder where these two came from. Our spies have found nothing. Leibao frowned and asked loudly, could they be from the spirit hall? Shui Linglong shook her head, smiling, that's unlikely. If they were from the spirit hall, the Xiangjia Academy would certainly know. As far as I know, they are coming to stir up trouble soon. Hua Yin was momentarily taken aback before laughing. Then they are in for a rough time. The four exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 33, Gale Demon Wolves 36/After Ice Xia triumphantly secured 2 consecutive victories. Feng Xiaotian leaped onto the training platform. I know you are formidable, but I must prove to Xiao Wu that I am the one most deserving of standing by her side. Feng Xiaotian declared emphatically. Martial spirit, manifest. With that, he summoned his martial spirit, the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, a 33rd level assault-type battle spirit. From the right side of his head, a fearsome green wolf had emerged, while 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, hovered silently behind him. First soul skill, Wind Blade Array. Feng Xiaotian shouted, and as the first soul ring illuminated, several whirling blades of wind materialized around him. With a powerful sweep of his hand, the wind blades shot straight towards Xie. Simultaneously, the second and third soul rings began to glow in succession. Third soul skill, Gale Wings. A pair of azure wings sprouted from his back, allowing Feng Xiaotian to soar into the air. Second soul skill, Twin Wolves Manifest. As the soul ring glimmered, tufts of fur sprouted across his body, and claws emerged from his hands. This second soul skill significantly enhanced his speed and strength. Harnessing the power of his second soul skill, Feng Xiaotian charged towards Xie from the sky. In response, Xie gracefully twisted her body, effortlessly evading the wind blades with guidance from the celestial dream ice silkworm within her mind. She lifted her gaze to meet Feng Xiaotian, who was soaring towards her, and a playful smile graced her lips. You have wings, and so do I. The icy wings unfurled instantaneously, narrowly evading the descending assault from Feng Xiaotian. Is this your spirit? Feng Xiaotian hovered in midair, perplexed. Before Bingxi could respond, he countered his own inquiry. No, this cannot be your spirit, as there are no soul rings present. Then what is this? From the stands, Huiyin spoke hesitantly. Is this an external soul bone? Feng Wuxin adjusted her glasses and affirmed. Indeed, it is an external soul bone. To possess such a treasure is remarkable. My anticipation for her spirit grows ever more fervent. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened. He had initially envisioned leveraging his aerial advantage to compel Bingxi to unleash her spirit and soul skills. Little did he anticipate that she, too, could soar. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xiaotian spoke with a tinge of melancholy. I am 20 years old. At this age, being merely at the 30th rank, do you think I am a failure? But if I were to tell you that I possess innate full soul power and a mutated spirit, My family assures me that I have a brilliant future ahead. Yet, after 14 years, I have only ascended to the 30th rank of soul power. Everyone claims I have squandered my talent, but only I know the truth. This technique, I have labored for years to develop. I understand it may not suffice to defeat you, but I must demonstrate to them that my path is not misguided. I promised Shiwu that I would force your spirit to reveal itself. With a voice that nearly roared, Feng Xiaotian enunciated the name of his self-created soul skill, Swift Wind Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. With a piercing howl, he surged forth, his form falling from the sky like a meteor. Strangely, his outstretched wings made no sound as they descended. The azure light emanating from him was entirely contained, and his wings aligned perfectly with his body. The sharpness of his wings glimmered with an ethereal blue under the sunlight, and the 36 slashes of the swift wind demon wolf emanated from these wings. The first slash swiftly descended upon Bingshi's head. It was not arrogance that led her to remain still, but rather the sheer speed of the attack. She scarcely had time to react. With the amplification of her second soul skill's attributes of agility and defense, combined with Feng Xiaotian's third soul skill, the 36 slashes surged forth with astonishing rapidity. In a moment of urgency, Bingshi could only envelop herself with the wings of the ice phoenix behind her, barely managing to deflect the initial strike. However, the second attack soon followed. Gritting her teeth, she activated the ice wing slash skill granted by her soul bone, the ice phoenix wing, successfully parrying several blows while utilizing the brief respite to leap backward. Taking a deep breath, Bingshi solemnly declared, "As you wish, Ice Crystal Phoenix. Spread your wings." With a resounding cry of the phoenix echoing through the air, Feng Xiaotian finally beheld Bingshi's martial spirit. Yet, he was instantly rendered speechless. A phoenix, entirely white save for its blue head, materialized before his eyes. Its body radiated a crystalline quality, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding an intoxicating beauty. The sight of 2 purple and 2 black soul rings left all present in awe. In an instant, the training ground erupted with gasps of astonishment. Even Shui Binger in the audience wore a shocked expression. On the stands, Lei Bao and Hui Yin, who had previously sung praises of Feng Xiaotian, now stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. Feng Wuxin's voice trembled as he remarked, "Linglong, her soul ring." Shui Linglong replied, a hint of helplessness in her tone, "When I first saw it, I was no better than you." It dawned on them just how vast their disparity was. Huo Wu, however, was not overly surprised. She merely murmured with a hint of bitterness. Beside her, Huo Wushuang found himself at a loss for words to comfort his sister and could only pat her back gently. "Ah, you truly are astonishing, but I shall not concede so easily." The power of the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes intensifies with each passing blow, so be cautious. Feng Xiaotian steadied his emotions and charged directly towards Bingshi. Chapter 34, The Master of the Elephant Armor Sect. Bingshi shook her head helplessly, and the second soul ring behind her illuminated. The second soul skill, Ice Barrier. A layer of blue energy shield enveloped Bingshi completely. When Feng Xiaotian's 10th strike landed upon the shield, it melted away as if it were nothing, leaving not a single crack, nor even a scratch upon its surface. It was only after enduring a relentless barrage of 7 consecutive strikes that the shield finally shattered with a resounding crash. Bingshi gazed into Feng Xiaotian's resolute eyes and sighed softly, resolving to bring this battle to an end. Domain skill, Glacier Storm. At the moment the domain skill manifested, the 4 deans in the stands rose to their feet. "Is this a domain?" Hui Yin inquired in astonishment. Feng Wuxing glanced at the equally bewildered Shui Linglong and sighed. "Alas, Linglong, you are indeed fortunate to have such a prodigy in your academy." Feng Xiaotian felt the environment around him shift dramatically, only to find his Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes abruptly interrupted. The sensation of having his skill forcibly halted was far from pleasant, suppressing the surge of blood within him. Feng Xiaotian asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is my domain. Within this realm, I am the sovereign." "Surrender," Bingshi replied softly. "Humph, that is impossible." Feng Xiaotian scoffed, attempting to unleash his Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes once more. Bingshi shook her head, feeling as though she were a villain. "Useless," as her words echoed in the air. The temperature within the domain plummeted instantaneously, accompanied by the gentle descent of snowflakes. The frigid chill sent Feng Xiaotian shivering uncontrollably, and just as he prepared to muster his strength, he was horrified to discover an ice sword protruding from his forehead. After a prolonged moment of silence, Feng Xiaotian despondently let his hands fall, acknowledging his defeat. Bingshi finally relinquished her domain. Feng Xiaotian, in a daze, descended from the stage and bitterly addressed his goddess. I am sorry, Xiao Wu. I have lost. Huo Wu shook her head, unusually refraining from mocking him, and instead gazed dreamily at the ice crystal phoenix, murmuring, no, losing to her is not shameful. How could there exist such a beautiful martial soul? Huo Wuxuan cast a peculiar glance at Huo Wu, as his sister's current demeanor was decidedly unusual. Just as Shui Qingyi was about to announce the victory of Tianshui Academy, a hearty laugh interrupted her. Ha ha ha, why was I not invited to such an event? As Bingshi released his martial soul and looked up, he beheld two towering figures approaching, resembling small mountains. The foremost of these giants had hair that was slightly grizzled, lending him an air of age, yet his stature was exceedingly imposing, standing over 2 meters tall and adorned with formidable muscles. The second giant, slightly shorter and leaner than the first, bore a visage that conveyed a certain simplicity, though the restless glint in his eyes betrayed his true nature. Oh, the esteemed Lord Huyan graces us with his presence. We have failed to welcome you adequately, spoke the 4 deans from the viewing platform in unison as they descended. Oh, no need for such formalities, the giant replied with a hearty laugh, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the deans exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with discontent. Yet they stifled their displeasure. Shui Linglong smiled and inquired, We are honored by your visit, Lord Huyan. May I ask what brings you here? Bingshi, racking her brains, finally recalled the identity of the burly man before her. He was none other than Huyan Zhan, the esteemed president of the Elephant Armor Academy and the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, boasting a formidable rank of 89 in Douluo. With his diamond mammoth martial soul, Huyan Zhan harbored no fear of the president of the 4 Elements Academy. His defensive capabilities were astonishing. Even a coordinated assault by 4 individuals would prove futile against his defenses. Additionally, with the backing of the Spirit Hall, Huyan Zhan spoke with an air of unrestrained confidence. What brings me here? What do you think? 2 years ago, when my Elephant Armor Academy first relocated to Element City, we were disregarded during the initial exchanges. Yet this year, we still received no invitation? Do you look down upon my sect? In her heart, Shui Linglong cursed silently, though her face betrayed none of her thoughts. How could she possibly underestimate sect leader Huyan? This exchange had been a long-standing tradition of the 4 Elements Academy, and the oversight of not inviting the Elephant Armor Academy was simply a lapse in protocol. Next time, we will certainly extend an invitation to the Elephant Armor Academy. Next time? No need for that. You must have concluded your competitions already, right? I happen to have brought along the finest student from my academy. So let your strongest contenders face off against him, Huyan Zhan declared with an air of arrogance. He had come prepared to disrupt the proceedings. Resisting the urge to bring his grandson, Hu Yinli, instead opting to showcase the Academy's most talented student. At merely 18 years of age, this student had already attained a remarkable 38 levels of soul power, due to his martial soul not being the diamond mammoth. Hu Yinzhen harbored no concerns about his grandson's future. Rather, he viewed this student as a potential right-hand man in nurturing his legacy. This disruption served a deeper purpose, as he sought to alleviate the burdens of the Pope by contemplating the absorption of the 4 sections. In these times, the Haotian sect had long been sealed, leaving only 2 of the top 3 sects remaining. Ambitious as he was, Hu Yinzhen envisioned a future where he could assimilate the fire, water, and wind families, ultimately grooming his grandson into a titled Douluo, thus elevating himself into the ranks of the top 3 sections. It was this ambition that fueled his brash demeanor, as Hu Yinzhen mentioned his finest student. The 4 academy heads instinctively turned their gazes towards Bingshi. Hu Yinzhen, puzzled, looked at her and chuckled. Are you jesting with me? This little girl is your academy's finest student? The 4 Elements Academy seems to be declining. Though she is somewhat pleasing to the eye, is she from your water family? At Hu Yinzhen's disparagement of her academy, the 4 heads erupted in indignation, with the temperamental Lei Bao stepping forward. Feng Wuxin restrained him, shaking his head disapprovingly. Shui Linglong managed a strained smile, clarifying, she is not a child of the water family. Hu Yinzhen's disappointment was palpable. What a pity. She is merely a commoner's child. However, her appearance is indeed remarkable. Ali will surely take a liking to her. So why not let her join my Elephant Armor sect as a concubine, occupying a high position? Hu Yinzhen had encountered or heard of many noble ladies from the Empire and other sections. Since Shui Linglong asserted that Bingshi was not from the water family, Hu Yinzhen naturally concluded that she hailed from a common background, especially since the Tianshui Academy was one of the few that accepted commoners. Upon hearing Hu Yinzhen's words, the sturdy youth behind him expressed a fleeting moment of disappointment. Bingshi, however, captured the entire exchange with keen eyes. "Are you certain this girl is your academy's finest student?" Hu Yinzhen furrowed his brow, observing the four heads, who appeared earnest in their assertions. At this moment, Bingshi spoke up. "I have already defeated the students from the other academies. As you can see, I am indeed the best among them." Hu Yinzhen chuckled in disbelief. "You, little girl, possess quite the spirit. In that case, Tushur, why don't you compete with this girl?" The youth named Tushur nodded and stepped onto the training platform. Hu Yinzhen continued, "Little girl, if you prove to be exceptionally gifted, I can arrange for you to become Ali's second wife." Bingshi felt a surge of irritation. Any girl would be displeased at the repeated suggestion of becoming a concubine, let alone someone who had once been a man in a past life. She resolved to vent her anger upon this earthy figure. Meanwhile, Tushur was contemplating how he might discreetly take advantage of this young girl. After all, Bingshi's appearance was deceptively alluring. Her youthful face, barely 12 or 13, was exceptionally beautiful, and her figure was only slightly less impressive than that of Huowu. Tushur felt no doubt of his superiority as he gazed upon Bingshi's fair calves and curvaceous form. A glimmer of lasciviousness flickered in his eyes. His loyalty to the Jiang family was far from steadfast. He was merely drawn by the promise of greater resources available there. Despite his remarkable talents, his status as a non-direct descendant of the Jiang clan meant that he received far fewer cultivation resources than the worthless Hu Yinli, which had long fostered his discontent. The moment he laid eyes on Bingshi, he vowed to possess her. However, Hu Yinzhen intended to betroth this girl to his grandson, which only fueled Tushur's displeasure, prompting him to decide to seize an opportunity soon. Tushur, a soul master of the lava giant, stood at level 38 in the powerful assault class. Upon awakening his martial soul, his already robust physique grew even taller, his skin adorned with red and black stones. Bingshi, wielding the ice crystal phoenix, was a 33rd level soul master also in the powerful assault class. Bingshi deliberately understated her soul power level, and the four deans seated below tacitly chose not to address it. The Stone, grinning maliciously, disregarded the fact that Bingshi had yet to awaken her martial soul and charged towards her with a sudden burst of force. Bingshi had no intention of unleashing her martial spirit. Otherwise, it would have rendered her earlier act of concealing her soul power meaningless. In an instant, a colossal red and black fist loomed before her, prompting Bingshi to unfurl her ice phoenix wings to evade the blow. Just as she prepared to ascend into the air, the massive hand of Tushur grasped her ankle. In pain, Bingshi executed a swift ice wing slash aimed at Tushur. Reluctantly, Tushur relinquished his grip, allowing Bingshi the opportunity to soar into the sky and create some distance. Bingshi lowered her gaze to her ankle, where a distinct palm print was imprinted, radiating a searing sensation. Bingshi squinted her eyes slightly, lamenting her own carelessness. Below the stage, Hu Yinzhen chuckled and remarked, "This young girl is quite fortunate to possess an external soul bone." Bingshi cautiously unleashed several icy wing slashes into the air, each deftly evaded by the earth and stone. After this exchange, she formed a general assessment of the soul spirit of earth and stone, a dual elemental spirit of fire and earth, possessing enhancements in offensive capabilities, defensive strength, and speed. Indeed represents a formidable soul spirit. Bingshi had not anticipated that this battle would prove to be somewhat challenging. Initially, she simply wished to avoid revealing her soul ring composition in front of Hu Yinzhen. Although she was under the protection of the Ice Emperor, it was preferable for that madwoman from the Spirit Hall to remain ignorant for as long as possible. Suddenly, Tushur wore a peculiar smile, and the first soul ring behind him illuminated simultaneously. The first soul skill, Firestone Fragment, a colossal rock, entwined with flames, was hurled from Tushur's hand, hurtling directly towards the airborne Bingshi. "Don't lose focus, girl. Just because you can fly doesn't mean you are safe." Tushur jeered with a sinister grin. The ice phoenix wing flapped twice, narrowly evading the impending strike from Bingshi. With the activation of the third soul skill, Earthquake Tremor, the earth and stone roared as it forcefully struck the ground, creating a substantial crater in the training platform. Harnessing astonishing explosive power, the earth and stone leaped into the air, arms swinging fiercely towards Bingshi. Bingshi, unfazed, felt a surge of delight as she lightly struck out with her palm against the stones and earth that had erupted from below. Emperor's Edict. The great cold brings no snow. Hand met hand. A massive palm akin to a fan collided with a delicate, fair hand. Just when the stones and earth believed they had secured victory, A bone-chilling cold emanated from Bingshi's hand. In terror, the earth and stones attempted to retract their arm, only to find it utterly unresponsive. With no other option, they resorted to unleashing their second soul technique, Mountain Guardian. Instantly, a pale yellow energy shield enveloped their form, warding off the frigid aura. Although the cold was successfully blocked, the astonishing force of the great cold still sent the earth and stones crashing down onto the training platform, creating yet another deep pit in the already damaged surface. Hu Yanjun furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure as he remarked, "What on earth is this rascal doing? Use your full strength." It was no wonder Hu Yanjun spoke thusly. After all, a woman's strength is inherently less than a man's. And the soul power of the earth and stones exceeded that of Bingshi, who had reported a level 33. Furthermore, the martial spirit of the earth and stones offered a substantial enhancement to their strength, making it unreasonable for them to lose. Moreover, Bingshi had yet to even release her martial spirit. Thus, Hu Yanjun firmly believed the earth and stones were deliberately holding back, aiming to curry favor with the future clan leaders, his grandson's second wife. In the pit, the earth and stones wore a bitter expression, cursing inwardly. Use my full strength? I am indeed using all my power. This damned girl is so uncanny. Had I not been clever just now, I would have sustained serious injury. The relentless assaults from Bingshi surged forth, aimed at the pit, as she concentrated and launched a shard of ice in the form of a blade. Tershi was struck with terror. This young girl was intent on claiming his life. In that instant, he could no longer afford to conceal his trump card, swiftly transforming his form to appear at the edge of the training platform. Bingshi narrowed her eyes, observing Tershi, who had teleported to the platform's periphery. This ability to teleport was certainly not a soul skill, which implied that he possessed a soul bone. It seemed he was truly investing heavily to cultivate his grandson's allies. Bingshi mused, casting a glance at Hu Yanjun. Naturally, Hu Yanjun discerned that this was a manifestation of a soul bone's power. When had this boy acquired such an artifact? Confusion mingled with irritation coursed through him. Tershi had never mentioned this matter. At that moment, Tershi, smeared in blood and bearing the marks of countless wounds, appeared from a distance like a figure drenched in crimson. He struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "You vile wench, you have thoroughly ignited my fury." Hearing Tershi refer to her as a wench, Bingshi's expression hardened, and she inwardly inquired, "Tianming, can you assist me in temporarily shielding myself from Hu Yanjun's gaze?" A languid voice resonated in her mind. "Oh ho, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten all about me." Bingshi felt a twinge of embarrassment, for during this period, she had indeed forgotten the existence of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, having not sought it out even once. "Heavenly Dream, can it be done?" she inquired earnestly. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's tone grew slightly more serious. "You are fortunate. My wisdom spirit ring has not sealed away excessive energy. I can merely obscure that fellow's sight and perception for a brief moment. However, you must act swiftly, as I can only maintain this for a few breaths of time." After all, that individual's soul power is nearing the level of a tidal Douluo. "A few breaths is sufficient," Bingshi replied with a light chuckle. And with a flutter of her ice phoenix wings, she soared toward the earth and stone. The earth and stone, grinning maliciously, exclaimed, "Just in time, you wretched harlot." Yet, as Bingshi approached within close proximity, she silently urged, "Heavenly Dream, now." In an instant, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, enveloping the entire training platform in a veil of mist. The Ice Crystal Phoenix, emerge. The first soul skill, Glacial Radiance. For ice pillars erupted from beneath the ground, piercing through the earth. Caught completely off guard, the figure of Offstone was propelled into the air by the force of the ice pillars. The third soul skill, Frostbite. In terror, Offstone gazed at the ice spear that the Ice Crystal Phoenix exhaled, hurtling directly towards him. In the final moments of his life, he beheld the ominous glow of 2 purple and 2 black soul rings shimmering with an eerie light. Bingshi approached the figure of the earth and stone, gazing at him as he lay on the brink of death, yet his eyes widened in disbelief. In a hushed tone, she spoke. "You are the first person I have ever slain with my own hands. The moment you insulted me, condemning me as a whore, your fate was sealed. No one could save you. You ought to be grateful that Bingo did not overhear, for otherwise you would meet a fate far worse than death." The figure of earth and stone, filled with confusion, turned his eyes slightly and breathed his last. Bingshi retracted the Ice Crystal Phoenix just as the white mist dissipated. The scene on the training platform unfolded before everyone's eyes. What transpired? How could such devastation occur in mere moments? It was terrifying. Whispers of discussion rose and fell like the tide. Hou gazed at the grim spectacle on the platform, her eyelids twitching, and her gaze towards Bingshi grew increasingly peculiar. Hu Yanzhan, in disbelief, leapt onto the training platform, directing his attention towards Tushar. There, he beheld Tushar, drenched in blood. A massive ice spear impaled in his abdomen, clearly beyond the brink of life. You wretched little girl, what have you done? Speak. Why has the training platform suddenly been obscured? Why unleash such malice upon him? At such a tender age, you possess a heart as venomous as a viper. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall bear the consequences. Hu Yanzhan bellowed at Bingshi. Meanwhile, the 4 deans below had already concocted their own theories. It was evident that Bingshi had chosen to wield her martial soul for victory and wished to keep her soul ring hidden from Hu Yanzhan's gaze. Thus, that esteemed figure intervened to shield their sight. As for why Bingshi had slain Tushar, it was likely that the esteemed individual could not tolerate Tushar's insults directed at his sister. Consequently, the 4 deans refrained from intervening, instead opting to observe the unfolding drama with keen interest. In truth, the Ice Empress was indeed nearby and had overheard Tushar's slurs. Originally, she believed that little Sierra would refrain from delivering a lethal blow, planning to step in later to deal with Tushar herself. She was taken aback by Sierra's decisive action. Facing the furious Hu Yanzhan, Bingshi exhibited no fear. Instead, she spoke with unwavering dignity. Master Hu Yan, you surely heard his loud insults directed at me just now. Did you not? Humph. Mere words are nothing. Why resort to violence next time? Hu Yanzhan let out a cold snort and replied, since you have slain him, I present you with 2 choices. Either you repay his life, or you accompany me back and become my granddaughter-in-law. Should you choose the latter? With your remarkable talent to slay a 38-level soul master despite being merely at level 30, I could elevate you to the position of the primary wife and provide you with the finest cultivation resources. However, should you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wu Yin scoffed quietly. This old rogue has crafted a clever scheme, having lost a mere soil stone. He captures someone with greater talent and binds them as family. How delightful. Feng Wuxing chuckled softly. What a pity, what a pity. What did you say? A voice, cold to the bone, reverberated throughout the space. Hu Yanzhan frowned, expressing his displeasure. Who dares to hide in the shadows? Suddenly, a figure of astonishing speed soared from the stands, leaving behind a blue afterimage as it charged directly at Hu Yanzhan. Hu Yanzhan's expression shifted dramatically as the diamond mammoth martial spirit enveloped him instantly. Yet, without the slightest resistance, he was sent flying by that figure. With a loud thud, Hu Yanzhan coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The Ice Emperor approached Hu Yanzhan step by step, behind him shimmering 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Hu Yanzhan lifted his head to gaze upon these 9 rings, his heart gripped with an unfathomable terror, nearly causing him to faint. With a resounding thud, the Ice Emperor stepped onto Hu Yanzhan's body. Did you just say you wanted to take my Sierra as your granddaughter-in-law? The Ice Emperor spoke coldly. Hu Yanzhan paused for a moment, then realized the Ice Emperor was referring to Bingshi. Of course not, consider it a slip of the tongue. Hu Yanzhan replied with a forced smile. Chapter 37. The treasure map. It was not that Hu Yanzhan lacked the will to resist. Rather, the defensive power of his diamond mammoth paled in comparison to that of a titled Douluo, especially one possessing a spirit ring of 100,000 years. Oh? The Ice Emperor let out a cold, amused snort. Hu Yanzhan felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and he awkwardly stammered, it was a verbal mistake. Just a verbal mistake. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glanced at the 4 deans, clearly seeing them stifling their laughter. Hu Yanzhan understood that the 4 deans were already aware of the existence of this title Douluo and inwardly cursed them for not clarifying Bingshi's background. He silently vowed that once he escaped, he would seek vengeance. The Ice Emperor raised his foot and, gazing upon the lifeless body of the earthbound figure, scoffed. He deserved his fate, and he has sullied Sierra's hands. What do you propose we do? Hu Yanzhan gritted his teeth, hesitating to rise from the ground. I am willing to compensate Miss Bingshi. Yet, he felt a twinge of indignation. When had the esteemed Jia sect fallen to the point where one had to compensate for the murder of their own? How shall you make amends? The Ice Emperor inquired with a hint of curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Yanzhan, suppressing his anguish, replied, I fortuitously acquired a millennia-old soul bone of the fire attribute. As it does not align with my own attributes, I have yet to absorb it. I had initially intended to reserve it for my grandson in exchange for a soul bone. Would this suffice as compensation? The Ice Emperor furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the proposed compensation. Are you jesting with me? My child, Shij, is undoubtedly of the ice attribute. What purpose does a fire attribute soulbone serve? Hu Yinjin felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his desperate bid to preserve his life, he had hastily presented an exceedingly precious treasure without contemplating the issue of attributes. Alas, my sect is unable to provide an ice attribute soulbone, he admitted with a hint of bitterness. Suddenly, an idea struck him. In my youth, I fortuitously acquired a treasure map. I am willing to present it to your excellency as compensation. A treasure map? What does it entail? The Ice Emperor inquired, nodding gently yet with a hint of curiosity. From what I understand, the location indicated on this treasure map should lead to a rare ice cavern. Beyond that, I cannot elaborate. However, this site lies in the southernmost region of the Douluo Empire, the coldest area within it. There, you may find something particularly suited to your excellency. Hu Yinjin spoke with a mixture of apprehension and hope. After all, he had never visited this treasure site. He had only heard whispers of it in passing, and he was uncertain whether this titled Douluo would find his explanation satisfactory. The Ice Emperor and Bingshi exchanged glances, each perceiving the curiosity reflected in the other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor spoke, that fire attributes soulbone, along with this treasure map, and an additional Millennium Soulbone, and I shall spare you. Hu Yinjin's face revealed a pained expression. He felt no regret in parting with the treasure map. But those 2 Millennium Soulbones would require a considerable sacrifice. Millennium Soulbones are priceless treasures, and even for the Xiangjia sect, one of the lower 4 sects, acquiring them is no trivial matter. After all, not every sect possesses the wealth of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Noticing Hu Yinjin's prolonged silence, the Ice Emperor's gaze sharpened, a smile that was almost mocking gracing his lips. What, are you unwilling? The temperature in the vicinity plummeted several degrees, and Hu Yinjin, awakening from his stupor, forced a smile and replied, how could that be? Of course, I am willing. I shall return to the sect at once and expedite the delivery for you. Then what are you still doing here? Is the ground comfortable? Yes, yes. Hu Yinjin murmured softly, yet his large frame sprang up with surprising agility. Initially, he had intended to take the corpse of the earth element and discreetly claim the soul bone, but upon meeting the Ice Emperor's icy gaze, all such thoughts extinguished, and he left the Tianshui Academy in a dejected manner. Upon returning to the sect, Hu Yinjin erupted in fury, shattering various objects, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Bewildered by their master's sudden rage, "Grandfather, what is wrong? Where is Brother Tusher?" Only Hu Yinli mustered the courage to cautiously inquire. After calming himself, Hu Yinjin growled, "Damn the 4 Elements Academy. I will ensure they regret their actions." Hu Yinli, utterly confused, pressed on, "What exactly happened, grandfather?" Gasping for breath, Hu Yinjin finally spoke again. "Tusher is dead. He was killed by a girl. I initially thought highly of her talent and beauty, considering bringing her home as a bride for you. But it turns out she has a title Douluo backing her. And not just any title Douluo, but at least a super Douluo. Damn it. I even have to compensate that girl." Upon hearing of the title Douluo, Hu Yinli hesitated for a long moment before asking, "What do you have to compensate her with?" 2 Millennium Soul Bones. Hu Yinjin replied vehemently, "This time, we are in deep trouble. Humph, the Tianshui Academy has a title Douluo backing them, and the Thunder Academy is supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I can hardly contend with them. But the Feng family and the Hua family must pay a price." 2 Millennium Soul Bones. Hu Yinli exclaimed, "Wouldn't that deplete our Xiangjia sect?" Hu Yinjin sighed deeply, his voice heavy. "This world is indeed cruel. So, Ali, train diligently. Do not think of avenging Tusher, at least not until you become a title Douluo. Only when you attain the rank of title Douluo can the Xiangjia sect become one of the top 3 sects, and you will truly hold the power to speak." Hu Yinli nodded gravely, remaining silent. "All right, go and practice. I will send someone to deliver the soul bones." Sigh. As Hu Yinli watched Hu Yinjin's retreating figure, he suddenly felt that his grandfather had truly aged. After the Ice Emperor watched Hu Yinjin depart, she turned her gaze toward the 4 deans. That single glance sent a shiver down their spines. Feng Wuxin adjusted the glasses perched on his nose, preparing to approach her with an amiable demeanor, only to witness the Ice Emperor pivot and stride purposefully towards the seats designated for the Tianshui Academy. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. As if the slightest sound might provoke the ire of this formidable woman, the Ice Emperor approached Shui Bingers, his frigid countenance rendering her so terrified that she dared not even breathe. The Ice Emperor extended her delicate hand, gently lifting Shui Binger's chin for a careful examination, while Shui Binger, overwhelmed with fear, tightly closed her eyes. The corners of the Ice Emperor's mouth curled into a meaningful smile before he turned and departed. Shui Binger finally exhaled a sigh of relief, gently patting her blossoming bosom, somewhat perplexed by the actions of this esteemed individual. Chapter 38. Bibi Dong. The following morning, Huyanjin sent individuals to deliver 2 soul bones along with the treasure map. Bingshi stroked her chin, gazing at the 2 soul bones nestled within the exquisite box. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. Before her lay the left leg bone of the fire attribute Crimson Flame Lion, the left arm bone of the earth attribute Great Bear, and the Millennium Soul bone capable of teleportation. She found herself pondering the distribution of these soul bones. Absorbing them herself was out of the question, not only due to the incompatibility of attributes but also because of her disdain for their age. The oldest among them was the left leg bone of the Crimson Flame Lion, barely reaching 30,000 years of age. In Bingshi's vision, with the assistance of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, she expected to acquire at least 6 soul bones over 100,000 years old, or at the very least, those exceeding 80,000 years. Thus, she felt utterly perplexed about how to allocate these soul bones. She had no intention of keeping them for herself. And as for gifting them to friends, she found herself lacking in companionship. The sole potential recipient, Shui Binger, was not a suitable match for her attributes, leaving her with no choice but to consider selling them. As Bingshi wrestled with her thoughts, the Ice Emperor diligently examined a treasure map. The location marked on the map lay at the northernmost tip of the star Douluo Empire, not far from the frozen forest. After a while, the Ice Emperor lifted her head and addressed Bingshi. "Let us depart today and first head to the city center to find Xiaobai." "Are we leaving now?" Bingshi asked, somewhat astonished. "Yes, I feel stifled staying in this academy all day. Besides, you are already on break. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. The location is near the frozen forest, allowing us to visit Schwer before proceeding," the Ice Emperor replied while organizing her belongings. Upon hearing the mention of the Snow Emperor, a flicker of longing appeared in Bingshi's eyes, and she fell silent, commencing her own packing. Huyanjun traveled through the night, arriving at the Spirit City without pause. Upon reaching, he made his way directly to the Pope's hall. "Lord Huyan, what brings you here? Is there an urgent matter?" inquired a perplexed armored knight stationed outside the hall. Huyanjun, catching his breath, replied, "Indeed, I have pressing business and need to see His Holiness the Pope." The knight nodded solemnly, saying, "Please wait a moment while I report your arrival." Huyanjun waved his hand, urging the knight to be swift, while his thoughts drifted. In truth, he had lied about the treasure map. The location marked was indeed accurate, and it was, without a doubt, the coldest part of the Star Luo Empire. However, there were no treasures there, only a terrifying monster. Yet, these were mere rumors. He had never ventured there himself, thus uncertain of their veracity. His visit to Spirit City was not solely to report to the Pope about this title Douluo, but also to evade the Ice Emperor. After all, he had concealed certain details about the treasure map, fearing that this titled Douluo would seek him out for retribution upon her return. In his mind, reaching Spirit City ensured his safety, for no one would dare to cause trouble here. "Lord Huyan, the Pope summons you," the knight announced, breaking his reverie. Huyanjin nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." After adjusting his attire, he stepped into the Pope's hall. Inside, the hall was resplendent, exuding an air of grandeur. At the far end stood a golden throne, upon which sat a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman, delicately grasping a silver scepter in her slender hand. Huyanjun hurriedly lowered his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the woman on the throne. "Lord Huyan, what brings you to my presence?" The woman spoke languidly, her voice melodious. It was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Huyanjun, still looking down, replied, "Your Holiness, a title Douluo not recorded within the Spirit Hall has appeared in Element City, and I am here to report." Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and prompted him to continue. Huyanjin nodded and elaborated. "Yesterday marked the annual exchange day of the Four Elements Academy. I intended to bring our most outstanding disciple, Tushar, to assert our dominance. However, a new genius from the Water Academy emerged, and Tushar was defeated and perished. I sought to reclaim our honor but inadvertently attracted a titled Douluo, who then extorted 2 soul bones from me. After thorough consideration, I am certain this titled Douluo is not documented within the Spirit Hall, hence my report." Rising from her throne, Bibi Dong stretched languidly, her exquisite curves on full display. She asked with interest, "Water Academy, a genius? I have heard of Tushar. A genius capable of slaying him is indeed intriguing." Huyanjun frowned slightly, puzzled by Bibi Dong's interest. Her name is Bingshi. She appears to be around 12 or 13 years old, with a soul power level of 33. The title Douluo is her elder. Oh, 12 years old and level 33. Slain too sure? Fascinating, Bibi Dong murmured. What of the gender and age of this titled Douluo? Suddenly, her tone turned cold. Huyen Jun lowered his head even further, female. As for her age, I cannot ascertain, but she appears to be of similar beauty to your holiness. A mysterious smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. Are you implying she is as beautiful as I? Huyen Jun flattered. Indeed, you are far more enchanting. He added, by the way, Your Holiness, this titled Douluo possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, and I believe her soul power level exceeds 95. Upon hearing of the 100,000-year soul ring, Bibi Dong's expression turned serious. She knew all too well the strength of a titled Douluo with such a ring. Stealing a glance, Huyen Jun admired Bibi Dong's breathtaking beauty, which still left him breathless despite having seen it before. Bibi Dong waved her hand. I understand. You may withdraw. Huyen Jun bowed deeply and slowly made his way out of the hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly spoke. Whatever that woman extorted from you, go to the treasury and retrieve it. Huyen Jun's heart soared with joy, bowing once more to Bibi Dong before departing the grand hall. Silence enveloped the Pope's hall once more. After a while, a haunting voice echoed, a super Douluo? No matter who they are, they cannot interfere with my plans. Anyone who obstructs me shall meet their end. The melodious voice was replaced with one of madness, and laughter erupted throughout the hall. Chapter 39. The Legend of Spirit Soul City. Upon returning to the far north, Bingshi relished a rare period of leisure, with ample food and drink. She even enjoyed the comfort of the Snow Emperor's lap, living a life of utmost contentment. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as the Ice Emperor soon prepared to set off once more. The route from the far north to the location indicated on the treasure map required traversing the frozen forest, followed by a southward journey to the border of the Douluo Empire, and then passing through a city to reach the destination. Though the frozen forest is renowned alongside the Sunset Forest and the Douluo Forest as one of the three great gathering places of soul beasts, the soul beasts within the frozen forest are, lamentably, rather feeble, even weaker than those in the Sunset Forest. As she traversed the entirety of the frozen forest, she encountered merely a single soul beast exceeding 60,000 years in age. In her estimation, the true gathering places for soul beasts should be the Douluo Forest, the extreme north, and the sea, as these three locales boast a genuinely diverse array of soul beasts. In light of this predicament, the Ice Emperor provided an explanation. Due to the low temperatures within the frozen forest, most soul beasts are reluctant to inhabit this frigid domain. Moreover, those soul beasts naturally inclined to cold or possessing ice attributes have superior alternatives in the extreme north, leading the majority of ice-type soul beasts to migrate thither, thus diminishing the variety of soul beasts in the frozen forest. Upon reaching the borders of the Douluo Empire, she finally perceived the stark contrast between the two great empires. The border defenses of the Douluo Empire are exceptionally stringent, with soldiers patrolling diligently throughout the city, resulting in a well-ordered and remarkably clean environment despite the throngs of people. In stark opposition, the Douluo Empire suffers from a lack of patrolling soldiers, giving rise to rampant thievery on the streets. Furthermore, the noble carriages of the Douluo Empire traverse the streets with an air of arrogance, a behavior strictly prohibited by the laws of the Douluo Empire, which seeks to protect pedestrians from harm. The streets of the Douluo Empire are replete with recruitment stations and soul-fighting platforms, reflecting a culture that venerates martial prowess from top to bottom. It is no wonder that the Douluo Empire finds itself unable to contend with the might of the Douluo Empire. Were it not for the interference of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Empire might have already faced annihilation. Although the Douluo Empire enjoys the support of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School subtly aligns itself with the Douluo Empire. Even two of the lower four sects are situated within the Douluo Imperial City. Among the seven great sects, only the Star Crown sect openly backs the Douluo Empire. Originally, the Haoyan sect seemed to lean towards the Douluo Empire, but they have since sealed their sect. Should conflict arise, it is likely that the Douluo Empire could swiftly engulf the Douluo Empire. Upon entering the Douluo Empire, the group did not tarry, instead following their map towards Spirit Soul City, one of the most significant cities in the Douluo Empire. Although Spirit Soul City is located in the northernmost part of the Douluo Empire and is perpetually cold, it serves as a vital border and trade city. Additionally, an ancient legend surrounds Spirit Soul City, which is said to have once been a place where a deity descended to Earth. Originally a paradise of eternal spring, the city was transformed one day when a statue of a deity suddenly descended from the heavens. Upon its arrival, the populace revered it, believing it to be a divine visitation. However, ever since the statue's descent, temperatures began to plummet, and the once idyllic scenery was forever altered into a frigid landscape. Rather than bestowing fortune upon the citizens, the deity's arrival heralded calamity. According to the legend, a dreadful demon accompanied the deity, its visage unseen. For all who beheld it perished, leaving behind only a chilling smile, as if they had slipped away into an eternal slumber. Panic swept through the city, with its inhabitants gripped by fear. It was only when the city lord summoned a sage, who subdued the demon through arcane means, that tranquility was briefly restored. Yet, this peace was short-lived. Not long after, the sage inexplicably succumbed to madness, and with his descent into insanity, the demon re-emerged, wreaking havoc once more. An increasing number of people perished in their homes, their deaths eerily reminiscent of those who had fallen before them, prompting many to flee the city. In desperation, the city lord resorted to fervent prayers before the statue. Perhaps the deity was moved by the city lord's supplications, or perhaps the demon's malevolence attracted divine retribution. But on a stormy day, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the heavens, and the demon's presence vanished from the city. Nonetheless, the city lord, a man of selfish disposition, perceived the disappearance of the demon as a sign of the statue's benevolence and secretly concealed it. Yet, on the very next day after hiding the statue, he met an untimely demise. Thus, to this day, no one has laid eyes upon the statue again. Upon hearing this legend, Aishi, though skeptical, was nonetheless enveloped by an insatiable curiosity. Could the location on this treasure map indeed lead to the statue? The Ice Emperor exclaimed with fervor. Tianming, what do you believe, the truth of this legend? Ice, she pondered in her mind, seeking the counsel of the Dream Ice Silkworm. The Dream Ice Silkworm hesitated, replying, this demon bears a resemblance to a nightmare, though I remain uncertain. However, I do believe there is truth to the tale of a deity's descent. Mingxi gazed at the exuberant Bingdi with a hint of exasperation. How could both of them genuinely believe that a deity truly existed? Deities are not as easily found as cabbages, readily available in abundance. However, Bingxi had no intention of dampening Bingdi's enthusiasm. So the group swiftly arrived at the location marked on the map. As they stood before an expanse of land that stretched endlessly, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Bingxi's mouth. Are you certain that the treasure lies here? Bingxi inquired, a note of skepticism in her voice. The Ice Emperor nodded, patting the robust figure of Little White, and said with a smile, Little White, it's up to you now, dig for me. Suddenly, Aishi felt a wave of dizziness, her face turning pale as she sank to the ground. Xia? What is the matter with you, Xia? The Ice Emperor quickly noticed Aishi's distress and hurried to her side to investigate. Bingxi felt an excruciating headache, as if her skull were about to burst. A voice incessantly whispered in her ear, Come, my child. After a thorough inspection, the Ice Emperor's countenance grew solemn, and he bellowed, Who is it? Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Bingxi, who then vanished in an instant, leaving even the Ice Emperor momentarily stunned. Chapter 40. The Fox in a serene locale, where birds chirped and flowers bloomed. A dashing young man clad in purple lay comfortably upon the soft grass. Beside him, a strikingly beautiful woman donned in emerald green diligently prepared their meal, with a gentle smile adorning her face. The green-clad woman gazed affectionately at the man in black and sighed, Oh, can't you lend a hand? All you do is lounge about. The purple-clad man chuckled, embracing her with a sheepish grin, My dear wife, you are working so hard. Suddenly, the expression on the purple-clad man's face turned serious as he closed his eyes. The green-clad woman, puzzled by her husband's odd behavior, watched him intently until he finally opened his eyes, his countenance transformed. That creature has emerged, he declared, his voice grave. That creature? Who do you mean? The green-clad woman inquired, initially bewildered, but soon recalling something, her face paling as she spoke. What about Qinger? The purple-clad man nodded heavily. I sensed it. There is no mistake. It has broken the seal and has returned. Anxiously, the green-clad woman pressed. What about the deity statue? The man's face clouded with concern, unsure of how to convey the truth to his wife. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the green-clad woman trembled as she asked, What has happened to Qinger? With a deep sigh, the purple-clad man replied, Qinger volunteered to descend with that entity, using herself as a medium to suppress it. Now that it has escaped, it implies that Qinger has. The green-clad woman froze, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye. After a moment, she inquired, "How could that creature have broken the seal?" Worry etched across the man's face. "I do not know. With both the forces of good and evil having fled, and the Azura lost to who knows where, it seems we are left alone," the green-clad woman declared resolutely. "The problem is that we are currently unable to descend and assess the situation. What shall we do?" After a moment's consideration, the purple-clad man spoke. "At this juncture, we must summon the deities who remain on Douluo continent, urging them to select successors swiftly. We must hope to vanquish that entity before it fully regains its strength." The pain was excruciating. Bingshi felt as though she had returned to her past life. Enduring relentless humiliation in her youth, pain accompanied her throughout her childhood. This excruciating agony involuntarily stirred memories of her early years, darkness, silence, and suffering. Bingshi writhed in torment, clearly ensnared in a nightmare. Above her, a graceful fox gazed down, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of its mouth, and astonishingly, 9 tails fanned out behind it. "Sia? Where are you, Sierra? Curse it, what has taken Siege away?" The Ice Emperor nearly ground his silver teeth to dust in fury. Moments later, he slumped helplessly to the ground, murmuring anxiously, "Sierra, you must not come to harm. If anything befalls you, I shall annihilate the entire Huyin clan." Meanwhile, far away in Wuhuan City, Huyin Jun inexplicably shivered twice, utterly bewildered, and could only lament the passage of time, realizing he was indeed growing old. Bingshi felt as though she had embarked on an interminably lengthy dream, within which she encountered an entirely divergent fate. From a young age, she was astute and clever, earning the adoration of her parents. As she matured, she became industrious and capable, marrying a stunning wife, and together they enjoyed a harmonious and blissful life, growing old in contentment. Bingshi was acutely aware that this was the scene she had longed for deep within her heart, or rather, the very scene her previous self had yearned for. With a light chuckle, she spoke, "Please release me. The events of my past life hold no significance any longer." In an instant, the scene transformed dramatically, and Bingshi awakened from the ground, her spirit gently returning. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled by the sight of a pure white fox before her, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. The fox, resplendent in its snowy coat and adorned with 9 tails, approached Bingshi, sniffing curiously before exclaiming in human speech, "Oh, you have awakened so quickly?" Bingshi was bewildered by the fox before her and called out in her mind, "Tianming, are you there?" Silence enveloped her thoughts, and growing anxious from the lack of response, she inquired once more, "Tianming, what is the matter?" The fox laughed heartily and replied, "There is no need to ask. I have already shielded your spiritual consciousness from him. That little insect cannot hear your words." Upon hearing this, Bingshi's expression shifted dramatically. The fox before her possessed the uncanny ability to discern her innermost thoughts. Just as Bingshi pondered how to address this predicament, the fox spoke again, assuring her, "Do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions towards you for the time being. All you need to do is answer a few questions, and I shall set you free." Bingshi, with great difficulty, nodded and replied, "The scenes from that dream no longer captivate me." The fox, suddenly bristling with agitation, roared, "No longer captivates you? That is impossible. We are both outsiders from another realm. How can you turn a blind eye to the very things you once yearned for in your previous life? Why, this accursed place. Ah, let me out. I wish to return. You, tell me, why have you lost all concern for the 10 things you once cherished?" The fox howled, baring its sharp fangs. Bingshi scratched his head and softly remarked, 12 years ago, for reasons unknown, I did not perish but instead arrived in this realm. Upon my initial arrival, I too was engulfed in confusion, bewilderment, and a profound yearning to return to my original world. However, gradually, I came to realize that everything had changed. In this new world, I experienced familial bonds that I had never felt before, forged friendships, and even discovered love. Slowly, I ceased to long for my previous existence, and the attachments of my past life no longer held any allure for me. The fox, soothed by Bingshi's gentle words, regained its composure. After listening, it sneered and said, "Familial love? Friendship? Ha, mere illusions of creation. But love, are you referring to that girl outside?" Before Bingshi could respond, it continued, "Are you not afraid that one day she will learn of your former identity as a man? In the eyes of your kind, that would surely be deemed deception. How will you navigate such a reality?" Bingshi smiled gracefully, acknowledging, "Indeed, in my previous life, I was a man. Yet, I am a girl now, am I not? I cherish her, and she reciprocates my feelings. What does gender matter?" The fox glanced at Bingshi with keen interest, a peculiar smile once again gracing its features. "You are quite an intriguing little creature. Chapter 41. The Nine-Headed Chimera and the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. The Ice Emperor collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Bingshi has been missing for 2 hours. The Ice Emperor scoured the area, even soaring into the sky in search, yet still found nothing. She was at a loss for how to return and face the Snow Emperor. Suddenly, a radiant white light illuminated the surroundings, capturing the Ice Emperor's attention. Within the brilliance, a vague figure appeared, accompanied by an ethereal voice that echoed, "I shall bestow upon you great fortune. Do not be hasty or anxious." The Ice Emperor spoke sharply. "Who on earth are you? Where have you taken sheer?" As he spoke, he charged towards the source of the radiant light. However, the Ice Emperor passed right through it, and the white glow gradually faded away. Just before its complete disappearance, it murmured, "What a truly impetuous junior." The Ice Emperor took a moment to compose himself, furrowing his brow as he resolved to heed the words of the white light and patiently await further developments. "Xiaobai, please venture into the city and procure some food for me. After such a long day, I find myself quite famished." Suddenly, the voice of the fox took on a tone of profound melancholy. "Would you care to hear my tale?" Bingshi nodded slightly, adopting an attentive posture. The fox's gaze deepened, its voice resonating with a profound and melancholic timbre, drawing Bingshi into its memories. "I am Austin Griffin, though you may also refer to me as the Nine-Headed Chimera, the god of divine retribution, or simply as the bright moon." Upon uttering its last name, the fox's tone abruptly shifted to one of fury, only to return to calmness shortly thereafter. "I emerged at the dawn of creation, alongside another consciousness, known to humanity as the Creator God. In those times, he was far mightier than I. I watched as he crafted worlds, bestowing them with life, proclaiming them as his masterpieces. Yet, for reasons unknown, I found his tone particularly irksome." At this juncture, the fox paused, seemingly lost in reflection. To forge these realms, his power waned swiftly, and he perished. Yet, before his demise, he cast a curse upon me, declaring my essence to be one of destruction, a twin opposing him. But how could his dying breath seal my formidable power? I gradually unraveled the bindings, sprouting my ninth head. In that moment, I was brimming with ambition, resolved to annihilate all he had created. Yet, I was overconfident. I fell victim to his most cherished creation, humanity's treachery. Captured by the 10 Earths and 9 Heavens demon suppression array, I expended all my strength to escape the formation. However, I was left utterly drained, forced into reincarnation. To my dismay, all my previous 8 lives ended in failure. Only in my 9th life, in a bewildered state, did I forge a blood pact with a human. With his assistance, I finally began to flourish. When I evolved my 9th head, I resolved to keep my master, Long Houchin, and eliminate all humanity. Yet, I could never have anticipated that my other 8 heads would betray me. They turned against me for that human. As the fox recalled this, its voice echoed with madness. Bingshi's expression grew peculiar. Was this not another chapter from his previous life novel? Thus, this being before him was indeed the fearsome god of divine retribution? The fox, regaining some composure, declared, "Yet they shall not know that I, the great god of divine retribution, shall not meet my end so easily. I have arrived on this continent. Due to my grievous wounds, I had no choice but to inhabit a fox, naming myself the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. The spiritual energy here is rather mediocre. I spent thousands of years recovering a semblance of my strength. During these millennia, I encountered the dragon god. Our conversations brought me joy, akin to what you humans might call friendship. When he sought my aid, I acquiesced, yet I could never have foreseen my subsequent failure. I was imprisoned here for hundreds of thousands of years." The fox gasped for breath, exuding bitterness. "I am fierce. I loathe the injustice of fate. I despise creation. But my injuries are too severe, to the point that I can no longer endure." In her heart, Bingshi was somewhat astonished, entirely unprepared to discover that the nine-tailed fox before her was, in fact, the god of divine retribution. The fox exhaled softly, its voice tinged with a husky quality. "Throughout these countless years, I have engaged in introspection. Perhaps the Creator was indeed correct. The essence of existence lies in creation rather than destruction. Alas, I can no longer convey this truth to him directly. Let us strike a deal." Bingshi was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition, yet she steeled herself and spoke. "You may proceed." The fox, panting heavily, took a moment before replying. "I shall bestow upon you the divine seed of the god of heavenly punishment. In exchange, you must assist me with 3 tasks. Bingshi gritted her teeth and said, "Speak." The fox glanced at Bingshi and began, "Please inquire of the dragon god whether I am regarded as a friend. Secondly, keep an eye on Long Houchin and my other 8 heads to see how they fare. Lastly, I implore you to spare no effort in locating the Creator God and convey to him that I have understood. Are you serious? In her heart, Bingshi felt an indescribable anguish. Which of these three matters could she possibly accomplish? Bingshi cautiously uttered, the dragon god has perished. Perished? The fox was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, though the sound was laden with an inexplicable sorrow. Ha ha ha, dead, dead indeed. How wonderful, dead. Suddenly, it spoke fiercely. Do not entertain thoughts of deceit. I shall impose a curse upon you. Once you acquire the divine title of the god of retribution using my divine seed, you must accomplish these two tasks within a stipulated time. Otherwise, prepare for your divinity to shatter and your status to vanish. Ha ha. I am Austin Griffin, the nine-headed chimera, the god of retribution, the twin of creation. I shall remain immortal. The fox's voice rose in fervor, yet it betrayed an overwhelming melancholy. Its figure gradually faded until it was no longer visible. A purple seed hovered in the air, and before Bingshi could react, the seed entered her mind through her forehead. The man in purple abruptly halted, leaving his wife beside him bewildered. What now? She gasped in surprise. The woman in green re-wrapped her arm around her husband's. Her curiosity piqued. The man in purple raked his fingers through his hair, perplexed. The aura of that entity has vanished. Vanished? It has finally dissipated? The woman exclaimed. The man in purple, his expression grave, replied, I cannot be certain. I will reassess it once we return. Chapter 42. The Great Change in the Far North. Beneath the ice crystal pool, the Snow Empress was currently engaged in her cultivation. Though she had encountered a bottleneck, and any further breakthroughs could provoke heavenly tribulations, she found herself with little else to occupy her time with Bingshi and the Ice Emperor absent. Recently, the Titan Snow Demon King had been unusually docile, rendering her solitary practice the only means to pass the time. Before Bingshi's arrival, while the Ice Emperor occasionally ventured outside for brief periods, he always returned within days. The Snow Empress had never endured such prolonged solitude. Although the days had been monotonous, the Ice Emperor's company made them bearable. After Bingshi's emergence, the Snow Empress had experienced the happiest years of her life, believing that Bingshi felt similarly. With a sigh, the Snow Empress struggled to enter a meditative state, her thoughts drifting far away. Throughout her extensive existence of several 100,000 years, she had dutifully fulfilled her role as the spirit of the far north, vigilantly safeguarding the region and establishing it as a renowned zone of life as prohibition. Yet, she had never ventured beyond, never witnessed the world outside. Humanity thrived, fought, and evolved beyond her confines, yet she remained untouched by any of it, only hearing tales from the Ice Emperor upon his occasional returns. The far north felt like a prison, willingly ensnaring her within its bounds. Now, her sole hope rested on Bingshi attaining divine status, for then she could be taken to the divine realm, liberated from earthly concerns. Just then, the waters of the ice crystal pool below began to surge violently, as if stirred by an unknown force. Since its formation, the ice crystal pool has remained remarkably unchanged, with its waters consistently serene. Such vigorous turbulence is unprecedented. Could it be that something has transpired at the Ice Palace? Upon contemplating this, the Snow Empress's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang into action. The ice crystal pool is not only the heart of the far north, but also the crucial key for the ice radiance to attain divinity. It must not falter. The Snow Empress dove downward against the rising waters, and soon she beheld the presence of the Ice Palace. The Ice Temple, though not vast, perfectly separates the pool of water, creating a space devoid of liquid. The entire structure is composed of glacial ice, shimmering with scattered glimmers of light in the darkness. Though the Ice Temple has stood majestically for hundreds of thousands of years, it remains uncorrupted by time, still exuding an aura of grandeur. Yet, to her astonishment, the Ice Temple is now violently shaking. This tremor causes the waters of the pool to surge upward, amidst the Snow Empress's terrified expression. A blinding white light emanates from within the Ice Temple, enveloping her completely. Simultaneously, from the peaks of Snow God Mountain, the Sea God Temple, the Angel Temple, and various divine heritage sites scattered across the continent, brilliant beams of light shoot skyward like pillars. Within the Papal Palace, the pale-faced Bibi Dong sits slumped on her throne, her expression vacant. Soon, her entire being is shrouded in a chilling black mist, which gradually spreads, filling every corner of the Papal Palace. In the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter savors a glass of Bloody Mary, keenly observing the brutal combat of two figures below through the glass. The arena is strewn with corpses, yet a twisted smile adorns the king's face. Suddenly, he coughs up blood, his already pale complexion turning even more ghastly as a pained whisper escapes his lips. In the Star-Do Great Forest, beneath the Lake of Life, the mighty Emperor Tian opens his enormous eyes, his expression grave and anxious. His entire dragon form lies prostrate on the ground, his colossal head pressed closely to the earth, as if straining to listen intently. After a brief moment, he raises his head once more, murmuring, "All sites of divine heritage are experiencing disturbances. Could there be a crisis in the divine realm? If so, when the Lord awakens, it shall be on this day." Many formidable beings, including Douluo, Poseidon, the heavenly crocodile, Yi Yuan, Chen Xian, Gu Rong, and Tang Hao, are drawn to the celestial beams of light. Except for Douluo and Poseidon, who harbor suspicions, the other titled Douluos remain in a state of confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. The Ice Empress gazes thoughtfully at the beams, two of which originate from the far north. Though tinged with concern, her attention soon shifts to the spot where the white light had just vanished, lost in contemplation. The beams persist for a full 3 days, only beginning to dissipate on the 4th morning with the rising sun. As the last of the beams fades, a space on an island in the southern part of the Douluo continent quietly tears open, and shadowy figures begin to emerge from the black void. Finally, a colossal creature emerges, causing the black hole to vanish entirely. Once these monsters arrive on the island, it undergoes a swift transformation. The once fragrant and melodious scenery is abruptly replaced by an all-consuming darkness. At the moment the gigantic being sets foot on the island, Emperor Tian raises his dragon head once more, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Yet, after carefully sensing, he finds nothing amiss. Although he wishes to dismiss it as mere illusion, an unsettling restlessness compels him to rise and investigate further. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, an ancient whale, long in slumber, opens its eye marred by a horrifying scar. With excitement brimming in its gaze, it turns toward the island and begins to swim slowly in that direction. Although the beams have disappeared and the continent appears to have regained its tranquility, all the great figures believe this to be the calm before an impending storm. Various sects and royal families spring into action, striving to uncover the truth behind the appearance of the beams, as an undercurrent of tension brews. With a soft murmur, the Snow Empress finally awakens, gazing at the now tranquil ice-blue pool beside her, a look of bewilderment on her face. She reflects for a moment, recalling how she lost consciousness when enveloped by the white light. Eager to uncover the truth of what transpired, she descends once more into the waters and approaches the ice temple. The ice temple has returned to tranquility, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Although it appeared unchanged on the surface, the Snow Empress sensed that some subtle transformations had occurred within the ice temple, changes unbeknownst to her. Regrettably, only those in possession of the ice god crystal could unlock the grand doors and enter the sanctum, leaving the Snow Empress to observe from the exterior. After finding nothing of particular note, she ultimately retreated to the shore. Just as the Snow Empress turned to depart, a statue within the temple quietly opened its eyes. Chapter 43, The Ice God and the God of Divine Retribution. Bingshi remained oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Teetering on the brink of collapse from the divine seed left by the Chimera, the purple seed penetrated the ice god crystal embedded in her forehead, plunging her mind into chaos and causing her excruciating headaches. Within her spiritual sea, the purple seed floated serenely in the air, opposed by an ethereal white shadow. The white silhouette faintly resembled a woman, adorned like Bingshi with a sky-blue ice god crystal on her forehead, albeit one that shimmered more brightly. As the ice god crystal on Bingshi's forehead radiated light, the ethereal figure gradually solidified. The woman's clear, otherworldly eyes resembled the deepest starry skies, seemingly imbued with the essence of a starry night. Her enchanting gaze, imbued with grace, flowed like moonlight, and her every smile and frown radiated a captivating charm. Cascading down to her calves, her long, pure white hair accentuated her slender form, enveloped in a layer of white mist that hinted at her exquisite physique. Her delicate, fair feet lightly grazed the water's surface. This mesmerizing scene left the hidden Tian Meng Bingkin speechless, for the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Bingshi. However, the expressions on their faces were entirely different. Bingshi's countenance was consistently serene and elegant, while the woman's head was slightly raised, her expression adorned with an air of sanctity and pride. Yet, when gazing at the divine seed, her face transformed, filled with hatred and fury, as she muttered, "Shuair." The divine seed, cloaked in a purple aura, suddenly morphed into an extraordinarily handsome man, yet his face was marred by malevolence, contrasting starkly with his knightly attire, rendering him bizarre. The man surveyed the spiritual sea, chuckling softly, I never expected this little one's spiritual seed to harbor a deity. Let me see. Which deity might you be? Judging by your hateful gaze, you must be one I have slain. Or perhaps your shui heir was the victim of my hand. Or even both of you. Alas, I have vanquished so many deities that I have forgotten. Might I inquire which one you are? His tone dripped with malice, and his gaze bore a hint of frivolity. The woman's expression shifted to one of disbelief. You do not remember me? The man regarded her with a puzzled look. What? Have we shared an encounter? His gaze then drifted to the trembling Tianming Bingkin hidden nearby. Hey, you little bug over there. You brought this little one here. She is the rightful owner of this place. How can the performance commence without the main character? As he spoke, he exuded a murderous aura that pressed down upon Tianming Bingkin. Overwhelmed by the man's oppressive presence, Tianming Bingkin stood frozen, unable to retort. Witnessing the indifference in his eyes, she had no choice but to bring Bingshi's consciousness into the fray. Bingshi glanced around in a state of confusion, observing the man and woman standing opposite her. She softly inquired, Tianming, who are they? Tianming Bingkin replied with irritation, how should I know? I was peacefully resting when that man barged in and disturbed me. I intended to ask him who he was, but his aura emanated a profound sense of danger, prompting me to seek refuge. Then, this woman suddenly appeared as well, her presence equally terrifying. The man interjected with a light chuckle, Little one, I am Austin Griffin, though I would prefer you to address me as the god of divine retribution. Upon hearing this title, the woman's gaze darkened with anger, yet she seemed to hesitate, as if held back by some unseen restraint, refraining from making a move. Bingshi gazed at Austin in astonishment, while Griffin, filled with curiosity, inquired, haven't you already? Austin, with a sly grin, elucidated, the dissipated form outside is my corporeal body and soul. As for myself, I am but a lingering fragment of it. Essentially that divine seed. Bingshi hesitantly inquired, what is it that you are doing now? Austin, pointing at the woman across from them, excitedly responded, I initially had no intention of coming out, but upon discovering her, my purpose became clear, to resolve her situation. Bingshi then turned her gaze towards the woman, and in that moment, her heart was profoundly shaken. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her own visage. The woman, sensing Bingshi's attention, turned to face her with a gentle tone, Child, come here, come into my embrace. I am the ice goddess. In my arms, you shall inherit my divine position. Under the allure of the woman's voice, Bingshi, as if entranced, began to step towards her, all while Tianming Bingkin looked on with growing concern. Determined to prevent Bingshi's evidently abnormal actions, Tianming Bingkin gritted his teeth and prepared to intervene, only to be halted by Austin and Griffin's gestures. With a hint of disdain, Austin and Griffin observed the woman, dismissively remarking on her antiquated trick. With a cold snort, Austin and Griffin unleashed a blinding light from their hands, shooting directly towards the woman. The woman's expression shifted as she lightly stepped back. Seizing the opportunity, Austin and Griffin scoffed, still not awake? Their words fell like a heavy hammer upon Bingshi's heart, rousing her from her stupor. With a mocking smile, Austin and Griffin continued, What? Do you intend to use her control over the sea of consciousness to confront me? It appears your strength has waned. However, this little one is my chosen one. I find her power immensely appealing. I have placed my hopes in her, so whether you aim to seize her or pass on your divine legacy, you may leave. She does not require it at this moment. The woman, self-identified as the ice goddess, suddenly transformed from anger to sorrow, her voice imbued with a sacred yet ethereal quality, tinged with melancholy, evoking an instinctive desire to comfort her. Yet, Austin and Griffin remained unmoved, their impatience growing. Then cease your prattle and depart. As they spoke, they once again gathered a sphere of purple light in their hands, poised to strike at the ice goddess. The ice god suddenly collapsed onto the ground. His voice tinged with despair as he implored, Esteemed god of divine retribution, may I beg your indulgence to share a tale? Chapter 44. The Ice Gods Past. Austin Griffin wore an expression of mild annoyance, yet upon witnessing the sympathetic gaze of Ice Dawn, he begrudgingly waved his hand and said, What a hassle, speak swiftly. The ice deity reclined upon the surface of the sea, bowing deeply to Austin and Griffin. Then, with a tone both serene and nostalgic, the ice deity recounted a tale. I was born into a wealthy family, enjoying a life of luxury from a young age, gifted with an innate talent for cultivation. I possessed a natural affinity for the attributes of ice and water. Consequently, my family enrolled me in the finest academy to ensure I received the best instruction. It was there that I encountered my lifelong love, Shui. Together, we studied, played, and shared laughter, creating a tapestry of beautiful memories while our skills flourished remarkably. However, this idyllic period was short-lived. Shui, being the daughter of a prominent family, was taken away by her father upon discovering our love. Wait a moment, are you saying that your beloved is also a girl, just like you? Bingshi timidly raised her hand, interrupting the ice deity's reminiscence. The ice god cast a glance at Bingshi, nodding slightly before continuing. Her family can find her. Although my cultivation progressed rapidly, her father stands at the pinnacle of that world, leaving me with no choice but to diligently pursue my training. Years later, I finally defeated her father and rescued her. However, by that time, I had grown so powerful that I was no longer accepted in that realm. After accompanying Shui for a few months, I ultimately forged my own position as the ice god and ascended to the divine realm. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the deities within the divine realm were not as formidable as I had anticipated. Even the most powerful first-tier deity, the sea god, proved to be no match for me. Yet, he wielded a supreme artifact, which granted him the capacity to easily overcome me. Consequently, after deliberation amongst several divine kings, I was bestowed with the rank of first-tier deity. Though temporarily separated from Shui, I held firm in my belief that, given her extraordinary talent, we would reunite one day. Indeed, years later, Shui ascended as well, attaining the title of second-tier deity, the snow goddess. Our bond was so profound that when we fought side by side, we could even triumph over the sea god. Then, one fateful day, the benevolent divine king summoned all deities to inform us of an impending formidable foe, the dragon god and the god of heavenly punishment. Shui and I valiantly resisted, yet we were ultimately overpowered. Severely wounded, we found ourselves alongside the god of heavenly punishment on the Douluo continent. At that time, we realized our days were numbered, and thus, we planned to merge our divine essences to leave behind the legacy of the ice and snow god. Little did we expect the treachery of the god of love. She dared to belittle the love Shui and I shared. In the midst of our divine fusion, she struck us down, exacerbating our injuries and casting a curse that condemned us to never meet again. At this point, the ice god's voice grew filled with fury, and his exquisite features twisted with resentment. In the end, Shui and I each left behind a legacy of our divine ranks. However, due to the god of love's curse, we were destined to remain apart, one on the mountaintop and the other at the bottom of the pool. Bingshi suddenly comprehended the reason behind the existence of two divine legacies in the far north, and the surprising proximity between them. After listening to the entire tale, Austin and Griffin, feeling somewhat bored, absent-mindedly scratched their ears and remarked, "So, are you implying that you blame me for injuring you both?" Which led to being ensnared by that so-called god of love. The ice god spoke with a tinge of sorrow. "I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to request a favor from your grace, the god of divine retribution. In both the ice temple and the snow temple, there stands a statue. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I hope that your grace will extend your assistance, allowing these two statues to meet." After a prolonged silence, Austin finally spoke. "You must entrust this task to the little one." The ice god, filled with elation, proclaimed, "I am grateful to the god of divine retribution for this fulfillment." As he spoke, he once again bent down deeply in respect to Austin and Griffin. Austin and Griffin waved their hands dismissively and, in a serious tone, inquired, "You claim that with the alliance of the snow goddess, you can attain the pinnacle of a first-tier deity's power?" The ice deity nodded thoughtfully, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "What is it?" Austin responded with a light chuckle, "So, the fusion deity you mentioned, the god of ice and snow, should at the very least be a first-tier god, correct?" The ice god remarked, "If it were not for the machinations of the god of love, this would indeed hold true." Austin, after a moment of contemplation, spoke, "In that case, you may leave your divine seed. This little one can also accept your legacy." He then turned to Ice Dawn and added, "Crossing continents to seek the origins of creation in Long Houchin is no simple task. The more strength we possess, the greater our assurance. Thus you must also inherit the divine position of the ice and snow god." Bingshi nodded in acknowledgement. Having settled everything, Austin stretched lazily and murmured, "At last, it is coming to an end, the creation." The figure of the ice deity gradually dissipated, transforming into sparkling shards that adorned the entire sea of consciousness with a shimmering brilliance. A gust of cold wind swept through, scattering the fragments into the depths of the ocean. The ice deity vanished, replaced by a pristine white seed. As the ice deity faded away, the statue, hidden beneath the icy waters of the far northern realm, quietly closed its eyes once more. The seed floated gently in the air, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, gliding towards the forehead of Bingshi, radiating a cerulean light that enveloped her completely. Should anyone be able to glimpse Bingshi's true form at this moment, they would undoubtedly notice a radiant glow emanating from her forehead. The original crystal of the ice deity now shone even more brightly, revealing within it an additional crystalline seed. Bingshi's aura appeared to have transcended, becoming even more noble and sacred. Even the lingering soul force, which had remained stagnant for a considerable time, surged forward, reaching the 40th level. As the light faded, Bingshi reopened her eyes, and whether it was merely her illusion or not, she felt as though her sea of consciousness had expanded slightly. Austin and Griffin expressed their reflections, remarking, "In my lifetime, I have obliterated countless lives and destroyed numerous worlds forged by creation. Yet, in this moment, I never anticipated that I would have to learn from him once more." Bingshi felt somewhat perplexed, yet upon witnessing the profound emotions of Austin and Griffin, she wisely refrained from voicing her inquiries. Austin and Griffin turned their gaze towards Bingshi and softly spoke, "In a moment, I shall transform into a divine seed. And your task will be to anchor this divine seed within your mental sea. There must be no mistakes. Should you fail to secure the divine seed within the span of an hour, you shall be rendered an imbecile." Chapter 45, The Divine Seed. Following this, Austin and Griffin chuckled lightly. "I almost forgot that within your mental sea resides a certain fluffy creature. With its assistance, this task should pose no challenge to you. In the future, you may strive to attain the status of the god of ice and snow. Surely, that deity will look favorably upon you in hopes of meeting the Snow Emperor. Once you have achieved the divine rank of the god of ice and snow, you may then attempt to absorb the power of my divine seed. However, take heed. Until you possess the strength of a deity, do not attempt to draw energy from the divine seed, lest you face a fate most dire." As he spoke, he gently caressed the knightly armor adorning him. His eyes filled with nostalgia. "It has indeed been a long time since I beheld the holy demon continent. Regrettably, I cannot address you in person. I apologize, and thus entrust this little one to convey my words. My creator," he concluded, and with that, Austin and Griffin's form began to gradually dissolve. Suddenly, with a sense of urgency, Austin and Griffin declared, "The visage you see before you is that of Long Houchin. Do not mistake me for another." Under Bingshi's earnest gaze, Austin and Griffin's form finally vanished, and the purple divine seed appeared once more before her. After witnessing the two divine seeds, Bingshi could truly grasp the immense power of the god of heavenly punishment. The ice goddess has already attained the status of a level 1 deity. However, her divine essence seed pales in comparison to those of Austin and Griffin, being significantly smaller in magnitude, and the energy she emanates is utterly inferior. It is worth noting that, at present, Austin and Griffin constitute merely a fragment of the god of divine retribution, although it is indeed the most primal part. There remain 8 heads that have been left with Long Houchin as companions. In the face of such a formidable god of divine retribution, one cannot help but wonder how the ice goddess and the snow goddess managed to withstand its might without being directly annihilated. Bingshi shook her head, observing the divine seed darting about in the sea of consciousness. She spoke in a low voice, "Tiandream, please assist me in capturing that seed." Tiandream chuckled softly, then twisted its rotund form and shot toward the divine seed. For it, the singular desire at this moment was for Bingshi to ascend to divinity. In doing so, as a spirit ring of wisdom, it would attain liberation in the divine realm, thereby enjoying an extended existence. The emergence of 2 deities within the sea of consciousness filled it with elation. Through their discourse, Tiandream Ice Silkworm learned that should Bingshi not meet an untimely end, she was destined to achieve the status of a goddess. This revelation stirred profound excitement within, fueling its determination to assist Bingshi in seizing the divine seed. However, to its utter astonishment, the divine seed appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence. Evading the ample form of Tiandream Ice Silkworm while playfully bouncing up and down in the air, as if mocking it. Enraged, Tiandream Ice Silkworm retorted, "Oh, so even a mere seed dares to ridicule me? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Tiandream. Bingshi, you block its escape route. I refuse to believe we cannot capture it." Bingshi hurriedly emerged, obstructing the escape route of the divine seed. Yet, the divine seed slipped away like a cunning loach, wriggling through the seams of Bingshi's garments. Time swiftly passed, and after half an hour, neither the person nor the creature had managed to capture the divine seed. Bingshi was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, while the heavenly dream ice silkworm lay sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. Bingshi spoke with a hint of urgency, "Tianming, we must devise a solution swiftly." Tianming Binkin weakly waved its tiny claw, its voice nearly breathless as it replied, "That little creature behaves like a playful child. Constantly hiding and seeking. What can I possibly do? A playful child?" After a moment of contemplation, Bingshi suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Tianming, I have an idea. Since you liken it to a mischievous child, why not attempt to coax it with methods suited for children?" Tianming Bingen inquired with a touch of confusion. "How do we coax it?" In a hushed tone, Bingshi mysteriously leaned closer to Tianming Iceworm and whispered, "Isn't your innate skill simulation? Children are notoriously curious. You can use your simulation ability to deceive it, while I take the opportunity to capture it. Do you think this could work?" Tianming Iceworm inquired with a hint of hesitation. Aishi urged, "How can you know if you do not try?" The divine seed, personified, performed a few somersaults in the air, feeling a tinge of boredom as neither the insect nor the person would engage it in a game of hide and seek. Suddenly, the person approached the insect and whispered in its ear, instantly igniting the curiosity of the divine seed, which hesitated to advance yet felt compelled. At that moment, the originally pristine white form of the heavenly dream eye silkworm shifted in hue. In the eyes of the divine seed, the silkworm's body transformed into a spectrum of vibrant colors, red, orange, yellow, and more. The divine seed first scanned its surroundings with caution, then cautiously moved closer, becoming utterly captivated by the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Meanwhile, Aishi had circled around to the back of the divine seed. And seizing the opportunity while the divine seed was completely absorbed in the silkworm, she deftly grasped it in her hand. Captured, the divine seed began to thrash violently. Yet Aishi remained unfazed, her grip unwavering. After a prolonged struggle without success, the divine seed gradually dissipated in Aishi's grasp, giving way to an even larger divine seed, radiating a violet luminescence, which quietly floated within her consciousness. Bingshi finally let out a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, a monumental transformation occurred within the sea of consciousness, causing the entire realm to tremble violently. The once tranquil rivers began to surge and boil, reminiscent of the mighty waters merging into the vast ocean. The appearance of Bingshi has undergone a transformation, though this change is nearly imperceptible at first glance. Her pupils have taken on a delicate lavender hue, reminiscent of an unfathomable ocean, occasionally glimmering with hints of violet, which enhances the allure of her already striking visage. The tremor in her voice gradually dissipated as Bingshi focused her gaze, utterly astonished. Before her, the sea of consciousness could truly be described as an ocean. It stretched endlessly, the profound waters occasionally shimmering with undertones of purple. Meanwhile, the heavenly dream eye silkworm had already immersed itself in the depths, joyfully swimming about. "Little Bingshi, come and swim with me for a while," the heavenly dream eye silkworm exclaimed with excitement. Bingshi gently shook her head and softly remarked, "My sister Binger is still waiting outside for me. She must be quite anxious. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. For those who share a fondness for this, feel free to join our QQ group, 9924291150. All are welcome to partake in discussions and exchanges of ideas." Chapter 46, The Broken Clan. In a flash of white light, Bingshi finally returned to the outside world. The Ice Emperor was reclining on the formidable Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, dozing peacefully. Upon spotting Bingshi, the Ice Bear King excitedly roused the Ice Emperor with a gentle pat. The Ice Emperor, with drowsy eyes, slowly opened them and upon seeing Bingshi, instantly became alert. He rushed forward in a swift stride, enveloping Bingshi tightly in his embrace. "You wretched girl. You vanished for a whole fortnight. Do you have any idea how worried I have been about you?" As he spoke, the Ice Emperor gently patted Bingshi's back, his tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. Bingshi gently wrapped her arms around Bingdi in a comforting embrace, soothingly saying, There, it's all right. I'm perfectly fine. So come here for a hug." The Ice Emperor released Bingshi and inquired meticulously, "Where have you been for the past fortnight?" Bingshi stroked her chin thoughtfully. "How should I put it? It's a long tale, but to put it simply, I encountered a deity." The Ice Emperor widened her bright, beautiful eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is there truly a deity here?" Bingshi nodded slightly, affirming, "Its name is Austin Griffin, the god of divine retribution. The half-month of my disappearance was devoted to receiving its divine seed, which you may also interpret as accepting its legacy." The Ice Emperor inquired with a hint of confusion, "The god of divine retribution? Does such a deity truly exist? I have never heard of it before. Furthermore, what exactly is a divine seed?" Bingshi chuckled enigmatically, saying, "Do not underestimate this deity. His origins are remarkably significant." The Ice Emperor, with a hint of irritation, patted Aishi and urged, "Do not keep me in suspense. What is truly happening?" She elaborated, "He hails from another realm, a deity, the twin of the creator god. His power is immensely formidable upon his arrival in this world. He nearly brought ruin to the divine realm. The essence of his divinity serves as a means for me to attain the position of the god of divine punishment. However, upon hearing Ice Shi's explanation, the Ice Emperor grew even more anxious. The twin of the creator god? The one who annihilated the divine realm? Does that not imply he stands in opposition to other deities? What then becomes of your ice god legacy? Being Shi comforted, rest assured, everything will be fine. The ice deity can pass on the legacy just the same. The god of heavenly retribution has already made the arrangements. The Ice Emperor nodded, harboring some lingering concerns in his heart, yet he ultimately chose to trust Bing Shi and refrained from further inquiries. So, where shall we venture next? Bing Shi bit her finger, feeling a tinge of confusion. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed to Xiaobai, go to the Tianshui Academy and request an extended leave from Dean Shui. Sister Bing'er and I shall indulge in a world of our own. The innocent Ice Bear King Xiaobai nodded in agreement, then turned and departed. Per Xiaobai, oblivious to the fact that he was being treated as a mere instrument. Upon hearing the phrase world of two, Ice Emperor's face flushed with an unusual hue. As he retorted, what do you mean by world of two? You're speaking nonsense. Bing Shi gazed at the obstinate Ice Emperor, a hint of amusement flickering in her heart. However, she chose not to expose his stubbornness and instead took his hand, soaring towards the distant horizon. The Dragon City is situated at the juncture of the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire, and it is to this very destination that Bing Shi and the Ice Emperor journey. The Ice Emperor wandered through the town with a hint of boredom, lamenting, why have you brought me here? This quaint little place lacks even a market. I cannot procure a morsel to eat. Bing Shi helplessly remarked, you didn't pay attention when I asked for directions. I am heading to the stronghold of the Broken One clan. The Ice Emperor pouted petulantly and remarked, what a wretched clan. What could possibly be enticing about that place? Bing Shi gently tousled the hair of the Ice Emperor and softly said, all right, I will accompany you for a shopping trip later. Hooray! The two arrived at the entrance of the residence of the Broken One clan. The Broken One clan could be considered the most successful among the 4 affiliated sects, thriving through their expertise in pharmaceuticals, supplying the Star Luo imperial family, and living quite prosperously. The land on which the Broken One clan's residence is situated was specifically allocated to them by the Star Luo Empire. Bing Shi's purpose in coming here was to acquire the texts on pharmaceuticals from the clan leader, Yang Wudi. After all, without such books, she would be unable to identify the various medicines when she ventured to the Eye of Ice and Fire, let alone gather them. Bing Shi knocked on the door of the Broken One clan. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a head peering out. Although taken aback by the appearance of the two visitors, the individual politely stated, I apologize, but we are hosting esteemed guests today and cannot receive any visitors. With that, the door was promptly shut once more. Bing Shi felt a sense of helplessness as she prepared to turn away, intending to return another day. However, to her surprise, the Ice Emperor forcefully struck the door several times, as if venting his frustrations. The earlier figure re-emerged, their tone unfriendly as they remarked, I have already stated that the clan leader is entertaining honored guests today and is unavailable for visitors. Do you not comprehend this? Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor was filled with wrath, poised to unleash his fury, when a robust voice resonated from within, inquiring, Yang Tong, what is the matter? The man referred to as Yang Tong responded, respected clan leader, 2 women have arrived outside. I shall expel them at once. The commanding voice echoed once more, 2 women, you say? Very well, allow them entry and escort them to the side hall to await further instructions. It was only then that Yang Tong turned around, his irritation evident as he addressed the two. You both may come in with me. The Ice Emperor, feeling somewhat vexed, raised his fist at Yang Tong's retreating figure. Had it not been for Bing Shi's insistence just moments ago, he would undoubtedly have shown Yang Tong the reasons behind the vibrant blooms of flowers. Yang Tong turned her head, observing the breathtaking beauty of Bing Shi and the Ice Emperor, her tone softening slightly. The clan leader is currently entertaining esteemed guests. Allow me to escort you to the side hall, where you may wait for a while. To reach the side hall, we must pass through the main hall, which is where the clan leader hosts these distinguished visitors. Therefore, I urge you to exercise caution and refrain from making any noise that might disturb our guests. Bing Shi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yang Tong led Bing Shi and the Ice Emperor through the entrance of the grand hall and into the side chamber. Please wait here for a moment. I shall prepare some tea for you. Bing Shi clicked her tongue in disbelief, astonished that the seemingly unremarkable Paji clan displayed such opulence within. Along her journey, she had encountered a myriad of artificial mountains and water features, as well as several medicinal gardens and even multiple training grounds. It appeared that alchemy was indeed a lucrative enterprise. Within the grand hall, an elderly man sat opposite a middle-aged gentleman, behind whom stood a tall, sturdy boy, his countenance resolute yet tinged with youthful innocence. Although she had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the Ice Emperor as they passed by the hall's entrance. The middle-aged man had nonetheless observed the Ice Emperor's exquisite profile and, with curiosity, inquired, "Elder Yang, who were those two women just now?" Chapter 47. Wishes fulfilled. The elderly man's eyes sparkled with vitality. Despite his age, his visage bore no trace of frailty. Lean and wiry, he exuded an aura of sharpness akin to a finely honed sword. He was none other than Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Piji clan. Yang Wudi laughed heartily, his voice resonant. "I am unaware as well." The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, suggesting, "It wouldn't be proper to leave our guests unattended. Why don't we go and see for ourselves?" Yang Wudi understood the underlying intent of this man, who, despite his refined appearance, was unmistakably a wolf in sheep's clothing, undoubtedly enticed by the beauty of the two women. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon his own dignity, thus feigning interest. Nevertheless, Yang Wudi had no intention of disregarding his sentiments, recognizing the man's significant standing and choosing not to offend him. Thus, he replied, "Indeed, let us proceed together." "Master Tuoba." The middle-aged man nodded and turned to say, "Hong Air, you should accompany us as well." The trio made their way to a side hall, and upon entering, both the young man and the middle-aged gentleman displayed expressions of astonishment. Even Yang Wudi, who was wholly engrossed in the study of medicinal concoctions, could not help but marvel at the beauty of the two individuals before him. She felt a sense of bewilderment regarding the identities of the three individuals, coupled with a touch of dissatisfaction at their unwavering gaze fixed upon her and the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor, however, remained utterly indifferent, not even lifting his head. Yang Wudi, noticing the middle-aged man and his son displaying signs of discomfort, cleared his throat twice to rouse them, and introduced himself. "I am Yang Wudi, the chieftain of the Piji clan. This is Tuoba Shi, the leader of the Shenglong sect, and that gentleman is Tuoba Hong, the eldest son of sect leader Tuoba. May I inquire about your esteemed identities?" She could not help but cast a few more glances at Tuoba Shi, as she had some recollection of him. He appeared to be the one who was swiftly defeated by Tang San in the original work. Furthermore, it seemed that the Sacred Dragon sect had ascended to the upper echelons of the sect rankings during the re-evaluation conducted by the Spirit Hall. She chuckled softly, nodding towards Tuoba Shi and Tuoba Hong, and gently expressed, "I hope to borrow the book in which clan leader Yang records the herbs." Yang Wudi's eyes brightened with curiosity as he inquired, "Are you also interested in alchemy?" Shi nodded slightly, and it could indeed be articulated in such a manner. Just as Yang Wudi was about to engage in conversation with Shi, Tuoba Shi hastily interjected, "This young lady is truly eager to learn. May I inquire about the name of this enchanting lady?" Shi found it somewhat amusing. She referred to the Ice Emperor as her sister. She was not particularly loquacious. "So Tuoba Ku, please do not take offense." Tuoba Shi smiled and said, "Of course not. May I inquire as to where you two hail from?" "We come from the Heavenly Do Empire's Heavenly Water Academy. It has come to our attention that Elder Yang possesses profound knowledge of herbal medicine, and we have come here to seek his guidance," Shi replied. "Ah, the Heavenly Water Academy of the Heavenly Do Empire. Quite a journey you have undertaken. Would you care to visit our Sacred Dragon sect? It would be an honor for us to extend our hospitality." Shi felt somewhat exasperated. The lustful intentions of these two were plainly evident. If she and the Ice Emperor were merely ordinary women, it was likely that once they entered the Sacred Dragon sect, they would never emerge again. Shi gently declined, saying, "We appreciate the kind intentions of Master Tuoba, yet we merely wish to seek knowledge regarding herbs and do not wish to impose further. The Tian Shui Academy is soon to commence its term, and we must return swiftly." Tuoba Shi shifted his gaze, ceasing to mention the invitation for the two to visit, and curiously inquired, "Is your sister also a student at Tian Shui Academy?" Shi shook her head. "She was a teacher." "Elder Yang, may I borrow some books for my perusal?" Yang Wudi nodded, retrieving an ancient tome from his bosom and handing it to Shi. "Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. It is rare to find a young lady with an interest in herbal knowledge." "I am most grateful, Elder Yang," Shi replied, suppressing her excitement as she expressed her thanks. As night fell, Bingshi and the Ice Emperor settled into the guest quarters arranged by Yang Wudi, while the father-son duo of Tuoba Shi and Tuoba Hong resided next door. Throughout the day, Tuoba Hong had been an incessant source of annoyance, clinging to her like a stubborn adhesive, bombarding her with questions that nearly prompted Bingshi to unleash a chilling storm upon him. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor retreated to their room, shutting the door and effectively curtailing Tuoba Shi's attempts at conversation, granting them a momentary reprieve from the disturbances. Although Bingshi yearned to retreat to her chamber and immerse herself in memorizing ancient texts, her curiosity about the medicinal garden of the Pa family captivated her even more, which led to her being pestered by Tuoba Hong throughout the day. Upon returning to her room, Bingshi felt an overwhelming headache. She had never anticipated that dealing with an overly attentive admirer would be so exhausting. It seemed her skills were still lacking. Bingshi gathered her spirits and retrieved an ancient text, beginning to search through it. Indeed, Yang Wudi's writings not only documented common herbs, but also a variety of rare ones, including celestial herbs. Since the original text depicted Yang Wudi instantly recognizing the fragrant Chilua celestial herb, Bingshi believed he might possess illustrations of various herbs. Yet, having never seen them with her own eyes, she felt a tinge of apprehension. It was only after discovering descriptions of the eight-pointed ice grass, the fiery apricot flower, and the heavenly mushroom chrysanthemum that she finally exhaled in relief. Her desires had been fulfilled, and her next step was to embark towards the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, she also stumbled upon the crystal blood dragon ginseng in the book, which reminded her of a precious celestial herb held by the Min clan. This led to her internal conflict about whether to retrieve it. After much contemplation, Bingshi ultimately dismissed the idea. Meanwhile, Tuoba Shi and his son Tuoba Hong were conspiring in their chamber. "Father, I think I might be falling for Miss Bingshi," Tuoba Hong murmured, conflicted. Tuoba Shi gazed at his son with a pained expression, chastising, "Is this love? It seems more like lust." Noticing his son's hesitation, Tuoba Shi's demeanor shifted to a lewd grin. "Yet, these sisters are indeed striking. Bringing one home wouldn't be too shabby. If you truly fancy that girl, simply take her as a concubine. As for her sister," he trailed off, recalling the Ice Empress's enchanting figure and her cold demeanor, her elegance now replaced by something more sinister. Tuoba Hong hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Tuoba Shi dismissed his concerns. "What does it matter? You must understand, we are powerful. In this realm, strength grants us a significant voice. What is a mere instructor from the Tianshui Academy? Lord Bibi Dong has already pledged her support. Once I break through to the titled Douluo level, the long-standing patience of our Holy Dragon sect will yield results. As for the Tiando Empire, humph." After spending 3 days in the Pa clan, Bingshi had thoroughly memorized the appearances of the celestial herbs and prepared to bid farewell to Yang Wudi. "Are you leaving already?" Yang Wudi asked, astonished. His tone conveyed a sense of regret and reluctance. It was not the allure of beauty that troubled him, but rather the thought of the Holy Dragon sect's past behavior, as he suspected the intentions of the Tuoba father and son, feeling pity for such a young girl potentially falling into their clutches. However, he could not express this directly, aware that the Pa clan had previously suffered an attack from the Spirit Hall, leaving them weakened. Any conflict with the Holy Dragon sect in Yulong City could jeopardize the entire clan. Thus, he sought a more subtle way to persuade her to stay. Knowing the Pa clan was currently valued by the Star Luo Empire, making it difficult for the Holy Dragon sect to act against them without provocation. Yet, Bingshi gently declined Yang Wudi's kind offer, explaining, "The Tianshui Academy is about to commence classes, and I must return swiftly. I truly appreciate your hospitality and teachings during my stay." As she spoke, she bowed respectfully. Yang Wudi sighed, unwilling to let such a polite young lady fall into danger, and resolved to discreetly follow her, intending to protect her in the shadows, believing the Holy Dragon sect would spare her out of respect for him. Unbeknownst to him, Bingshi, aware of the Tianming Ice Silkworm's perception, recognized his intentions. Although she viewed Yang Wudi as a mere tool from whom she had gleaned knowledge, his willingness to protect her touched her heart. Though she did not need his protection, she appreciated the sentiment, especially since she had benefited from his writings. Thus, she resolved to gift him the celestial herb that rightfully belonged to him in the original text. Upon exiting the city, several figures emerged, encircling the Ice Empress and Bingshi, led by Tuoba Shi. From his hidden vantage point, Yang Wudi's expression shifted upon seeing the group. He had assumed only Tuoba Shi would confront the two women. believing his own strength and reputation would ensure their safety. Yet, to his dismay, several formidable experts from the Holy Dragon sect had come forth. Among the five, only Tuoba Hong was not a soul Douluo, and even the weakest among them surpassed Yang Wudi in soul power. What could he do? Clenching his teeth, Yang Wudi revealed himself, ever the man who walks towards danger despite knowing the risks. Tuobashi laughed heartily. Huh? I knew you would meddle, old man. So I brought a few more with me. Surprised, are you? Yang Wudi's face darkened as he urged, release them. They hail from the Tianshui Academy. The Four-Element Academy shares a deep bond. Do you not fear retribution? Retribution? Tuobashi scoffed. I am on the verge of breaking through to the titled Douluo level. Why should I fear such things? At that moment, Bingshi bowed to Yang Wudi, softly expressing, thank you for your assistance. But dealing with these scoundrels is not something I require your help with. Yang Wudi was taken aback, while the soul Douluos from the Holy Dragon sect erupted in laughter. Tuobashi sneered, the little one speaks boldly. Do not worry, little one. After tonight, you shall be my daughter-in-law. Bingshi let out a sigh, pondering why there were always some fools intent on dragging her back to fulfill the roles of daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law when she was, in fact, quite peaceful. At that moment, the Ice Emperor could no longer contain the fury boiling within. Behind him, 9 soul rings materialized in an instant, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. The air fell into an eerie silence, leaving the members of the Holy Dragon sect with expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. An elderly man with a weathered face bellowed, did you not claim she was merely a teacher? Tuobashi stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Before the old man could utter a plea for mercy, the Ice Emperor sprang into action. Under the simulation skill of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, the red soul ring behind him flickered momentarily, and a realm filled with raging blizzards enveloped the members of the Holy Dragon sect in an instant. The Ice Emperor's ultimate technique, the realm of everlasting frost. The entire sky was tinged with a shade of azure, and the temperature within a radius of several dozen miles plummeted instantly. In an instant, a tempest of snow and wind surged towards the group. Before the members of the Holy Dragon sect could even react, they transformed into frozen statues. The Ice Emperor gently raised his jade arm, and with a delicate grip of his exquisite hand, several ice sculptures shattered explosively before Yang Wudi's incredulous gaze, crumbling into fine fragments. The Ice Scorpion clan possesses a remarkable innate ability, the ice explosion technique. Poor Tuobashi, even unto his last breath, was consumed by thoughts of transcending to the title Douluo rank, securing the support of the Spirit Hall, and ascending to the pinnacle of his life. The Ice Emperor turned his gaze, locking his cold eyes onto Yang Wudi. In that instant, Yang Wudi felt as though his blood had frozen, and his entire body became rigid. Although Yang Wudi was somewhat obstinate, it did not imply he was a fool. Thus, he wisely lowered his head and raised his hand, saying, I was unaware of the esteemed presence of the title Douluo. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Bingshi tugged at the Ice Emperor's sleeve, prompting him to finally withdraw his gaze. Yang Wudi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously remarked, may I ask? Young friend? Bingshi let out a light laugh and said, I sincerely appreciate the kindness of clan leader Yang. I shall repay the favor of borrowing your books in due time. As she spoke, she summoned the ice crystal phoenix, which carried the two of them away. Yang Wudi gazed at their departing figures, shaking his head in resignation. He turned his attention to the remnants of the Shenlong sect, spat in disdain, and then walked away. Hee, Sister Bing, you were absolutely magnificent just now. The Ice Emperor raised his head slightly, feigning an air of aloofness without uttering a word. This demeanor elicited a quiet chuckle from Bingshi. 3 days later, within the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong sat upon the throne, her expression one of intense fury. The sudden disappearance of Tuobashi and the elite within the sect? Is this how you report to me? Investigate. If you cannot uncover the truth, do not return. Her cold yet furious voice resonated throughout the grand hall. A flamboyant man, adorned in garish attire, spoke in a delicate tone. Your Holiness, please temper your wrath. Do take care of your health. This display prompted a masked figure clad in black, positioned to his right, to shift a few steps and propose, Your Holiness. Perhaps I should investigate? Bibi Dong took a moment to compose herself before responding. No, I have more pressing matters for the two of you. In my plans, the Sacred Dragon Sect is an indispensable element. How could I not be incensed? Should I discover who is responsible, let us set that aside for now. Recently, at the Tianshui Academy, a title Douluo with a 10,000-year soul ring, known as the title Ice Emperor, has emerged. Yet there is no record of him within the spirit hall. You two are to investigate this matter. Remember, do not engage in conflict. Understood. Chapter 49. The arrival at the Eyes of Ice and Fire. According to the original text, the Eyes of Ice and Fire lie beneath a cliff within the Sunset Forest. In order to prevent soul beasts or others from intruding upon his medicinal garden, Douluo had set up a toxic mist at the cliff's edge. However, Bingshi had been in the Sunset Forest for 2 days and had yet to encounter even a trace of the toxic vapors. Instead, she had come across numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. For reasons unknown, the Sunset Forest was particularly abundant in spider-type soul beasts, and Bingshi had already seen no fewer than 5 10,000-year spiders along her path. Suddenly, a faint, eerie aura wafted into Bingshi's nostrils. The moment she inhaled a bit, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Bingshi lightly bit her tongue, compelling herself to awaken, while a surge of excitement coursed through her heart. This must be the noxious gas of the poisonous miasma. It follows then that the miasma is not far off. At the same time, Bingshi couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Douluo is truly the continent's foremost poison master. Merely inhaling a trace of the toxic air left her with a slight feeling of dizziness. Bingshi summoned all her energy and addressed Bingdi, saying, "Sister Binger, we are almost there. Please ensure my safety and avoid inhaling the toxic gas." "Understood," Bingdi replied, and they continued their journey. After a while, Bingshi finally beheld the source of the noxious miasma. A dense mist of black and purple swirled ominously outside the mountain, its fearsome nature evident even to the naked eye. The Ice Emperor cradled Bingshi in his arms, enveloping them within a protective shield formed by his own soul power. As they traversed through the noxious miasma, at that moment, within a cave beneath the cliff, an elderly man with long, dark green hair opened his eyes. "Are you certain that the treasure lies just beneath this precipice?" The Ice Emperor inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. The cliff was shrouded in a veil of white mist, obscuring the view below, yet Bingshi confidently replied, "Trust me, it is right beneath us." The Ice Emperor rolled his eyes and seized Bingshi, leaping downwards. The cliff was not particularly high, and the Ice Emperor effortlessly landed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, both were astonished by the scene before them. The air was fragrant with blossoms, the temperature mild, and a myriad of herbs and flowers bloomed in a vibrant display, infusing the entire garden with a sense of vitality. Even more astonishing were the 2 ponds at the center of the garden, one crimson and the other azure, each possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. The spiritual energy permeating the garden was abundant, prompting the Ice Emperor to emit a contented hum. At that moment, Bingshi recalled the descriptions from the original text. The Ice and Fire duality was one of the 3 great treasure troves, renowned for gathering the finest spirits of the world, a place where the essence of heaven and earth converged. In such an environment, ordinary plants could not thrive, as they were unable to adapt to the peculiar climate. However, the 3 great treasure troves served as the breeding grounds for all rare plants, allowing these extraordinary flora to mature in a fraction of the usual time. In simpler terms, if a spirit mushroom were to grow in any of the 3 great treasure troves for a decade, it would possess the efficacy of a century-old mushroom. The Eye of Ice and Fire not only nurtures living beings but also exerts an extraordinarily unique influence on the human body. Should humans or animals dwell near the Eye of Ice and Fire, they will soon experience an overwhelming surge of the 2 extreme elemental energies. If they are unable to vacate the vicinity in a timely manner, they are destined to meet a fatal demise. Bingshi gazed excitedly at the lush garden of herbs, her form stirring as she prepared to gather them. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse voice echoed from behind her. "Strange, you have not perished from the toxic miasma? How intriguing." Bingshi turned her head to behold the elderly figure before her, draped in a dark green robe, with long flowing hair of the same hue and eyes resembling those of a serpent. This must be the poisoned Douluo. Douluo, with an air of intrigue, gazed at the 2 young women before him. "I am quite curious," he remarked. "How did you manage to traverse through my poison miasma? Furthermore, judging by the expression on your young face, do you possess knowledge of these herbs?" Douluo held unwavering confidence in his venom, firmly believing that no one could unravel its potency. Given the youth of the 2 women, he was led to speculate that Bingshi and the Ice Emperor possessed some treasure capable of counteracting his poisonous haze. Bingshi found herself utterly captivated by the enchanting array of celestial herbs surrounding her, leaving her little inclination to engage in idle banter with Douluo. Thus, she gently patted the Ice Emperor. Noticing the silence between the 2, Douluo continued, "Rest assured, I harbor no intention of harming you. Do not be afraid." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, The Ice Emperor delivered a powerful punch to his face. With a resounding crash, Douluo was hurled against the precipice and subsequently fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" As his words escaped him, he caught sight of the soul rings behind the Ice Emperor. The blinding crimson hue of the soul rings rendered him momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware of his own frailty, being deeply poisoned and relatively weak among tidal Douluos. He knew that a direct confrontation would spell disaster for him. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "To borrow your medicinal garden," Bingshi replied. "That is absolutely out of the question." Douluo vehemently refused, as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings materialized behind him. 7th soul skill, martial soul manifestation. 9th soul skill, phosphorescent divine light. He resolved to strike first, unleashing his most formidable offensive right from the outset. In an instant, he transformed into a menacing emerald serpent, unleashing a beam of azure light aimed directly at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor smirked, and his innate ability was unleashed in an instant. The wrath of the Ice Emperor. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, the Ice Emperor elegantly waved, conjuring a brilliant white light that intercepted the impending attack. In that instant, she exerted all her strength, propelling herself directly towards Douluo. Douluo's expression shifted dramatically as his 8th spirit ring illuminated. Time stood still. This rare spirit ability, intricately linked to the essence of time, was not intended to ensnare the Ice Emperor, but rather to grant him a fleeting moment of reprieve. As anticipated, the grayish-white luminescence was deftly evaded by the Ice Emperor with a mere twist of her form. At that moment, Douluo unveiled his trump card, the soul bone technique known as Medusa's gaze. Every foe who fell under his sight would be petrified, just as Douluo reveled in his triumph. The Ice Emperor displayed no inclination towards petrification. Instead, she surged forth, closing the distance between them in an instant. With a fierce strike of her icy pincers, she dealt a crushing blow to Douluo's abdomen. In disbelief, Douluo collapsed to the ground, spewing forth crimson droplets of blood. Bingshi, hiding in the back, helplessly remarked, "Must we resort to violence? Do you lack even the self-awareness of being the weakest tidal Douluo?" The words of Bingshi struck like a dagger, piercing the heart of Douluo. In Chapter 50, gazing through the autumn dew, Douluo struggled momentarily, attempting to rise, yet with the slightest movement, a chilling cold coursed through his veins. Helpless, he was forced to languish on the ground in vain. "Who exactly are you? I have never heard of such a genius on the Douluo continent. Judging by your age, you must be around 30, yet you have already attained the rank of tidal Douluo. Alas, truly formidable is the younger generation," Douluo remarked with a hint of melancholy. The Ice Emperor cast a frosty glance at Douluo, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet once more, compelling Douluo to shiver involuntarily, leaving him utterly bewildered. Bingshi quietly chuckled to herself. Although the Ice Emperor's true age could be likened to that of Douluo's great-great-grandmother, she remained a woman nonetheless. Being female, she would undoubtedly be acutely sensitive about her age, and Douluo had unwittingly stepped into a precarious situation. Noticing that neither of the two responded, Douluo's eyes darted as he inquired, "Do you two desire the medicinal herbs found here?" Bingshi raised an eyebrow, chuckling as she remarked, "Indeed, your surroundings are truly exceptional. Such divine herbs should not be squandered." Douluo, with a tone laced with astonishment, responded, "I am unfamiliar with these herbs. In my earlier years, I mistakenly ingested one, and the pain was excruciating, nearly costing me my life. Since that incident, I have refrained from touching these herbs again. However, the abundant spiritual energy here has compelled me to remain and cultivate my skills." Bingshi nodded slightly, chuckling as she remarked, "Is it also to suppress your poison?" Douluo's expression shifted abruptly, and he exclaimed sharply, "Who on earth are you?" However, upon contemplating his current predicament, he recoiled like a deflated balloon. "It's nothing. Merely having taken over your medicinal garden, I felt a twinge of guilt, so I thought to offer you a bit of guidance." Upon hearing this, Douluo hastily inquired, "Are you implying that you can cure it?" As Bingshi diligently harvested the celestial herbs in accordance with the methods outlined in Yangwudi's tome, she remarked, "I may not be able to cure it, but I know someone who certainly can." "Who?" Douluo inquired with a sense of urgency. The venom of the emerald serpent had tormented him for over a decade. Throughout those years, he endured relentless suffering, particularly during the midnight hours or on rainy days. If only he were the sole victim of this affliction, it might have been bearable, yet as the years have passed, the prospect of enduring a few more seemed trivial. Recently, however, he was struck with a horrifying revelation. His granddaughter was also afflicted by the toxin within her body, although the symptoms were not yet pronounced. It was only a matter of time before she would suffer the same fate as his own. He felt compelled to make plans for her well-being. Mingxi, observing the urgency in Douluo's demeanor, decided not to tease him further and stated, "He is Yang Wudi, the chieftain of the Piji clan." She expressed her unwavering confidence in Yang Wudi's ability to cure Douluo's serpent venom. After all, Yang Wudi's knowledge of herbs and poisons is on par with that of Tang San. In fact, even Tang San found himself at a loss when confronted with the complex venom of the Snow Knight Emperor, yet Yang Wudi was capable of unraveling such intricate toxins. Mingxi casually plucked a celestial herb and handed it to Douluo, saying, "Take this herb to the Dragon City and seek out the clan leader Yang Wudi. Inform him that I have recommended you. Additionally, present this exquisite fragrant celestial product to clan leader Yang as compensation for your treatment and the books you have gifted me. Do not entertain any notions of deceit. The poison afflicting you and your granddaughter cannot be delayed." Douluo's expression shifted once more, and a faint smile emerged on his face as he mustered the strength to rise, accepting the exquisite fragrant celestial product before turning to depart. For Mingxi, having taken possession of Douluo's medicinal garden and having dealt him a blow, administering the antidote was sufficient recompense. The herb books borrowed by Yang Wudi, along with the favor of discreet protection, were adequately offset by the exquisite fragrant celestial product. After all, while the exquisite fragrant celestial product held no use for her, it was a divine treasure for Yang Wudi. Delighted by her successful acquisition, Mingxi eagerly harvested the dew of autumn's gaze, which was indeed the objective of her journey. In her expectations, the number of celestial herbs suitable for her consumption was limited. The 8-pointed icegrass was one, while the dew of autumn's gaze was another. However, the 8-pointed icegrass held little significance for her at present, having undergone the refinement of the ice blue pool. Mingxi's physique had transcended that of an ordinary soul realm practitioner, and her ice crystal phoenix martial soul had also approached perfection under the nurturing of the ice blue pool. Were it the 8-pointed ice grass from the world of Do era millennium hence, she might indeed have been interested in absorbing it as a soul ring. Conversely, the dew of autumn's gaze was different. Upon the awakening of her second martial soul, the spiritual attribute, with the assistance of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm in establishing her spiritual seed, Mingxi had resolved to consume the dew of autumn's gaze. After all, this herb could significantly enhance her mental strength, transforming her spiritual sea into a true ocean. Mental strength is the benchmark for gauging the prowess of spiritual-type soul masters. Mingxi softly murmured, "Sister Binger, please protect me." As she spoke, she settled cross-legged and consumed the autumn dew elixir. No sooner had the elixir entered her stomach than she felt a surge of potent energy rising within her. Understanding that this was the medicinal power of the autumn dew elixir, Mingxi began to circulate her soul force, enveloping the energy and gradually refining it. The energy was absorbed at a slow pace, while her spiritual consciousness expanded at an astonishing rate. Under the influence of the divine seed left by the god of divine retribution, Austin, and Griffin, her already vast spiritual consciousness expanded even further, becoming more boundless and expansive. Mingxi distinctly sensed the surge of mental energy residing within her mind. 2 hours later, she opened her eyes. However, due to the overwhelming increase in her mental power, she was unable to control this newfound strength effectively. Consequently, a beam of brilliance shot forth from her eyes, exploding upon the ground before her. Mingxi hurriedly closed her eyes, beginning to harness her mental power. With a deep breath, she slowly opened her eyes. This time, she did not experience a loss of control over her mental energy. Under the effect of the autumn dew, her eyes became even more radiant, and she felt as though she could perceive even the minutest details that had previously escaped her notice with remarkable clarity. Mingxi exuded confidence. If one were to consider solely her mental prowess, she might already rival an ordinary soul Douluo. After all, she first established her spiritual sea, subsequently absorbed 4 10,000-year soul beasts of the mental attribute, and then expanded her spiritual sea through the divine seeds of Austin and Griffin, further supplementing her essence with celestial herbs akin to the autumn dew. Reaching the level of a soul Douluo is merely a conservative estimate for Mingxi, as a soul Douluo is defined by the possession of just 4 10,000-year soul rings. Suddenly, a call from the Ice Emperor interrupted her contemplation. Chapter 51. The Heartfelt Crimson of Longing. The Ice Emperor turned, pointing at a red flower, and inquired, "Sheesh, what is this? It appears remarkably beautiful." Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the heart-wrenching red of longing. Mingxi pondered momentarily and smiled as she said, "It is called the heartbroken red, and it is said to possess a poignant tale. The Ice Emperor inquired with keen interest, "What is it? Please, do share with me." Bingshi reminisced about the original tale, weaving together the accounts recorded within the pages. She recounted, "In a time long past, there existed a youth of serene disposition, who found joy in nurturing flowers and planting trees amidst a garden adorned with verdant lotuses and vibrant hues. He often composed poetry inspired by the blossoms, raising a cup to invite the moon, yet when petals fell and colors faded, profound sorrow enveloped him. He would gather the fallen fragments, burying them in the earth, shedding tears in mournful lamentation. His profound affection for flowers touched the heart of the celestial flower goddess, who clandestinely bound herself to him in matrimony. Alas, such bliss was not to endure. The heavens, upon discovering this union, were filled with wrath, decreeing that divine beings must not consort with mortals. Thus, they commanded the flower goddess to return to the celestial realm. Abandoned by his beloved, the youth fell into a deep melancholy, sighing through days and nights in despair, neglecting his floral affairs, leading to the garden's decline, walls crumbling, and flowers withering, leaving the once vibrant space in desolation. One day, a venerable old man with white hair appeared, revealing to him that the cherished white peony in his garden was, in truth, the embodiment of his beloved wife. He was told that should he destroy the flower, the goddess would lose her celestial form and descend to the mortal realm to reunite with him. However, he must never forsake the care of the flowers. With those words, the old man transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished. Awakening to this revelation, the youth lamented his previous neglect of the blossoms, and he began to tenderly nurture them once more. Despite his deep love for his wife, he could not bring himself to destroy the peony, thus he cherished it even more, weeping day and night for the flower, his heart shattered with longing. In his final moments, his blood dripped upon the petals, giving rise to the crimson hue of lovesick lamentation. Bingshi racked her brain to unearth the tale. And when she lifted her gaze, she was astonished to discover that the Ice Emperor had silently shed 2 tears. Observing the Ice Emperor reaching out to pluck the flower, Bingshi hastily exclaimed, "Do not move." Noticing the puzzled expression on the Ice Emperor's face as he looked at her, Bingshi elaborated, "To harvest the heartbroken red, one must hold the image of their beloved steadfastly in their heart, with utmost sincerity. One must spit blood upon the petals. Should there be even a hint of wavering intent, even at the cost of one's life, the flower cannot be plucked. Once the flower is removed, as long as it remains by its master's side, it shall never wither. Beneath the flower lies a stone named Wuju. Should one forcefully destroy it, the heartbroken red would equally lose all its potency." Having spoken, she noticed the Ice Emperor remained in a daze, and without further contemplation, she proceeded to the front to gather the celestial herbs. The Ice Emperor gazed upon the heart-wrenching red blossoms of longing, feeling a surge of ambition within. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth, seemingly resolute in her decision. Observing Ice Dawn still engaged in the harvest of celestial herbs, she released a spray of crimson blood onto the ground. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Ice Dawn had spent a year in the Douluo continent. Throughout this year, the Ice Emperor's disdain gradually transformed into a profound affection for Ice Dawn. The cherubic face, radiant eyes, and melodious laughter profoundly resonated within the Ice Emperor's solitary heart, nurturing a burgeoning desire to protect her for a lifetime. However, as Ice Dawn matured, she lost the charm of her childhood. The Ice Emperor could distinctly perceive the expressions of worry and fear reflected in her eyes. The Ice Emperor could not fathom why such a diminutive individual harbored such profound fear of the world, yet that gaze shattered her heart, compelling her to yearn for the embrace of Bingshi. When Bingshi awakened her martial soul at the tender age of 6, it marked the first occasion in many years that the Ice Emperor beheld a genuine smile on her face, a reflection of pure joy emanating from her heart. The Ice Emperor, too, found herself uplifted by this emotion. Yet, it was not long before the Snow Emperor resolved to forge a deity. The Ice Emperor felt a pang of sorrow as the smile disappeared from Bingshi's face, replaced by a look of determination. Although she yearned for Bingshi to mature quickly, her greater desire was for her to revel in happiness rather than bear burdens upon her fragile shoulders. By the time Bingshi reached the age of 12, she blossomed into a young lady of exquisite beauty, even bestowing a kiss upon her forehead. On that day, the Ice Emperor found herself in a state of bewilderment. Previously, she believed she harbored affection for the Snow Emperor, yet she felt no resistance to Bingshi's kiss, even experiencing a flutter of joy within her heart. It was only later that she began to comprehend that her feelings for the Snow Emperor were rooted in dependency, a mutual support forged over countless millennia. When the Snow Emperor expressed a desire to accompany Bingshi on an outing, the Ice Emperor was truly elated. Her happiness stemmed not only from the prospect of spending time with Bingshi, but also from the relief that her daughter could finally unwind. However, a greater concern soon emerged. The expression on Snow's face at their parting spoke volumes, revealing a shared sentiment between them. In that moment, the Ice Emperor felt a sense of disarray. Over the past 12 years, Bingshi had playfully sought her embrace, requested her assistance in catching fish, lay upon her lap to gaze at the starry night sky of the far north, and made wishes while being held by both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor during birthday celebrations. Countless memories flashed through the Ice Emperor's mind, their first encounter with Snow, the moment Snow saved her from an enemy, assisting Snow in becoming the sovereign of the far north, training and frolicking together, and teaching Bingshi side by side. The scenes of their shared moments intertwined endlessly in her thoughts. It became clear that they were destined to remain together, was it not? The Ice Emperor opened his eyes and murmured, "Shiyu, Schwer." Bingshi, upon hearing the sound, cast a perplexed glance at the Ice Emperor. In that moment, the heartfelt crimson petals fell in response, cradled tenderly within the Emperor's palm. Observing Bingshi's astonished expression, a radiant smile blossomed upon the lips of the Ice Emperor. "Sister Bing-er, you." The Ice Emperor cautiously cradled the heartbreak red in his embrace and approached Bingshi, enveloping her in his arms. "Sierra, shall we remain together forever?" he murmured, burying his face amidst her graceful contours. Bingshi was somewhat taken aback, struggling to comprehend the current situation. However, upon gazing at the Ice Emperor in her embrace, she felt a surge of emotions within her heart. It was both surprising that the Ice Emperor could pluck the heartbreak red and deeply moving. Such profound affection, had we truly become this steadfast in our bond? Bingshi gently rested her chin upon the Ice Emperor's head and whispered, "Of course, my beloved." In truth, the Ice Empress harbored a sense of trepidation, fearing that Ice Dawn might genuinely perceive her as an elder sister. And she was concerned that Ice Dawn might feign ignorance of her words. Fortunately, Ice Dawn provided an affirmative response. The Ice Emperor raised his head, gazing into the eyes of Ice Xie, feeling somewhat dizzy. "What is it, Bingo?" Ice Xie asked softly. The Ice Emperor twisted his body slightly and remarked, "I find this somewhat unfamiliar. It feels a bit unreal." Observing the Ice Emperor's flushed face, Bingshi could no longer restrain herself and lowered her head to bestow a deep kiss. Chapter 52. The Unexpected Kylan Tulip. "You little rascal, how dare you ambush me?" The Ice Emperor playfully flicked Bingshi's forehead, feigning annoyance. Bingshi let out a soft hum, raising her head high and declaring, "Where is it small?" The Ice Emperor rolled his eyes and said with irritation, "You know, I am referring to age." Bingshi murmured softly, "I am already 13 years old. Haven't we gathered enough of the fairy grass? Let's depart." "Depart? Why leave?" she asked, somewhat astonished. "Aren't you going to absorb this heartbreak red?" The Ice Emperor hesitated for a moment, gently caressing the flower nestled in his embrace, still retaining a hint of warmth. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, "Very well. It matters not. After all, you claim it shall not wither. I shall preserve it carefully, as a cherished memory of the most exquisite kind." Bingshi fell silent for a moment before speaking. "This flower possesses extraordinary efficacy, holding the potential to help you break through your cultivation and withstand the heavenly tribulation. At the very least, it could significantly enhance your power. Are you truly certain you won't consume it?" The Ice Emperor resolutely declared in a soft voice. "Let it remain for now." Bingshi, with a sense of resignation, nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Let me see. This frosty star anise herb is of no use to me. However, it possesses its own merits, so I shall set it aside for now. The blazing apricot blossom is similarly redundant for my purposes, yet it may prove beneficial in the future. As for the celestial chrysanthemum, I shall attempt to have Xiaobai consume it. Regarding the water nymph jade bone, it might be worth taking back to the Snow Empress for her consideration. The snow-white swan kiss could also be of potential use, so I shall take that as well. As for the other celestial herbs, they hold little value to me, so I shall leave them here for the time being." Bingshi cast a glance around the medicinal garden and softly remarked, "In the present state of the garden, aside from the 8-petaled fairy orchid, the splendid Kira tulip, and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, there are no other celestial herbs to be found." Bingshi nodded in satisfaction, secretly lamenting that this journey was indeed worthwhile, and prepared to venture out with the Ice Emperor. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Bingshi approached the vicinity of the Kyler tulips, her martial soul, the ice crystal phoenix, suddenly spiraled out of control, breaking free from her grasp and manifesting itself independently. Bingshi was utterly bewildered, clearly failing to grasp the situation at hand. The crystalline phoenix let out a resounding cry, its call both urgent and yearning. Ice Dawn glanced around in confusion, her gaze settling upon the exquisite tulip at her feet. "Do you wish to consume this ethereal herb?" Ice Dawn inquired. her tone laced with curiosity as she addressed the crystalline phoenix. The crystalline phoenix nodded with a semblance of understanding, gracefully spiraling through the air. Is this a mistake? How could a beast martial spirit of the ice attribute benefit from the enchanting Kira tulip? Is it not the case that only gem-type martial spirits derive efficacy from such a flower? Bingshi plucked the exquisite Douluo tulip, her gaze lingering in confusion upon the ice crystal phoenix. The gem-like spirit, the ice crystal phoenix, radiated a crystalline brilliance. Observing the diamond-like crystals adorning the wings of the phoenix, a slight twitch of bemusement crossed Bingshi's lips. Is this truly permissible? As Bingshi grasped the Douluo tulip in her hand, the ice crystal phoenix hurriedly swooped in, devouring the celestial herb in one swift gulp. Bingshi was taken aback. For to her, the ice crystal phoenix was not merely a martial soul, it possessed its own consciousness and soul, and she had long regarded it as a companion. Just as Bingshi hesitated, the ice crystal phoenix swiftly devoured the Douluo tulip in one gulp. With no other option, Bingshi could only observe the ice crystal phoenix with confidence. Initially, the ice crystal phoenix appeared unfazed, even letting out a human-like burp after consuming the celestial herb. However, it wasn't long before the ice crystal phoenix began to undergo a transformation. Its coloration shifted. As the original blend of white and sky blue gradually morphed into a deep blue, the diamond-like patterns on its wings became increasingly radiant and lustrous, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Most astonishingly, a sky blue horn emerged from the phoenix's forehead, resembling the crystalline structures on its wings, transparent and exquisite, adding a unique charm to its appearance. Bingshi gazed at the crystalline phoenix before her, silently lamenting that it was nothing more than a specialized hero skin transformed from the original artwork into an icy avian form. Bingshi, somewhat skeptical that the ice crystal phoenix had merely become more handsome, gently patted its head and inquired softly, "So, how do you feel, my friend?" The crystalline phoenix proudly lifted its head, letting out a couple of resounding roars. Its form suddenly diminished to approximately 5 meters. However, what astonished Ice Twilight was that the soul rings continued to hover silently. Bingshi pondered for a moment. Originally, the ice crystal phoenix could only unleash its soul skills when it attained a larger size. However, now that it had grown to a length of 15 meters, this could prove somewhat inconvenient at times. Yet, considering that the soul rings remained even in its diminished state, it indicated that it could similarly release its soul skills now. With this thought in mind, Bingshi commenced her experimentation. The first soul skill, Glacial Radiance. For ice pillars erupted instantaneously from the ground. Bingshi gently rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Even in her diminished form, she could still unleash her soul techniques, albeit with slightly diminished efficacy. However, the disparity was not significant. While the potency of her soul techniques was somewhat reduced, her speed was notably enhanced, rendering her more agile. Each form possessed its own advantages. Thus, it would be prudent to engage in battle while in her smaller state. Should she encounter formidable foes, she could revert to her larger form, thereby augmenting the power of her soul techniques and achieving an element of surprise. Furthermore, Bingshi observed that the crystals on her wings had not only become more radiant but also exhibited increased hardness, thereby bolstering the defensive capabilities of her ice crystal phoenix. The exquisite Kiro tulip truly proved to be an unexpected delight. The Ice Emperor rested his arm gently upon Bingshi's shoulder, gazing at her joyful profile as he softly inquired, "Is this celestial herb not part of your plans?" Bingshi nodded, her face flushed with excitement. I never expected that the exquisite Kira tulip, this ethereal herb, would actually yield results." The Ice Emperor chuckled softly, observing the rosy cheeks of Bingshi, who appeared undeniably charming. She turned her head, glancing at the other herbs in the garden, and curiously inquired, "Why not take those herbs with us?" Bingshi explained, "There are a few celestial herbs that I have no use for, so I shall leave them here for their destined seekers. The other herbs do not reach the level of celestial herbs, thus taking them would serve no purpose, as I am not skilled in alchemy. Moreover, I do not possess the same shamelessness as certain individuals." "Certain individuals? Who might that be?" the Ice Emperor inquired, somewhat perplexed. Bingshi chuckled softly, refraining from answering. She took the Ice Emperor's small hand and walked towards the valley's edge. Sunlight filtered through the verdant leaves, cascading down upon the two of them. In the golden rays, their silhouettes elongated, gradually converging into one. Chapter 53, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. 1 year later. Since the heartfelt confessions exchanged between Bingshi and the Ice Emperor at the Eye of Ice and Fire, their bond has grown increasingly intimate upon returning to the Tianshui Academy. They have become inseparable, spending nearly every day together, which has left Shui Binger, who yearns to draw closer to Bingshi, too intimidated to approach her. Notably, After Bingshi administered the rare fungus of heaven to Xiaobai, his cultivation surged dramatically, allowing him to transcend the 200,000-year cultivation barrier. The rare fungus of heaven further enhanced his physical prowess, enabling him to successfully withstand the heavenly tribulation and officially become the fourth soul beast in the extreme north to surpass the 200,000-year cultivation threshold. Throughout that year, Bingshi also made time to visit the Snow Empress in the extreme north, presenting her with the Water Fairy Jade Bone. Although the Snow Empress did not experience a rise in cultivation comparable to Xiaobai's, she distinctly felt an enhancement in her combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Bingshi's own cultivation was advancing at a remarkable pace, perhaps due to the absorption of soul rings by her second martial soul without a corresponding increase in soul power. This energy has accumulated within her, resulting in a staggering rise of 7 levels in just 1 year, bringing her to the 49th level. Her soul power is exceptionally solid, devoid of any semblance of instability, and she is poised to break through to become a soul king at any moment. Initially, Bingshi had intended to cultivate to the 50th level at the Tianshui Academy, obtain a soul ring, and then embark on a journey. However, the Ice Emperor has been persistently urging her to depart, as she is eager to explore. Thus, Bingshi mounted the Ice Crystal Phoenix, accompanied by the Ice Emperor. As they made their way to Suatua City, Bingshi's visit this time was purposeful. She had specifically inquired and learned that Shrek Academy was currently enrolling students. Thus, she resolved to come and witness firsthand the renowned Shrek 7 monsters and the so-called invincible master of theory. Although Bingshi harbored a rather unfavorable impression of the master, she understood that hearing is but a shadow of seeing, and it would be a pity if the master did not align with the analyses from her previous life. Soto City, while not as grand as Element City, still stood as one of the more prosperous cities within the Tiando Empire. The streets were bustling with vendors and tourists, much like Bingshi, who had journeyed from afar. The Ice Emperor dashed exuberantly towards the stall selling candied hawthorns, much to the amusement of Ice Shi. It seems that the title of Little Foodie is one that cannot be shed. Bingshi approached the Ice Emperor with a light laugh, preparing to make payment with her soul guide ring. To her surprise, the vendor hurriedly shook his head and said, "My lord, there is no need for payment." Bingshi inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is the matter?" The vendor, with a sycophantic smile, replied, "You are a revered soul master, of course, you need not pay." Bingshi found herself increasingly perplexed. However, during my time in Element City, those merchants would always accept payment from soul masters. The vendor chuckled and elucidated, "In Element City, there are numerous soul master academies, and the merchants have grown accustomed to dealing with them. Our Soto City is quite different. Moreover, as you hail from afar, you must experience the vibrant atmosphere of our night market. It is truly bustling." Bingshi pressed a golden soul coin into the vendor's hand and softly murmured, "Please accept this. There is no need for change." Ice Shi and Ice Emperor strolled along the street. The vendor was indeed correct. The night market in Soto City was remarkably vibrant. Although dusk had only just begun to settle, the streets were already ablaze with countless lights. A plethora of shops adorned the sidewalks, each more enchanting than the last. Suddenly, Ice Shi's gaze fell upon a peculiar establishment. Unlike the other shops, which were brightly illuminated, this one emanated a dim glow that stood out conspicuously in the lively street. Driven by curiosity, Ice Shi tugged at Ice Emperor's arm, leading him closer. Upon reaching the entrance, Ice Shi's attention was captivated by the emblem displayed above the shop. It featured a sword, a hammer, and a dragon, symbols that represented the esteemed 3 sects. Could it be that a member of the 3 sects was residing in Soto City? Bingshi gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, where an eerie silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the creaking of the floorboards. As Bingshi focused her gaze, she beheld a middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, reclining in a rocking chair, the creaking sounds emanating from it. The man exhibited no reaction to her arrival, his eyes remaining shut, as if in slumber. Appearing to be in his 50s, he possessed a slightly gaunt physique, a prominent hooked nose, and an elongated face, accentuated by the dark spectacles perched upon his nose, which lent him an air of cunning. Sensing Bingshi's scrutiny, the middle-aged man spoke, "Choose for yourself what you desire." A faint smile graced Bingshi's lips, tinged with surprise. She had not anticipated that a casual stroll would lead her to encounter a character from the original narrative. This middle-aged man was none other than the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. However, Bingshi had no intention of striking up a conversation, so she continued to wander through the shop. Upon her entrance, She was immediately enveloped by a rich aura of soul energy. Almost all of this energy emanated from the objects hanging upon the walls. Bingshi scrutinized her surroundings, her lips twitching slightly in response. Most of the items here were mere facades. No wonder they were labeled as unscrupulous merchants. Suddenly, an object caught her peripheral vision. She approached it, curiosity piquing as she picked it up. To her astonishment, it was a crystal imbued with numerous dark yellow impurities. Unmistakably the very piece used by Tang San in the original tale to craft the dragon whisker needle. A mischievous smile danced upon Bingshi's face as a whimsical thought emerged in her mind. If she were to casually present this crystal before Tang San and subsequently obliterate it with the utmost ice soul power, his expression would surely be quite entertaining. With this notion in mind, Bingshi raised the crystal and inquired, "Boss, how much for this crystal?" Flandre replied in a nonchalant manner, 100 gold soul coins. The Ice Emperor exclaimed in anger, "Have you lost your mind? You demand 100 golden soul coins for such a worthless crystal?" For the first time, Flandre opened his eyes in astonishment to glance at the Ice Emperor, then gently closed them again, softly replying, "Our establishment does not entertain negotiations. Purchase if you wish, or refrain if you do not." Bingshi restrained the Ice Emperor, who was on the verge of an outburst, signaling her to remain calm. She retrieved a pouch of gold coins from her soul guide ring and tossed it over. Just as Bingshi and the Ice Emperor were about to exit the room, Flandre opened his eyes. His gaze was piercing, akin to that of an owl in the darkness. Flandre murmured, "This young girl exudes a potent wave of soul power. Adorned in splendid attire, arriving in Soto City at this hour, is she also bound for Shrek Academy? Yet that fiery woman, I cannot discern her cultivation level either. How intriguing." Chapter 54, What a Coincidence. After departing from Flandre's clandestine shop, Bingshi accompanied the Ice Emperor for a leisurely stroll until nightfall. It was then that Bingshi resolved to take the Ice Emperor to a hotel for the night. Conveniently, an opulent hotel loomed ahead, prompting the Ice Emperor to pull Bingshi along towards it. As Bingshi approached the entrance, she was greeted by the cacophony of a heated argument within. "Friends, it seems we arrived first, did we not? You appear to be soul masters as well. Defeat me, and this room shall be yours." She gazed towards the grand hall, where a tall man with golden hair and dual-colored eyes embraced a pair of strikingly beautiful twins. He stood in confrontation with a dark-haired youth clad in blue and a girl dressed in pink, her hair styled in scorpion braids. The golden-haired man's handsome visage bore a mischievous smirk, while the dark-clad youth, though somewhat ordinary in appearance, possessed eyes that sparkled with intensity. It was none other than Dai Mubai and Tang San. Bingshi looked up at the sign, and lo and behold, it was indeed the Rose Hotel. What a delightful coincidence! With great interest, Bingshi leaned against the doorframe, ready to witness this unfolding spectacle. The Ice Emperor swiftly discerned the cultivation levels of the individuals before her. The most formidable among them was merely a soul rank. She tugged at Bingshi's sleeve, perplexed as to why Bingshi displayed an interest in these few people. "Ah, esteemed sirs, please refrain from fighting. My establishment cannot withstand the consequences." A corpulent middle-aged man hastily approached, pleading earnestly. "Humph, all costs will be borne by me," Dai Mubai retorted with a scoff. As he spoke, he charged towards Tang San. Releasing his hold on Xiao Wu, Tang San's expression hardened slightly. He pivoted, using his shoulder to brace himself. With a forceful impact, he collided with Dai Mubai's chest, sending him sprawling. Although it appeared that Tang San had gained the upper hand, Bingshi could clearly see that his shoulder trembled slightly, indicating that he too had felt the repercussions of the clash. Despite being knocked back by Tang San, Dai Mubai was not seriously harmed, though his expression remained grim, as he had clearly lost ground in the encounter. With a low growl, he declared, "White Tiger, manifest." A surge of soul power emanated from him, his muscles swelling as his originally golden hair transformed into a striking black and white hue, a prominent king insignia appearing on his forehead. 2 yellow rings and 1 purple soul ring began to hover around him. Upon witnessing these 3 soul rings, both Tang San and Xiao Wu's expressions shifted dramatically. "Shall we join forces?" Xiao Wu urged anxiously. However, Tang San restrained her, a tuft of coarse grass sprouting from his palm, as 2 yellow soul rings emerged behind him. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, rank 37 Assault Type Soul Master, at your service. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, rank 29 Control Type Soul Master, at your service. Dai Mubai, taken aback by Tang San's Martial Soul, inquired, "Since when can Blue Silver Grass cultivate? And at rank 29, no less?" Observing this exchange, Bingshi's face lit up with excitement. Combat was imminent. At that moment, the Ice Emperor stifled a yawn and remarked with a hint of boredom, "Sure. I feel inclined to take a nap. Bingshi revealed a hint of disappointment, letting out a soft sigh as she gently pulled Bingdi inside. Dai Mubai and Tang Sen observed the composed approach of Bingdi and Bingshi, both feeling somewhat bewildered. Hey, can't you see that a fight is about to break out here? They thought. How can you just walk over so nonchalantly, yawning twice as if it means nothing? Upon catching sight of the breathtakingly beautiful Bingdi and Bingshi, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even Tang Sen couldn't help but steal a few more glances, prompting a sharp pinch from Xiao Wu at his waist. Excuse me, do you have any available rooms? Bingshi inquired softly. Hearing this question, the proprietor hesitated before responding, well. Dai Mubai, feeling a bit irritated, interjected, Hey, young lady, that room is mine. Tang Sen chimed in as well. We were here first. A subtle smile played upon Bingshi's lips. Unable to witness your altercation, I shall engage you myself. I just overheard you stating that should I defeat you, you would relinquish the room, correct? Bingshi remarked, pointing at Dai Mubai with a grin. Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively, declaring, I, Dai Mubai, am a man of my word. I shall not go back on my promise. Then, turning to Tang San, Bingshi inquired, If I were to best you, would you also consent to vacate the room? Tang San inclined his head in agreement, remaining silent. However, Xiao Wu cast a rather hostile glance at Bingshi. Very well then, let the two of you come at me together. If I manage to defeat you both, I shall be entitled to this room, Bingshi said with a cheerful disposition. Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he scoffed derisively, such brazen arrogance. On the other hand, Tang San, with a tone of concern, began, My dear friend, I advise you. Yet before he could finish, Bingshi interrupted him with a swift punch. In an instant, she appeared before Tang San, launching a powerful strike toward his face. Tang San's countenance turned pale as he grasped Xiao Wu and retreated several steps to evade the blow. All the while contemplating such speed, could she possibly be a soul master of the agility type? Bingshi smiled and remarked, I advise you two to join forces. Or perhaps this little girl could join as well. As she spoke, she emphasized the word little. Xiao Wu glanced down and, upon noticing her ordinary shoes, shifted her gaze to Bingshi's ample figure. Gritting her teeth, she broke free from Tang San and rushed over. Indeed, it seems that regardless of their nature, even spirit beasts in human form are conscious of such matters. Bingshi, with a mischievous grin, deftly evaded Xiao Wu's kick while simultaneously seizing her calf and tossing her back. Tang San hurriedly caught Xiao Wu, his expression slightly troubled. To this point, the woman had yet to unleash her martial soul, which stirred a sense of unease within Tang San. At that moment, the Ice Empress spoke again. Enough of this play. I am weary. Yawn. Bingshi turned to glance at the Ice Emperor, noticing that the latter had yawned twice in succession. With a resigned sigh, she softly remarked, All right. I shall no longer partake in your games. Upon speaking, she transformed into a streak of azure light and swiftly positioned herself behind the trio. Caught off guard, the three barely had time to turn around, only catching a fleeting glimpse of two violet soul rings before succumbing to unconsciousness. In that moment of fading awareness, Tang San's solitary thought was the incredulity that someone of his age had already attained the rank of a four-ringed soul master. Bingshi gently patted her already pristine attire and, holding the Ice Emperor's small hand, inquired with a cheerful smile, May I now reside in that room? The round, perspiring hotel manager replied, Certainly, here you are. This is your room key. Please keep it safe. I wish you a pleasant stay. Bingshi raised her eyebrows slightly and inquired, What about them? The hotel manager, wearing a pained expression, replied, Allow me to make the arrangements. Bingshi nodded in satisfaction, leading the Ice Emperor towards their room. Chapter 55. Golden Wind and Jade. The hotel manager claimed he would handle the situation, yet the three individuals lying in the lobby were all distinguished soul masters, one of whom was the renowned Dai Xiao. He dared not take any action. The twin sisters who had accompanied Dai Mubai had fled in terror when he collapsed. Dai Mubai, possessing the highest soul power, regained consciousness relatively quickly, but he felt an unbearable chill coursing through his body, as if ice had settled within him. Although he had awakened, Bingshi had added a little extra potency to the method she used to incapacitate him, leaving him in considerable discomfort. On the other hand, Tang San and Xiao Wu, despite having slightly lower soul power, experienced only a mild sense of unease upon waking, as Bingshi held no significant grudge against them. The reason for this differential treatment lay in Bingshi's personal perceptions. Dai Mubai, overwhelmed by pressure from the Xinglua royal family, had resigned himself to a life of debauchery at Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, endured great suffering within her family, even facing threats to her life. Although Dai Mubai had indeed changed somewhat after meeting Zhu Zhuqing, and she seemed to have forgiven him, it appeared to be a reluctant compromise for her survival. From this perspective, Bing Xi's impression of Dai Mubai was rather unfavorable, prompting her to decide to tease him. Dai Mubai struggled to suppress the chilling energy coursing through him and opened his eyes to look at Tang San. "You saw that just now, didn't you?" he asked. Tang San, momentarily lost in self-doubt, responded with confusion. "What?" Dai Mubai, exasperated, brushed off the ice shards clinging to him and retorted, "What? Have you been dazed? I meant, did you see her soul rings?" With a serious expression, Tang San nodded. "Yes, 2 purple soul rings, indicating at least the level of a soul master." Dai Mubai marveled. "She appears younger than me yet has already reached level 40. It seems Shrek Academy has gained an extraordinary talent." Tang San, puzzled, inquired, "You are from Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai replied affirmatively, "You must be coming to Shrek Academy as well. If anyone gives you trouble during registration, remember to mention my name. I shall take my leave now." As he spoke, he rose unsteadily, refusing the manager's assistance. His departing figure exuded a certain nonchalance. Seeing Tang San's unusual demeanor, Xiao expressed her concern. "Brother, are you all right?" In a low voice, Tang San replied, "My teacher said there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. But that girl, clearly our age, has already achieved the rank of soul master. I wonder if I should reconsider my cultivation of blue silvergrass." Xiao, puzzled, responded, "What are you talking about, brother? If you don't cultivate blue silvergrass, what else could you practice?" Realizing he had misspoken, Tang San shook his head. "It's nothing." In the original narrative, Tang San's journey was smooth, as he obtained a 4th ring of 10,000 years in the external soul bone, 8 spider lances, along with the 8-pointed ice grass and the flame apricot blossom, making him impervious to water and fire. Yet he still faced defeat at the hands of Shui Binger during the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament, leading him to question whether cultivating blue silvergrass was indeed the right path. Were Bingshi to learn that this situation, originally set to unfold 2 years later, had been expedited, she would surely find it amusing. As for the notion that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, Bingshi would dismiss such platitudes. Yu Xiaojiang himself was a testament to a useless martial soul and a mediocre soul master. What right did he have to utter such words? Across the Douluo continent, how many truly lacked talent yet managed to become top-tier powerhouses? This saying was merely a form of self-comfort for the weak. Meanwhile, Bingshi guided the Ice Emperor in search of their room. The decor of the Rose Hotel was extravagantly romantic, with the corridors suffused with the fragrance of roses. Explaining Dai Mubai's frequent visits, at the innermost part of the top floor, Bingshi discovered the room named Red Ocean. The door was a striking shade of red, adorned with several dark red roses. Beside the roses was a note that read, "Red Ocean, Sea of Love." The Ice Emperor, brimming with excitement, seized the key and unlocked the door. The room was expansive, with the hall alone spanning several dozen square meters. The furnishings within were resplendent in gold, intricately adorned with exquisite carvings. The entire floor was covered with a rich crimson carpet, flanked by red roses, leaving a central pathway for passage. At the heart of the hall lay a lavish arrangement of roses, artfully shaped into a heart. Upon this floral display rested a note that read, 1001. "You are my only." No girl could resist such a scene, even if she were a soul beast who had existed for countless ages. The Ice Emperor joyfully leaped into the pile of roses, reveling in the intoxicating fragrance that wafted from the blossoms. Bingshi arrived at the threshold of the bedroom, gently pushing the door open, utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before her. At the center of the room stood a grand heart-shaped bed that nearly occupied half the space, adorned with soft pink curtains cascading from the ceiling. Roses hung from above, bestowing an enchanting, dreamlike beauty upon the surroundings. Just as Bingshi found herself momentarily lost in reverie, the Ice Emperor embraced her from behind, whispering tenderly. The following morning, Bingshi awoke in a daze, her eyes fluttering open. As she beheld a face of exquisite perfection, devoid of any flaw, her gaze fell upon the Ice Emperor, who lay peacefully asleep, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Bingshi felt a slight twinge of discomfort. Bingshi rested her chin on her hand, quietly gazing at the exquisite profile of the Ice Emperor, momentarily entranced. With a soft murmur, the Ice Emperor opened his eyes and found Bingshi staring intently at him. Bingshi gently bestowed a kiss upon the Ice Emperor's forehead, inquiring softly, "How are you? Did you sleep well?" The Ice Emperor slightly furrowed his brows and softly murmured, "It hurts a little." The Ice Emperor chuckled softly, then decided to indulge in a little more slumber. The Ice Emperor nodded and embraced Bing Shi once more as they burrowed back under the covers. Chapter 56. The miserable Zhao Wujie. Following a quaint rural path, Bing Shi and the Ice Emperor arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. From the outside, Shrek Academy appeared rather shabby. In comparison to the Heavenly Water Academy, even a primary institution from Element City would likely seem more prestigious. After the events of the previous night, the Ice Emperor exuded an even more captivating allure, radiating an enticing charm from within. However, her countenance remained strikingly haughty. And this extreme contrast compelled the elderly gentleman from Shrek Academy to steal a few extra glances. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Are you here to register as well?" Bing Shi vaguely recalled the elderly man, whose name seemed to be Li Yusong, possessing a dragon pattern staff as his martial soul. Despite being a soul emperor, his soul ring configuration was rather unimpressive. Even Bing Shi felt capable of defeating him. Thus, she resolved to engage in further discourse in this setting. Consequently, Bing Shi cast a pleading gaze toward the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor rolled his eyes and swiftly appeared behind Li Yusong, effortlessly incapacitating him with a gentle strike. "I truly wonder what brings you to this desolate place," the Ice Emperor remarked with irritation. "Accompanying me on a shopping spree would be far more enjoyable." All right. Let's just indulge my curiosity," Ice said, playfully tugging at the Ice Emperor's hand. As they stepped through the grand entrance of Shrek Academy, they were greeted by an expansive playground, accompanied by a strong scent of vegetables wafting through the air. A few individuals were scattered across the playground, engaged in various tests. Aishi skillfully utilized her mental prowess to obscure their vision, leading the way further inside. "Teacher Zhao, be cautious," she called out, just as a series of sharp, piercing sounds sliced through the air, reaching Aishi's ears. Bing Shi's expression was somewhat peculiar. Could it be merely a coincidence? Intrigued by curiosity, she hastened a few steps forward and beheld the scene before her. "Are you a hedgehog?" A burly middle-aged man bellowed inarticulately at the raven-haired youth. It was none other than the immovable King Ming, Zhao Wujie, and Tang San. At that moment, Zhao Wujie appeared rather disheveled. His face was bruised and swollen, and his lips were puffed up, rendering his speech indistinct. Tang San's assault was far from over. Suddenly, a pitch-black hammer materialized in his left hand, hurtling directly towards Zhao Wujie's face. Good heavens, as soon as I arrived, I witnessed Tang San pummeling Zhao Wujie. The poor fellow is nearly reduced to a hedgehog. Zhao Wujie, battered and seated on the ground, managed a wry smile, saying, "You little hedgehog, it's merely an entrance examination, and you've turned it into this." However, he soon noticed that Tang San was not regarding him, but was instead gazing behind him. Confused, he turned around to discover two extraordinarily beautiful women standing not far behind him. "Ah, are you two also new students?" Zhao Wujie inquired, somewhat perplexed. While an ordinary person might be momentarily entranced by such beauty, Zhao Wujie was not one to fall prey to superficial distractions. The immovable King Ming was not a man of shallow inclinations. Bing Shi smacked her lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. She had arrived a tad late and missed the spectacle of Zhao Wujie delivering a thorough thrashing to the four individuals, which was indeed a pity. Tang San, with a rather complex expression, inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhao Wujie looked at Tang San in bewilderment, and then glanced at Bing Shi, stammering, "Do you two know each other?" As he spoke, he harbored a deep resentment towards the paralysis effect of the mandala serpent, silently vowing to take out his frustrations on a few of those serpents later that night. However, should Bing Shi become aware of his intentions, she would undoubtedly chide him. "Child, you are still too young. The Hao Yan Douluo Tang Hao is waiting to teach you a lesson this evening." Bing Shi shook her head and smiled, saying, "It is merely a matter of having met once. As for myself, I have merely heard intriguing tales about your Shrek Academy, which prompted me to come and take a look." Zhao Wujie's expression changed, and with a stern demeanor, he inquired, "If you are not a registering student, how did you gain entry?" At that moment, Dai Mubai rushed forward, his face imbued with seriousness as he declared, "I wish to challenge you. I am eager to see just how far you have progressed at such a young age." Bing Shi was somewhat taken aback, for such words did not seem to originate from Dai Mubai. They resembled the musings of Tang San instead. Although Dai Mubai had encountered Zhu Shiqing, they had yet to recognize one another, making any notion of a transformation rather implausible. "Mubai, are you suggesting that she is younger than you, yet possesses greater strength?" Zhao Wujie remarked, a hint of disbelief in his voice, as she beheld a chubby little boy clad in red and a sausage vendor adorned with a full beard hastening towards them, Bingshi couldn't help but smile, her joy radiating brightly. Bingshi gazed at the future Shrek 7 devils before her and said, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Bingshi. I am 14 years old, and my soul power level is 49, hailing from the Tianshui Academy." A profound silence enveloped the group. "You claim to be 14 years old with a level 49? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, while Bingshi felt a wave of hysteria wash over her. What is happening? Are they truly this fragile? Bingshi tilted her head slightly, disregarding Tang San's inquiry. Zhao Wuji cast a concerned glance at the 7 dazed students. Realizing the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet, his palm, large as a fan, sweeping toward Bingshi. Such nonsensical chatter, this reckless little imp. The Ice Emperor's expression turned frosty as he seized Zhao Wuji's arm. Zhao Wuji's face changed dramatically, clearly caught off guard by the presence of such a formidable adversary beside Bingshi. He felt an incessant stream of icy energy infiltrating his body through his arm. Gritting his teeth, he realized his arm was nearly numb, and he roared, "Great strength, Diamond Bear! Ugh!" before he could summon his martial spirit. The Ice Emperor delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Zhao Wuji was sent flying like a broken kite, soaring several dozen meters before crashing into several large trees. Finally coming to a halt, Bingshi silently mourned for Zhao Wuji, who had fallen to the ground, lamenting the unfortunate fate that had befallen him. First, he had been pierced by Tang San's attacks, then sent flying by the Ice Emperor's punch, and later that evening, he would face further humiliation at the hands of Tang Hao. Indeed, I, Bingshi, am inclined to declare you the most unfortunate. Observing the stunned and speechless Shrek 7 monsters, Bingshi felt a twinge of boredom and thus turned to leave with the Ice Emperor. Having already witnessed the Shrek 7 monsters, she decided to await the evening's encounter with the Douluo of the Haotian clan. Meanwhile, as she departed, Tang San clenched his fists in frustration, silently resolving within himself. It was only then that he recalled Xiao Wu was still unconscious, prompting him to hasten over, lifting her onto his back and racing toward the dormitory. Noticing Dai Mubai's silence, the curious Ma Hongjun nudged his elbow, inquiring, "Hey Dai, who is that? So formidable." Even teacher Zhao was sent flying by a single punch. "I must say, she is quite stunning. I've never encountered anyone of such exceptional beauty. How about we each take one? No room for Xiaoyao?" As he spoke, a lascivious expression surfaced on Ma Hongjun's face. Dai Mubai shot a glance at Zhu Qing, then glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun, muttering, You glutton. If you wish to perish, do so on your own. Do not drag me into your folly." He then called out brightly, "Xiaoyao, come with me to check on teacher Zhao." Chapter 57. Haotian Douluo. Bingshi had no desire to probe the thoughts of the Shrek 7 monsters. Her presence at Shrek Academy was merely to satiate her curiosity. Without the celestial herb, the Shrek populace was merely a collection of ordinary individuals with slightly better talents, perhaps even inferior to the abilities of Shui Binger from the original narrative. Bingshi had no intention of squandering excessive time on them. Bingshi's journey this time harbored an even more significant purpose, to meet Tang Hao. In the original narrative, Tang Hao made his entrance on the very night of enrollment, delivering a thrashing to Zhao Wuji. Thus, Bingshi deliberately concealed herself within the woods adjacent to Shrek Academy. Her intentions were twofold: to catch a glimpse of the formidable Haotian Douluo as depicted in the original tale, and to indulge in her own whimsical desire to have the Ice Emperor bully him a little. As night fell, the Ice Emperor and she reclined upon the branches of a tree, idly counting the leaves as a form of amusement. Although it was summer, the chilling aura they emanated rendered the heat inconsequential. The Ice Emperor nestled his head against Bingshi's thigh and murmured in a sultry tone, "What are we doing here? Let us return to the Rose Hotel." His voice was enchanting and alluring, and at that moment, Bingshi was nearly tempted to acquiesce. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, capturing Bingshi's attention. "Who is it? Do not hide in the shadows to frighten me. Come forth." A robust voice called out. It was Zhao Wuji. A towering figure clad in black stealth attire emerged, his voice slightly hoarse as he addressed Zhao Wuji. "Zhao Wuji." Upon seeing the man in black, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly, for he could not sense the man's aura, and he had already sustained considerable injury from the Ice Emperor's earlier blow. "Who are you? What do you intend by luring me here?" As he spoke, Zhao Wuji unleashed his martial spirit. The 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings radiated brilliantly in the darkness. Nothing much, merely encountered the immovable king in this small locale, and was seized by the urge to spar. The man in black replied as he slowly raised his right hand. A beam of black light emanated, coalescing into a massive weapon in his grasp. Behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul ring appeared. The sight of these 9 rings, particularly the vivid crimson of the 9th, sent a chill through Zhao Wujia's heart. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor perched in the tree had finally piqued his interest, curiously observing the scene below. A wave of overwhelming pressure bore down on Zhao Wujia, rendering him nearly speechless. May I inquire which esteemed elder you are? Please do not toy with a mere mortal like myself. How could I possibly be worthy of sparring with you? The man in black replied coolly, what does worthiness matter? You seemed quite pleased when bullying those children earlier. Allow me to return the favor. With that, the black-clad figure took a step forward, causing Zhao Wujia to break into a cold sweat. As he witnessed the enormous hammer raised towards him, he pondered the identity of this titled Douluo before him. Suddenly, a figure flickered beside Zhao Wujia. It was Flinder. Upon seeing his arrival, Zhao Wujia let out a sigh of relief and asked, Boss, who is this? Flinder responded with a wry smile, You stand before His Majesty Hao Yin. Must you be so harsh, Your Majesty? Zhao Wujia's complexion turned ashen, bewildered as to how he had offended such a formidable individual. Though he too was known as the immovable king, the disparity between himself and the man before him was akin to that of heaven and earth. With his identity exposed, Tang Hao impatiently remarked, having struck the young, naturally the elders will come forth. Enough talk. Allow me to give you a proper beating. With a mournful expression, Zhao Wujia approached, muttering, Why must I suffer so? Meanwhile, Flinder pondered, having struck the young, the elder bears the surname Tang. Could it be that child named Tang-san? Very well, be gone. Tang Hao's voice resonated once more. Return and reflect. It will greatly benefit you. Zhao Wujia, bruised and battered, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Thank you, Your Majesty Hao Yin. He then departed alongside Flinder. Yet, Tang Hao remained, continuing, Having watched this performance for so long, will you not reveal yourself? A sudden shock coursed through Bingxi's heart, yet the Ice Emperor directly embraced Bingxi and leapt down. Upon seeing the Ice Emperor and Bingxi, Tang Hao furrowed his brows and remarked, It is you too? Indeed, Tang Hao had been shadowing Tang Sen all along. Noticing their silence, Tang Hao continued, What? Do you two wish to see me? Bingxi gazed at the formidable man before her, who wielded the continent's most powerful martial soul. To be honest, she harbored a certain admiration for Tang Hao. Although he was a sect slave, he possessed remarkable talent, was devoted to his wife, and exhibited a profound sense of loyalty and righteousness. Overall, he was a man of considerable personal charisma, despite his age. As Bingxi pondered these thoughts, the Ice Emperor had already released his martial soul in a symbolic gesture. The appearance of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings instantly caused Tang Hao's expression to change dramatically. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Should he attempt to fight, it would undoubtedly endanger his life. However, these 2 individuals were shrouded in mystery, and one of them was even a titled Douluo. Did they also recognize that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast? What were their intentions? Did they harbor the same thoughts as he did? In that fleeting moment, a tempest of turmoil surged within Tang Hao's heart. At that moment, the Ice Emperor spoke. You are remarkably strong. I can sense the explosive energy that lies within you. You are the most formidable human I have encountered thus far. Alas, your internal injuries are far too severe. I fear you may not be able to exert even 1/5 of your strength. Tang Hao, perplexed, inquired, How do you know this? Wait, what do you mean by the humans you have encountered? Are you a soul beast that has transformed and undergone a rebirth after 100,000 years? And what about her? As he spoke, Tang Hao gestured towards Bingxi. The Ice Emperor, realizing his slip of the tongue, retracted his concealed martial soul and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Ice Emperor, a blue Ice Emperor scorpion with an impressive cultivation of 390,000 years. And she, as you can see, is indeed a human. 390,000 years of cultivation? Tang Hao's expression turned grave, for it should be noted that his wife, Ayin, had only just surpassed 100,000 years as a soul beast. Bingdi curled her lips in disdain and remarked with a hint of boredom, I had hoped for a decent fight at last, only to encounter a formidable yet crippled opponent. Very well, we shall postpone this until your injuries have healed. Moreover, that insignificant rabbit holds no interest for me. With a chilling smirk, she added, And I advise you to abandon any notion of reserving that pitiful creature as a soul ring for your son. A subtle chill emanated from the Ice Emperor, instantly encasing the entire forest in frost. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Hao's apprehension deepened. However, before he could utter a word, the Ice Emperor swiftly embraced Ai Xie and departed from the scene. Chapter 58. The three great soul beasts gazing in the direction where Isia and the Ice Emperor had vanished. Tang Hao stood motionless for an extended period, lost in silence. After a while, he approached the dormitory of Shrek Academy, standing quietly outside the window of the boys' dormitory, observing the diligent Tang San as he practiced. Meanwhile, in the Rose Hotel, the Ice Emperor and Ice Xia luxuriated in a shared bath, surrounded by glimpses of fluffy white forms. Bingshi leaned against the Ice Emperor and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "Why did you not engage him in battle?" The Ice Emperor curled his lip and remarked with a hint of disappointment. Had he still been in his prime, he might have posed a challenge. However, in his current state, I doubt he could withstand even a single strike from me. Should he recklessly engage me despite his injuries, he surely would not survive the night. Bingshi nodded gently. Bingshi extended her delicate hand, gently lifting a few rose petals. The warm water induced a soft, pleasurable sigh from her lips. The Ice Emperor embraced Bingshi from behind and inquired, "It seems you are aware that Xiaowu is a 10,000-year spirit beast in human form?" "Indeed," Bingshi responded, after absorbing that autumn dew. I was able to perceive her true essence. She could hardly reveal her identity as a time-traveling seer and instead opted for a benevolent little lie. As the Ice Emperor gazed at Bingshi's alluring silhouette, partially obscured beneath the water's surface, he could not resist lunging toward her. On a certain island beyond the Douluo continent, amidst an abyss of black mist, two colossal figures confronted each other in midair, while beneath the surface of the sea, a massive whirlpool swirled, concealing a gigantic form that quietly floated below. "What manner of creature are you?" The enormous black dragon in the air spoke, its voice resonating with authority. Opposite it stood a creature of grotesque appearance, resembling a vast single eye surrounded by countless terrifying tentacles, each of a formidable length. Writhing in the air, "I am the tyrant of the evil eye," it declared, its voice shrill and piercing, akin to the wailing of a tormented spirit. The tyrant of the evil eye? The black dragon pondered, having never encountered such a being, its curiosity piqued. Below the surface, the shadowy figure gradually revealed itself to be a gigantic, entirely black whale. Such abundant energy. "If I were to consume you, I would undoubtedly transform into a dragon," the whale exclaimed, its voice ancient and gravelly, causing the Dragon King, Tian, to furrow his brow in concern. The tyrant of the evil eye let out a mocking laugh, as if amused by the whale's bravado. "You dare to talk of consuming me?" Such audacity. These three beings represented the most formidable spirit beasts of the era. Tian, the golden-eyed black dragon king with an 80,000-year cultivation, the tyrant of the evil eye, with 79,000 years, and the deep-sea demon whale king, boasting 99,000 years of cultivation. Tian's expression turned serious as he questioned, "From whence do you come? Why have you appeared here?" With a disdainful huff, the tyrant of the evil eye replied, "I witnessed the recent celestial phenomena from another continent. That very phenomenon inexplicably created a black hole in my realm, and before I knew it, I was drawn into it and found myself here. At this moment." The tyrant of the evil eye could distinctly sense the formidable power of the two spirit beasts before him, his apprehension evident. The deep-sea demon whale king scoffed, "Have you two finished your chatter? I can hardly contain my impatience." Tian's demeanor shifted, and he cautioned, "Old whale, do not act recklessly." His concern was not born from fear of the deep-sea demon whale king's prowess, but rather from the fact that they were surrounded by an isolated island, entirely encircled by the sea. Such terrain would greatly favor the deep-sea demon whale king, which is why Tian was reluctant to engage. Yet, disregarding Tian's warning, the enormous deep-sea demon whale, measuring 200 meters in length, thrashed its body and sent massive waves crashing around. In an instant, a flash of black light engulfed the deep-sea demon whale king, and he vanished, replaced by a man of ancient appearance, standing over 3 meters tall. His deep blue hair flowed down his back, and he was clad in an extraordinary purple armor. Behind him, a colossal purple vortex shimmered with mysterious light. Upon witnessing the transformation of the deep-sea demon whale king, Tian's expression shifted dramatically, whispering in shock, "An energy-formed armor? It seems he has truly reached this stage, nearing divinity. If he were to consume the tyrant of the evil eye, he might indeed attain godhood." As the deep-sea demon whale king transformed into human form, the tyrant of the evil eye likewise expanded in size. A massive eye, over 300 meters in diameter, materialized in the air, surrounded by 81 writhing tentacles, each measuring 500 meters in length. Behind its colossal form, bolts of red energy crackled, conjuring a terrifying storm. Tian let out a silent sigh, transforming from dragon to human, his golden eyes gleaming with intensity. Though his transformation appeared simpler, the deep-sea demon whale king bellowed, "Are you attempting to stop me?" Just as Tian was about to respond, the tyrant of the evil eye erupted in a cacophony of sinister laughter. Perhaps unable to endure the piercing cackles of the tyrant of the evil eye, the deep-sea demon whale king roared with fury, "Perish, insect!" Suddenly, a purple energy sphere materialized above the whale's right hand, its immense energy radiating and tinting the sky a vivid purple. With a deafening whoosh, the energy sphere surged toward the tyrant of the evil eye's massive form. Though the sphere seemed diminutive compared to the imposing figure of the tyrant, it recognized the imminent danger. Should it be struck, annihilation awaited. Meanwhile, although Tian had no intention of allowing the tyrant of the evil eye to be devoured by the deep-sea demon whale king, he had yet to take action. If the tyrant of the evil eye could not evade this strike, then letting the deep-sea demon whale king consume him would be inconsequential. A blood-red energy shield enveloped the tyrant of the evil eye as the purple energy sphere made contact, dissolving silently upon impact. The deep-sea demon whale king narrowed his eyes, regarding Tian with growing seriousness. With a sudden motion, he raised his right hand, generating several more purple energy spheres that hurtled toward the tyrant of the evil eye. Chapter 59. The great battle. The vicinity surrounding the island was devoid of sea spirit beasts, while the tyrants on the island lay prostrate, enveloped in a crimson glow. The aftermath of the battle between these top-tier spirit beasts resonated for miles, even sending tremors to the shores of Sea God Island. Within the Sea God Palace, a strikingly beautiful woman gripped a staff, her expression grave. She was Poseidon, the high priestess of the Sea God Palace. Behind her, 7 individuals knelt, awaiting her command. The leader among them, a man of stature, inquired, "Has the high priestess sensed something?" Poseidon replied with a furrowed brow, "This energy fluctuation originates from 1,000 miles away." "What? How can that be?" they exclaimed in unison. Poseidon elaborated, "This energy must be the residuals of a battle, likely instigated by the deep-sea demon whale king." Suddenly, she urged, "You 7, quickly ascertain whether the deep-sea demon whale king still resides within his domain." The leader nodded, rallying the others as they departed. Once they were gone, Poseidon gazed up at the statue of the sea god, murmuring, "Things are about to spiral out of control." The tyrant of the evil eye snorted disdainfully, and soon a dark red light enveloped the purple energy spheres. With a thunderous explosion, the two energies collided, unleashing a torrent of waves. A terrifying mental storm began to spread throughout the air. The sky dominated by the tyrant of the evil eye was suddenly tinged with a blood-red hue, as if contesting the violet heavens of the deep-sea magic whale king. The previously protective crimson shield surrounding the tyrant of the evil eye became precariously unstable due to the aftermath of their clash. The tyrant, with a disdainful snort, ascended into the air. The deep-sea magic whale king, in a fit of excitement, bellowed, "Are you afraid for your kin? If so, I shall comply with your wishes." With that, both the deep-sea magic whale king and the tyrant of the evil eye soared to an altitude of several thousand meters. Emperor Tian cast a cold glance at the evil eye clan, which lay prostrate below, murmuring, "This clan possesses considerable strength. There are several who have cultivated for over 100,000 years." Following this, he propelled himself upward with great force, joining the fray in the sky. In the lofty heights, the 3 soul beast sovereigns formed a triangular standoff. A grotesque smile adorned the face of the deep-sea magic whale king as he roared, "Among the soul beasts I have encountered, even that fellow who achieved the title of sea god, prior to his ascension, lacked the mental fortitude you possess. I acknowledge your prowess. I shall proclaim you the strongest." Ha. Suddenly, the tyrant of the evil eye erupted into laughter, his 81 tentacles swirling through the sky as if he had heard the most amusing jest. The atmosphere then warped once more, a terrifying mental force reverberating through the air, relentlessly constricting the body of the deep-sea magic whale king. The whale king's expression shifted. Despite his cultivation of 990,000 years, mental prowess was not his forte. Under this overwhelming mental pressure, he felt a twinge of regret for having abandoned his expertise in maritime combat. Yet, the deep-sea magic whale king did not yield easily. A flash of purple light enveloped him in a mist. At the same time, he raised his right hand, causing the distant sea surface to surge violently, columns of water shooting skyward. Taken by surprise, the tyrant of the evil eye found several of his tentacles severed by the sudden onslaught of water, eliciting a cry of anguish. Emperor Tian, observing the unfolding drama, refrained from intervening, choosing instead to gauge the strengths of both beasts and waiting for the moment to rescue the one on the verge of defeat. Although he felt a stirring of desire to join the fray, he understood that whether it be himself, the tyrant of the evil eye, or the ancient whale-nearing divinity, They would all serve as formidable allies when the Master awakens to reclaim the divine realm. Thus, reason prevailed, and he withheld his participation. Breathing heavily, the tyrant of the evil eye coldly declared, "It has been long since I have been so grievously wounded. Congratulations on provoking my wrath." As the words fell, his tentacles transformed into a deep crimson, lashing out towards the deep-sea magic whale king from all directions. The whale king sneered twice, and an unseen purple mist enveloped the space where the three beings hovered. "Respect your elders, young one." Magic whale domain. From the clouds, bolts of purple lightning descended, striking towards the tyrant of the evil eye. Reluctantly, the tyrant abandoned his plan to attack with his tentacles and instead utilized them to defend against the falling lightning. The purple lightning, akin to divine weaponry, severed several more of the tyrant's tentacles. In a fit of rage, the tyrant's massive eye deepened in hue, and a dark red thorny halo materialized around his pupil. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the sky, as if the heavens themselves were shaken. Simultaneously, the deep-sea magic whale king felt as though thousands of sharp spikes were piercing into his mind, threatening to extract his very consciousness. "Damn it!" The whale king howled in anguish, nearly rendered a fool by the assault. However, being a soul beast nearing divinity, his mental fortitude, though not his strongest attribute, proved robust enough to withstand the invasive thorns. Seizing the opportunity, the tyrant's multitude of tentacles coiled around the whale king. Yet, as the tentacles made contact with the whale king's body, a layer of bluish-purple crystal instantly enveloped him. The moment the tentacles touched the crystal, they detonated violently, creating a massive bluish-purple vortex in the sky, scattering the flesh and blood of the tyrant throughout the air. In pain, the tyrant emitted a beam of black light from his eye. Meanwhile, the already dazed deep-sea magic whale king failed to evade, enduring the attack with his energy armor. Recognizing the escalating danger, Emperor Tian swiftly positioned himself between the two beasts. "Gentlemen, cease this conflict." The enraged tyrant of the evil eye roared, "Get out of the way." The deep-sea magic whale king, with a fierce expression, retorted, "Emperor Tian, do not feign benevolence. You either join the fray or step aside and watch." Faced with the whale king's ire, Emperor Tian's countenance darkened momentarily, but soon returned to calm. "Very well, proceed as you wish." Chapter 60. The Light of Time and Space. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor, who had been preparing to follow Bingshi to the Star Dough Forest, suddenly halted. His gaze intensely focused on the southeastern horizon. The Snow Emperor, Douluo, the Sky Crocodile, and nearly all the top experts turned their attention to the same direction. Bingshi gazed curiously at the halted Bingdi and inquired with perplexity, "What is the matter?" The Ice Emperor, with a grave expression, remarked, "In the southeast, two extraordinary beings are engaged in a fierce battle, a distance of 10,000 miles away. This terrifying aura sends a shiver down my spine." 10,000 miles? Isn't that over the sea? And how powerful could these extraordinary beings truly be? Could they possibly be gods? Bingshi responded, somewhat incredulously. With a hint of jest in her tone, the Ice Emperor shook his head and spoke solemnly, "Even if it is not a divine-level battle, it is at least one of the caliber of Emperor Tian." Upon hearing this, Bingshi's expression shifted. The caliber of Emperor Tian? At sea? Could it be that Emperor Tian and the deep-sea demon whale king have clashed? How could they come to blows? Within the Angel Divine Hall, an elderly man clad in white silk robes, adorned with the embroidery of a fearsome giant crocodile, spoke gravely to another elder before him. "Great offering. What has been happening lately?" Such celestial phenomena have occurred in succession. Although the elder had graying hair, his face radiated a youthful flush, and his stature was remarkably upright. Exuding the noble aura of a superior being, he was none other than the unparalleled Douluo, Douluo. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he declared, "A chaotic era is upon us. We must prepare in advance. I fear that girl may stir up trouble again." The golden crocodile Douluo snorted, saying, "Brother, you are far too lenient with her." Douluo remained silent, but a complex expression of hatred and remorse flashed in his eyes. The tentacles of the evil eye tyrant stirred gently, and all at once, they unleashed deep crimson rays towards the deep-sea demon whale king. In response to this barrage of 81 rays, the deep-sea demon whale king performed a peculiar action. He shaped his hands into a trumpet form beside his mouth and suddenly opened it wide, letting out a resounding long howl accompanied by a surge of white mist. As the white vapor erupted, the whale king's voice grew increasingly powerful, ultimately resonating with the sounds of dragon roars. The sky darkened with ominous clouds as the white mist coalesced into a mass, meeting the 81 rays head-on. With a thunderous boom, both the rays and the white mist vanished without a trace. Surrounding the deep-sea demon whale king was a halo of purple light. Recognizing the overwhelming strength of the evil eye tyrant's mental prowess, he resolved to crush it with his own energy. Enveloped in violet radiance, the deep-sea demon whale king charged towards the evil eye tyrant. From a distance, the evil eye tyrant suddenly erupted with a surge of violent energy, and his enormous eye emitted a colossal beam of scarlet light. The deep-sea demon whale king felt his mind boil, yet he persisted. Colliding with the crimson beam while still shrouded in purple light, he let out a series of roars. His formidable physique and solid armor managed to withstand the astonishing beam. However, he was still injured, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he felt his insides churning. This collision left countless small rifts in the sky, which would not close for a long time. Such was the clash of powerful soul beasts at the pinnacle of their capabilities, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The deep-sea demon whale king wiped the blood from his mouth, and an angry roar escaped him. The purple orbs surrounding him flickered once more, transforming into two massive purple battle axes. With a powerful thrust of his legs through the air, he aimed to cleave down upon the evil eye tyrant's singular eye. Seeing the two axes descending, the evil eye tyrant was struck with terror. As a mage-shaped soul beast, if the deep-sea demon whale king got close, his demise would be inevitable. His eye, now a deep blue, unleashed a deep blue beam toward the deep-sea demon whale king. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The deep-sea demon whale king, axe raised, was completely ensnared in midair. The deep blue light moved slowly, as if the world around it had paused. The sky was tinted a deep blue under its illumination. This was the evil eye tyrant's ultimate move, the light of time and space. With this technique, he had even severely injured Emperor Tian in the original story, leaving him to recuperate for thousands of years. The deep blue light descended steadily upon the deep-sea demon whale king, penetrating his body in an instant. The evil eye tyrant let out a sigh of relief. No being had survived under the might of his time and space light, instilling him with confidence as he turned his gaze toward Emperor Tian. However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Emperor Tian's face, the evil eye tyrant was suddenly alarmed and quickly glanced back at the deep-sea demon whale king. But where was the deep-sea demon whale king now? His form appeared in the distance, gasping for breath. The moment the evil eye tyrant's eye transformed into deep blue, the deep-sea demon whale king had sensed the warning, splitting off an illusion to strike at the evil eye tyrant while he retreated to safety. Indeed, the power of the deep blue light was terrifying. Had he not created that illusion beforehand, he might have perished here. The evil eye tyrant was equally incredulous. He too felt a bit frail. The time and space light was released at the cost of his vitality. Seeing that neither beast was willing to continue their battle, Emperor Tian spoke once more. Will you continue fighting? The deep-sea demon whale king sneered. Of course we will. He is on the brink of collapse, is he not? Once I consume him, I shall attain the divine level. Emperor Tian furrowed his brows and coldly retorted, you know I cannot allow you to kill him. Let it end here. At that moment, the evil eye tyrant interjected, on the brink of collapse? What a joke. You may as well try. As the two beasts seemed poised to clash again, Emperor Tian roared, enough. If you both wish to fight so badly, then come at me. The deep-sea demon whale king squinted his eyes and coldly asked, Emperor Tian, what do you mean by that? Chapter 61. Shawu Emperor Tian smirked. Why don't you test my dragon god claw once more? Upon hearing this, the deep-sea demon whale king's expression shifted. When Emperor Tian had just broken through to the 800,000-year cultivation and survived the heavenly tribulation, he had traversed the Douluo continent. Upon reaching the sea, the deep-sea demon whale king was drawn to the dense energy emanating from Emperor Tian, and thus a battle ensued. Although the deep-sea demon whale king, leveraging his cultivation advantage, managed to suppress Emperor Tian, he was still wounded by the dragon god claw, leaving a scar on his back to this day. Yet, the deep-sea demon whale king showed no fear. Instead, he revealed a ferocious grin, saying, Do you truly think I fear you? Go ahead and try. He continued. Let me tell you the truth, Emperor Tian, I have lived in the sea for 1,000,000 years, just a step away from ascending to the divine level. We both know that it is a grueling journey for soul beasts to achieve divinity. 100,000 years ago, I reached my current state. Yet I have still been unable to break through that barrier. It seems I lack the mental fortitude. Today, I shall surely consume you. No one can stop me. I swear. With that, he disregarded Emperor Tian, purple mist enveloping him once more, intermittently flashing with violet light. Hearing this, Emperor Tian sighed inwardly. Even during their previous battle, he had sensed the vast energy within the deep-sea demon whale king. Logically, he should have already attained a divine presence, yet he remained unable to break through. Is this the limitation of the divine realm? Contemplating this, Emperor Tian lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Sensing the increasingly potent energy fluctuations surrounding the deep-sea demon whale king, the tyrant of the evil eye understood he could no longer afford to delay. Although he yearned to unleash the light of time and space once more, the cost of such an ability was exceedingly steep, and even he could not endure its repercussions consecutively. In a swift motion, a dark crimson aura re-emerged around the perimeter of his enormous pupil, and a series of thorny light wheels surged towards the deep-sea demon whale king. Thorned light. At that moment, the purple mist enveloping the deep-sea demon whale king provoked a tempest of thunder, with countless bolts of violet lightning encircling him, colliding head-on with the spiraling thorned light. As the two forces of energy were poised for collision, Emperor Tian's expression shifted. Should the two beasts collide directly, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Thus, he transformed into a colossal black dragon with golden eyes, stretching over 200 meters in length. With immense energy coalescing within his massive claws, he descended upon the point of collision. Dragon Goddess Claw. The resounding explosions echoed through the sky, reminiscent of the apocalypse descending upon the earth. Following the cacophony, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Several colossal voids marred the sky, which could not be restored. All energy fluctuations dissipated into nothingness, and the three soul beast sovereigns vanished without a trace. Stardew Forest. The Ice Emperor lay upon the formidable Titan ape, his gaze fixated intently towards the southeast. Suddenly, he murmured, "Has the energy vanished?" Intrigued, Bingshi inquired, "Has the energy vanished? Has the battle concluded?" After arriving at the starry forest, the Ice Emperor took Bingshi once more to the Lake of Life, only to discover that the Emperor Tian was indeed not beneath. Consequently, Bingshi firmly believed that Emperor Tian and the deep-sea demon whale king were engaged in combat. "Sister Binger, who do you think would emerge victorious?" Bingshi curiously asked. Bingshi shook her head, expressing a sense of helplessness as she remarked, "It has already been stated that the confrontation is not between Tian and the old whale. Tian and the old whale had their bout long ago, during which the old whale emerged with a slight victory." Bingshi rolled her eyes and remarked, "What if Tian, in defiance, seeks out the deep-sea demon whale king for another battle? Who else could possibly unleash such ripples of aftermath but the two of them?" The Ice Emperor chuckled and remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps there are soul beast powerhouses of which I am unaware." "How could there possibly be soul beast powerhouses that you do not know of?" Bingshi replied with amusement. Yet, as she spoke, a thought crossed her mind regarding the supreme soul beasts of another continent. She recalled the malevolent Eye Tyrant, ruling over the evil demon forest of the Sun and Moon continent. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that the Sun and Moon continent would not collide with the Douluo continent for another 10,000 years. Hence, it could not possibly be the Eye Tyrant. At that moment, Erming suddenly burst into excitement, dancing joyfully by the Lake of Life, nearly causing the Ice Emperor to lose his balance. The Ice Emperor, taken aback, inquired, "What is it, little monkey? Have you gone mad?" Meanwhile, Bingshi, seemingly contemplative, softly remarked, "It must be that Little Dance has returned." Only she could incite such excitement. The Ice Emperor suddenly realized something and, with a hint of amusement, patted the exuberant Erming on the head, softly saying, "Go on, bring back the little rabbit." With that, she leapt off Erming's head. Erming, while exuberantly shouting, pounded his chest and dashed away. Before long, a melodious voice rang out, "Erming, how could you be so reckless as to bring me here? You nearly harmed third brother. You really are something." Abruptly, Xiaowu's voice faltered, her astonished gaze fixed on the Ice Emperor and Bingshi. "How is it you two are here? Erming, where is Daming? Call him out and prepare for battle." Observing Xiaowu's tense demeanor, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Loach is afraid of me. He is hiding in the Lake of Life. Too scared to come out. Take a closer look. Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing the term Little Loach, Xiaowu froze for a moment, bewildered, and asked, "You are and Ice Emperor?" Seeing the slight twitch at the corner of the Ice Emperor's mouth, Bingshi couldn't suppress her laughter. Although curious about why Bingshi was present, Xiaowu was too excited to dwell on it. "And Ice Emperor, is it really you?" she exclaimed, rushing towards the Ice Emperor. However, just as she reached her side, the Ice Emperor smacked Xiaowu on the head, making her jump. "What was that for?" Xiaowu protested, her big innocent eyes filled with grievance. "Do not call me aunt. Refer to me as Sister Ice Emperor." The Ice Emperor retorted, smacking Xiaowu's head once more. Xiaowu chuckled and attempted to nestle into the Ice Emperor's embrace. Yet, before she could do so, She felt a grip around her neck. Turning her head, she found Bingshi's stern expression. What nonsense is this? You dare try to snuggle into Sister Binger's arms? Do you not believe I will feast on braised rabbit heads tonight? Xiaowu retorted. What are you doing here? Though she questioned Bingshi, her body continued to struggle, trying to break free from Bingshi's hold. Behave yourself, little rabbit. Be cautious, or I shall have spicy rabbit heads for dinner tonight, Bingshi said, ruffling Xiaowu's hair with a hint of irritation. Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, stuttering. Why, you know? Isn't it just the transformation of a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit? You're not afraid of being hunted down and having your bones harvested in the human world. Your courage is indeed remarkable, Bingshi remarked, rolling her eyes as she released Xiaowu. Xiaowu, observing the worried expressions of the Ice Emperor and Erming, found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, a shadow draped across the sky, obscuring the light. The Ice Emperor gazed upward, witnessing the immense form of Emperor Tian transform into humanoid shape, plummeting directly downwards. In a state of alarm, Erming rushed forward, using his back to cushion Emperor Tian's fall, gently laying him upon the grass. At that moment, Emperor Tian was stripped of his former majesty as the sovereign of the soul beast of the starry forest. His tattered black cloak hung in shambles, and his body was marred by bloodstains, presenting a disheveled appearance. Emperor Tian, how have you come to be in such a state? The Ice Emperor exclaimed. Did you truly engage in battle with that ancient whale? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's voice, Emperor Tian forced his weary eyes open, his golden irises streaked with blood, scanning his surroundings while he breathed heavily, exhibiting signs of weakness. Yet, even in his feeble and disheveled state, the gaze of Emperor Tian instilled fear in Erming and Xiaowu, causing them to shrink back. Particularly Xiaowu, who, under the scrutiny of Emperor Tian's eyes, was visibly trembling, her legs quaking as if she could scarcely maintain her footing. After a brief moment of gathering himself, Emperor Tian spoke in the southeast. On a small island beyond the Douluo continent, a group of soul beast tribes, known as the Evil Eye Clan, has emerged from an unknown origin. He paused to catch his breath before continuing. The ruler of this Evil Eye Clan is the Evil Eye Tyrant, whose cultivation has reached an astonishing 79,000 years. That ancient whale sought to devour the Evil Eye Tyrant, leading to their confrontation. The Ice Emperor was taken aback, almost speechless. 79,000 years of cultivation? How could this happen when they engaged in combat? Emperor Tian shook his head and replied coldly, the newly arrived Evil Eye Tyrant is unruly, while that old whale is solely intent on devouring the Evil Eye Tyrant. They are locked in a deadly struggle. I transformed into this state to compel them to cease their hostilities. A cold smile curled at the corners of Emperor Tian's mouth. One foolish whale and one monstrous eye. They ought to perish together. Although my injuries appear grave, with Bai Ji by my side, all I require is a millennium of recuperation. Those two, however, are in dire straits. The old whale is likely doomed to never attain godhood in this lifetime. The Evil Eye Tyrant must also be gravely wounded. Without a millennium of healing, he may never return to his peak. The Ice Emperor, in a moment of realization, remarked, no wonder I sensed a tremendous surge of energy not long ago. It was you three. However, a soul beast with an impressive cultivation of 790,000 years is likely to surpass Schwer in strength. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Tian responded, that creature is a spirit-type soul beast, and in terms of mental prowess, I must admit my inferiority. Yet, he should currently be gravely injured. If the Snow Maiden can advance further within 10,000 years, she should be on par. The Ice Emperor's eyes lit up at the mention of a spirit beast of the mental type, severely injured. Tian coughed twice, expelling a pool of dark blood, and inquired with a hint of confusion, what do you intend to do? The Ice Emperor shook his head, dismissing the matter. You should quickly descend to find Bai Ji for her healing. Do not prolong this any further. Tian nodded in agreement and turned to Ming, instructing, watch over the Star-Do forest closely. Ming promptly nodded, fearful of inciting Tian's wrath. Following this, Tian leapt gracefully into the lake of life. As the atmosphere grew silent, Xiaowu broke the tension by saying, well, I shall take my leave now. Otherwise, my companions will start to worry. Bingshi teased, are you afraid that someone is getting anxious? Suddenly, two blossoms of crimson appeared on Xiaowu's cheeks as she bashfully retorted, it has nothing to do with you. With that, she turned on her heel and dashed away towards the outskirts of the Star-Do forest. Observing Xiaowu's retreating figure, Bingdi sighed and remarked to Daming, go see her off, or you may not catch another glimpse of her for quite some time. Daming, with a simple-minded expression, scratched his head and hurried in the direction Xiaowu had gone. The Ice Emperor cast his gaze towards the southeast, an idea springing forth from the depths of his heart, lingering persistently. Noticing the Ice Emperor seemingly lost in thought, Ascendance curiously draped her arms around his shoulders, inquiring with a hint of bewilderment, "What is it? What occupies your mind? What about the evil eye tyrant's spirit ring?" "Your ninth?" The Ice Emperor's response startled Ascendance considerably. To be honest, while she never anticipated her guess to be accurate, she had no intention of absorbing the evil eye tyrant's spirit ring, as it felt like a distant prospect. Yet, the Ice Emperor's words struck her like a thunderclap. Indeed, the evil eye tyrant would be an exceptional choice for a ninth spirit ring, perfectly aligning in both attributes and age, and it was gravely injured. The only question was whether she could locate the island mentioned by Emperor Tian. However, discussing it further seemed premature. It would be prudent to focus on breaking through to level 50 first. The aura surrounding the Lake of Life was abundant with spiritual energy. It would be wise for her to cultivate here. In the Divine Realm, amidst a dense forest, stood a seemingly unremarkable wooden cabin at its heart. Inside, a man clad in purple was laughing heartily, appearing as though he had heard something immensely amusing. A woman in green looked on with exasperation at her husband, who had been laughing uncontrollably since his return. All right, you've been laughing for half an hour. What on earth is so funny?" The man in purple, his face nearly cramping from laughter, quickly composed himself upon realizing his wife was finally addressing him. "Not long ago, I notified the deities on the Douluo continent and discovered that Shura fellow. He left behind a legacy on Douluo, and when he went to observe his divine examination successor, he found that his successor had been bewitched by the Rakshasa god." Haha. The man could not suppress his laughter again. You should have seen Shura's face at that moment. It was priceless, like he had eaten something foul. The woman in green couldn't help but chuckle. And then what happened? Then, that fellow flew into a rage and provided his successor a bit of assistance to dispel the malevolent thoughts. Alas, that successor, initially gifted, could have succeeded his divine position, but due to Shura's negligence, now has no chance of divinity, the man in purple remarked. "So, does that mean the Shura divine position remains unclaimed?" the woman asked, concern etched on her face. "Although its aura vanished recently, no one truly knows if it is gone for good," she added. The man reassured his wife, speaking in a solemn tone, "Fear not, Shura has recently set his sights on a rather talented young individual. He is now scheming to ensnare, to recruit a god." Seeing the mischievous smile on her husband's lips, the woman couldn't help but chuckle again. Upon reuniting with Xiaowu, the Shrek team joyfully absorbed their spirit rings and returned to Shrek Academy, where Master finally arrived amidst Tang San's eager anticipation. "Teacher, you're back." In Flanders' office, Tang San stood dejectedly before a middle-aged man. Now, Tang San's once smooth hair had become disheveled, and his bloodshot eyes reflected a profound despondency. The man, of average height and lean build, appeared to be in his 50s, with a few strands of white in his ordinary-looking hair and a rigid, uncomfortable expression on his face. Master Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang looked at his prized disciple with confusion, surprised by his drastic change over just a few days. He recalled the spirited boy Tang San had been when he left Notting City. How could he have deteriorated so quickly? "What is wrong, Xiao San? What has happened?" Yu Xiaojiang asked, his face contorting into a concerned expression. Tang San lowered his head and murmured, "Teacher, should I not cultivate the blue silver grass?" Yu Xiaojiang, filled with indignation, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Nonsense! What on earth transpired?" Tang San painfully summoned the blue silver grass. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, hovering quietly. Yu Xiaojiang examined the thick, long blue silver grass adorned with barbs, questioning. "There is nothing wrong with the blue silver grass spirit. According to Flanders, your 3rd spirit ring is the faceless demon pearl. This should enhance your blue silver grass with significant toxicity, proving my theory correct." In a hoarse voice, Tang San replied, "Teacher, I recently encountered a girl of similar age who is already a 4-ring spirit master. I believe she must possess an exceptional top-tier spirit. My blue silver grass is merely a useless spirit. No amount of training will elevate it to that level. Why won't you let me cultivate that hammer spirit? Even if it is subpar, it cannot be worse than the blue silver grass." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was enraged. "Absurd. Simply absurd. How could you be so foolish?" Tang San bowed deeply, trembling as he requested, "Please guide me, teacher." With a heavy heart, Yu Xiaojiang lamented, "When I first met you, I stated that there are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. What of the blue silver grass? You possess an innate full spirit power blue silver grass spirit. Even if there truly exists a prodigy of your age at level 40, what of it? Will one failure defeat you?" Taking a sip of water, Yu Xiaojiang endeavored to calm himself. Your second spirit is indeed of high caliber, but I forbid you from cultivating it. This serves not only to protect you but also for another reason. The advantage of dual spirits is unparalleled. Consider this. Had you begun training your second spirit from the outset, your spirit rings would merely conform to standard ratios. But if you cultivate the blue silver grass to the Soul Emperor level, your second spirit's ring age will not be less than 10,000 years. Should you reach the tidal Douluo level, the age of your second spirit's rings will not dip below 50,000 years. Even if there are geniuses with spirit power far exceeding yours, so what? The greatest advantage of dual spirits lies in the future. The future you will undoubtedly surpass them. Yu Shaojiang earnestly lectured, not solely for Tang San's sake but for his own aspirations as well. He had invested immense effort into nurturing Tang San, aiming to cultivate a disciple who would astonish the continent. Tang San bit his lip and finally spoke. I understand, teacher. After 2 months, Ascendance successfully broke through the 50-level spirit power threshold. At just 14 years of age, becoming a level 50 spirit king was truly an unprecedented feat. The spiritual energy within the lake of life rivaled that of the ice crystal pool, enabling Ice Dawn to make rapid progress. All right, Dawn. Let us find a suitable mental-type spirit ring for you within the Douluo forest before we return to the extreme north, the Ice Emperor declared, stretching his limbs and leaping down from a towering tree. Just then, a remarkably beautiful spirit beast sprinted towards Ice Dawn. The spirit beast stood about 1.5 meters tall. With a shoulder height of 5 feet, its entire body cloaked in a brilliant golden fur. It appeared almost translucent, resembling crystal, with an extraordinary texture. Its overall form bore resemblance to a lion, yet its 4 paws were draconic, each adorned with a fiery golden flame beneath them. Beneath its fur, there appeared to be delicate golden scales. The entire beast exuded an extraordinary beauty, and more intriguingly, there was a closed eye on its forehead, a pair of bright, sparkling eyes brimming with vitality. This was none other than the auspicious creature of the starry forest, the imperial beast, the three-eyed golden lion. As the three-eyed golden lion lunged towards her, Bingshi felt no panic. Instead, she opened her arms to embrace the creature, allowing its tongue to playfully lick her face. Over the past 2 months, her days had been filled with training and frolicking with the three-eyed golden lion, forging a deep bond between them. Although no one dared to provoke this imperial beast in the starry forest, the three-eyed golden lion was still in its youth, its mind in a playful phase. After days of playful companionship with Bingshi, they had become inseparable. Chior, be good now. Sister is leaving, so don't miss me too much. Bingshi whispered as she affectionately stroked the lion's fur. Indeed, she had named the three-eyed golden lion Chior to fulfill a lingering sentiment from her past life. And the creature adored this name. However, upon hearing those words, Chior, who had been enjoying Bingshi's gentle caresses, looked up with a pitiful gaze. Biting the hem of Bingshi's garment, Bingshi was instantly amused by her pitiful demeanor. He quickly tousled her hair and gently reassured her, rest assured. I will come to see you in the future. Under the reluctant gaze of Chior, Bingshi resolutely turned away and departed. The Ice Emperor shook his head and murmured, I initially intended to take you with me, yet if I were to do so, it is likely that Emperor Tian would pursue me relentlessly. Thus, you must remain here. The Ice Emperor shook his head and caught up with Bingshi, observing Bingshi's gloomy demeanor. The Ice Emperor comforted, all right, do not be disheartened. We shall return to visit again. It's not as if we will never come back. Now, let us seek a spirit beast of the mental type. What age do you think would be most suitable? Bingshi pondered for a moment before softly stating. Perhaps around 80 to 90,000 years? My current physique is already sufficient to absorb it, especially with your presence. Chapter 64, The First Encounter with Hulaina. After departing from the Lake of Life, the two searched for quite some time in the Douluo forest. Yet they had not yet found a suitable spirit beast for Bingshi. Spirit beasts of the mental type are inherently rare, and those of a higher age are even more elusive. The Ice Emperor had been searching the Douluo forest with Bingshi for 3 days, yet found nothing. Suddenly, distant voices of conversation drifted through the trees. Your Holiness, I have already planned the soul beast you need to hunt for this journey, a demonic tail fox around 11,000 years old. This creature can grant you enhanced control abilities, making it exceptionally suitable for your Holiness. Your Holiness? Hulaina, perhaps? Bingshi led Bingdi to the base of a towering tree, and in the distance, the sound of conversation gradually became clearer until a man and a woman emerged into their line of sight. The middle-aged man possessed an imposing stature, towering over 2 meters tall. Though his appearance was somewhat ordinary, his countenance exuded an air of authority. In contrast, the woman beside him, while of similar height to Bingshi, appeared somewhat delicate in his presence. She had long, flowing black hair, and although she did not possess the ethereal beauty of Bingshi, she was still undeniably striking, a true beauty. Furthermore, compared to Bingshi, she radiated an aura of maturity, charm, and sensuality. Her lively, crystal-clear eyes seemed to shimmer with a captivating allure, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. As Bingshi marveled at Hulina's beauty, Hulina, in turn, was taken aback by the appearances of Bingdi and Bingshi. She held great confidence in her own looks, believing that apart from her teacher, no other woman could surpass her in both beauty and grace. Yet, the two women before her outshone her not only in appearance but also in poise, leaving her with a tinge of self-consciousness. The middle-aged man regarded Bingdi and Bingshi with a hint of confusion and spoke in a deep voice. The spirit hall is hunting soul beasts. Non-combatants are to withdraw immediately to avoid injury. Please wait a moment, Elder Magic Bear, Hulina softly interjected, though her voice was not particularly melodious and bore a slight rasp. It carried an intriguing allure when it escaped her lips. Hulina stepped forward a few paces and, gazing at Bingshi and Bingdi, gently inquired, "My name is Hulina. May I ask for your names?" Bingshi gazed at the slightly shorter Juliana, pondering the intentions concealed within her. Noticing that Bingshi remained silent and merely scrutinized her, Juliana couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill will. I simply wish to make the acquaintance of both of you." Bingshi shrugged lightly and softly said, "Bingshi." Hulina tilted her head in inquiry, asking, "And what about this one?" Bingshi could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, a soul master possessing the enchanting fox martial spirit exudes an irresistible allure in every gesture. Simultaneously, she silently lamented why, despite sharing the same fox martial spirit, her own Ari seemed to possess nothing but beauty. The Ice Emperor raised his head and softly spoke, "I am the Ice Emperor." Upon hearing this name, the bear Douluo immediately reacted as if faced with a formidable adversary, pulling Hulina back behind him and watchfully gazing at the Ice Emperor. Noticing Hulina's confusion, the bear Douluo elucidated, "She is the title Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring, as mentioned by His Holiness the Pope." Upon hearing this, Hulina was equally astonished. Is she the title Douluo that Elder Gu and Elder Ju went in search of? At that moment, Isia also had an epiphany. It became clear that Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo had ventured to Element City in search of the Ice Emperor, which explained why this bear Douluo had come to assist Hulina in hunting the fifth soul ring. The Ice Emperor, somewhat disinterested, rolled his eyes and softly remarked, "Let us hasten to acquire the soul rings and return." Hulina, observing the retreating figures of the two, bit her lip and impulsively exclaimed, "Please, wait a moment." Noticing the perplexed gaze that Bingshi cast upon her, Hulina gently inquired, "May I ask if you are in the process of obtaining your fourth soul ring?" According to the intelligence from the Spirit Hall, Bingshi's soul power level had been merely in the 30s 2 years prior. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that she was indeed seeking her fourth soul ring, with no thoughts directed towards the fifth. Bingshi chuckled lightly and remarked, "Do you truly believe I would answer that question?" With that, she turned and walked away. Hulina sighed, realizing her approach had been somewhat abrupt. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and a disciple of the Pope, she had always been regarded as a paragon of excellence. Naturally, upon hearing of Bingshi's extraordinary talent 2 years prior, she had wished for an opportunity to spar with her. Just as the Ice Emperor and Bingshi moved further away, the Demon Bear Douluo suddenly gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. "Elder Demon Bear, what ails you?" he inquired, noticing the elder's distress. The Demon Bear Douluo panted heavily, his back drenched in cold sweat, and he exclaimed, "What terrifying cultivation! The Ice Emperor possesses an astonishing level of power. She is undoubtedly no ordinary title Douluo. Just a fleeting glance from her made me feel as though I were being hunted by a ferocious beast. If a confrontation were to occur, I would stand no chance against her." Hulina stared in shock at the direction the two had departed, incredulously exclaiming, "Is she truly that formidable?" The Demon Bear Douluo nodded gravely and replied, "Indeed, she is likely stronger than my assessment. From her, I sensed an aura that rivals even that of His Holiness the Pope. Are you saying she is as powerful as my master?" Hulina gasped in astonishment. The Demon Bear Douluo managed a wry smile and said, "Yes, even if she does not surpass the Pope, she is certainly of a similar caliber. She is undoubtedly among the elite of this world." Meanwhile, the two departing figures paid little mind to this brief interlude, continuing their earnest search for suitable soul beasts. Suddenly, Bingshi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Sister Binger, what kind of soul beast is the demon-tail fox?" The Ice Emperor pondered for a moment before elucidating. The demon-tail fox is a relatively rare species of fox-like soul beast. The most distinguishing feature of this creature is its enchanting ability. This mesmerizing skill allows it to challenge 1,000-year soul beasts with the prowess of a 100-year soul beast. Due to the extraordinary nature of this enchanting ability, members of this species seldom attain high levels of cultivation. In fact, even 10,000-year demon-tail foxes are exceedingly scarce. Certain territorial 10,000-year soul beasts regularly hunt them to ensure that the demon-tail fox lineage does not produce individuals with cultivation exceeding 50 or even 100,000 years. Therefore, you need not entertain thoughts of hunting a high-level demon-tail fox. After listening to the Ice Emperor's explanation, Bingshi could only shake her head in resignation as she ventured towards the outskirts of the core circle. She had searched nearly the entire core circle without encountering a soul beast that met her criteria, and heading outside the core circle was merely a gamble for luck. Chapter 65. The Sacred Illusion Fox. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness swiftly enveloped the land, leaving Bingshi and the Ice Emperor still empty-handed. In desperation, they sought refuge in a hollow tree, reluctantly preparing to endure another night. The Ice Emperor leaned against Bingshi, his voice tinged with despair as he uttered, "High-level spiritual soul beasts are exceedingly rare. If we do not find one by tomorrow, we shall return to the extreme north and allow Schwer to ponder a solution." After days of searching, Bingshi felt a sense of helplessness creeping into her heart and replied, "Very well." At that moment, a brilliant flash of white light suddenly streaked across the night. In daylight, such a glow might have been imperceptible, but in the darkness, it was strikingly vivid. "What is that? Its speed is astonishing," exclaimed Bingshi in astonishment as she sprang to her feet, observing the fleeting white figure receding into the distance. The Ice Emperor firmly grasped Bingshi and declared, "Let us pursue it and see." Bingshi nodded, and the wings of the Ice Phoenix unfurled behind her, propelling her in pursuit of the White Shadow. The speed of the White Shadow was astonishing, despite Bingshi's flight with the Ice Phoenix wings. The dense trees of the starry forest posed a significant challenge. She was not only required to deftly navigate around the trees, but also to diligently search for the trail of the elusive White Shadow, which delayed her chase. Suddenly, the White Shadow came to an abrupt halt. The frost gradually descended to the ground, retracting the icy wings with utmost caution. Fearful of disturbing the elusive White Shadow and causing it to flee once more, Bingshi finally discerned the true nature of that ethereal white figure. Bingshi vowed that this was the most exquisite soul beast she had encountered, second only to the Ice Emperor. It was a fox, measuring merely 1 meter in length, adorned with a coat of pristine white fur, devoid of any other hues. Behind it swayed a soft tail, slightly arched, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Its eyes, imbued with crystalline whiteness, sparkled brilliantly in the darkness of night. The creature possessed a graceful physique, with limbs harmoniously proportioned, and 2 plump ears standing proudly. Its snow-white brows accentuated its nose, eyes, and entire visage, rendering them vividly expressive, even possessing a touch of allure. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a gentle glow upon the white fox. As it basked in the lunar radiance, the fox's form became ethereal, and 9 luminous rings emerged around it, creating a breathtaking spectacle of beauty. The Ice Emperor exclaimed softly, "Sire, you have struck it rich." Observing the puzzled expression on Bingshi's face, the Ice Emperor gently elaborated. "This soul beast is known as the Holy Mirage Fox. I had presumed it to be extinct, yet to my astonishment, one still exists in this world. This soul beast cultivates by absorbing moonlight and sunlight, and during its cultivation, its form becomes ethereal and sanctified, hence the name Holy Mirage Fox. It belongs to the highest echelon of spiritual-type soul beasts and possesses incredible speed, rendering it nearly invulnerable to predators. However, the Holy Mirage Fox is exceedingly difficult to breed, resulting in a gradual decline in its population. This may very well be the last of its kind. Moreover, this soul beast possesses a unique trait. Any female soul master who absorbs its soul ring is destined to become more beautiful." Wait, Sister Binger. How do you know so much about this? Even the fact that female soul masters become more beautiful? Bingshi interjected with curiosity, interrupting the Ice Emperor's explanation. The Ice Emperor rolled his eyes, acknowledging the rarity of the Holy Illusion Fox. Although it is exceedingly difficult for life to flourish, the Holy Illusion Fox was not always so scarce. At its peak, the population still numbered in the hundreds. Ultimately, the decline can be attributed to the fact that human female spirit masters learned that absorbing such soul rings would enhance their beauty, leading to rampant hunting of the Holy Illusion Fox. During that time, Emperor Tian was also awakened and subsequently slaughtered several waves of humans who sought to hunt the Holy Illusion Fox, thus curbing this trend. Yet, by then, the Holy Illusion Fox species had dwindled to merely a few dozen. Even now, if one were to mention this to Emperor Tian, he would still burst into a fury. Bingshi, suddenly enlightened, nodded thoughtfully and directed her gaze towards the Saint Illusion Fox, who was engrossed in its cultivation, and inquired, Shall we proceed with our endeavor now? The Ice Emperor helplessly rubbed Bingshi's face, expressing his impatience. During the process of cultivation, the holy illusion fox's body becomes ethereal, making it impervious to interruption. Moreover, did you notice the halo surrounding it? That signifies its age has reached an impressive 90,000 years. In the Douluo forest, there should be no soul ring more suitable for you than this one. Bingshi hesitated and inquired, but it is left with only one. If we absorb it this way, would we not be leading to the extinction of its kind? The Ice Emperor remained silent for a moment, a trace of regret flickering across his face. Even if you do not absorb its soul ring, the sacred illusory fox is destined for annihilation. Moreover, should you choose to absorb it, there remains a glimmer of hope for its resurrection once you ascend to divinity. For now, let us await in silence. 2 hours later, the moonlight enveloping the sacred illusory fox began to wane. As the halo faded, the form of the fox gradually solidified. Just as the sacred illusory fox was on the brink of complete corporeality and ready to depart, the Ice Emperor acted with swiftness. The eternal frozen domain was unleashed in an instant. Situated within the Douluo forest, the Ice Emperor, mindful of Emperor Tian's reputation, confined the domain's reach to the immediate vicinity. Although the sacred illusory fox was remarkably swift, it was unexpectedly ensnared by the eternal frozen domain. Upon witnessing the Ice Emperor's emergence, the sacred illusory fox emitted a piercing shriek. The sound was imbued with a mental assault directed at the Ice Emperor. However, within the eternal frozen domain, the Ice Emperor reigned supreme. With but a mere gesture, a blue barrier enveloped him. The temperature within the domain was exceedingly frigid. And in just a brief interval, the sacred illusory fox was beset by shards of ice. The Ice Emperor let out a soft sigh and gracefully extended his jade-like hand. In an instant, a swirling tempest of snow and frost enveloped the sacred illusion fox. Within the blink of an eye, the creature's body stiffened from the frigid assault. Lying utterly motionless upon the frozen ground, Bingshi approached with a sense of reluctance as she gazed upon the frozen Saint Illusion fox. Suppressing her emotions, she delivered a fatal blow with a deceptive orb, bringing an end to its existence. A dark yet tinged with hints of crimson soul ring materialized before her. Bingshi settled gracefully on her knees, drawing the soul ring into her being. In an instant, a surge of explosive energy flooded her body. Clenching her teeth, Bingshi silently endured the onslaught of this power, thanks to her physique having been honed by the ice blue pool. The initial discomfort caused by the absorption of the soul ring was soon quelled, allowing her to regain her composure. Remarkably, as Bingshi absorbed the soul ring, a veil of white mist enveloped her, obscuring the Ice Emperor's view of her true condition. After an hour had passed, Bingshi opened her eyes, and the mist gradually dissipated. Just as Bingshi was about to inform the Ice Emperor about the soul skill she had acquired, she noticed the Ice Emperor gaping at her with an incredulous expression, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Following the direction of the Ice Emperor's pointed finger, Bingshi lowered her gaze in bewilderment. What in the world? Wasn't absorbing the soul ring supposed to enhance one's beauty? How did it end up having such a pronounced bust-enhancing effect? The transformation was so dramatic it seemed to have directly manifested the answer to question 36. Bingshi found herself in a state of bemusement, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. The weight of the situation felt somewhat overwhelming, and it seemed she would need some time to acclimatize. Chapter 66. Conversation. Half a month later, Bingshi returned to the far north with the Ice Emperor, laden with the spoils of their shopping expedition. As she inhaled the crisp, invigorating air of the far north, Bingshi could not help but feel a sense of elation. Within the frosted palace, the Snow Empress's scrutinizing gaze was firmly fixed upon the Ice Emperor and Ice Dawn. Under the gaze of the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor appeared somewhat awkward and could not help but speak. What is wrong, Schwer? It has been many days since we last met, yet upon our return, you present yourself in this manner. However, the Snow Empress remained unfazed and softly replied, Sheer, please step outside for a moment. Bingshi stepped out of the grand hall in a state of perplexity, leaving only the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress behind. As soon as Bingshi exited, the Snow Empress could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Look at the mess you've created. What have I done? The Ice Emperor feigned ignorance. However, under the piercing gaze of the Snow Empress, filled with an ominous intensity, he found himself at a loss for words. It was simply an emotional moment. I couldn't restrain myself. Bingo! The Snow Empress called out with a hint of reproach, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. I entrusted you to look after her, and yet, you managed to do something like this. The Ice Emperor, aware of his shortcomings, approached the Snow Empress and entwined his hand around her fair, delicate arm, chuckling softly. I swear, it was truly only that one time. The Snow Empress, with an air of irritation, retorted, Do you think I would believe you? Let me make it clear. During this period, you are not permitted to engage in such activities. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor's expression instantly fell, his demeanor turning sullen as he mumbled a response. The Snow Empress was taken aback, her countenance reflecting disbelief. You seem to be enjoying yourselves quite a lot, don't you? The Ice Emperor chuckled softly, shaking the Snow Emperor's arm as he suggested, why not give it a try? The Snow Emperor shot him a glare, retorting in embarrassment and anger, dream on. Don't even think about it. By the way, how did Shio's two spheres become so large? The Ice Emperor spoke softly, Sierra has transcended to the 50th level. I took her to the Douluo forest to acquire a soul ring. Fortuitously, we encountered what may well be the last of the sacred phantom foxes, boasting an impressive age of 90,000 years. As you know, such soul beasts have the remarkable ability to enhance the beauty of female soul masters, and thus, after absorbing the soul ring, she transformed into this. Huh? The Snow Emperor tilted her head, a hint of surprise evident in her voice. The sacred phantom fox? You truly are fortunate. Since you ventured into the Douluo forest, did you happen to see Tion? Was that energy fluctuation in the southeast indeed his doing? The Ice Emperor adjusted his expression, speaking with a grave demeanor. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Emperor Tion has been injured. Injured? Is there anyone capable of inflicting harm upon him? Indeed. A few days ago, Emperor Tion sensed a spatial disturbance in the southeastern region and decided to investigate. He then discovered a new species of soul beast, the Evil Eye clan. The ruler of this clan is a tyrant of the Evil Eye, possessing a cultivation level of 790,000 years. That ancient whale engaged in combat with this tyrant, and Emperor Tion intervened as well. Consequently, he has returned wounded, and it is feared that he will require a millennium to recuperate. The Ice Emperor spoke with a hint of excitement. That Abyssal Eye tyrant, who has cultivated for 790,000 years, is also gravely injured. We can slay him to serve as Shiji's ninth spirit ring. The Snow Emperor furrowed his brow and replied in a solemn tone, is that Abyssal Eye tyrant a psychic-type soul beast? The Ice Emperor nodded, his face flushed with excitement, recognizing it as a rare opportunity. Tion asserted that the malevolent sovereign of the Evil Eye could not regain his peak without a millennium of time. After contemplating for a moment, the Snow Empress remarked, it is indeed a viable option. However, we must not let our guard down. That individual possesses a cultivation level superior to mine, and he wields a mental attribute in which I am not particularly adept. If we choose to proceed, we must ensure that all potential concerns are thoroughly addressed. The Ice Emperor's expression hardened as he spoke with evident dissatisfaction. Are you referring to them? Upon seeing the Snow Emperor nod in affirmation, he continued, I have long maintained that they should have been dealt with sooner. The Snow Emperor chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied, since you claim that Shio has absorbed a soul ring of 90,000 years, would it not be more advantageous to utilize them as soul rings? Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor's eyes instantly sparkled with determination. Was he finally resolved to take action? Which target would he commence with? The Snow Emperor contemplated for a moment, sighed deeply, and decided to begin with the Frost Giant, who shared a less intimate relationship with the young Tai. At the mention of the name Tai, the Ice Emperor's expression soured. He no longer deserved such an endearing reference. Ever since his father's demise, he had undergone a transformation. His words now conveyed a lack of respect, bordering on insolence. He was no longer the young Tai who once trailed behind you. The Snow Emperor exhaled another heavy sigh and fell silent. The night in the far north was enveloped in tranquility. Aishi lay upon a small iceberg, gazing up at the starry sky of the extreme north. The night sky was filled with blue phosphorescence, tracing a long arc until it vanished at the horizon's edge. Aishi had been captivated by this phosphorescence for many years. Each night, it would grace the northern skies with its luminous presence. Initially, Aishi found it quite mysterious. Yet over time, it became a familiar sight. Suddenly, a figure settled beside Aishi, a delicate hand gently resting on her shoulder. Bingshi gazed at the Snow Empress, adorned with a serene smile, and softly inquired, Sister Shui, do you already know? The Snow Empress nodded, refraining from probing into how Bingshi had come by this knowledge. Instead, she lay down beside Bingshi, their shoulders touching as they gazed into the starry night sky. Sister Shui, the Snow Empress gently covered Bingshi's mouth, whispering, no need to say anything. I harbor no resentment toward you. You know, Sierra, you resemble an angel descended from the heavens, gracing the lives of me and Binger with your warmth. Although I felt a flicker of anger upon hearing this news, I was predominantly filled with joy. Finally, I need not worry about anyone stealing you away. The three of us can dwell together for eternity. Observing the earnest expression on the Snow Empress's face, Bingshi instinctively embraced her. The Snow Empress suddenly burst into laughter. All right, enough of that. Let us speak of you. I heard from Binger that there is a little girl in your academy who often clings to you. Bingshi's body involuntarily stiffened, and she managed a sheepish smile as she remarked, "It's merely a friend." The Snow Empress lifted her gaze, chuckling softly, "I am aware. My dear Xiaoxi possesses an extraordinary charm. However, I do hope my little Xiaoxi can exercise some restraint and not attract too many suitors." Chapter 67. The Frost Giant. Early the next morning, the Snow Empress took Bingshi to seek the traces of the Frost Giant, while the Ice Emperor continued to indulge in a leisurely slumber within the icy palace. The Frost Giant clan is one of the most ancient races in the far northern lands, with origins that can be traced back to the dawn of the Douluo continent. They possess the bloodline of the primordial ice goddess within them. The Frost Giant clan predominantly boasts towering figures, with some exceptional individuals reaching an astonishing height of 50 meters. Moreover, this clan possesses formidable strength. A millennia-old Frost Giant can even contend with a 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, a new king of 100,000-year cultivation can only emerge following the demise of the previous king of the same caliber. Due to the challenges of reproduction, the population of the Frost Giant clan remains limited. Thus, the objective of Bingshi and the Snow Emperor on their journey is to seek out the king of the Frost Giant clan, a 100,000-year-old Frost Giant. The Frost clan resides on the outskirts of the core circle in the far northern lands, beneath a towering snow-capped mountain. When the Snow Emperor arrived there with Bingshi, a colossal Frost Giant, standing at an impressive 50 meters tall, awaited them. The giant bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary human, the only distinction being its azure skin, adorned with a glistening layer of blue crystals. "I have awaited you for a long time, esteemed Snow Emperor." The giant's voice resonated powerfully. Bingshi felt a twinge of concern that such a thunderous tone might trigger an avalanche. "Awaited me?" the Snow Emperor inquired with a hint of confusion. The giant nodded solemnly, its voice echoing with a sense of ancient longing. "I have waited for this day for far too long. I have lived for 600,000 years. I attained my current prowess 500,000 years ago, yet due to the limitations of my kind, I have been unable to progress further. I have endured for so long that I find myself weary of existence. Each day, I fantasize about dying in battle rather than languishing beneath this snow-capped mountain. Enduring countless years of solitude, I once challenged the previous Titan Snow Demon King, yearning to meet my end by his hand. Alas, he spared my life, choosing not to slay me. Now, this current Titan Snow Demon King has approached me, claiming that I have defied the will of the Ice God, beseeching my aid in seizing dominion over the far northern lands. Deep down, I acknowledge that you, the ruler of this realm, have performed admirably. While Little Tai is unfit for such a position, there is something different about him now. He has become obstinate and wrathful. Yet, the mere thought of possibly battling you and meeting my end by your hand compelled me to agree. However, Little Tai has persistently provoked you, and you have yet to retaliate, leaving me profoundly disappointed. Then, this little fellow appeared, leading me to believe that you might be endeavoring to create a deity. Consequently, I surmised that someday you might require my assistance as her soul ring. Thus, I have awaited this day. My desire for a glorious death has lingered for 200,000 years, and now, I can finally fulfill that yearning." Upon hearing these words, the Snow Emperor fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "No wonder each Frost Giant ultimately challenges a formidable foe, only to perish in battle." The Frost Giant nodded, expressing a sense of resignation as he spoke. The Frost Giant clan possesses an endless lifespan, yet as a price, we are confined to a mere 99,999 years, while even the king of the Frost Giants can only attain a century of existence. Therefore, I beseech you, permit me to die gloriously in battle. I implore you to give your utmost effort." With that, the Frost Giant lifted the enormous axe, measuring several dozen meters in length, and charged towards the Snow Empress. Despite his colossal stature, the Frost Giant moved with surprising agility. The ground trembled beneath his thunderous strides. The Snow Empress's expression hardened as she hurled the ice dawn skyward, instructing it to ascend and not descend. At that moment, the Frost Giant swung his axe down upon her. The Snow Empress swiftly evaded, the razor-sharp edge of the axe narrowly missing her. Yet, the Frost Giant adeptly adjusted his trajectory and struck again. The Snow Empress hurriedly retreated, distancing herself from the formidable foe. In a flash of white light, she conjured a massive white sword in her hand. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the sword soared towards the Frost Giant. Imperial sword, unmatched in the icy realm. The colossal blade reached the Frost Giant in the blink of an eye, yet he remained unfazed, raising his axe in an attempt to block the strike. However, upon contact with the sword, the axe, made of an unknown material, began to crack ominously. The Frost Giant emitted a series of thunderous roars, retreating step by step under the onslaught of the colossal sword. With a resounding crack, the giant axe shattered into debris. The great sword plunged directly into the flesh of the frost giant. However, a layer of blue crystal suddenly enveloped its body, effectively thwarting the piercing power of the imperial sword. At the cost of a giant axe and a retreat of several dozen meters, the frost giant successfully intercepted the attack of the imperial sword. Meanwhile, the blue crystal on its exterior continued to grow, soon forming a semblance of armor upon its surface. From her vantage point atop the ice crystal phoenix, the ice phoenix observed this spectacle with clarity. Is this transformation truly necessary? With a furious roar, several blue rings surged forth toward the Snow Emperor. The frost giant clan possesses a unique skill known as the Frost Ring. Under the influence of this ring, the movements of the Snow Emperor became sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, the frost giant advanced once more, raising its enormous fist to strike. Realizing evasion was futile, the Snow Emperor lifted his palm, delicately meeting the colossal fist of the frost giant. Although he appeared diminutive in comparison to the giant's massive blow, upon contact, the frost giant was instantly propelled backward, crashing forcefully into the ground and scattering countless snowflakes. The giant's immense form created a deep crater on the surface. The imperial palm, the great cold without snow. This was a technique so formidable that even the Emperor of Heaven dared not confront it head-on. Nevertheless, the frost giant's defense was remarkably robust. Even the full force of the Ice Emperor's palm merely resulted in the loss of one arm. The frost giant struggled, dragging a bloodied arm as it clawed its way out of the abyss, roaring with laughter. What a thrill! What a thrill! This is precisely the sensation I crave. Let me perish by your hand. As Bingshi listened to those words in the sky, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. The protracted span of existence could only culminate in a mere 100,000 years of cultivation. Should one deem this a lineage favored by the divine or a tribe scorned by the gods? Chapter 68. The finale. Beneath the falling snow, the frost giant, having emerged from the abyss, let out a resounding roar, releasing the pent-up frustrations and discontent of countless millennia. The frost giant lifted its gaze to the icy radiance above, a broad grin splitting its visage. Little one, you must conceal yourself at a greater height. Remaining so low leaves you vulnerable to unintended harm. Though the words were imbued with kindness, the giant's countenance appeared somewhat fearsome, marred by the pain emanating from its arm. Despite the uncertainty surrounding your desire to absorb my 100,000-year soul ring at such a tender age, something I had anticipated would require several more years of waiting, it matters little now. This might very well be the soul skill I bestow upon you. Observe closely. Ice, sky, snow, earth. The frost giant pronounced the name of his technique with deliberate emphasis. And as his words echoed, the world underwent a dramatic transformation. The sky became shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, and a fierce wind howled ferociously. Initially, delicate snowflakes began to drift down, gently settling upon the ground. However, these snowflakes soon swelled in size, morphing into a blizzard under the relentless gusts of wind. The tempest intensified, with bone-chilling gales unleashing torrents of snowflakes. The frigid air seeped into Bingshi's collar, awakening a long-forgotten chill. The wind howled with fury, lifting the snowdrifts from the ground into the air, its direction unpredictable and violent, nearly unseating Bingshi from the ice crystal phoenix. Countless snowflakes, sharp as blades, lashed against Bingshi's cheeks, rendering her breathless and speechless. The entire realm fell into a profound silence, devoid of any other sound save for the furious howls and shrieks of the icy wind. With a mere flick of the frost giant's finger, a multitude of snowflakes surged toward the Snow Emperor. Yet, in the face of this onslaught of razor-sharp snow, the Snow Emperor remained unfazed. Encased within a radiant white energy shield, he remained untouched by the descending snowflakes. A hint of pity flickered across the Snow Emperor's visage as he refrained from making a move, seemingly waiting for the frost giant's assault. The frost giant smirked and remarked, "Indeed, this technique proves ineffective against you. No wonder you are hailed as the mightiest sovereign of the far north throughout history." When young Tai's father faced this very move, he was far more distressed. After speaking, the frost giant cast his gaze towards the ice dawn, which stood resolutely against the biting winds, seemingly lost in reflection. Moments later, the frost giant unexpectedly produced a colossal axe from an unknown source and charged toward the Snow Empress. "Snow Empress, allow me to perish with the honor of a warrior." The intact arm of the frost giant wielded a colossal axe, swinging it towards the Snow Emperor with tremendous force. The axe cleaved through the air with a piercing crack, aimed directly at the Snow Emperor. In silent composure, the Snow Emperor deftly evaded the oncoming strike. Yet, at that very moment, a blue halo suddenly materialized behind him, ensnaring him tightly. Damn, when did this happen? Caught off guard, the Snow Emperor found himself ensnared by the ring that the Frost Giant had strategically laid. As the massive axe bore down upon him, the Snow Emperor let out a gentle sigh. A tempest of swirling snowflakes erupted before him, confronting the mighty axe. With a resounding crash, the Frost Giant staggered back, a trickle of blue blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, the Snow Emperor broke free from the confines of the blue halo and softly declared, "Since you wish for a glorious death in battle, I shall grant you that honor." Snow dance, radiant sun. In an instant, the surrounding area of 1,000 meters erupted in a flurry of snowflakes, while ominous clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, completely obscuring the sun's radiant glow. The biting winds intensified, colder than before, transforming the realm into an otherworldly desolation. Observing the swirling snowflakes, the Frost Giant gently raised his palm, catching a few flakes. To his astonishment, the snowflakes showed no sign of melting. Instead, they grew even colder within the Frost Giant's grasp. The Frost Giant lifted its head, gazing in bewilderment at the swirling dark clouds above. With a hearty laugh, it proclaimed, "So this is your ultimate technique, the Emperor of Frost. To perish beneath such a formidable skill is not in vain after waiting for countless millennia." In the eyes of the Frost Giant, the snowflakes cascading from the sky no longer appeared gentle. Instead, they transformed into sharp blades of ice, plummeting directly towards it. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Frost Giant's remarkable defenses seemed utterly ineffective. As the snowflakes struck its colossal form, they immediately carved several gashes into its flesh. Countless droplets of azure blood cascaded from the towering figure, staining the pristine white snow beneath with a hue of blue. The Snow Emperor soared high, suspended in midair, conjuring an even larger ice sword before it. With a graceful lift of its delicate hand, the ice sword surged forth, hurtling towards the Frost Giant. The Frost Giant sought to evade the impending strike by shifting its colossal form, yet was horrified to discover itself ensnared within the increasingly thickening drifts of snow, rendering it immobile. The once swift ice sword now appeared to move with excruciating slowness in its gaze. Although the blade descended upon him, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he puffed out his chest and closed his eyes, memories of past battles flooding his mind. He recalled witnessing the rise of the Snow Emperor in his youth, challenging the ancient Titan, the Snow Demon King, 200,000 years hence, and then embarking upon the protracted path of seeking death. Was this the moment of his demise? How peculiar that such sensations enveloped him prior to his end. "Father, I now comprehend the arduous journey you undertook to confront the seemingly insurmountable deep-sea Leviathan." With a resounding crack, the ice sword pierced through the Frost Giant's chest, leaving a gaping hole in its formidable torso. The Frost Giant reopened his eyes, gazing upward at the incessantly falling snowflakes, and slowly succumbed to the ground. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, it felt as though the heavens wept for me. Rendering it a beautiful conclusion, is it not? She descended from the heavens with utmost caution, gazing upon the Frost Giant before her, which bore a colossal gaping wound in its chest. She could not help but click her tongue in astonishment at such incredible resilience. Despite its grievous state, it still clung to life. The Snow Empress wore a somewhat melancholic expression as she softly uttered, "Let us send him on his way." This marked her first true kill of a soul beast species in the extreme north, and for the Snow Empress, who regarded the extreme north as her home and viewed countless soul beasts as family, it was indeed a poignant moment. "I am sorry," she murmured with a sigh. "To die in battle like this, perhaps it fulfills your wish." Mingxi noticed that the Snow Empress's emotions were somewhat amiss. She gently embraced her and offered comforting words. "It is all because of Xiao Tai, not your fault. Do not blame yourself." Chapter 69. The left leg bone of 100,000 years. The Snow Empress shook her head and softly replied, "I am merely feeling a sense of melancholy. I once vowed that I would never resort to violence against my own people. Sierra, what I have failed to accomplish, I hope you can achieve. I wish for you to attain the status of the Ice God, and not to let down me, Binger, and the hopes of the far north." Mingxi gently patted Snow Emperor's shoulder and said with a smile, "Rest assured, Sister Shui, I shall shoulder the responsibility of protecting the far north from now on. You've endured enough hardship. There's no need for self-reproach anymore." Snow Emperor nodded and urged softly, "Proceed without delay." Mingxi turned around, gazing at the Frost Giant, whose body was marred with scars. To be honest, she held a deep admiration for this Frost Giant, who fervently yearned for a glorious death in battle, noble and upright. He fell as a warrior in the hands of the sovereign of the far north. Moreover, for their kind, death might indeed be considered a form of liberation. Mingxi gently waved her hand, conjuring a blade of ice that pierced the throat of the Frost Giant. The throat, indeed, was the sole vulnerability in the defenses of the Frost Giant clan. As a blood-red soul ring emerged, the Frost Giant King departed from this world forever. Bingshi gracefully seated herself, drawing the blood-red soul ring before her. The soul ring gradually dissipated, transforming into a vibrant energy that flowed into Bingshi's being. As soon as the soul ring vanished, Bingshi felt an overwhelming surge of heat, akin to molten lava, rushing into her. The tumultuous flow felt like a wild stallion breaking free, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. How terrifyingly potent is the energy of this 100,000-year soul ring? Sierra. The 100,000-year soul ring differs vastly from the 10,000-year variant. Its energy is fundamentally transformative, especially considering the frost giant has existed for an astounding 600,000 years. The energy is remarkably pure. You must remain vigilant to absorb it effectively. The voice of the Snow Emperor echoed, and in the next instant, Bingshi's consciousness was enveloped by that energy. Indeed, the 100,000-year soul ring is as ferociously explosive as rumored. The influx of energy from the 100,000-year soul ring instantaneously saturated every corner of Bingshi's body. Her being was filled with ice-attribute soul power. While the energy was intensely scorching, creating an excruciating dichotomy of ice and fire, just as Bingshi felt she could no longer endure. The images of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor suddenly emerged in her mind. The dream ice silkworm, resting upon the surface of her spiritual sea, was abruptly awakened. With a resigned sigh, a stream of white energy surged from Bingshi's mind, permeating every part of her body. Encased in this white energy, the pain induced by the searing energy finally diminished. Bingshi gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as the torrent of energy coursed through her body repeatedly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until the searing energy gradually softened. Countless streams of energy merged into her soul power, ceaselessly circulating. After the agony subsided, she was enveloped in an exquisite sensation of relief, akin to floating on a cloud, her pores wide open, absorbing the crisp air. 2 hours later, Bingshi opened her eyes. Under the impact of the energy from the 100,000-year soul ring, she seemed to have grown taller, surpassing even the Snow Empress. With each movement, her body felt remarkably supple, and the invigorating sensation of strength coursing through her was immensely gratifying. Noticing the concerned gaze of the Snow Empress, Bingshi smiled and declared, "Sister Schwer, I have succeeded." The Snow Empress nodded, finally relaxing, and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" As the Frost Giant King had described, the soul ring indeed bestowed upon her the soul skill he wielded, the ice and snow of the world. The Snow Empress furrowed her brow, puzzled, and asked, "Is this the only soul skill?" Bingshi shook her head, assessing her internal condition before speaking again. "There is another soul skill, known as the power of ice and snow. However, it is not an actively released soul skill. Its effects are enhanced by the presence of water or ice and snow, increasing its potency by 20%. Additionally, it seems to significantly augment my strength." The Snow Emperor pondered for a moment and softly replied, "A commendable soul skill. Here, absorb this as well." Bingshi held the object in the hands of the Snow Empress, her heart racing with excitement. It was a rectangular bone, approximately 5 inches in size, radiating a brilliant blue hue that shimmered with an ethereal glow. It was unmistakably a left leg bone, a relic from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It was no wonder Bingshi felt such exhilaration. After all, soul bones were exceedingly rare. Among the 10 soul rings she had absorbed, this was the sole instance of a soul bone manifesting, a phenomenon only possible due to the inherent nature of 100,000-year soul beasts to produce them. This would mark her first soul bone. Bingshi held the left leg bone in her hands, pressing it against her own left calf as she began to attune to its essence. In but a moment, the bone of the frost giant began to emanate a soft azure glow, enveloping Bingshi within its ethereal light. Originally, the soul bone, merely 5 inches in size, gradually expanded until it matched the length of Bingshi's left leg, before slowly contracting and ultimately transforming into a spectral silhouette that fused seamlessly into her being. It was not until nightfall that Bingshi finally reopened her eyes. Bingshi attempted to rise, stretching her left leg, and sensed no significant difference from before, save for the ethereal blue glow emanating from it. The Snow Empress, intrigued by the azure radiance, turned her gaze towards Bingshi and inquired, "How do you feel?" Bingshi softly remarked, "It feels no different from before. However, the soul bone has indeed bestowed upon me a soul skill, the Frost Ring. It is the very halo used by the Frost Giant King to ensnare you." The Snow Empress chuckled lightly and replied, "Then this soul skill possesses quite commendable effects. It is an excellent control technique. Even I would require a considerable amount of time to break free once ensnared." At that moment, the ethereal blue light gradually dissipated, transforming into a small blue mark that lingered on Bingshi's ankle. "What is this small mark?" the Snow Empress inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Bingshi scratched his head, enveloped in confusion, and remarked, I am uncertain. However, I feel no discomfort, so it seems there should be no grave issues. The Snow Empress glanced at the corpse of the frost giant and exchanged a silent gaze with Bingshi, suddenly falling into contemplation. It was Bingshi who eventually shattered the silence, suggesting, Sister Schwer, let us lay him to rest. The Snow Empress nodded, and the two began their solemn task. Though both possessed the capability to swiftly bury the frost giant king, they chose to do so with their bare hands. Perhaps as a final tribute to the respect earned by the frost giant king. It was not until the sun ascended that they finally interred the frost giant beneath the blanket of snow. Chapter 70. The Snow God Lotus. After meditating in the crystal blue pool for half a month, Bingshi successfully materialized his surging soul power. Following the absorption of the soul rings from the sacred illusion fox and the frost giant king, Bingshi stabilized his soul power at level 56. At this juncture, after the purification through the crystal blue pool, the celestial herb, and the 10,000-year soul rings, he was finally capable of diving to a depth of approximately 40 meters. This signified that, in the near future, Bingshi would be able to descend to the location of the Ice God Palace and undergo the divine examination. Bingers. It is time to retrieve that item for Shio to consume, the Snow Empress softly spoke, gazing at the tranquil surface of the crystal blue pool. The Ice Emperor nodded and leaped into the pool, summoning Bingshi to rise. Awakened abruptly from her meditation, Bingshi was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Sierra, I shall take you to a special place, the Snow Emperor said with a smile, gently taking Bingshi's hand as they set off towards the snow-capped mountains. The Ice Emperor bit her lip, stamping her foot in a fit of pique. Watching the two gradually distance themselves, she decided to follow. Over the past month, the Snow Emperor had strictly forbidden her from becoming too intimate with Ice Dawn, as if to punish her for her earlier advantage, which left the Ice Emperor feeling quite vexed. Before long, the three of them arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Sister Schwe, where exactly are you taking me? The Ice Emperor inquired. The Snow Emperor, with a smile, pointed towards the mountain. Right here. Here? Didn't Sister Schwe say that the Snow God Mountain only allows soul beasts to ascend to the halfway point? Ice Dawn responded hesitantly. Indeed, our destination is the halfway point. Come, follow me, and you shall see, the Snow Emperor said mysteriously, pulling Ice Dawn along a narrow path upwards towards the mountain. Along the way, numerous soul beasts bowed slightly to the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, among which the most formidable was a completely white leopard adorned with spots. The Ice Emperor softly elucidated that, influenced by the Snow God Mountain, the soul beasts inhabiting this mountain generally possess considerable cultivation. This is likely a blessing from the Snow God. However, these soul beasts are unable to leave the confines of the snow-capped peak. All the species of soul beast residing within this mountain are tacitly regarded as servants of the Snow God, thus rendering them incapable of departing. The sole means of escaping the snow mountain lies in transcending a cultivation level of 100,000 years and returning to human form. Nevertheless, despite this, few soul beasts are inclined to abandon the Snow God Mountain, for they are graced by the Snow God's blessings, allowing for remarkably swift cultivation. The leopard you just observed may very well be the only soul beast on this mountain yearning to transform back into a human, as she expresses a desire to witness the world beyond. Moreover, she is not far from realizing her aspiration, having nearly achieved a cultivation level of 80,000. Approaching 90,000 years. Bingshi listened attentively to the Ice Emperor's explanation, deep in thought. The Snow Emperor then added, the purpose of this journey, aside from escorting you to the hillside, encompasses another objective. We hope that you can ascend to the summit and discover what lies above. Now that you have surpassed level 50 and bear the mark of the Ice God, the Ice Goddess crystal, upon your forehead, you should be quite safe. Bingshi nodded thoughtfully. To speak candidly, having lived for such an extensive period at the precipice beside this snowy mountain, she had often heard tales of the romantic saga between the Ice God and the Snow Goddess while on the borders of the Starry Empire. Naturally, her curiosity about the Snow Goddess Mountain was piqued, for she yearned to comprehend what manner of man could so profoundly captivate a celestial being like the Ice Goddess. Especially after just hearing the Ice Emperor expound on the mysteries of this mountain, her intrigue deepened considerably. As they progressed toward the mountainside, the presence of soul beasts became increasingly sparse. By the time they were a mere 100 meters from the midpoint, there was no trace of soul beasts to be found. Why are there no soul beasts in sight? Bingshi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The Snow Emperor chuckled softly and replied, Do you recall the 10,000-year soul beast I once spoke of in the far north? Of course, I remember. Wait, are you implying that there is a 10,000-year soul beast above? Bingshi's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked. The Snow Emperor nodded with a smile. That is precisely the purpose of my bringing you here. Wait, have I not already absorbed a soul ring? Why are you still bringing me here? The Ice Emperor gently squeezed Bingshi's small hand and smiled, saying, of course, it is not merely for the absorption of soul rings. The purpose of this 100,000-year soul beast is far more profound than simply serving as a soul ring. We intend for you to consume it. Consume it? Bingshi's expression was filled with disbelief. The Ice Emperor nodded, a smile escaping him as he observed the bewildered expression on Bingshi's face. Before them stood the snow god Lotus, a treasure born from the essence of the heavens and the blessings of the snow god, cultivated over a staggering 100,000 years. Its efficacy was undoubtedly on par with, if not vastly superior to, the celestial herbs one might consume. As they spoke, the trio approached the snow god Lotus, and Bingshi finally beheld this extraordinary gem, which the Ice Emperor had claimed rivaled the celestial herbs. Amidst the snow-clad mountains, illuminated by a chilling azure glow, stood a snow lotus resembling jade, thriving in this frigid domain. Its crystalline white petals, delicate yet imbued with an air of defiance, appeared almost ethereal. The flower's core was as large as a lotus seed pod, its blossoms pure white, with petals as thin as silk, exuding an unblemished purity. This rare bloom flourished against the harsh backdrop of glaciers, fierce snowstorms, and raging winds. Only at a distance of 100 meters did signs of soul beasts begin to emerge. It stood proudly atop the precipice, a solitary figure amidst the snowy expanse. Its skin resembling jade, almost translucent, flawless in every regard. Ethereal and elegant, it exuded an aura of aloofness. Upon perceiving the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, the blooming flowers of the snow god Lotus swayed gently in the breeze, as if greeting them. Esteemed sovereigns of the far north, greetings to you, Ice Emperor. A voice emanated from its core, as clear and resonant as a young maiden's laughter. The Snow Emperor replied with a warm smile, greetings, little Lotus. The snow god Lotus continued, esteemed Snow Emperor, have you come to retrieve my lotus seeds? Wait a moment, does the snow lotus also bear seeds? Bingshi interjected. Unable to contain her curiosity, the flower swayed gently, seemingly directing its gaze toward Bingshi. And who might this be? The Snow Emperor inquired with a light chuckle. She is the new generation of the earth spirit of the far north, he answered. After a brief silence, the snow god Lotus spoke again, indeed. I was never meant to bear seeds. However, with the gathering of the world's spiritual energy, the blessings of the snow god, and the assistance of the Snow Emperor, I have transcended 100,000 years of cultivation. Upon becoming a 100,000-year soul beast, granules resembling lotus seeds appeared within my core, which could greatly benefit both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Thus, this serves as my token of gratitude for the Snow Emperor's assistance. Chapter 71. The Snow God Palace. Furthermore, these seed-like entities only develop 5 every 10,000 years, and their potency lasts merely a month. After being harvested, they wither away within that time frame, which is why we have been unable to preserve them. Moreover, these seeds do not harm the Snow God Lotus or your own bodies, so you may consume them without worry, the Snow Emperor added with a smile. Then, can't we wait until the time of consumption to harvest the seeds? Bingshi asked, puzzled. We have tried this long ago. If not harvested within half a month after the seeds form, they will similarly wither, the Ice Emperor replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Consuming these seeds would be immensely beneficial for both me and the Snow Emperor. To be precise, it would greatly aid all ice attribute soul beasts and soul masters. Although they may not directly enhance our cultivation, they would at least improve our combat prowess. This is why Snow can stand on equal footing with Emperor Tian despite her 69,000 years of cultivation. The Snow Emperor shook his head, saying, equal footing is unlikely. My current strength still falls short compared to the peak of the old whale, Emperor Tian, or the newly emerged Eye of Evil Sovereign. However, should we consume a few more seeds, I would become invincible in the far north, Emperor Tian would reign supreme in the skies, and the old whale would dominate the seas. Esteemed Snow Emperor, please harvest the seeds. The snow god Lotus gently swayed, revealing its core to the 3 of them. Inside, 5 small, white, crystalline grains quietly grew within the flower's heart. If one did not look closely, Bingshi might not have noticed them at all. The Snow Emperor carefully extended her delicate hand, grasping the 5 seeds. She took 2 for herself, handing the remaining 3 to Bingshi. After Bing and I consume these, we will need to retreat for at least a month. By then, these seeds will likely have withered. So, I leave the arrangement of these 3 seeds to you. However, I must kindly warn you that if you consume them, you may only take 1 at most. The medicinal potency contained therein will require a month of seclusion for both Bing and me to fully absorb, the Snow Emperor spoke softly. What? Who should I give them to? Bingshi asked, perplexed. The Snow Emperor, with a teasing smile, replied, Doesn't your academy have a little girl who often clings to you? If you deem her a worthy friend, then gift her one to consume. After all, it would be a waste if left unused. Bingshi's cheeks instantly flushed with a deep crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Should you find that little girl to your liking, do remember to bring her back for me to behold. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor tugged at the Snow Emperor's arm. After being deterred by the piercing gaze of the Snow Emperor, he could not help but puff out his cheeks, seemingly in a huff. You should ascend the mountain first, Binger, and I shall await your return here. Bingshi nodded slightly before turning to ascend the mountain. The moment her silhouette vanished from sight, the Ice Emperor sprang up as though electrified, exclaiming in vexation, Schwerer, how could you say such things earlier? The Snow Emperor sighed wearily. Do you think I wish to speak thus? If matters truly unfold as Sheer described, if she is destined to battle the divine realm in the future, we, incapable of godhood, cannot aid her. Would you have her face the pantheon of deities alone? If that little girl possesses the aptitude you claim and harbors affection for Sheer, then consuming the lotus seed has at least endowed her with the potential for divinity. In time, she may yet stand by Sheer's side. Do you truly believe I would have spoken so otherwise? Hearing this explanation, the Ice Emperor lowered her head in resignation, murmuring softly, If the god of divine retribution is indeed as formidable as Sheer described, then I believe she can prevail. The Snow Emperor chuckled lightly. Naturally, I share that faith, and that girl shall be the last. Should she dare otherwise, she will answer to me. Meanwhile, Bingshi pressed onward toward the mountain's summit. With each step closer to the peak, the cold deepened. Once more, the biting wind seeped through her collar, gnawing at her bones. Before her stretched an endless expanse of white, the earth blanketed in pristine snow, like towering waves of froth churned from a tempestuous sea. Unnoticed at first, snowflakes began to drift from the heavens, descending gently upon the ground. Amidst the snowfall, scattered shards of crystalline ice glimmered like scattered diamonds. At last, Bingshi arrived at the apex of the snow god mountain, standing before a majestic palace wrought entirely of ice. The edifice exuded an aura of solemn grandeur, its azure ice crystals shimmering beneath the sun's radiant gaze. Bingshi pushed open the long-sealed icy door and stepped inside. In the center of the grand hall stood an ice sculpture, towering at over 10 meters high. The intricately carved figure of a woman was strikingly lifelike, radiating an air of vivid realism. Bingshi could even discern the anger within her heart through the expression etched on the icy visage. Just as Bingshi prepared to reach out and touch the sculpture, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a resounding crash, the ice door slammed shut. The absence of external light plunged the hall into darkness, leaving only the ice blocks to cast a faint glimmer. The ice sculpture suddenly illuminated, and an ethereal figure emerged from within its crystalline confines. As the silhouette gradually solidified, Bingshi discerned the features of the apparition. A cascade of lustrous black hair flowed like a waterfall, framing elegantly arched brows and a pair of enchanting eyes that ensnared the soul. A delicate nose graced her exquisite visage, while her cheeks bore a faint blush reminiscent of blooming petals. Her lips, akin to droplets of cherry, adorned a face shaped like a flower, glistening with the purity of jade. The radiant skin, as crystalline as snow, complemented her slender, graceful form, exuding an otherworldly beauty. The woman initially appeared puzzled, before directing her gaze towards Bingshi, her attention drawn to the ice god crystal adorning Bingshi's forehead. Is it you who has awakened me? She inquired, her voice gentle and melodic, a whisper that danced through the air. Bingshi hesitantly inquired, Are you the snow god? The snow god replied gently, Indeed, I am the snow god. To be precise, I am but a lingering remnant. It is only upon sensing the aura of the ice god crystal upon your forehead that I awaken. Bingshi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Could you enlighten me as to why you have fallen victim to the machinations of the goddess of love? The expression of the snow goddess suddenly took on a tinge of bitterness as she gently replied, The love I share with her has been thwarted by numerous obstacles. A destined union thwarted by fate. Before achieving divinity, I was hindered by my father, and after becoming a goddess, I was deemed unacceptable by the goddess of love, who venerates the bond between man and woman. She has always regarded us as thorns in her side, and amidst the chaos of the divine realm, she finally found an opportunity to cast a curse upon us. Chapter 72, The Dissipation of the Snow Goddess. The goddess of love ensnared us in a curse, placing one of us atop the snowy peaks and the other beneath a precipice, destined never to meet again for all eternity. Both of us, gravely wounded, were beyond the reach of any remedy. In our desperation, we were compelled to leave behind our divine legacies, awaiting our successors. Therefore, are you prepared to undergo my divine trial? The snow goddess spoke with a smile, her voice soft and soothing. Me? To undergo the divine trial now? Bingshi replied, a hint of confusion in her tone. Isn't that somewhat hasty? The snow goddess shook her head, gesturing to the ice god crystal embedded in Bingshi's forehead. As long as you possess the ice god crystal, you are qualified to undertake my assessment. My criterion is that only those who bear the ice god crystal may face my trial. I have faith in her discernment when it comes to choosing a successor. Bingshi gently caressed the ice god crystal on her forehead, her demeanor slightly hesitant. Observing this, the snow goddess could not help but cover her face delicately, breaking into a soft chuckle. Fear not, my assessment shares commonalities with that of the ice god, and it shall not impede your acceptance of the ice goddess position. Upon hearing the snow goddess's reassurances, Bingshi resolutely declared, I am willing to accept your assessment. The snow goddess, with a gentle smile, floated gracefully into the air of the grand hall, her voice transforming from tender to one imbued with authority. The first trial of the snow goddess, the merging of the dual divine positions. Instantly, the once dim hall radiated a blinding white light. Countless rays of luminous white light cascaded upon Bingshi, illuminating her form. Amongst them, a previously unnoticed white ice pillar suddenly erupted in dazzling brilliance, intertwining with the beams above. Subsequently, a white luminescent curtain appeared, enveloping Bingshi within its embrace. Bathed in this ethereal light, Bingshi felt as if she were basking in warm sunlight. A sensation of profound comfort washing over her. Moreover, she sensed a subtle change within her being, though she struggled to articulate what exactly was different. As the white light gradually dissipated, the brilliance within the hall and surrounding Bingshi vanished, leaving only a lingering glimmer beneath the ice god crystal on her forehead. Once the light on her forehead faded, the grand hall returned to its former shadowy ambience. However, a snowflake-shaped mark now adorned her brow, adding an air of noble majesty to Bingshi, who already appeared sanctified by the influence of the ice god crystal. Slowly opening her eyes, Bingshi discovered that her once dark pupils had transformed into a celestial blue. Instinctively, she touched her forehead, perplexed as she inquired, why do I feel as though something new has appeared on my forehead? The snow goddess descended from the air, her form appearing somewhat weary. In a soft voice, she explained, that is a divine seal. My assessment encompasses but one task, to successfully complete the ice goddess trial and ultimately merge the dual divine positions. Once the divine trial concludes, the snowflake-shaped divine seal will merge with the ice god crystal. Merging the dual divine positions? Bingshi questioned, gazing at the snow goddess with intrigue. Indeed, this assessment is without a time limit. However, due to my severe injuries and weakened divine power, the rewards for a successful trial will not be overly abundant. The 3 lotus seeds, which Bingshi had previously pocketed, floated into the air, guided by the snow goddess's will. This lotus seed, cultivated from the essence of heaven and earth along with my divine power, will yield impressive results if consumed alone, yet in the long run, it would be a squandered opportunity. Thus, the reward for my divine trial shall be to assist you in fully absorbing the potency of this lotus seed. Before Bingshi could respond, the snow goddess softly commanded, sit cross-legged, consume the lotus seed, and focus your mind. Bingshi had no choice but to sit cross-legged, swallowing the lotus seed. No sooner had it entered her abdomen than she felt a surge of rich, yet gentle energy spreading within her. The snow goddess let out a soft sigh, delicately raising her fair hand. A beam of pure, majestic light emanated from her palm, penetrating into Bingshi's being. Once this radiant light entered her body, it swiftly merged with that energy, intertwining and circulating continuously within her. Bingshi could only feel a warm and gentle energy surging within her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, akin to basking in a soothing hot spring, utterly delightful. Gradually, that energy began to intertwine and coalesce with Bingshi's soul power, merging and solidifying. After the soul power had circulated several cycles, the energy within Bingshi finally came to a halt, having already fused seamlessly with her soul power. As Bingshi reopened her eyes, the snow goddess gently remarked, this medicinal potency is sufficient to propel your cultivation to the 90th level. Under the influence of this essence, your training speed will significantly accelerate. Furthermore, by absorbing this medicinal force, you have also assimilated a fragment of my divine power. Henceforth, your soul power will possess a divine quality. Although all inheritors of divine tests possess a semblance of divinity, this essence, having been directly imparted to you, surpasses the quality of the divinity acquired through mere inheritance. Thus, in future confrontations, you will undoubtedly hold a slight advantage. Bingshi rose to her feet and offered a profound bow to the ethereal snow deity. The snow deity waved her hand, signaling that such formality was unnecessary. She then directed her gaze towards the location of the ice blue pool, remaining silent for an extended period. After a while, she finally spoke, saying, "Since she has chosen you, I too place my trust in you. I believe you possess the ability to merge the dual divine positions and achieve a deity even more formidable than Bayer. When that time comes, I hope you will assist me in fulfilling a cherished wish." Bingshi spoke earnestly, "Whatever you ask of me, if it is within my power, I shall accomplish it without fail." The snow goddess lifted her gaze upward. Though above them lay only a thick barrier of ice, Bingshi understood she was looking beyond, toward the divine realm above. "I hope that when you ascend to the celestial domain one day, you may beseech the goddess of love to lift our curse. Then, place Beer's statue beside mine, engraving both our names upon them. In this way, we shall remain together, forever." Her name was Bingbai, and mine, Shiwero. Bingshi bowed deeply once more to the snow god, her heart filled with profound emotions. The ice god and the snow goddess, as the latter had articulated, endured countless tribulations during their lifetimes, and in death, they could not rest in the same grave. A humble wish lingered, a desire for the statues to meet, a notion that might signify an eternal union. As these words were uttered, the form of the snow goddess began to fade gradually. My lingering regret had depleted my divine power. I was on the verge of dissipating. Just as the snow goddess was about to vanish completely, Bingshi, under the hopeful gaze of the snow goddess, resolutely declared, "I shall not fail your expectations." Chapter 73. The heart of Shui Binger, gazing upon the tranquil snow goddess temple. Bingshi fell into deep silence. After bowing deeply to the ice sculpture, she descended the mountainside. Upon reaching the mountainside, when queried by the snow emperor, Bingshi recounted the events that transpired within the snow goddess temple, eliciting a wave of emotion from the snow emperor. Subsequently, the ice emperor and the snow emperor retreated to the ice blue pool to enter seclusion. Meanwhile, Bingshi placed the octagonal profound ice grass into the ice blue pool for nurturing before departing the extreme northern lands alone. Bingshi pondered for some time, unable to determine who should take the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Furthermore, these two celestial herbs appeared to be withering slightly. In desperation, Bingshi decided to place the 8-pointed ice grass into the ice blue pool, a treasure of ice attribute, which should serve to nurture it. Absence of the ice emperor's frenzied shopping spree allowed Bingshi to return to Element City in merely a week, having the usual duration. Upon her return, her first priority was to seek out Xiaobai. By this time, Xiaobai had been awaiting her in the city for several months. The prolonged separation had taken a toll on him. He had become rather despondent, with his once short hair now grown long and disheveled, and the stubble on his face making him appear considerably older. When Bingshi finally located Xiaobai, he was indulging himself at a hotel, feasting heartily. "Good heavens, Xiaobai, what has happened to you?" Bingshi exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of this reclusive version of Xiaobai. He sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "The Ice Emperor instructed me to patiently await your return here, so I have been diligently doing just that." Bingshi couldn't help but rub her forehead, meticulously tidying up Xiaobai's stubble and hair. "Why didn't the Ice Emperor return with you?" Xiaobai asked, puzzled. "Sister Binger and Sister Schwer have entered seclusion after consuming the snow god lotus seeds. By the way, I still have some lotus seeds here. You should take one," Bingshi said, retrieving a lotus seed from her soul guide ring and handing it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai chuckled softly, accepting the lotus seed. "Recently, 2 titled Douluo have arrived in the city. You must be cautious when you go out." "Titled Douluo? That must be the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, then." Bingshi pondered for a moment and softly inquired, "Xiaobai, have you encountered them?" Xiaobai, while munching on snacks, replied, "I have not seen them, but I have sensed their presence. It unmistakably belongs to 2 titled Douluo. Given Xiaobai's current combat prowess, it is likely that they would not be a match for the 2 Douluo known as Zhu Gui, especially since they possess a martial soul fusion technique. Their objective is evidently the Ice Emperor, whom they perceive as their sister. It seems prudent to exercise caution in the days to come. Xiaobai, I shall return to the academy now. If anything arises, I will seek you out." Upon returning to the Tian Shui Academy, Bingshi made her way directly to the office of the dean, Shui Linglong. Upon seeing Bing-Shi's return, Shui Linglong expressed her surprise and, with a hint of reproach, remarked, "After such an extended leave, I had begun to think you would not return." Bingshi chuckled and replied, "How could that be?" Suddenly, Shui Linglong lowered her voice and inquired, "What about your sister?" Bingshi remarked with a hint of curiosity. She has been delayed by certain matters and will require some time before returning. Shui Linglong's expression shifted, and she cautioned. You ought to refrain from going out for the time being. Recently, 2 elders from the spirit hall arrived, expressing a desire to meet your sister. With your sister absent, I fear for their intentions. Therefore, it would be wise for you to remain within the confines of Tianshui Academy for now. Upon seeing Bingshi nod in agreement, Shui Linglong added with a smile, You should return to your dormitory and check on Binger. That girl has been incessantly mentioning you. As they approached the staircase near the dormitory, the voices of 2 individuals within her room reached her ears. Sister, why do you always bring me to this room to tidy up? Occasional visits would suffice, yet we come here daily. It's already so clean. A whimsical voice filled with complaints emerged from within. In response, a gentle voice softly replied, Oh, you. I never summoned you. It was your insistence to accompany me. Must you always complain? Am I to blame? Bingshi gently pushed open the door, revealing the scene within. A girl, standing over 1.60 meters, with a serene and delicate appearance, was tidying up the room. It was Shui Binger. Meanwhile, another girl lay carelessly on the plush bed, her fair feet swaying rhythmically, her features bearing a faint resemblance to Shui Binger. Upon noticing Bingshi leaning against the doorframe, the girl on the bed inquired with curiosity, Who are you? With a gentle gaze, Bingshi looked at Shui Binger, who had her back turned to him, and chuckled softly, This is my room. Who do you think I am? Upon hearing Bingshi's voice, Shui Binger's body suddenly froze, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. Although their acquaintance had lasted merely 2.5 years. With nearly a year spent apart, Shui Binger remained unable to forget Bingshi. Their initial connection stemmed from the allure of their martial spirits, compelling her to draw closer to him. However, as time passed, she discovered that Bingshi was more like a carefree boy. He often cared for her, occasionally correcting her mistakes during training, and shone brilliantly in the Grand Elemental Academy tournament, igniting a sense of admiration within her heart. Despite being of the same age, he felt like a nurturing older brother. During Bingshi's absence, a wave of anxiety washed over Shui Binger. She feared that he might leave without a trace, never to return. Initially, she believed her feelings for him were merely those of friendship. However, during his departure, she found herself lost, melancholic, and increasingly sentimental. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she finally grasped her true feelings. The mutual attraction between them transcended gender. Her affection for Bingshi was not simply admiration, but genuine love. Slowly turning around, she beheld Bingshi's captivating visage that had haunted her dreams, her heart racing with excitement. Though her heart brimmed with exhilaration, she maintained a tranquil facade, offering a serene smile as she softly uttered, Welcome back. Bingshi smiled gently and stepped forward, embracing Shubinger tenderly. With orchid-scented breath whispering by her ear, she murmured, Thank you. Shubinger caught the faint, intoxicating fragrance emanating from Bingshi, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Just as she parted her lips to speak, Bingshi unexpectedly released her, leaving an inexplicable pang of longing in Shubinger's heart. Bingshi gestured gracefully toward the maiden upon the bed, her lips curving into an amused smile. Would you not introduce us properly? Chapter 74. Confession. Shui Binger seemed to awaken from a dreamlike trance. She is my younger sister, Shui Yuer. Yuer. This is Bingshi. You must address her as Sister Sheer. Shui Yuer rose from the bed, her gaze sharp with suspicion as she studied her sister's flushed cheeks. Sister, why is your face so red? Shui Binger touched her own cheek in feigned ignorance. Is it? Yes. Yuer seized her sister's arm, pulling her close for scrutiny. Enough. Enough. Yuer, don't be troublesome. Go find Sister Shuewu to play with. I have a few words to exchange with Sheer. Shui Binger gently pushed her sister away, her voice laced with poorly concealed unease. Shui Yuer turned her attention to the breathtakingly beautiful Bingshi, pondering for a moment before suddenly leaping up in excitement. I remember now. You're that unparalleled genius who utterly humiliated Huowu during the 4 Elemental Academy's grand competition. I've always disliked that Huowu. I absolutely admire you. Could you give me your autograph? Watching her sister's animated antics and Bingshi's flustered reaction, Shui Binger sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead. After casting an apologetic glance toward Bingshi, she spoke sternly. Shui Yuer. Yuer instantly fell silent, shrinking slightly under her sister's reprimand, much to Bingshi's quiet amusement. Shui Binger seized Yuer by the ear and escorted her out of the room. Go find Sister Shuewu to play with. I wish to reminisce with Sister Shi. Yue pouted in protest, but relented. Fine. With that, she departed the dormitory. Only then did Shui Binger exhale in relief, until she turned and met Bing Shi's tender gaze. Her cheeks bloomed crimson once more, her composure crumbling in Bing Shi's presence. Stumbling over her words, she murmured, Yu, where have you been all this time? Why did it take you so long to return? Bing Shi gazed at the adorable young girl and chuckled softly. Why are you speaking so hesitantly? I recall you were not like this before. Noticing Shui Binger's stammering silence, Bing Shi gently inquired, Is there nothing you wish to express to me? Biting her lip, Shui Binger resolved to confess her feelings. Sierra, I have actually liked you for quite some time. I know this may seem unbelievable, yet it is indeed true. Initially, my attraction to you was inexplicable, but as I spent more time with you, I realized you embody the essence of an elder sister. Despite being of the same age, you have consistently cared for me and addressed my myriad queries. Furthermore, you aided the Tianshui Academy in securing the long-coveted first place in the Four Elements Academy competition. You are so remarkable, beautiful, gentle, and strong. I once believed this was merely the bond of ordinary friendship, thinking it sufficient to be your steadfast support. However, during your absence, I recognized a transformation within myself. Daily, I found myself yearning for your presence, losing my appetite, and incessantly longing for you. I began to fear that you might not return. It was only when Xue Wu and the others teased me, questioning whether I was in love, that I realized I had already fallen for you. When I became aware of these feelings, I was overwhelmed with trepidation. I understand that a relationship between us may be implausible, yet I still wish to articulate my sentiments. This has been bottled up within me for far too long. Even if we cannot become lovers, I hope we can be good friends. I know my confession may place you in an awkward position, but could you please pretend this never happened? As she spoke, Shui Binger's tone quivered with emotion. Upon hearing this somewhat naive confession, Bingshi chuckled softly twice. In response to Shui Binger's astonished gaze, Bingshi pulled her into an embrace, gently kissing her forehead. Shui Binger looked bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind Bingshi's gesture. Observing her reaction, Bingshi couldn't help but chuckle, lightly lifting Shui Binger's chin and softly asking, What's wrong? Are you stunned? Finally regaining her composure, Shui Binger stammered, Why you? Bingshi, with a serene expression and an air of innocence, inquired, What is the matter with me? Shui Binger, hesitantly touching her forehead, stammered, What do you mean by that? Recalling the kiss she had just received on her forehead, Shui Binger's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly adorable and nearly compelling Bingshi to lean in for another kiss. Bingshi chuckled softly twice, taking Shui Binger's delicate hand into her own, guiding her to sit on the bed. With a gentle tone, she expressed, I understand your feelings, and I wish for you to comprehend mine as well. Your charm, earnestness, focus, and tenderness have captivated me. Shui Binger, startled, covered her mouth with her other hand, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. She had initially believed this to be a mere unrequited affection, a sentiment destined to remain unreciprocated, never expecting Bingshi to articulate such words. However, her spirits soon plummeted as she hesitantly murmured, But neither my family nor your sister would ever approve. Bingshi smiled gently and said, Do not worry about my sister. She will agree, and I will find a way to gain the approval of your family as well. At this juncture, Bingshi paused, lifting Shui Binger's chin with her delicate hand, and softly inquired, So, the beautiful Miss Shui Binger, do you wish to be with me? Shui Binger's eyes brimmed with tears, and heaven knew how long she had awaited this moment. She nodded vigorously, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, I do. Watching Shui Binger succumb to slumber due to her overwhelming emotions, Bingshi felt a profound sense of contentment. Truth be told, she had not spoken falsely. She was indeed captivated by Shui Binger's gentle and intelligent nature. However, she had not anticipated the depths of Shui Binger's feelings for her. Gazing at Shui Binger's serene smile in her dreams, Bingshi's heart swelled with tenderness. Unbeknownst to her, she had formed such deep connections in this world. She was no longer solitary. Fortunately, the outcome was joyous for all, despite the seemingly convoluted journey. Reflecting upon the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor far in the extreme north, Bingshi's lips curled into a soft smile as she murmured, It is truly wonderful to have your companionship. With that, Bingshi nestled into the covers, embracing Shui Binger, and drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 75. The Ultimate Ice, the Ice Phoenix. The following morning, Shui Bingo awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Gazing around the spacious room of Bingshi in bewilderment, murmuring, How did I end up sleeping here? As she gently turned her head, she discovered Bingshi peacefully slumbering beside her. instantly rousing her from her daze. Could it be that yesterday was not merely a dream? Shui Bing'er remained stiff, her eyes fixed on the enchanting Bingxi, still beautiful in her sleep. Gradually, the events of the previous day flooded back to her mind, and a warm smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Captivated by Bingxi's exquisite profile, Shui Bing'er, in a moment of impulse, gently pressed a kiss upon Bingxi's forehead. Bingxi slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Shui Bing'er, smiled warmly and said, "Good morning, Bing'er." Shui Bing'er gently replied, "Good morning, Sheer." Bingxi rose from her bed, stretching her limbs gracefully, revealing her exquisite figure fully to Shui Bing'er, which caused the latter to blush with shyness. During a meal at the cafeteria, Shui Bing'er could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked, "Sierra, what level have you reached now? I find you increasingly enigmatic." Bingxi leaned closer to Shui Bing'er's ear, causing the latter's cheeks to flush crimson, particularly given the presence of numerous onlookers in the cafeteria. Fortunately, since Tianshui Academy comprises solely of young women, no one would overthink their intimacy. The only individual to perceive the unusual nature of their interaction was Shui Yuer, who sat quietly in a corner, observing the pair. Noticing Shui Yuer's unwavering gaze into the distance, the strikingly beautiful and statuesque woman beside her inquired with curiosity, "What captures your attention?" Following Shui Yuer's line of sight, Shiwu chuckled softly. "Ah, it seems Bingxi has returned. Your sister shares a close bond with her. What is the matter with them sitting together and chatting?" Shui Yuer replied indignantly, "Sister Shiwu, don't you think their relationship is excessively intimate? Even my sister would scold me for being so close to her, yet Bingxi is allowed to be so near without any resistance from her." Shiwu chuckled lightly and responded with a tone of nonchalance, "Well, Bingo has always been quite attached to Bingxi, so this isn't surprising at all. What else could their relationship be?" Shui Yuer pouted, her confidence wavering, and said, "I just feel that their bond doesn't resemble that of ordinary friends." Bingxi leaned closer to Shui Bing'er and whispered, 57th level. Indeed, with the aid of the snow goddess and after consuming lotus seeds, Bingxi's soul power had increased once again, reaching the esteemed 57th level. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er gasped in astonishment. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around her, she quickly covered her mouth, offered an apologetic nod to the onlookers, and then, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Are you truly at the 57th level?" Bingxi chuckled softly and nodded. Shui Bing'er, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Congratulations to you." Her petite lips curled into a gentle smile, revealing a row of perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. Her brows arched gracefully like a crescent moon, and two delightful dimples adorned her cheeks, accentuating her charm. However, her spirits soon waned as she lamented, "The gap between us is widening. I have only reached level 37. Bingxi, feigning an air of mystery, said, "Don't worry. After dinner I shall present you with a gift." Once the meal was concluded, a bewildered Shui Bing'er was led back to the room by Bingxi. Observing Bingxi's beaming expression, Shui Bing'er, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is it exactly? Why do you have to be so enigmatic?" Bingxi chuckled softly twice, retrieving the final lotus seed from her soul guide ring and placing it gently into Shui Bing'er's hand. Observing the perplexed expression on Shui Bing'er's face, Bingxi elaborated, "Do not underestimate this tiny lotus seed. It is a treasure of great worth. Consuming it will undoubtedly enhance your soul power by at least 4 or 5 levels. And it poses no harm whatsoever." Staring at the diminutive seed in her palm, Shui Bing'er was taken aback by its extraordinary potential. Biting her lip softly, she replied, "Such a precious item, I cannot possibly accept it. You should consume it yourself." Amused by Shui Bing'er's modesty, Bingxi couldn't help but smile internally. "I have already partaken of one. This one is specifically intended for you. Given our bond, why hesitate? Quickly, take it, and I shall safeguard you while you do." With a sincere smile from Bingxi, Shui Bing'er acquiesced and nodded gently, swallowing the lotus seed. As she settled into a meditative position, closing her eyes to absorb the medicinal energy, Bingxi finally exhaled in relief. Although lacking the aid of the snow goddess meant Shui Bing'er could not completely harness the seed's energy, there was no doubt that it would elevate her soul power significantly. At that moment, a transformation occurred within Shui Bing'er. A radiant blue light enveloped her, and with a resounding cry akin to that of a phoenix, her martial spirit materialized behind her. Bingxi clearly observed the transformation occurring within Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul, originally adorned in a deep blue hue. The Ice Phoenix's coloration gradually shifted to a celestial azure, with intricate patterns appearing between its wings, bestowing upon the entire martial soul an aura of heightened majesty and nobility. Moreover, upon the alteration of Shui Bing'er's martial soul, Bingshi distinctly sensed a stirring sensation within her own being. However, this was but a fleeting moment, and Bingshi dismissed it as mere illusion. Following the metamorphosis of the martial soul, the temperature within the room plummeted at a visibly observable rate, with a delicate layer of ice swiftly forming upon the window pane. Witnessing this phenomenon, Bingshi could not suppress her excitement. For such a feat could only be achieved by a martial soul of unparalleled ice mastery. The architecture of the Heavenly Water Academy was constructed from unique materials and methods. Ordinary ice attributes could not attain such an extent, reserved solely for the ultimate ice martial souls. Previously, Shui Bing'er's Ice Phoenix martial soul could only be regarded as a top-tier beast martial soul, comparable at best to the White Tiger and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial souls, and perhaps even inferior, still far from the pinnacle of ultimate ice mastery. Yet, this lotus seed has transformed the Ice Phoenix martial soul into one of ultimate ice, making it undoubtedly the most elite martial soul on the Douluo continent. This was entirely beyond Bingshi's expectations, a delightful surprise indeed. Bingshi could not help but begin to feel a sense of anticipation within her. To what extent could this lotus seed enhance Shui Bing'er's soul power? In the original narrative, Shui Bing'er had never consumed any celestial herbs. Yet her talent displayed during the Continental Soul Master Elite competition rivaled that of the Shrek 6 monsters, all of whom had ingested such herbs, except for Tang San. Thus, how far could Shui Bing'er ascend after consuming the lotus seed? In Chapter 76, Special Training, it was not until 2 full hours had passed that Shui Bing'er finally opened her eyes. The moment she did, she excitedly leaped into Bingshi's embrace. I have increased my soul power by 3 whole levels. I have broken through to level 40. Shui Bing'er exclaimed with exuberance, wrapping her arms around Bingshi. Reveling in the softness of her embrace, momentarily disregarding her shyness, completely overwhelmed by joy. Meanwhile, Bingshi pondered inwardly, perhaps she had underestimated the efficacy of the lotus seed. Given the significant benefits it had provided to both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, it might very well propel Shui Bing'er to extraordinary heights. A gentle smile graced Bingshi's face as she softly remarked, "Congratulations. However, it is likely that your elevation may exceed 3 levels. Ah? But I have reached a point where I must acquire a soul ring." Shui Bing'er inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Being able to obtain a soul ring does not merely signify an increase of 3 levels in soul power, it may indeed augment even further. For now, refrain from seeking the soul ring. Allow yourself some time to consolidate your strength. In due course, I shall accompany you to the far north to procure your soul ring. The far north? That place is a forbidden zone for humanity. Perhaps we should reconsider. It is far too perilous. Let us instead venture to the frozen forest. Shui Bing'er expressed her concerns with a hint of trepidation. She tenderly brushed Shui Bing'er's delicate, exquisite nose and mysteriously remarked, "What is a forbidden zone for others is not so for me." Shui Bing'er, somewhat bewildered, nodded her head, appearing as obedient as a little bride. Bingshi chuckled softly as she gently ruffled Shui Bing'er's hair, whispering, "Why don't you release your martial soul for a moment?" Although Shui Bing'er was uncertain of Bingshi's intentions, she complied nonetheless. Martial soul, manifest. In an instant, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the window. Shui Bing'er gazed in astonishment at the wings under her arms after the manifestation of her martial soul, curiously inquiring, "Why has the color of my martial soul changed? And it appears to have acquired some additional patterns?" Bingshi smiled gently and said, "It is because your martial soul has evolved. Just take a look at the window." "Huh? Evolved?" Shui Bing'er, gazing towards the window, asked in bewilderment, "Can martial souls really evolve?" Bingshi nodded and explained, "Of course, a martial spirit can evolve. Your original Ice Phoenix martial spirit was merely a breath away from the ultimate ice, and after this evolution, it has now attained that pinnacle. The thin layer of ice on the window is a direct result of your martial spirit manifesting and the subsequent drop in temperature. Thus, you are now a soul master of the ultimate ice attribute." Upon hearing Bingshi's explanation, Shui Bing'er, filled with excitement, embraced Bingshi and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. After spending a few tranquil days at the Tianshui Academy, Shui Linglong summoned Bingshi and Shui Bing'er to the training ground. Upon arriving at the venue, Bingshi discovered that, apart from herself and Shui Bing'er, 5 other students were already awaiting their arrival. Observing Bingshi and Shui Bing'er, Shui Linglong nodded in satisfaction and declared loudly, "You are among the most exceptional students at Tianshui Academy. You six shall represent our academy in the Elite Soul Master competition on the continent, taking place in a year and a half. Therefore, during this period, I will conduct special training for you. Please begin with your self-introductions. Shui Bingo stepped forward, stating, I am Shui Binger, with the Ice Phoenix Martial Spirit, a rank 39 Assault-type Soul Sovereign. Wait a moment, Binger. How is it that your soul power has increased so dramatically since our last meeting? Shui Linglong interjected. Shui Binger glanced at Bingshi, and upon receiving a reassuring nod from her, softly replied, It was Sierra who gifted me a treasure, one that is effective only for Ice Attribute Soul Masters. After consuming it, my soul power increased by several levels, and there were no side effects. Shui Linglong looked at Bingshi with astonishment. Intrigued by the existence of such a remarkable treasure, Bingshi smiled and said, It was a gift from my sister for me to pass on to her. She mentioned that she quite likes Binger. Upon hearing Bingshi mention the Ice Emperor, Shui Linglong nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, she failed to notice the blush that adorned Binger's cheeks at the mention of her fondness. Shui Linglong softly encouraged, Please, continue. Shui Yuer, with the martial soul of Gliding Ice Shield, is a 35-level Agile Attack Spirit Master. Shui Wu, with the martial soul of Delicate Snow Dance Satin, is a 38-level Control Spirit Master. Yu Heru, with the martial soul of Snow Leopard, is a 35-level Agile Attack Spirit Master. Gu Qingbao, with the martial soul of Water Jiao, is a 34-level Auxiliary Spirit Master. Shen Liuyu, with the martial soul of Mysterious Water Spear, is a 35-level Powerful Attack Spirit Master. Xiao Ruoshui, with the martial soul of Spirit Water Formation, is a 34-level Control Spirit Master. Bingshi, they have all spoken. Now it is your turn. Shui Linglong looked at Bingshi with a cheerful demeanor, insisting, You must answer truthfully. No fabrications allowed. The many beautiful women turned their gazes towards Bingshi, eager to discover the extent of this unparalleled genius they had not seen in a long time. Bingshi, with a resigned shrug, softly remarked, Bingshi, Wu and Ice Crystal Phoenix. Level 57, a formidable assault system Soul King. The other girls collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Shui Linglong was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Bingshi's soul power. A Soul King at merely 15 years of age. Not just any novice Soul King, but one nearing the rank of a high-level Soul Emperor. In Shui Linglong's original expectations, she thought Bingshi would only have just entered the realm of Soul Kings, but this revelation brought her immense surprise. Even instilling hope for Tianshui Academy to vie for a top 3 position, it seemed her special training plan would need to be revised. Shui Linglong pondered for a moment before chuckling lightly. I did not anticipate that you would reach such heights in our time apart. Given this, it shall be you, Bingshi, who will face off against the 7 of them. Is that agreeable? Huh? Why did I suddenly think of Uchiha facing 7 opponents? Bingshi cast a glance at the 7 participants of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition from the original text, and with a light chuckle, remarked, Of course. There is no problem. In contrast, Shui Yuer, somewhat displeased, exclaimed, And, what do you mean by that? This is utterly unfair. Shui Linglong's expression turned serious as she retorted. How many times must I remind you? You should address me as the dean while in the academy. Shui Wei playfully stuck out her little tongue and let out a mischievous laugh. Shui Linglong surveyed the 7 individuals and spoke sternly. Do not presume that 7 against 1 guarantees your victory. If you do not take this seriously, defeat is inevitable. You now have 15 minutes to discuss your strategy. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, Bingshi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed even Dean Shui Linglong believed she would lose. After all, even an ordinary 5-ring Soul King might not succumb to the 7 elite soul respect students of the Heavenly Water Academy. Why did Dean Shui Linglong think she would surely be defeated? This piqued Bingshi's curiosity and anticipation as she directed her gaze towards the 7 who were deep in discussion. Chapter 77. 1 against 7. 15 minutes later, Shui Linglong observed the 8 individuals on the training platform with a smile and softly announced, Now, let the match begin. As her words echoed, the 7 members of the original Heavenly Water female team immediately unleashed their martial souls. In an instant, the training platform was illuminated with a dazzling display of yellow and purple light. Noticing Bingshi's indifference, Shui Yuer huffed, Unleash your martial soul. Don't underestimate others. As she spoke, Shui Yuer swiftly charged forward. Bingshi had always found it perplexing why a shield spirit could also be employed as an agile offensive weapon. However, upon witnessing Shui Yuer, she finally comprehended the true significance of the word glide in the gliding ice shield. For Shui Binger was, astonishingly, soaring towards her while grasping the ice shield. As Bingshi was about to evade, she heard Shui Binger's resolute voice declare, "First soul skill, ice ceiling." A thick block of solid ice instantaneously immobilized Bingshi's legs, rendering her unable to move. Second soul skill, dance of snowflakes. With the activation of her second soul ring, a flurry of snowflakes encircled Bingshi, forming a binding knot that ensnared her. Following this, Gu Qingba unleashed his first soul skill, Azure Wave Prison, while Qiu Ruoshui employed her third soul skill, Spirit Water Chains. Both aimed directly at Bingshi. In an instant, the three battle spirit masters, Shui Wei, Yu Hai, and Shin Liuyu confronted Bingshi. What a remarkable combination of control chains and indiscriminate assault. Yet, regrettably, such tactics are futile against me. The Imperial Sword, Ice of the Extreme, swiftly coalesced and shot towards the three women advancing upon her. After extensive training, Bingshi's Imperial Sword had finally reached a formidable level of lethality. Faced with the impending threat of the sword, the three women's expressions shifted dramatically. The overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the Imperial Sword compelled them to abandon their attack plans and instead prepare to defend against its strike. Upon witnessing the terrifying ice sword, Shui Binger's countenance changed, prompting her to urgently activate her second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Instantly, a layer of frost enveloped the three women, encasing them within. Seizing this opportunity, the external spirit bone, Ice Phoenix wings, unfurled behind Bingshi, propelling her into the air and freeing her from confinement. Meanwhile, Shui Linglong observed Bingshi with great curiosity from below. She was aware that Bingshi's first four soul rings were exceptionally rare, yet she had never witnessed Bingshi unleash a soul skill. The formidable ice sword was evidently not a product of her soul skills, as no soul rings had manifested. Could it be a self-created skill? Furthermore, the wings behind her were surely not part of her martial soul. They bore a resemblance to external spirit bones. Shui Linglong's anticipation for the surprises Bingshi might unveil grew ever stronger. She held no hope that the seven might defeat Bingshi. Her earlier claims had merely served to incite enthusiasm among the crowd. After all, the gap created by a 10,000-year soul ring was not easily bridged. She merely sought to witness the extent to which Bingshi could be pushed. Observing the three women, who appeared somewhat disheveled after blocking the ice sword, Bingshi chuckled softly. "What other tricks do you have? Show them all." Shui Yuer gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Now that Bingshi occupied the air, she undeniably held the upper hand. Only she and Shui Binger possessed the capability to threaten Bingshi from above. Gritting her teeth, Shui Yuer grasped her gliding ice shield and charged towards Bingshi once more, her purple soul ring illuminating beneath her feet. Third soul skill, Ice Shield Slash. Utilizing the gliding prowess of her martial soul, Shui Yuer swiftly approached Bingshi while raising her shield to strike. However, before she could close the distance, an icy blue halo enveloped her. It was none other than the soul skill of the Frost Giant King's left leg bone, Frost Ring. The icy blue aura tightly ensnared Shui Yuer, causing the gliding ice shield in her hand to fall helplessly to the ground. Deprived of her martial soul's gliding ability, she plummeted downwards in an instant. Shui Bingo dashed forward, catching her descending sister with swift grace. Fixating her gaze upon the airborne Bingshi, Shui Binger's eyes brimmed with a profound sense of helplessness. Was the disparity truly this vast? Was it possible that even Shio's martial soul could not be unleashed? Despite gathering the strength of 7, was there truly no way to prevail? Gritting her teeth, Shui Binger rose to her feet. The third soul ring beneath her glowed brilliantly. Third soul skill, Ice Thorn. Countless thorns erupted from the training platform, radiating a ghostly blue light as they surged directly towards Bingshi. Bingshi gazed at the sprawling thorns composed of frost below, a silent sigh escaping her lips. What a splendid Ice Phoenix, a top-tier martial soul. Why had the allocation of skills gone so awry? The first soul skill, Ice Seal, served as a control technique, while the second was an auxiliary skill. And now the third soul skill was yet another crowd control ability. Would it not be more delightful to simply embrace the role of a mage? The icy wings of the Ice Phoenix, nestled behind Bingshi, unleashed the soul skill Ice Wing Slash in an instant. 2 azure waves of energy erupted from the wings, slicing through the encroaching thorns with precision. Observing the thorn-laden training platform, Bingshi could not help but click her tongue in disapproval. Though the icy thorns had a commendable range, their rate of spread was far too sluggish to pose a significant threat. They were merely a means of crowd control rather than a formidable offensive skill. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the icy thorns, Shui Binger displayed a flicker of confusion, quickly replaced by determination as she grasped Shui Yuer's hand. A brilliant blue-white beam of light surged into the sky, heralding the fusion of their martial souls. Instantly, snow began to fall from the heavens, with countless snowflakes dancing through the air. Yet, each flake was as sharp as a blade, spiraling downwards to form a swirling vortex of ice and snow, rushing towards Bingshi. Within this icy whirlwind, faint echoes of phoenix cries could be discerned. The martial soul fusion technique, snowflakes descending. From her vantage point, Shui Bing'er gazed expectantly at this formidable technique. She held no illusions about defeating Bingshi. Her only desire was to elicit the manifestation of Bingshi's martial soul. Sensing the potent energy within the vortex, Bingshi wisely chose not to confront it head-on with her Emperor's palm or Emperor's sword. If they wished to behold her martial soul, so be it. With a resounding cry of a phoenix, a colossal bird emerged, enveloping the entire training platform in its grandeur. Accompanying this spectacle was an indescribable aura, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, instilling profound pressure upon the 7 individuals on the platform. Shui Bing'er gazed in awe at the magnificent phoenix soaring in the sky and murmured, "Is this truly Siena's martial soul? How beautiful!" As the icy vortex approached, the deep purple soul ring behind Bingshi shimmered subtly. The icy crystal phoenix was instantaneously enveloped in a thick layer of azure energy. The Ice Barrier. Chapter 78, Ice Dawn vs. Water Linglong. The swirling vortex of ice and snow collided fiercely with the azure energy shield. Immediately, the blue luminescent barrier began to crack, causing a sudden jolt of surprise within Bingshi. She had not anticipated that this martial soul fusion technique, named Falling Snow, would possess such formidable power. Had both parties reached the level of Soul King, they could indeed have posed her significant trouble. However, that was still a distant prospect. 5 radiant white pillars of light surged forth from the training platform, piercing directly through the ice and snow vortex. Following a series of thunderous booms, the swirling mass of ice and snow vanished without a trace. Bingshi retracted her martial soul, the ice crystal phoenix transforming into a diminutive bird perched upon her shoulder. Although the other girls were momentarily awed into silence by the imposing aura of the gigantic ice crystal phoenix and failed to notice Bingshi's soul rings, Shui Linglong, however, observed everything clearly. The terrifying presence, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, coupled with the fleeting crimson glimmer, confirmed that Bingshi possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. While unsure of how Bingshi had achieved this, Shui Linglong wisely refrained from questioning her and instead reveled in her own delight. This year's Continental Soul Master Elite competition would see Tianshui Academy at least securing a spot in the top 3. No. There was even a possibility of triumphing over the renowned golden generation of the Spirit Hall team. Returning to her senses, Shui Linglong noticed the dejected expressions of the 7 on the training platform. With a gentle laugh, she ascended the stage, capturing their attention. You 7 have made considerable progress in your recent training. Although you were unable to defeat Bingshi, I have witnessed sufficient synergy among you. However, mere camaraderie is insufficient. Bing'er, you are the brain of this group. You must issue the correct commands at the opportune moment. While your coordination appeared somewhat harmonious, several flaws remain. Bing'er, your timing in releasing the first soul skill was commendable, and Xue Wu's subsequent control was executed well. However, Gu Qingba and Qiu Ruoxue, your timing in releasing your soul skills could have been more judicious. You could have delayed your release by a fraction of a second, thereby achieving a seamless connection with the control. Instead, you allowed Bingshi to escape after your control, granting her the opportunity to consolidate her soul skills, which forced Wei, Luyu, and Hairo to confront Bingshi's soul techniques directly. Once Bingshi regained her freedom, it was evident that you were flustered. Not only did you fail to deploy your soul skills to hinder her, but you also permitted her to ascend into the air, placing her in an invulnerable position. This is where your shortcomings lie. You must function as a cohesive unit. A team, by virtue of its synergy, can achieve what individuals cannot, overcoming adversaries through complementary abilities. Although Bingshi's strength is formidable, she possesses a critical flaw, her arrogance. The fact that she did not release her martial soul from the outset was already an opportunity for you. Bing'er should have instantly unleashed her third soul skill after ensnaring Bingshi with her first, constricting Bingshi's mobility. You are acted recklessly, choosing to confront Bingshi head-on despite being aware of her disadvantage. Qingba, as a support-type soul master, you should have fulfilled your role. Where was your second soul skill? It could have alleviated the burden on the 3 attackers defending against that ice sword. Hairo, you are a delicate attack-type soul master, not a brute force warrior. You must leverage the advantages inherent to your type rather than recklessly charging in like Shui Yuer, who could afford to do so due to the nature of her gliding ice shield martial soul. As Shui Linglong imparted her guidance, the girls listened intently. They had not realized the multitude of errors they had committed in such a brief skirmish, and a wave of shame washed over them, causing them to lower their heads. Shui Bing'er, in particular, bit her lip, her face etched with self-reproach. Subsequently, Shui Linglong turned her gaze toward Bingshi and spoke softly. I believe I have garnered a preliminary understanding of your combat prowess. However, since your time spent with them has been brief, the captaincy shall temporarily remain with Bing'er. You have no objections, I trust? Bingshi shook her head indifferently, harboring no particular thoughts about this captain. The Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament? She merely needed to sweep through effortlessly. The title of captain held little significance to her, whether she assumed it or not. Shui Linglong nodded with a stern expression and declared sharply, I am deeply dissatisfied with your performance. Now, all of you will run 20 laps around the field. Bingshi, come with me. Upon hearing this, the girls collectively groaned in dismay, including Shui Bing'er. It was worth noting that the Tian Shui Academy occupied nearly the entire southern district of Elemental City, its grounds vast and sprawling. Thus, the Academy's running track was incomparable to the modest one at Shrek Academy. Completing 20 laps would likely take them until evening. After casting an apologetic glance at Shui Bing'er, Bingshi followed Shui Linglong away from the training platform. Shui Linglong led her to a separate, private training area and said softly, This is my personal training ground. No one will disturb us here. I am very eager to understand your current combat capabilities. It would give me a clearer picture for the Elite Soul Master Tournament. Would you be willing to spar with me? Hearing this, Bingshi was momentarily taken aback, but soon a spark of excitement flickered across her face. She, too, wished to gauge the extent of her current strength. Then, let us begin now. The Ice Crystal Phoenix manifest. 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red soul rings floated quietly behind Bingshi. Witnessing this scene, Shui Linglong's face revealed an expression of understanding. Indeed, 10,000-year soul rings. Such an astonishingly formidable talent is truly hard to believe. A crystalline blue ice shield materialized in Shui Linglong's hand, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, unmistakably representing the Shui family's ancestral martial spirit, the gliding ice shield. However, unlike Shui Yuer's martial spirit, Shui Linglong's was noticeably larger and exhibited a slight variation in color. Observing Shui Linglong, who was fully focused, Bingshi softly cautioned, It's coming. Be careful. The first soul ring ignited. 5 ice pillars erupted instantaneously from beneath Shui Linglong's feet. Despite her vigilant defense, the strike did not reach her. Shui Linglong narrowly evaded the attack, utilizing the gliding ability granted by her martial spirit. However, what she did not anticipate was that, although the ice pillars did not strike her, a thin layer of frost still enveloped her. Under the influence of the frost, her movements became sluggish. A sudden shock coursed through Shui Linglong. She had not expected that the ice pillars were not a singular skill, but rather an area of effect attack. The third soul ring of Bingshi quietly illuminated, radiating with a chilling brilliance. In an instant, a spear of ice shot forth from the beak of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, hurtling directly towards Shui Linglong. In the critical moment of peril, Shui Linglong's 6th spirit ring quietly illuminated. The gliding ice shield in her grasp swiftly formed into a barrier resembling a curtain of water. Upon striking this aqueous veil, the ice spear emitted from the phoenix's mouth melted away in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Shui Linglong meticulously cleared away the frost enveloping her. Immediately thereafter, her 2nd and 3rd spirit rings shone simultaneously. With remarkable swiftness, she approached Bingshi, wielding the ice shield as she brought it down with force. Bingshi furrowed her brows as an ice wall rose before her, effectively thwarting the assault from Linglong. The wings of the ice phoenix unfurled behind her in an instant, preparing to take flight and create distance. However, Linglong chuckled softly and remarked, I shall not make such a trivial blunder. With that, her 4th soul ring glowed, and Linglong hurled the ice shield in her hand towards Bingshi. The ice shield surged towards Bingshi with astonishing speed, allowing her to even hear the sound of friction as it sliced through the air. Bingshi deftly evaded the assault of the ice shield. However, before she could fully react, the shield inexplicably veered in midair and hurtled toward her from behind. Caught off guard, Bingshi was struck forcefully in the back by the icy projectile. Although she had sensed the impending danger and enveloped herself in a layer of frost, a dull ache still lingered in her back. Bingshi gently touched her aching arm, a silent lament echoing within her. Is this the true prowess of the soul Douluo? How naive I was to believe I could stand against it. In retrospect, I am still leagues away. The disparity in soul power levels and the lack of experience have undeniably placed me at a disadvantage. My confidence in my ability to fly was unexpectedly thwarted by a soul skill that momentarily robbed me of that very power. The ice shield returned to Shui Linglong's grasp, enabling her to swiftly advance towards Bingshi, narrowing the distance between them. The first and fifth spirit rings illuminated simultaneously, further augmenting Shui Linglong's speed, allowing her to reach Bingshi in the blink of an eye. Just as the ice shield was about to strike Bingshi, a delicate white hand intercepted the blow. Shui Linglong's expression shifted dramatically. She was astonished that Bingshi could directly block the ice shield strike with her hand. It was important to note that this attack was enhanced by her first and fifth spirit abilities. Surely, it should have severed Bingshi's hand. Just as Shui Linglong intended to retract her force, an indescribable and terrifying energy emanated from Bingshi's palm. The imperial palm, great cold without snow. A tremendous aura surged from Bingshi's hand. The violent clash of soul power caused the specially designed training platform to shatter under the strain, cracking extensively. After a considerable moment, the residual waves of soul power began to dissipate slowly. Bingshi's delicate, fair hand remained unharmed, while Shui Linglong's hand, clutching the ice shield, trembled uncontrollably. Despite the clash appearing evenly matched, Shui Linglong understood deep within her heart that she had been thoroughly defeated in this exchange. With her profound soul power, she had barely managed to withstand that formidable strike. In contrast, Bingshi was merely a soul king. Taking a deep breath, Shui Linglong softly remarked, "I believe I have gained a clear understanding of your strength, yet I still wish to learn more, for I have yet to witness your 10,000-year soul skills. Therefore, I shall proceed with caution." As her words fell, Shui Linglong's martial soul, the gliding ice shield, instantaneously expanded, enveloping her figure. It was indeed the true form of her martial soul. This enormous ice shield soared swiftly towards Bingshi, surpassing even the enhanced speed of Shui Linglong from before. In an instant, the ice shield was before Bingshi. However, Bingshi was already prepared. Almost simultaneously as the ice shield approached, a similarly sized shield appeared before her, rivaling the size of Shui Linglong's martial soul in its true form. The ice sword collided fiercely with the ice shield, producing a shrill sound of friction. However, the true form of the Soul Master was not so easily deterred, and in an instant, the ice sword shattered. Yet, it was not entirely without effect. At the moment of its destruction, Bingshi clearly observed the radiance emanating from the ice shield diminish slightly. Concurrently, the first and second soul rings beneath Bingshi's feet illuminated, summoning 5 ice pillars and an ice wall to obstruct the advance of the ice shield. Following this, the crimson soul ring that Shui Linglong had eagerly anticipated finally illuminated. A terrifying storm erupted, engulfing the entire training platform in an instant. The sky darkened, and snowflakes began to fall, but these were no delicate flurries. They were deadly, sharp as blades, leaving deep gashes on the ice shield. In quick succession, the domain skill, Glacier Storm, was activated. Countless snowflakes descended, transforming into a fearsome blizzard vortex under the tempest fury, sweeping towards Shui Linglong. In this icy expanse, the snowflakes surged like a blade toward her. Meanwhile, Bingshi's domain technique summoned innumerable snowstorms. The combination of their powers formed a colossal, terrifying blizzard vortex that surged towards Shui Linglong. The breathtaking storm, a perfect art, was nothing short of a funeral beneath the ice and snow. Bingshi gazed at the fearsome creation she had inadvertently conjured, her heart racing with excitement. Let us name it, the Great Ice Funeral. Wait, would teacher Shui Linglong be able to withstand it? Surely not. As she beheld the terrifying blizzard approaching, Shui Linglong's expression turned to one of alarm. Was this the horror of a 10,000-year soul skill? Gritting her teeth, the 8th soul ring, which had remained dormant until now, finally glowed. The 8th soul skill, Water's Grave. From the ice shield surged a torrent of water, coalescing into a massive waterfall that rushed towards the fearsome blizzard vortex. Shui Linglong's soul power surged forth wildly, preventing the waterfall from being dispersed by the vortex. With several resounding explosions, Shui Linglong was propelled backward by the shockwave of their collision, retreating to the edge of the training platform. As everything settled into silence, the sky returned to tranquility, and a ray of sunlight illuminated the pockmarked training ground. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Shui Linglong's mouth. She had barely withstood the onslaught. With a bittersweet expression, she murmured, "I concede." Her soul power had been entirely depleted in the effort to withstand the terrifying blizzard vortex. And though she could not ascertain the extent of Bingshi's soul power consumption, it was undoubtedly in a far superior state to her own. Thus, with no other recourse, she had to accept defeat. Bingshi gazed dreamily at her own hands, struggling to comprehend the outcome. Although it was evident that teacher Shui Linglong had shown some leniency during the contest, Bingshi had not unleashed her full potential either. At the very least, she had not activated her second martial soul. This implied that her true combat prowess was already comparable to that of an ordinary soul Douluo, or perhaps even rivaling Tang Sen after his sacrifice by Xiaowu. Chapter 80. The Ghost Chrysanthemum appears with a hint of amusement. Shui Linglong observed the astonished Bingshi and remarked with a sense of satisfaction, "I did not anticipate that your strength had become so formidable. The 100,000-year soul ring is indeed a marvel." Although Shui Linglong was filled with curiosity regarding Bingshi's 100,000-year soul ring, her intelligence prevented her from inquiring further. "Teacher must have gone easy on me," Bingshi replied with a cheerful smile. Shui Linglong nodded thoughtfully and said softly, "Indeed, I initially held back. But once the true form of the martial soul was manifested, the notion of leniency ceased to exist. While your combat capabilities are exceptional, I wish for you to understand that even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must exert its full strength. Do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Maintain a tranquil heart." Bingshi nodded, having recognized her own shortcomings. Throughout her cultivation journey, she had enjoyed a smooth path, shielded by the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, which had indeed fostered a sense of pride within her. Being well-versed in the original narrative, she understood that such thoughts should not linger in her mind. It seemed she needed to exercise caution henceforth. At that moment, two figures abruptly appeared on the training platform. One was a man shrouded in a long black robe, revealing only a small portion of his face, while the other half was concealed behind a dark mask, lending him an eerie presence. The second individual donned a white robe, his face adorned with heavy makeup, and held a delicate flower, exuding an unparalleled allure. Yet, Bingshi could distinctly perceive the pronounced Adam's apple at his throat. He was indeed a man. Upon the arrival of these two, Shui Linglong instantly bowed her head in terror, expressing, "Your Excellencies, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, what brings you here?" The Chrysanthemum Douluo raised the flower to obscure his heavily made-up face and coyly remarked, "Ah, we finally found you. You little rascal are quite elusive." The delicate, almost sing-song voice of the Chrysanthemum Douluo sent a shiver down Bingshi's spine. Despite the urgency of the situation, she found it hard to suppress a smile. The Ghost Douluo cast a disdainful glance at the Chrysanthemum Douluo and, with a voice tinged with menace, inquired, "Where is your sister? Call her out to meet us." Bingshi took a couple of hesitant steps back, feeling somewhat awkward. "My sister is out. She is not here." Gui Douluo let out a disdainful snort, and in an instant, two formidable presences ensnared Bingshi, rendering her immobile and trapped in place. "Your sister is absent? Then you shall accompany us." Damn it, the pressure emanating from the title Douluo was astonishingly terrifying. Bingshi gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to attempt her escape, she noticed Shui Linglong suddenly shielding her from behind. "Two esteemed seniors. Is it truly appropriate to come to my Tianshui Academy to apprehend individuals? Perhaps you could wait a moment longer? My sister should be returning shortly." "Presumptuous. Do you presume to instruct me on how to conduct myself?" The Ghost Douluo snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve and sending Shui Linglong flying to the side. Bingshi gazed at Shui Linglong with a hint of concern, softly calling out, "Teacher." The discordant croak of Ju Douluo resounded once more, "Little one. Perhaps you should first ponder your own predicament. Had it not been for the violent aftershocks of that recent battle drawing us near, we would have remained oblivious to your return. By the way, who was it that engaged in combat just now?" Bingshi gritted her teeth and softly said, "Do you truly intend to take me away, esteemed seniors?" Gui Douluo stroked his fingers ominously and replied, "Perhaps you should summon your sister now." Suddenly, an idea struck Bingshi, and she addressed Ju Douluo, "Esteemed Ju Douluo, it seems rather unbecoming for you two seniors to intimidate a mere junior like myself. How about we remain here until my sister returns? I would be willing to present a celestial treasure as a gift to you, esteemed Ju." "Oh, a celestial treasure? Let us see it," Ju Douluo said with keen interest. Sensing the slightly relaxed aura of Gui Douluo and Ju Douluo, Bingshi finally felt able to move. Bingshi retrieved the slightly withered, blazing heart blossom from her soul storage ring. The moment the Chrysanthemum Douluo laid eyes on the precious herb, he let out a piercing shriek. "Damnation! How dare you treat a celestial treasure with such negligence? Look how it's wilted." Snatching the blossom from Bingshi's hands, the Chrysanthemum Douluo caressed it with obsessive tenderness. "Behold its beauty, its exquisite splendor." Pressing the flower against his cheek, his enraptured expression sent an involuntary shiver down Bingshi's spine. Ugh, utterly revolting. How does the Ghost Douluo resist the urge to strangle him? At that moment, the Ghost Douluo's sharp warning cut through the air. "Beware! A presence rivaling our own approaches." Instantly sobering, The chrysanthemum Douluo stowed the blossom away and fixed a grave stare toward the approaching aura. Her elder sister, perhaps? The ghost Douluo shot him a withering glare. How should I know? With a thunderous impact, a burly figure descended from the heavens, cratering the training platform in a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, Bingshi darted forward in delight. Xiaobai, what took you so long? None other than the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, stood before them, scratching his head with a sheepish chuckle. The two Douluos tensed at the sight of him. Another title Douluo? The ghost Douluo's voice turned icy. So, little girl, you were stalling for time? The chrysanthemum Douluo trilled. Oh, even if she was, it matters not. At least I've acquired this celestial treasure. His grating voice earned an exasperated eye roll from his companion, studying Xiaobai's formidable frame. The ghost Douluo demanded sternly, where do you hail from? Xiaobai turned to Bingshi with simple earnestness. Want me to thrash him? At this moment, Bingshi found herself in a quandary. To engage in battle would be perilous, for Gue and Ju possessed a martial soul fusion technique, and it seemed unlikely that Xiaobai could prevail against them. Yet, to refrain from fighting appeared equally unwise, as the aggressive stance of the duo suggested they would not easily spare either herself or Xiaobai. Just then, the languid voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm echoed in her mind. You underestimate the disparity between a 100,000-year soul beast and a 200,000-year soul beast. Let Xiaobai manage for a while. It should not be problematic for them to realize they are not to be trifled with. Do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with them? Bingshi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired within her heart, Brother Tianming, do you have a way to simulate a soul ring for Xiaobai? Tianming Bingqian replied with a hearty laugh. If it were before, it would have been impossible. However, your current mental strength is formidable, and it has even restored a portion of my original power. As long as we ensure they remain oblivious, it poses no problem at all. Bingshi instantly relaxed, patting the sturdy form of Xiaobai and commanding, Xiaobai, go teach them a lesson. Avenge teacher Shui Ling Long and retrieve the divine herb for me. Chapter 81. Xiaobai versus Ghost Chrysanthemum upon receiving Bingshi's orders. Xiaobai let out a furious roar and charged forward. In the simulation of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, 9 soul rings appeared behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The expressions of the ghost chrysanthemum duo changed drastically. They were astonished to discover that there was another title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. This realization sent a wave of panic through them. They had previously witnessed the terror of a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring through the likes of Pope Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. They had only dared to act a bit boastfully, knowing that the Ice Emperor was absent, but in truth, they did not wish to confront him. To their dismay, even in the absence of the Ice Emperor, they found themselves facing another title Douluo with such formidable power. As Xiaobai barreled towards them, Ghost Chrysanthemum exchanged glances, and together they summoned their martial souls. Ghost Douluo was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, and a sinister shadow spread out from beneath him. In contrast, Chrysanthemum Douluo held a remarkably beautiful flower, indeed, the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. In an instant, the training ground was awash with hues of yellow, purple, and black. Confronted by Xiaobai's palm, which was as large as a fan, Chrysanthemum Douluo was not to be underestimated. His 7th soul ring glimmered, causing the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum in his grasp to expand several-fold. Simultaneously, his 5th soul ring lit up, scattering countless petals into the air. As the gentle breeze caressed them, they formed a small whirlwind, effectively countering Xiaobai's strike. Ghost Douluo also entered the true form of his martial soul, activating his 5th soul ring. Suddenly, a dark mass appeared beneath Xiaobai's feet, from which several hands emerged, attempting to restrain him. Yet, with a thunderous roar, Xiaobai stomped down, creating a deep crater in the training platform and breaking free from the grasping shadows. With another furious roar, Xiaobai charged towards the two, reaching Chrysanthemum Douluo in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, Xiaobai's colossal hand seized Ghost Douluo, slamming him down onto the ground. As Ghost Douluo regained his senses, he let out a desperate cry, "Old Ghost." Xiaobai seized Ghost Douluo's legs, ruthlessly smashing him back and forth on the training platform. In an instant, Chrysanthemum Douluo's 3rd soul ring shone brightly, enveloping Xiaobai in a white glow, rendering him immobile. 3rd soul skill, Breath Barrier. Seizing this opportunity, Chrysanthemum Douluo swiftly retrieved Ghost Douluo and retreated. Although he considered launching an attack on Xiaobai, he understood that this was merely a 3rd soul skill and would not hold Xiaobai for long. True to his expectations, Xiaobai broke free from the white light almost immediately. Now, Ghost Douluo appeared far less menacing. After being slammed multiple times, his black robe lay in tatters, his visage marred with dirt and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Old Ghost, how are you holding up?" Chrysanthemum Douluo asked with concern. Ghost Douluo coughed lightly and shook his head, assuring, "I am fine." The two exchanged determined glances, unleashing their soul skills simultaneously. 8th soul skill, Chiwi Wraiths. 6th soul skill, thousands of trees, flowers blooming. Ghost Douluo's 8th soul ring illuminated, releasing countless ghostly figures that surged towards Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Chrysanthemum Douluo's 6th soul skill radiated beauty. As his 6th soul ring glowed, several shadowy trees appeared on the ravaged training platform, adorned with golden blossoms. With a wave of his hand, countless petals rained down, creating a breathtaking yet lethal scene. As the seemingly beautiful petals gathered, they transformed into a vortex, hurtling towards Xiaobai. Faced with the incoming attacks, Xiaobai bellowed in fury, his body swelling in size. In the blink of an eye, he reached a towering height of 15 meters. Is this his martial soul's true form? What kind of martial soul is he? Chrysanthemum Douluo questioned, bewildered by Xiaobai's enormous stature. Ghost Douluo shook his head, his voice hoarse, "I cannot discern." As Xiaobai expanded, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, plummeting the temperature in the vicinity. Under the force of the gale, the snowflakes coalesced into a terrifying blizzard. In this frigid tempest, everything that touched the swirling petals froze instantly. Even the ghostly figures became solid ice. This was the innate skill of the Ice Bear King. Xiaobai, the blizzard of the Ice Bear King. Under such extreme cold, anything that came into contact with the blizzard would be encased in ice. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo's attacks were swiftly transformed into ice, causing their expressions to darken. As they watched the blizzard advance toward them, Chrysanthemum Douluo snorted. Ascending into the air, his voice regaining its strength, 9th soul skill. Withered chrysanthemum, wounds abound, flowers fall, hearts break. The massive Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum erupted, scattering petals throughout the air. In Bingshi's perception, each petal radiated immense destructive power. Yet, the petals quickly coalesced into a vortex that rivaled the blizzard. The two whirlwinds collided fiercely. In an instant, the petal vortex began to show signs of dispersion. Ghost Douluo's expression shifted as his 9th soul ring illuminated. Activating his 9th soul skill, Infinite Ghost Shadows. A black hole appeared before Ghost Douluo, from which countless shadows surged forth, charging fearlessly into the blizzard. Upon contact, the shadows detonated, creating a cacophony of explosions and rumbling sounds that echoed endlessly. Concerned for his friend, Ghost Douluo glanced at the now pale-faced Chrysanthemum Douluo. "Are you all right?" Chrysanthemum Douluo shook his head, whispering, "Use that technique." Nodding, Ghost Douluo extended his hand toward Chrysanthemum Douluo. As the dust settled, Xiaobai returned to his normal size, excitement radiating from him as he charged once more at the duo. In unison, Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo grasped hands and shouted, "Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Polar Stillness Domain." Chapter 82. The overwhelmed Ghost and Chrysanthemum duo. The moment Bingshi heard the invocation of the Polar Stillness Domain, she inwardly cursed. "Damn it, I completely forgot about this skill." In the original narrative, it was this very ability that allowed the Spirit Hall to ensnare the two Ming. In an instant, the space surrounding the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo fell into a profound stillness. Whether it was the rushing figure of Xiaobai or the gently descending petals, everything remained motionless in that moment. Although the duration for which this dual stillness could hold Xiaobai was uncertain, in a confrontation between masters, even a few seconds could prove fatal for him. Upon witnessing the activation of the dual stillness domain, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged knowing smiles. The Ghost Douluo glanced at his tattered black cloak, a flicker of resentment crossing his face. His 4th spirit ring ignited, and a ghostly figure materialized before Xiaobai, delivering a powerful strike. Just then, Xiaobai broke free from the constraints of the dual stillness domain, only to feel the force of the ghostly figure's blow crashing into him. The robust form of Xiaobai was sent hurtling backward from the impact. Bingshi hurriedly leaned in and asked, "Xiaobai, how are you holding up?" Xiaobai gently touched the area that had been struck, revealing only a faint handprint, and shook his head. "I am fine." Bingshi finally released a sigh of relief. Xiaobai, having transformed from a soul beast after 200,000 years, possessed a tough hide and resilient flesh impervious to conventional attacks. Subsequently, Xiaobai consumed the wondrous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, achieving an indestructible form. Thus, such an assault merely left a faint mark. Just as Xiaobai was preparing to engage once more with the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, a figure descended from the heavens, streaking across with a blue silhouette, forcefully crashing onto the training platform. It was none other than the Ice Emperor, who had finally returned. How dare they bully my dear Xia? Ah, unforgivable. Let them perish. The Ice Emperor roared furiously as he charged towards Guizhou and Douluo. Their expressions changed drastically. Even against the titled Douluo Xiaobai, they felt overwhelmed, let alone facing the Ice Emperor as well. However, they were gravely mistaken. Upon seeing the Ice Emperor, Xiaobai abruptly halted, retrieving a bag of snacks from his bosom and settling down to indulge in them. This seamless maneuver left Bing Shi utterly astonished. Noticing Bing Shi's bewildered gaze, Xiaobai offered her some snacks with an innocent smile, saying, "You should have some. I have plenty more here." Bing Shi cast a glance and saw her favorite sweet delicacies. Unable to resist the temptation, she leaned against Xiaobai and indulged in them with delight. Guizhou and his companion, while evading the onslaught of the Ice Emperor, observed Bing Shi and Xiaobai, their expressions growing increasingly grim. What does this mean? Are they mocking us? How arrogant! Before the words could escape his lips, a powerful fist struck Douluo, the intense pain forcing him to swallow his words. This blow sent Douluo crashing to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Old Douluo gasped in shock as he watched his companion plummet to the earth. Utterly oblivious to the Ice Emperor, who had silently approached from behind. Since you care so much for him, why not join him down there? The cold, detached voice suddenly resonated behind Douluo, startling him. When did she arrive? In the next moment, the Ice Emperor's icy hand seized Douluo, hurling him downwards with great force. Teeth clenched, Douluo fell rapidly, desperately trying to summon the soul power within him. But the Ice Emperor had already frozen his energy upon capturing him, rendering him as helpless as an ordinary person. A sense of despair washed over Douluo as he closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Douluo struggled to emerge from the crater, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he felt a shadow loom overhead and, in a daze, looked up. With a tremendous crash, Douluo was struck by Douluo's descent, nearly causing him to spit blood from the impact. With a grimace, Douluo pushed his companion aside and, with difficulty, inquired, "How are you?" Douluo forced a smile, replying, "All my soul power has been frozen by her. I cannot muster even a bit." Clenching his teeth, Douluo expressed his frustration. Where did this fiend come from? We are utterly powerless against her. Her strength must surpass even that of the Pope. The Ice Emperor hovered in midair with an indifferent expression, slowly extending her hand toward the direction where Ghost and Chrysanthemum stood. A spine-chilling sense of peril instantly enveloped Ghost Douluo's heart. This strike would undoubtedly be fatal. Without hesitation, Ghost Douluo declared, "Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, our visit harbors no ill intent." Lady Bing Shi remains unharmed. Is there truly a need for such lethal measures? The Ice Emperor cast her gaze upon Ice Shi, and upon confirming her safety, indeed, she appeared to be leisurely indulging in snacks with Xiaobai. She could not help but lower her hand, observing that this formidable woman seemed to soften. Ghost Douluo forced a smile and remarked, "We have come merely to make the acquaintance of your highness, and I sincerely apologize for the losses incurred by your esteemed institution." Then how do you intend to compensate? The Ice Emperor interjected abruptly, a hint of amusement in her tone. Ghost Douluo clenched his teeth and replied solemnly, "I am willing to offer a piece of a 10,000-year-old soul bone as compensation." Just one piece? The Ice Emperor regarded Ghost Douluo with a bemused expression. Are you attempting to appease a beggar? Add another 10 million, no, 100 million gold soul coins. The Ice Emperor arrived with the intention of indulging in extravagant shopping in the cities along the way. However, all the golden soul coins were in Bing Shi's possession, leaving the Ice Emperor utterly penniless. In this predicament, he had no choice but to head directly to the Tianshui Academy. Upon hearing this, Bing Shi couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. It seemed that the Ice Emperor had completely transformed into a dragon clad in the skin of a scorpion. Now a miser at heart. Although taken aback that such a formidable figure would be so infatuated with golden soul coins, Ghost Douluo nonetheless nodded in agreement. As titled Douluos, while parting with 100 million golden soul coins was somewhat painful, it remained within their capacity to bear. At that moment, Bing Shi interjected, stating that the soul bone must be at least 50,000 years old, with an ice attribute, or at the very least, a water attribute. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ghost and Ju changed dramatically. It is essential to note that a soul bone of 50,000 years or older is a true treasure. Even they would exert considerable effort to possess such a precious item. However, under the oppressive aura of the Ice Emperor, Ghost Douluo begrudgingly nodded and replied, "We do not have anything readily available. We will require some time. In that case, I will grant you half a month. After half a month, deliver the soul bone and 100 million golden soul coins. Should you dare to go back on your word, declared the Ice Emperor with finality." Chapter 83, The Shura Field. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo left Tianshui Academy in a disheartened manner. The Ice Emperor turned his gaze toward the injured Shui Linglong and spoke softly, "I am grateful for your courageous intervention. This snow ginseng is bestowed upon you as a token of my appreciation. It will enhance your chances of breaking through to the title Douluo." Shui Linglong accepted the snow ginseng with great joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Ice Emperor." Immediately thereafter, the Ice Emperor directed his attention to Bingshi and, with a tone of irritation, commanded, "Come with me." Bingshi approached Bing Di with a cheerful smile and said, "Sister Bing, I have missed you dearly." The Ice Emperor firmly grasped Bing Shi's ear, leading her towards the dormitory. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister Bing, please be gentler." After the Ice Emperor and Bingshi departed, Xiaobai nodded to Shui Linglong and transformed into a white rainbow, vanishing into the distance. This left Shui Linglong standing alone, silently reflecting for a while. Eventually, she seemed to recall something and, with great effort, made her way towards the academy's exit. Upon returning to the dormitory, the Ice Emperor pouted. Her cheeks puffed up with indignation and declared, "Confess freely and receive leniency. Resist and face severe consequences. Now tell me, to what stage has your relationship with that little girl progressed?" Bingshi widened her eyes and stammered, "I haven't done anything." "Why do you say that, Sister Bing? The Ice Emperor let out a cold snort, expressing his dissatisfaction as he said, "Am I not familiar with you? Speak, to what extent have matters progressed?" With no other option, Bingshi had to concede, "All right, I admit it. We kissed a few times." "Well, how bold of you. You actually went that far?" The Ice Emperor exclaimed with fury. Bingshi was instantly taken aback. "Goodness, is this a deception?" At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Bingshi felt as if granted a great reprieve, exclaiming in relief, "The door isn't locked. Please come in." With a crisp click, Schubinger pushed the door open and entered. Upon discerning the situation within the room, an instinctive fear gripped her, compelling her to turn and flee. "Since you're already here, why leave?" The voice of the Ice Empress, which sounded rather indifferent to Schubinger's ears, rang out, freezing her instantly in place. The Ice Emperor approached, locking the door behind him before returning to the bed. A playful smirk gracing his lips as he said, "Why are you still standing there? Come here." Shui Binger, taking hesitant little steps, walked over with an air of awkwardness, casting a pleading glance towards Bingshi. However, Bingshi was in no position to assist, merely responding with a look of resigned fate. The atmosphere in the room immediately turned palpably tense and uncomfortable. The Ice Emperor continuously surveyed the developing form of Shui Binger, her eyes filled with a scrutinizing gaze. After a moment, the Ice Emperor gently lifted Shui Binger's chin, caressing her somewhat innocent face, leaving Shui Binger frozen in place, bewildered. "Do you know who I am?" The Ice Emperor inquired softly, with a hint of amusement. Shui Binger stammered, "I know you. You are her sister." The Ice Emperor gazed at the timid girl before her, whose demeanor was somewhat intimidated by her imposing presence, and inwardly found amusement, though she revealed nothing of it on her countenance. Why had she chosen this moment to seek her out? Shui Binger, eyeing the frosty aura of the Ice Emperor, spoke hesitantly, "I saw the dean take Shio to the private training ground, and then there was a sudden surge of intense energy. I grew concerned for her. So I came to check on her. Can you tell me what your relationship with her is at present? Why do you address Shio with such endearment?" Shui Binger stammered, unsure of how to respond, but it was Shi who interjected, declaring, "She is my beloved." The Ice Emperor cast a reproachful glance at Bingshi. Yet Shui Binger remained oblivious to it. At that moment, Shui Binger was gazing in astonishment at Bingshi, clearly taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Bing Di continued with a cold tone, "Do you truly believe I would consent to your union?" Shui Binger clenched her teeth, summoning every ounce of courage within her as she declared, "I understand that our affection may never earn your approval, but I refuse to surrender so easily." The Ice Emperor smiled, a smile brimming with profound meaning. "Will you never give up, no matter what?" Little Shui Binger nodded her small head vigorously, declaring with unwavering resolve, "Yes." Bingdi chuckled softly and said, "What about this?" As she spoke, she embraced Bingshi and gently pressed a kiss upon her lips. "Huh." Shui Bingo gasped in astonishment, covering her small mouth with her hands, her expression one of utter disbelief as she stared at the resigned Bingshi and the mysteriously amused Bingdi. The Ice Emperor nodded with a gentle smile and softly remarked, "As you can see, she is not my sister, but my beloved." As she uttered the word beloved, a faint blush adorned the Ice Emperor's cheeks. Waterbinger was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment as she stared blankly at the Ice Emperor and Bingshi. Moments later, the Ice Emperor leaned closer to Waterbinger's ear and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, whispered, "Thus, your rival is me. Are you afraid?" Waterbinger stumbled back in panic, seemingly still processing the shocking revelation. For a brief moment, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Finally, Waterbinger hesitantly inquired, "Sure. Is this true?" The Ice Emperor remarked playfully, "Of course. What? Are you considering giving up? Or do you wish to evade the situation? Evading is not a solution. You know, did you not vow never to surrender?" Facing the formidable presence of the woman before her, Shui Binger gritted her teeth and declared vehemently, "I shall certainly not give up." The following day, Shui Binger appeared notably more amiable towards the Ice Emperor. Although both the Ice Emperor and Ice, she frequently regarded her lower half with peculiar glances that left her feeling somewhat uneasy. It was then that Shui Binger learned of Ice Chi's exceedingly rare twin martial souls. "Cheech, why do you feel the need to conceal this even from me?" Shui Binger expressed her dissatisfaction towards Ice Chi. Bingshi wore a look of helplessness. After that fateful night, Shui Binger had undeniably grown closer to her. Even in their current conversation, she insisted on tightly linking her arm with hers. Bingshi chuckled softly as he playfully brushed the delicate nose of Shui Bing, murmuring, all right, I concede. I shall never hide anything from you again." Chapter 84. Departure to the Northern Extremes. 15 days later, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo arrived as promised, presenting a soul guide ring adorned with a VIP card worth 100 million gold soul coins, alongside an elegant brocade box. Within the box lay a remarkable left leg bone, imbued with the essence of water, dating back an astonishing 60,000 years. Bingshi, with a cheerful smile, gently pushed a delicate brocade box containing a soul bone towards Shui Binger and said with a grin, "Binger, you should absorb this soul bone." Shui Binger immediately widened her eyes, gazing at the petite brocade box that would undoubtedly cause a stir in the realm of soul masters, and hesitantly replied, "No. Such a precious item is too much for me to accept." The Ice Emperor reclined upon the lap of Icea, relishing the soothing massage from Shui Binger. Upon hearing her words, he could not help but roll his eyes and retorted, "If I tell you to absorb it, then just absorb it. There is no need for all this chatter. Besides, this soul bone is hardly rare and aligns well with your attributes." Shui Bingo gazed incredulously at the ornate box, unable to fathom the implication, a soul bone of 60,000 years, and yet it is deemed not precious? Though the Ice Emperor longed to remark that 60,000 years was trivial, if only you knew that Xiaobai boasts an astounding 200,000 years and I possess 390,000 years, you would surely be rendered speechless. However, under the piercing gaze of Icea, the Ice Emperor merely pursed his lips, refraining from divulging the truth. Bingshi gently spoke, "Rest assured and absorb it. I already possess a piece of left leg bone, so feel free to absorb it without hesitation." Shui Bingo was about to inquire about the Ice Emperor, but upon reflection, she realized that the Ice Emperor had already become a title de law with a soul ring spanning 100,000 years, likely possessing a complete set of soul bones. Thus, she wisely nodded and began her absorption. Shui Binger affixed a soul bone, approximately 3 inches long and radiating a blue luminescence, to her delicate left calf. Immediately, as the blue aura enveloped her, she commenced the absorption process. After 3 hours, she finally reopened her eyes. Filled with excitement, she exclaimed, "This soul bone originates from the 6,000-year evil demon Orca. It has granted me an additional skill called Water Demon / The evil demon Orca? Wasn't he that one of the trials in the original storyline faced by Tang San? How fortunate it was for someone to acquire a soul bone from such an illustrious creature with a 6,000-year lifespan." The mention of the evil demon Orca reminded Bingshi of the distant sea god island. Regardless, she was determined to visit the island, whether for the opportunity to enhance her strength through the divine trials or to pursue the position of sea god, both of which intrigued her. While her own divine position was already filled, Shui Binger's was not. Previously, Shui Binger had not consumed the finest celestial herbs and had relied solely on her innate talent to reach the 43rd level of soul power by the age of 16. This natural aptitude was already on par with the 6 exceptional individuals who had consumed celestial herbs, and now, having ingested the supreme treasure, the snow god lotus seed, her talent had reached a level comparable to Tang San himself. She was fully qualified to inherit the sea goddess position, especially with her assistance. If memory served her correctly, the pivotal aspect of Tang San's success in obtaining the sea goddess trials was not solely his talent, nor was it as crucial as the vast sea universe cover. Without the vast sea universe cover, even with talent, Tang San would have been unable to complete the sea goddess 9 trials, and vice versa. As for the vast sea universe cover, it currently belonged to the Tiando imperial family as their national treasure. Acquiring it would not be overly difficult. It merely required bringing Douluo and Yang Wudi to resolve the mixed poison afflicting Emperor Shuiyi and applying some pressure to secure it. While this might offend Qian Rinxue, she remained unafraid. After all, there was still time before Qian Rinxue ascended to her divine position. Perhaps by the time she achieved divinity, Bingshi would have already secured her own. Moreover, any threat posed by Qian Douluo would not easily leave the Hall of Worship. In the days that followed, the Ice Emperor provided Shui Binger with an extensive education, imparting knowledge on the ultimate application of ice and various other lessons. Due to Shui Binger's delay in acquiring a soul ring, her soul power had been accumulating within her, poised for a remarkable breakthrough. Originally, Shui Linglong had intended to conduct special training sessions for everyone, including Bingshi, before the grand competition. However, upon witnessing the Ice Emperor's guidance towards Shui Binger, she wisely chose to remain silent. Although uncertain as to why the Ice Emperor had suddenly taken a special interest in Shui Binger, Shui Linglong felt a sense of secret delight. After all, not everyone had the privilege of receiving instruction from a titled Douluo, let alone one as rare as the Ice Emperor with a 100,000-year soul ring. It is noteworthy that after consuming the snow ginseng, Shui Linglong finally broke through to become a titled Douluo. With the combined efforts of the Shui, Hua, and Feng families, she successfully acquired a soul ring, becoming the only titled Douluo in the Shui family and among the tri-element families. Consequently, the Shui family made a special visit to express their gratitude, but the Ice Emperor declined all thanks. Meanwhile, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo returned to the spirit hall with their heads hung low, reporting the situation to Bibi Dong. After sending the two to recuperate, Bibi Dong fell into deep contemplation. 2 titled Douluos with 100,000-year soul rings? One with combat prowess comparable to Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, and the other with terrifying strength, capable of overwhelming both? How intriguing. I wonder from where you emerged. Regardless of who you are, none shall impede me. Once I reach that level, no one will be able to obstruct my path. Bibi Dong murmured softly. Her gaze filled with determination as she directed it towards the Hall of Worship. A slightly hollow sound echoed in the dimly lit Hall of the Pope, gradually fading into silence. Half a year later, with the medicinal power derived from the lotus seeds she had consumed, Bingshi finally transcended the 60th level of soul power. At last, I have broken through, she remarked, stretching her limbs in contentment, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Bingshi had already reached a bottleneck 3 months prior, standing just 1 step away from a breakthrough. Yet, that final step took a full 3 months to complete. Over the past 6 months, Shui Binger had grown tremendously under the guidance of the Ice Emperor and through relentless battles in the Douluo arena. Even without absorbing her 4th soul ring, she managed to defeat several high-level soul ancestors, much to the Ice Emperor's delight. Both Bingshi's 6th soul ring and Shui Binger's 4th soul ring were the objectives of this journey. But the most crucial goal lay beneath the Ice Jade Pool, the trial of the Ice God. Now that Bingshi had reached the 60th rank, she finally possessed the qualification to descend to the depths of the Ice Jade Pool and undertake the divine trial. Upon learning that the Ice Emperor and Xiaobai would personally escort Shui Binge to obtain her soul ring, Shui Linglong was overjoyed and readily granted both Bingshi and Shui Binge a leave of absence. Thus, the Ice Emperor, Xiaobai, Bingshi, and Shui Binger embarked on their journey to the far north. Chapter 85. The Logical Master, Shui Binger. Upon arriving in the far north, Shui Binger gazed uneasily at the endless expanse of pristine white before her and instinctively clutched Bingshi's sleeve. Bingshi turned her head, glancing at the timid Shui Binger, and couldn't help but chuckle softly as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Shui Bingo cast her gaze towards the robust Xiaobai leading the way, as well as the regal Ice Emperor striding confidently ahead. Biting her lip, she murmured, "Isn't it said that the far north is home to numerous 10,000-year soul beasts? A forbidden zone for humanity? Won't they be in danger?" Bingshi gently patted Shui Binger's little head and chuckled softly, Don't worry, this is my home. There won't be any danger here. Your home? Shui Binger's face was filled with confusion, but she bit her lip lightly and refrained from further questions. Instead, she took Bingshi's hand and walked forward with her. The group chose not to fly directly into the core region, but instead decided to proceed on foot. One reason was to give Shui Bingo some time to adjust, and the other was to search for a suitable soul ring for her. Unfortunately, most soul beasts in the extreme north did not roam in groups, but preferred to stay in caves or underground. The few they occasionally encountered were solitary territorial overlords, each with a cultivation of at least 20 to 30,000 years, far too powerful for Shui Bingo to absorb. Thus, their search yielded no results. However, the clever Shui Bingo had already begun to piece together subtle clues, sensing something unusual. The attitude of the 80,000-year-old Ice Jade Scorpion they had just encountered had revealed a few hints. When they came across the Ice Jade Scorpion, Shui Bingo had been extremely tense. After all, the Ice Jade Scorpion was one of the top-tier species in the extreme north, and this one had an astonishing cultivation of 80,000 years. Just as Shui Bingo braced herself for a fierce battle, the scorpion, upon seeing Bing Di, lowered its claws onto the ice, bowed its head, and assumed a submissive posture. Only after the group had moved on did the Ice Jade Scorpion resume its activities under Shui Binger's watchful gaze. After 2 full days of travel, the group had already reached the edge of the core region. Bingshi could even faintly make out the silhouette of the ice and snow palace in the distance. Watching Bingshi's excited expression, a bold idea gradually took shape in Shui Binger's heart. Gazing at Bingshi's delicate profile, Shui Binger suddenly felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Just as she hesitated, unsure of what to do, Bing Di suddenly appeared before her. The Ice Emperor gazed at Shui Binger with a gentle smile and softly remarked, "Now that you have arrived here, there are certain truths I must reveal to you." Just as the Ice Emperor's words faded, Shui Binger exclaimed, "Is Xiao a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into human form?" Bingdi tilted her head slightly, gazing at the equally bewildered Bingshi with a puzzled expression. "Why would you think that?" she inquired. Shui Binger, observing the stunned Bingshi and the perplexed Bingdi, realized her own misunderstanding. "Huh? Then, Sister Bingdi, what were you going to say?" Watching the utterly confused Shui Binger, Bingdi couldn't help but chuckle softly. "She isn't a 100,000-year soul beast, but we are." Set. Shui Bingo immediately clutched Bingshi's sleeve and hastily retreated several steps. Noticing Shui Binger's guarded stance, Bingshi gently patted her delicate, fair hand and reassured her, "Relax, it's all right." Abruptly, Shui Binger turned her head and demanded, "If they are 100,000-year soul beasts, then what about you? Why aren't you a soul beast, yet you associate with them?" Bingshi, feeling somewhat troubled, scratched her head and pondered how to explain herself. "I am a spirit of the celestial realm, descended from the farthest north. I grew up in this frigid land. That palace over there is where I spent my childhood. Elder Binger and Elder Schwer raised me, while Xiaobai has always been my protector. When I turned 12, Elder Schweder suggested that I, being human, should explore the world beyond. Thus, I came to Tinshui Academy, where I encountered you." Water Binger, with a look of hesitation, inquired, "Celestial spirit? What does that mean? And who is Elder Schwer?" At that moment, the Ice Emperor interjected. "The celestial spirit is a sentient being born from the essence of heaven and earth. The Elder Schwetter mentioned by Shi'er is the previous generation of celestial spirit." "Oh, so this explains why Shi'er's talents are so formidable, and why her soul ring configuration is equally astonishing," someone mused. "Allow me to introduce myself anew. I am the Ice Emperor, sovereign of the Ice Scorpion clan, with a cultivation of 390,000 years. Ah. No wonder the Ice Scorpion I encountered earlier prostrated itself. It was in the presence of Her Majesty the Empress." Xiaobai, with a somewhat naive expression, scratched his head and said, "I am Xiaobai, the Ice Bear King, with a cultivation of 200,000 years." Perhaps sensing the benign intentions of the Ice Emperor and Xiaobai, or perhaps feeling secure while holding Bingshi's hand, she gradually relaxed and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Wait a moment, Shi'er. You mentioned that the Ice Emperor and Elder Schwer raised you, which means they are akin to your parents. But with the Ice Emperor now, does that mean, goodness, are you a master of logic? I never considered relationships could be construed in such a manner. Furthermore, if the Ice Emperor has such a relationship with you, does that imply the same for Elder Schwer?" Bingshi replied somewhat awkwardly, "Not for now." "Not for now? So that implies it will be in the future? Oh my, I never expected you to be like this, Shi'er." Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bingshi cast a fierce glare at the smirking Ice Emperor and softly explained to Shubinger, "No, Binger, please allow me to clarify." In response, Shubinger gently took Bingshi's hand and said, There is no need for explanations. Having come this far with you, I am already yours. Although she was initially taken aback by the revelation, she soon found it within herself to accept the situation. After all, they had engaged in such absurdities together. Pausing for a moment, Shubinger felt a faint blush creep upon her cheeks before continuing. Moreover, Sister Ice Emperor and Xiaobai, Brother Xiaobai, have taught me so much and treated me with great kindness. Upon hearing these words, Bingshi couldn't help but pull Shubinger into an embrace. Binger, you are truly wonderful. Shubinger smiled as she wrapped her arms around Bingshi's slender waist, ready to speak when the Ice Emperor approached them. Ahem, that's enough for now. You should hurry back and check on Schwer. Bingshi released her embrace, her face alight with curiosity as she grasped the Ice Emperor's hand and inquired, Oh, is Sister Binga feeling jealous? I am not, came the immediate retort. But just now, you were clearly exhibiting signs of jealousy. I have stated that I am not. Chapter 86. The octagonal mystic ice grass. The group finally returned to the Palace of Snow and Ice. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress had already learned of their return to the far north, and now she absent-mindedly entertained herself by toying with her fingers. Sister Schwer, I am back. Bingshi excitedly dashed into the embrace of the Snow Empress. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Snow Empress turned her gaze towards Shui Binger and inquired with great interest, Sierra, will you not introduce her to me? Shui Binger, confronted by the extraordinary beauty and striking figure of the Snow Empress, felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. Instinctively responding to the Snow Empress's question, she said, My name is Shui Binger. The Snow Empress scrutinized Shui Bingo closely. Although her visage could not rival that of Sierra, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty in the world. Her form, though still in the early stages of development, already possessed a hint of allure. The Snow Empress nodded in satisfaction and gently introduced herself. I am the Snow Empress, the Ice Maiden of the Frozen Realm, with a cultivation of 690,000 years. From now on, you may call me Sister Schwer, just as Sierra does. 690,000 years. Although Shui Bingo had limited knowledge of spirit beasts with cultivation above 100,000 years, she understood that achieving 690,000 years was no trivial feat. Even the Ice Empress, who had instilled fear in the likes of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, only possessed a cultivation of 390,000 years. The power of someone with 690,000 years was beyond her comprehension. Despite the astonishment raging within her, she maintained a composed demeanor and softly replied, Sister Schwer. The Snow Empress smiled warmly as she tousled Shui Binger's hair and turned to Bingshi, saying, The celestial herb you placed in the ice crystal pool has undergone some changes. Ah? What kind of changes? Bingshi asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Had it not been for the Snow Empress's remark, she would have completely forgotten about the octagonal ice crystal herb in the pool. The Snow Empress pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing her thoughts. If the octagonal ice crystal herb had a cultivation of merely 1,000 years before, it might have now entered the realm of 10,000-year spirit beasts. 10,000-year spirit beast? Is it still growing? The Snow Empress nodded gently, stating, My senses do not deceive me. It has indeed reached the level of 10,000 years. However, in the past half-month, it has shown no signs of further growth. It may remain at the 10,000-year threshold. Should it aspire to reach 100,000 years, it would require the reappearance of the ice god to impart such potency to the ice crystal pool. With a light laugh, the Snow Empress continued, By the way, is it possible that your return this time is for? Under the hopeful gaze of the Snow Empress, Bingshi gently nodded, this time. Besides seeking a soul ring for Binger, it is also to undergo the assessment. Have you truly reached level 60? The Snow Empress's words brimmed with excitement. Shui Bingo observed the joyful expressions on the faces of the Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Bingshi, and Xiaobai, yet she found herself utterly baffled. Unable to grasp the meaning behind their cryptic conversation, Bingshi chuckled softly, then suddenly recalled something with a spark of delight in her eyes. Bingo could absorb that octagonal mystic ice herb, she exclaimed, given that the herb has already reached 10,000 years of cultivation. And considering how in the original timeline some overpowered character absorbed its spirit ring 10,000 years later, there's no reason it couldn't be absorbed now, especially since its age is perfectly suitable. The Ice Emperor raised an eyebrow, hesitantly inquiring, Are you certain you wish to allow her to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? The process of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for the 4th soul ring is not as uncomplicated as it is for the 5th. I understand. It's merely the soul fluctuation, Bingshi replied, waving her hand dismissively. The Ice Emperor spoke with a hint of irritation, since you are aware. Why do you still allow her to absorb it? The Snow Emperor, expressing a semblance of concern, replied. This octagonal profound ice grass does not belong to the soul beast of my extreme northern land. Even if I were to swear a grand oath of ice and snow, it may not guarantee its sacrifice to Binger. Bingshi expressed her helplessness, saying, I had hoped that you might possess a means to resolve this soul disturbance. At that moment, Shui Binger unexpectedly spoke up. Allow me to give it a try. Binger. Bingshi gazed at Shui Binger with concern. Shui Binger bit her lip and resolutely declared, I am acutely aware of the vast disparity in our talents, and should I strive with all my might, I may find myself increasingly distanced from you, until I can no longer stand beside you. Yet, I yearn to fight alongside you, Bingshi, rather than remain forever in the shadows of your back. Therefore, please let me attempt this. Bingshi was about to utter more words of persuasion, but the Snow Empress resolutely declared, if that is the case, let her give it a try. The crowd arrived before the ice blue pool, where they beheld the octagonal ice grass that had once again taken root by the water's edge. At this moment, the octagonal ice grass appeared entirely transformed. It had grown larger, and its hue had shifted from the original blue to a striking blend of blue and white. Gazing upon this remarkable plant, Shui Binger displayed a resolute expression as she drew forth a small knife and approached it with determination. Bingshi was about to intervene when he was restrained by the Ice Emperor. Confused and perplexed, Bingshi gazed at the Ice Emperor, only to hear the Snow Emperor softly utter beside him, Do not worry, we can resolve that soul disturbance. The Ice Emperor chuckled as well. We merely sought to gauge her resolve and discern whether she could indeed become your ally in the future. Nevertheless, the outcome is quite satisfying. Hee. You were deceived by us, weren't you? Bingshi complained with a hint of reproach. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me half to death. The Ice Emperor chuckled playfully. Tell you earlier? I was afraid you might give it away. Then he added with amusement, She's about to begin absorbing it now. Bingshi turned her head to gaze at Shui Binger. There, a soul ring as dark as jade floated serenely in midair, while Shui Binger sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, clearly in the midst of absorption. Observing the pained expression on Shui Binger's face, the Snow Emperor softly remarked in Bingshi's ear, This little girl is quite remarkable. Noticing Bingshi's continued concern for Shui Binger, the Ice Emperor chuckled softly, stepping forward to command, Why are you still lingering? Although his voice was not loud in Bingshi's ears and carried a certain huskiness, it resonated in Shui Binger's mind like a thunderclap. The mental force that had been assailing her consciousness vanished in an instant, leaving her mind in a state of pristine clarity. The Ice Emperor returned to the side of ice, and spoke softly. The disturbance of the soul has been resolved. However, I am unable to assist her further. If her physical constitution cannot withstand the Millennium Soul Ring, then I am at a loss. Bingshi nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently upon Shui Binger. Chapter 87. The ambush. Gradually, the fluctuations of energy around Shui Binger began to stabilize, and the weight in Bingshi's heart finally eased. Observing that Shui Binger would still require some time to complete her absorption, Bingshi inquired softly, Could Bingo accompany me in undertaking the Ice God's trial to enhance her strength? Shui pondered briefly before replying in a hushed tone. Given her current capabilities, she lacks the endurance to descend to the depths where the Ice God's temple resides. In other words, she would require both my assistance and yours to reach that place. As for whether she is eligible to undergo the divine trial, that I cannot say. After all, I have never truly ventured into the inner sanctum of the Ice God's temple. Bingshi nodded thoughtfully, contemplating inwardly. If Shui Bingo could undergo the divine examination akin to that of the Sea God Palace, her soul power level could significantly elevate, perhaps reaching above level 50 by the time of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition a year hence. Conversely, if Shui Binger were unable to accept the divine examination, she would be relegated to training in this icy blue pond. While there remained a glimmer of hope for her to surpass level 50, the effects would be entirely dissimilar to those derived from the divine examination. It was not until an hour had passed that Shui Binger ceased her absorption. Slowly opening her eyes, she leaped excitedly into Bingshi's embrace, exclaiming, Shia, I have succeeded. Bingshi affectionately ruffled Shui Binger's hair and gently inquired, What soul skill have you brought for me? With a beaming smile, Shui Binger replied, Allow me to demonstrate. As she spoke, she summoned her martial spirit. And 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, hovered gracefully behind her. The black soul ring, in particular, exuded an eerie aura. The 4th soul ring illuminated quietly, and 8 ice blades resembling icicles emanated from Shui Binger, who was already in a martial spirit state. 4th soul skill, Octagonal Profound Ice Spike. She proudly declared. It releases 8 ice blades that can strike from every direction towards the enemy, showcasing considerable destructive power and classified as a group attack skill. Bingshi cast her gaze toward the location of Binground, where indeed a profound pit had been blasted into the ice surface. Moreover, my soul power has reached level 46. Shui Binger exclaimed with evident excitement. Level 46, Bingshi pondered thoughtfully. In truth, possessing a soul power level of 46 is entirely reasonable. The unabsorbed potency of the lotus seed, coupled with the cultivation accumulated over the past 6 months in the nourishment from the Bingbai pond, along with the energy bestowed by the ancient Jiao Jiaoxian Bing grass, which boasts 10,000 years of cultivation, makes the current level of 46 quite justifiable. The Snow Emperor smiled approvingly and said, "Little one, well done. Now, it is time for Sierra to acquire her soul ring." Bingshi asked with curiosity, "Sister Schwer, have you set your sights on a target yet?" "Of course. I have already envisioned the 6th soul ring required for your ice crystal phoenix martial soul. It shall be the Frost Demon Mastiff." Snow Empress nodded gently and replied in a soft voice. "The Frost Demon Mastiff?" Bingshi inquired with evident surprise. "Indeed, in 180,000-year-old Frost Demon Mastiff. It was once a companion sought by the Titan Snow Demon King and even proposed to the Ice Empress in the past," Snow Empress explained with an amused chuckle, lightly covering her mouth. The Ice Emperor glanced at the somewhat astonished expression of Ice She, and with a resigned smirk, remarked, "Indeed. That fellow once approached me with a proposal for marriage, but that was eons ago. At that time, it had just transcended the realm of 100,000-year soul beast, indulging in fanciful dreams. After I thoroughly thrashed it, the subject was never broached again." Bingshi, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Sister Binger, the name Ice Demon Hound suggests it must be a dog, correct?" The Ice Emperor rolled his eyes, remarking that it was not a mere dog, but rather a mutated two-headed wolf. Could a wolf truly propose to a scorpion? It seemed that Bingshi had inadvertently acquired some profound knowledge. The Ice Emperor retorted, "Di Tian and Bai Ji are indeed a pair. A dragon and a swan can coexist harmoniously, can't they? Such matters pose no issue for soul beasts." Bingshi opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Schubinger gently tugged at Bingshi's hand and softly inquired, "Are you truly going to absorb the soul ring of 18,000 years?" Bingshi was momentarily puzzled before a sudden realization dawned upon her. Shui Bingo had only witnessed the soul rings of her nine-tailed fox spirit, Ari, but not those of her ice phoenix. With a graceful motion, Bingshi summoned forth her crystalline avian spirit. The sight of 2 violet, 2 black, and 1 crimson soul ring left Shui Binger utterly astounded. "Shia, why you already possess 100,000-year soul ring," she stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Bingshi gently ruffled Schubinger's hair, taking her hand, and softly said, "You will have it too. Come on, let us go." As Schubinger gazed at Bingshi's profile, her heart initially sank into despondency, but soon it steeled with determination. She resolved to persevere, striving to stand beside Sierra as an equal, to fight alongside her in unity. The domain of the Ice Magic Mastiff lies to the north of the Snow God Mountain, a considerable distance from the Ice Palace. Thus, the Snow Emperor decided to leave Little White behind to guard their abode while the group proceeded towards the territory of the Ice Magic Mastiff. However, halfway through their journey, an unforeseen change occurred. The Snow Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he warned, "Beware." The Ice Emperor instantaneously assumed a defensive stance, shielding Bingshi and Schubinger behind him, and in a solemn tone inquired, "What is the matter, Shui?" The Snow Empress called out loudly, "Come forth, Little Eight. I am aware it is you." "Hee. It seems I cannot conceal myself from your majesty, the Snow Empress," came the reply. As the words fell, over 100 pure white foxes emerged from behind the snowdrifts, and at the forefront stood their regal leader. This fox was exceptionally beautiful, its coat as white as snow, shimmering with a resplendent luster under the sunlight, resembling a delicate layer of snowflakes. Its stature was graceful, limbs perfectly proportioned, and the snowy white eyebrows lent an extraordinary liveliness to its face, endowing it with a touch of allure. Its gaze was particularly bright, vibrant, and expressive. Even more astonishingly, it possessed 8 fluffy, snow-white tails that arched high like a peacock's display, exuding an enchanting aura. In fact, the entire clan was characterized by an abundance of tails. Each of the nearly 100 foxes had at least 5 tails. The Ice Emperor enunciated deliberately, "Illusory Dream Ice Fox." Upon hearing this title, Aiston suddenly recalled the introduction to this particular race. The Illusory Dream Ice Fox lineage is exceptionally adept in both ice and mental attributes. A rare breed capable of contending with soul beasts of 100,000 years with merely 10,000 years of cultivation. Although these soul beasts are immensely powerful, their reproduction is notoriously difficult, resulting in a relatively small population. 10 years yield 1 tail, 100 years yield 3 tails, 1,000 years yield 5 tails. 10,000 years yield 7 tails, and 100,000 years yield 8 tails. This implies that the illusory dream ice fox leading the group possesses an astounding cultivation of 100,000 years. Furthermore, all of the nearly 100 illusory dream ice foxes present are soul beasts over 1,000 years old. The Snow Empress's complexion shifted dramatically. Xiaoba. What do you mean by this? The foremost illusory dream ice fox king transformed into a stunning woman, her height matching that of the Snow Empress. Clad in a crimson garment that barely concealed her form, her long, elegant neck led down to a bosom as smooth and white as congealed jade. Partially veiled yet tantalizingly exposed. Her slender waist, so delicate it could scarcely be grasped, accentuated her long, supple legs, which were alluringly bare. Even her exquisitely shaped feet exuding an enchanting grace. Her attire was strikingly revealing, covering only the most vital areas, while the 8 foxtails behind her swayed gently, radiating an irresistible allure. With a light laugh, she remarked, "Someone has offered me an exceedingly tempting incentive to eliminate you." The Ice Emperor, taken aback, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Your entire clan will suffer devastating losses." To his surprise, the king of the dreaming ice fox nodded seriously and replied with an alluring tone, "Indeed, my clan will be gravely weakened. However, the stakes are exceedingly tempting, thus I must take this risk." Chapter 88. The Emperor of the Fox Clan, the Snow Emperor. With a grim expression, inquired, "What enticement has Little Tai offered you to provoke such a reckless gamble from one as naturally cautious as yourself?" The king of the dreaming ice fox, with a playful smile, responded, "You've accurately deduced who orchestrated this. Truly, you are worthy of your title, Your Majesty the Snow Emperor." Soon after, a fervent expression crossed the visage of the king of the dreaming ice fox. Embodying a temptation that no fox of the clan could resist, the title of Emperor of the Fox Clan. In the lore of the Fox Clan, my lineage. The dreaming ice fox belongs to the royal bloodline, possessing multiple tails that grant us an inherent dominance over other foxes. It is through this lineage that we have gained strength, enabling us to confront and triumph over 10,000-year soul beasts in the guise of a 10,000-year spirit beast. Now, an opportunity to become the Emperor of the Fox Clan lies before me. How could I not be tempted? Curse be it. I should have brought Xiaobai along. The Ice Emperor muttered under his breath, although the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, with their respective ages of 690,000 and 390,000 years as soul beasts, stood unfazed. They faced dozens of 10,000-year dreaming ice foxes. Not to mention Xiaoba, whose 10,000-year cultivation equaled that of a 200,000-year being. Furthermore, the dreaming ice fox clan excels in the elusive realm of spiritual attributes. While the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor remained calm, they were cognizant of the presence of Bing Shi and Shui Binger behind them. If a battle were to ensue, protecting them could prove challenging. No wonder you have brought forth those of 1,000 years of cultivation and above from your clan, the Snow Emperor remarked coldly. Xiaoba chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Not entirely. There are still several with 10,000-year cultivation within my clan, sufficient to safeguard the newborns of 10 or even 100 years. Thus, for this opportunity, I have indeed mobilized nearly the entirety of my clan's strength. Even in failure, the expertise of my clan's 10,000-year masters will be enough to protect our new blood. I have waited far too long for this chance." The Snow Emperor sighed deeply. Realizing that Xiaoba had already secured a contingency for her clan, this battle was now unavoidable. In light of this, further discourse would be futile. Let the battle commence. Bing Shi was acutely aware that this would be the most perilous encounter of her life. She swiftly summoned her ice crystal phoenix martial soul, which enveloped both herself and Shui Bingo upon its majestic back. Xiaoba, upon witnessing the soul rings materializing behind Bing Shi, let out a derisive laugh. How astonishing that there is yet another human under the reign of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Have you truly allied yourselves with humanity? At that moment, Bing Shi unleashed her 9-tailed fox, Ollie, martial soul once more. In an instant, she found herself adorned with a few delicate fox whiskers, and behind her, 9 azure green tails emerged gracefully. Beneath her feet, 5 black soul rings shimmered with brilliance. Just as the Snow Emperor was poised to take action, she was horrified to discover that nearly 100 illusory dream ice foxes before her seemed utterly unable to control their bodies, kneeling upon the snow. Even the illusory dream ice fox king, Xiaoba, was no exception. Transformed into human form, she knelt on one knee, her face a portrait of disbelief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Ice Emperor hastily shook her head and hesitantly inquired, "Could their transformation be attributed to your martial soul?" It was understandable for the Ice Emperor to harbor such suspicions, as the surreal scene with the 100 soul beasts unfolded only after Aishi unleashed her martial soul. Before Aishi could respond, Xiaoba, the illusory dream Ice Fox King, unleashed a defiant roar. Why? How could you, a mere human, be the sovereign of my Fox clan? In her fervor, she ceased to refer to herself in a humble manner. The sovereign of the Fox clan? Me? Aishi exclaimed. Bewildered, pointing at herself. Xiaoba closed her eyes and, half kneeling on the snow, raised her head to softly declare, I, the illusory dream Ice Fox clan, am of royal lineage among the foxes. The possession of 9 tails is the emblem of the Fox clan sovereign. The promise made by Xiao Tai was that he could assist me in becoming the sovereign of the 9-tailed Fox clan. This secret is known only to my illusory dream Ice Fox clan, and he claimed to have a solution. Thus, I placed my trust in him. Yet, I never anticipated that the sovereign would be you. At this juncture, the illusory dream Ice Fox opened her eyes and paused momentarily before continuing, the 9-tailed fox, as a martial soul, wields absolute dominion over fox-type martial souls. For my illusory dream Ice Fox clan, it represents an undeniable supremacy. Hence, our clan is entirely incapable of taking action against her. So, has this grand and tumultuous hunt come to an unexpected end? Just as Bingshi was about to inquire further, she heard Xiaoba's puzzled voice. Why did the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor associate with a human, particularly one who possesses the bloodline of the Fox Sovereign? At this moment, the Snow Empress finally exhaled, her expression returning to the calm demeanor she had previously exhibited. She was a newly descended spirit of heaven and earth. This realm imposes exceedingly harsh restrictions on soul beasts. Not only are they unable to attain divinity, but they must also endure the tribulations of heaven. It seems that both Bing and I would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand such trials, and by chance, she has descended from the heavens. Thus, Bing and I have resolved to nurture her into a deity. Are the tribulations truly that terrifying? Even you cannot endure them? With her martial spirit retracted, Bingshi regained her footing and asked, her curiosity piqued. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor both nodded in bitter agreement. Xiaoba then inquired once more. Did you just say you intend to cultivate my Fox Sovereign into a deity? She emphasized the words my Fox Sovereign with a teasing lilt, her expression betraying a hint of playful allure, even raising an eyebrow at Bingshi. The Ice Emperor furrowed his brow and resolutely stated, What do you mean by your Fox Empress? Do not indulge in springtime fantasies. If you must, do so elsewhere. However, Xiaoba replied with a grave expression. This is a tradition of my illusory dream Ice Fox clan. The Fox Empress selects consorts from among the 8-tailed Fox Kings. Yet, our illusory dream Ice Fox clan has somewhat waned, with only myself remaining as an 8-tailed Fox King. Therefore, it stands to reason that I shall be the consort of the Fox Empress. Although both the Fox Empress and I are of the female gender, that does not preclude the possibility, does it? You too are a consort of the Fox Empress, are you not? And that human girl over there, who is holding the Fox Empress's hand, do not think I am oblivious to her presence. By the way, does the esteemed Fox Empress only favor females? How impressive it is that she can embrace both human and beast alike. As she spoke, Xiaoba cast a flirtatious glance at Bingshi, embodying the epitome of allure. The Ice Emperor furrowed his brow and declared resolutely, Do not even think about it. The Snow Empress replied softly, Indeed, I intend to cultivate Sheer into a deity. With the acquisition of the 6th spirit ring, Sheer is now prepared to undergo the divine examination. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba first jested. Could it be that our sovereign of the extreme north, the Snow Empress, is also the consort of the Fox Emperor? Subsequently, Xiaoba fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, the king of the illusionary dream Ice Fox, Xiaoba, finally spoke with a radiant smile. Since you wish to elevate my beloved Fox Emperor to godhood, why not allow me to lend a hand as well? The Ice Emperor, still wearing an expression of vigilance, inquired, What are your intentions? Observing the cautious demeanor of the Ice Emperor, Xiaoba gracefully glided to Aishi's side, her delicate hand resting gently upon Aishi's shoulder. My esteemed Fox Sovereign, do you harbor any interest in me? Upon uttering these words, Xiaoba lightly caressed Aishi's face, provoking a shiver from him. This woman was undeniably alluring. Sensing the Ice Emperor's piercing gaze, which seemed to devour her whole, Aishi awkwardly retreated a couple of steps while pulling Shui Binger along, stating, I apologize, but I am not interested. Xiaoba pouted and directed her gaze back at the Ice Emperor, remarking, with such a fierce demeanor, I truly wonder what the Fox Sovereign sees in you. The Ice Emperor, in a fit of rage, declared, Do you wish to fight? I have always found you displeasing. Little 8, equally defiant, puffed out her chest, and retorted, "If you wish to come at me, then come. Am I to fear you?" Observing the two as if they were on the verge of a brawl, the Snow Emperor, with an air of resignation, intervened, saying, "Enough, enough. How long have we lived? Yet you still behave like petulant children." The Ice Emperor and Xiao Ba exchanged a glance, simultaneously turning their heads away with a huff. Observing the two as if they were sworn enemies, the Snow Empress could not help but chuckle and asked, "All right, Xiao Ba, what do you truly mean?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ba sighed and feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "What meaning could I possibly convey? Even my esteemed Fox Emperor does not wish to accept me, alas." As she spoke, Xiao Ba even managed to squeeze out a few tears, her delicate appearance combined with her alluring beauty evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Noticing the Ice Emperor casting yet another unkind glance in her direction, Xiao Ba steadied her expression and said solemnly, "Since you intend to cultivate my clan's Fox Emperor into a deity, my illusory Dream Ice Fox clan shall undoubtedly offer our utmost support. You previously mentioned that acquiring a soul ring would allow my clan's Fox Emperor to undergo the divine trial. Why not select a soul ring from among my Ice Fox clan?" She continued, "I observe that the Fox Emperor's martial soul also belongs to the realm of the mind. And I believe there is no more suitable soul beast lineage in this extreme northern land than my illusory Dream Ice Fox clan." "Nonsense. I am the most suitable," the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm exclaimed indignantly within Bing Shi's spiritual sea. Perhaps irritated by the incessant tirade of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, Bing Shi consoled it inwardly, saying, all right, I understand. You are the best." The Ice Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ba and coldly remarked, "You truly excel in your role as the king of the illusory Dream Ice Fox, shamelessly pushing your own kin forward. However, I regret to inform you that the time frame is utterly unsuitable. Shio has long since absorbed a soul ring of 100,000 years. Xiao Ba was taken aback, expressing her astonishment. "Just now, I witnessed that the esteemed Fox Emperor possesses only a 5-ring soul, devoid of any soul ring from 100,000 years. Do not deceive me." Due to the intense standoff with the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, Xiao Ba had failed to perceive the first soul ring of Bing Shi. Only noting the soul ring configuration of the 9-tailed fox, Ali, the Ice Emperor scoffed disdainfully, "Why would I deceive you? Sierra, show him the soul rings." Bing Shi nodded slightly and once again summoned her Ice Phoenix spirit. Behind her, 5 spirit rings quietly materialized, 2 violet, 2 black, and 1 crimson. The Ice Emperor let out a cold snort and remarked, "Now you have nothing to say, do you?" Xiao Ba fell silent for a moment, her gaze gradually firming. And after casting a fierce glare at the Ice Emperor, she declared, "I believe you have misunderstood. My intent is to serve as the soul ring for the Fox Emperor." Although the Ice Emperor had never held Xiao Ba in high regard, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Ba shook her head and softly replied, "I am not mad. You have already stated that even you cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, let alone someone like me. Delicate and tender, from the illusory Dream Ice Fox clan. I fear I may very well perish during the tribulation for breaking through the 200,000-year cultivation barrier. Moreover, sacrificing my life for the Fox Emperor is the utmost glory for our Fox clan. With my offering, the path to divinity for the Fox Emperor will be smoother." At this moment, a hint of sorrow crossed Xiao Ba's face, her previous allure fading away. "Indeed, our Spirit Beast clan is truly pitiable. You could wait for Shio to ascend and then join her in the divine realm," the Ice Emperor suggested, gazing at his sorrowful adversary. "Ascend to the divine realm? Is that what you and Snow Empress have in mind?" Xiao Ba regained her previous charm, smiling as she said, "I do not wish to be like you. I want the Fox Emperor to remember me forever." However, before the Ice Emperor could further dissuade her, he was gently interrupted by the Snow Empress. With a deep sigh, she softly inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Xiao Ba nodded, turning her gaze toward the hesitant Bing Shi, and said with a gentle laugh, "You are merely a little girl, yet I must call you Fox Emperor. I hope you will not disappoint us all, little one." Xiao Ba glanced fondly at her kin, and they seemed to sense that their queen was about to depart. Led by the foremost 7-tailed illusory Dream Ice Fox, they all lowered their bodies, their eyes revealing sorrow and reluctance. Xiao Ba smiled, enveloped in a fiery red glow that illuminated the heavens. Her figure gradually blurred, transforming into a beam of light that merged into Bing Shi's body. Bing Shi struggled, seemingly yearning to articulate something. However, she soon realized that this sacrifice was utterly distinct from the previous ones. She found herself unable to exert control over her own body. forced to witness in helpless despair as Xiaoba transformed into a radiant orb of light, permeating her very being. The Snow Empress drew Shui Bingao away from Bingxi. And like the Ice Emperor, she displayed a trace of sorrow upon her countenance. Shui Binger, wide-eyed, pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, fearful of betraying a sound. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the core circle, within the stronghold of the Titan Snow Demon clan, a chilling roar erupted from the Titan Snow Demon King. The light that flowed into Bingxi from Xiaoba spread like a pool of water, instantaneously saturating every corner of her body. Behind Bingxi, the immense ethereal silhouette of Xiaoba hovered quietly, the 8 fox-tails behind her distinctly visible. Xiaoba gazed up at the sky, her eyes brimming with nostalgia and longing. Bingxi felt as though her body was a furnace, enveloped in a searing heat akin to being submerged in molten lava. She was continuously absorbing this intense energy, as if undergoing a sublime transformation. Chapter 90. The anomaly of the spiritual sea. At the moment this fervent energy surged into Bingxi's head, an unexpected transformation occurred. The divine seed of heavenly retribution, which had long remained dormant in her spiritual sea, suddenly emitted a violet glow. The violet seed appeared to be in a state of upheaval, pulsating incessantly like a fiery violet flame dancing within Bingxi's spiritual realm. Witnessing this phenomenon, Tianming Bing Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Since the divine seed had been suspended in Bingxi's spiritual sea, it had never displayed any signs of activity, merely floating like an inanimate object. Yet, why did this disturbance manifest precisely at the pivotal moment of Xiaoba's sacrifice? This was an immensely crucial aspect of her spiritual sea. A single misstep could render Bingxi a fool. This realization was the source of Tianming Bing Qian's alarm. With a grave demeanor, Tianming Bing Qian understood that he was now intertwined with Bingxi's fate. Their fortunes were inextricably linked. He knew he had to act decisively to prevent the divine seed from becoming increasingly active. Surrounding his plump form was a layer of white light, resembling a transparent barrier. This white light rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire space and encompassing the spiritual sea in a blinding brilliance. However, the uncanny violet light was not obscured by this white radiance. Instead, it grew even more luminous, relentlessly spreading and breaking free from the white light's grasp. The violet and white hues occupied their respective territories within the spiritual sea, reminiscent of the interplay of yin and yang. Yet, this harmony was short-lived. In the next instant, the violet light opened wide like a gaping maw, encroaching upon the white light. Tianming Bing Qian's countenance paled. If this continued, the violet light emanating from the divine seed would swiftly consume the white light, ultimately dominating Bingxi's spiritual sea. Although the future remained uncertain, Tianming Bing Qian instinctively felt that this would bode ill for Bingxi, who stood at risk of becoming a fool at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Tianming Bing Qian murmured, "It seems I have no choice but to try." Suddenly, the white light vanished without a trace, leaving the violet light seemingly bereft of its target, momentarily stunned, before it permeated the entirety of the spiritual sea. At this juncture, the violet light isolated the spiritual sea, causing the intense energy to become trapped at Bingxi's throat, unable to ascend to her head, which caused her complexion to flush. Observing Bingxi's reddened face and painful expression, the ethereal form of Xiaoba was taken aback. Without hesitation, her figure began to merge with Bingxi, gradually integrating into her being. As Xiaoba entered Bingxi's body, she was left in awe by the scene before her. The head of Bingxi was enveloped in a thick layer of purple mist, which effectively prevented the energy generated by Xiaoba's sacrifice from penetrating and merging into her mind. Just as Xiaoba wore a troubled expression, the purple mist seemed to have noticed her, wrapping her within its embrace. As she followed this mist to a vast ocean, Xiaoba stood frozen in place. "Where's this?" A completely white, fleshy worm slithered forward and spoke in a deep voice. "This is Bingxi's spiritual sea." Xiaoba lowered her gaze and saw the wriggling Tianming ice silkworm. Curiously, she kicked it a couple of times. "Oh, so there is an ice silkworm within the spiritual sea of my esteemed Fox Emperor?" The Tianming ice silkworm flicked its head in annoyance and warned, "I advise you not to be so hands-on. I am an unprecedented soul beast from 100,000 years ago." Xiaoba let out a light laugh, shaking her head non-committally as she surveyed Bingxi's spiritual sea, exclaiming in surprise, "I never expected that the Fox Emperor's mental prowess would be surprisingly strong. By the way, what happened to that purple mist that brought me here?" The Tianming ice silkworm gestured for Xiaoba to look upwards. There it is, the source of the disturbance. At that moment, the divine seed had dimmed significantly. its brilliance no longer comparable to the earlier vibrant purple glow, even less so than when it first appeared in Bingshi's spiritual sea. Xiao Ba inquired, perplexed. What is that? It is the divine seed of the god of heavenly punishment from another dimension. I initially thought this sudden anomaly would pose a danger to Bingshi, but it merely brought you into this spiritual sea and has since remained inactive, the Tianming ice silkworm explained in a hushed tone. Then why are you within her spiritual sea? Xiaoba asked curiously, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Upon hearing this, the Tianming ice silkworm swelled with pride, proudly declaring, I am her first soul ring, an unparalleled wisdom soul ring. With the obstruction of the purple mist gone, the energy gradually flowed into Bingshi's mind, causing the ocean within the spiritual sea to visibly swell. Xiaoba's form began to grow increasingly ethereal, and she glanced down at her fading body, softly stating, It seems my mission has come to an end. Suddenly, the divine seed erupted with an astonishing surge of energy. This energy sent a tempest through the entire spiritual sea, churning the ocean into towering waves. The Tianming ice silkworm stared gravely at the divine seed, murmuring, What kind of trouble is brewing now? Yet, it failed to notice that Xiaoba's body had regained its corporeal form. As this energy surged forth, Xiao Ba instinctively cried out, her body once again ignited with a fiery glow. Only then did the Tianming ice silkworm notice Xiao Ba's state, anxiously asking, What is happening? The divine seed abruptly floated before Xiao Ba, as if opening a colossal mouth, and began to absorb the radiant light that emanated from her. The brilliance gradually dissipated, and the entire spiritual sea settled into tranquility. The Tianming ice silkworm looked at Xiao Ba in confusion, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. Xiao Ba took a moment to reflect, her expression somewhat peculiar as she remarked, It appears that this divine seed has forcibly forged a contract with me. A contract? The Tianming ice silkworm inquired, puzzled. Xiao Ba nodded, her brow furrowed. I am not entirely sure, but it seems I can survive within this spiritual sea. A hint of astonishment crossed the Tianming ice silkworm's face. Does that mean you have also become a wisdom soul ring? Xiao Ba shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Bingshi's countenance regained its serenity, which in turn eased the tension for the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Shui Binger. Chapter 91. Spirit soul behind Bingshi, who was in the state of nine-tailed fox Ari's martial soul possession. A faint shadow of a spirit ring gradually took form. As her aura solidified, the spirit ring materialized into a vivid crimson hue, exuding a soft luminescence as it hovered gracefully behind her. Meanwhile, Bingshi's consciousness drifted into the depths of her spiritual sea. Gazing upon the slightly expanded expanse of her spiritual sea, she felt no surprise. After all, the Phantom Dream Ice Fox lineage stood as one of the most formidable amongst spiritual-type soul beasts, not only within the extreme north but across the entire soul beast realm. And Xiao Ba, being the king of Phantom Dream Ice Foxes, it was only natural that he could bestow upon her such a staggering surge in spiritual power. In fact, Bingshi sensed that her current spiritual strength was merely a whisper away from reaching the level of a tidal Douluo. What truly astonished her, however, was the sight of Xiao Ba, the Phantom Dream Ice Fox King, standing upon the sea's surface, smiling warmly and waving at her. With a surge of excitement, Bingshi rushed towards Xiao Ba, her words tumbling over one another. You, how are you here? Have you transformed into a wisdom soul ring, like Tianming Go? Xiao Ba smiled and gently shook her head, gracefully gliding to Bingshi's side and softly licking her cheek, causing a shiver to run through Bingshi's body. A wave of warmth enveloped her instantly. Not at all, my dear Fox Empress. I am not the wisdom soul ring you speak of. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bingshi brushed aside Xiao Ba's playful teasing. What on earth is happening? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ba began to explain, carefully choosing her words. Just as Bingshi could no longer contain her impatience, Xiao Ba spoke. Due to a mutation in the divine seed of the Fox Empress, the divine seed has made a pact on her behalf. This allowed me to manifest within the sea of consciousness. Furthermore, when the Fox Empress utilizes the soul abilities I provide, I will also appear to assist you in battle. Wait a moment, this operation feels so familiar. Isn't this the essence of a soul spirit? But wasn't the soul spirit created by Ilex? How can the divine seed of the god of divine retribution, Haoyue, achieve the same? Confusion enveloped her thoughts, yet regardless, the fact that Xiao Ba remained in her sea of consciousness in the form of a soul spirit was undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. Bingshi cast her gaze upon the somewhat dim divine seed and murmured her gratitude. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, Where is Tianming? Where is he? Xiaoba nonchalantly gestured toward an inconspicuous corner and replied, "He just mentioned that he would come in order of arrival and asked me to address him as Big Brother. Consequently, I gave him a good thrashing and left him there." As Bingshi focused her gaze, she beheld the dreaming ice silkworm, huddled in a pitiful and helpless manner. Its expression one of despair, which prompted an involuntary chuckle from her lips. "Ah, Sister Xiaoba, please refrain from addressing me as your esteemed Fox Emperor. It sounds rather peculiar. Just call me Sierre." "Very well, Fox Emperor," she retorted, rolling her eyes. Only then did she sweetly add, "Understood, Sierre." Upon hearing the sultry tone, Bingshi couldn't help but shiver once more. As her consciousness departed from the realm of the spiritual sea, she finally opened her eyes. The moment she did, she was met with the concerned gazes of the three individuals present, warming her heart. Noticing that Bingshi had regained consciousness, the impatient Ice Emperor was the first to inquire, "Why did it take so long this time? Was it a long time?" Bingshi replied, somewhat taken aback as she surveyed her surroundings. Shuaibing gently remarked, "It has been 3 days since the sacrificial offering. The illusory Dream Ice Fox clan has long since departed." Bingshi had not anticipated that this sacrificial ritual would last so long. Without delay, she exclaimed excitedly, "Behold my 6th soul skill." In an instant, her spirit, the nine-tailed fox Ari, silently merged with her body. As 5 black and 1 crimson soul rings materialized, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. An indescribable aura radiated from Bingshi as she declared, "6th soul skill, soul annihilation." From within the soul rings emerged a figure, none other than the king of illusory ice foxes. Xiaoba. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress stood momentarily frozen in place. It was not until a beam of light, detached from Xiaoba, shot forth before the Ice Emperor that she gradually regained her composure. Upon confronting this radiant beam, the Ice Emperor's expression shifted. The mental energy encapsulated within this beam was far beyond her expectations. Nevertheless, the Ice Emperor remained unperturbed, steadfastly bracing herself against the onslaught. The instant the beam made contact with her, an indescribable surge of energy erupted within her mind. A searing pain coursed through her head, akin to countless silver needles piercing her consciousness with excruciating intensity. It seemed as though this light sought to obliterate her very spirit. After a protracted moment, the Ice Emperor, her complexion slightly pale, murmured, "Indeed, it lives up to the title of spirit annihilation. Even I find it exceedingly arduous to withstand this assault, though I have yet to witness Xiaoba employ this strike." Bingshi inwardly marveled, truly deserving of the title Ice Emperor. Withstanding the formidable power of 100,000 years of soul skills unscathed, save for a slight pallor upon her visage. Xiaoba floated quietly at Bingshi's side, softly murmuring, "This is not a talent skill of my own, but rather a soul skill uniquely belonging to her, a result of her integration with Sheer." Upon hearing Xiaoba's voice emanating from the soul ring, the Ice and Snow Emperors widened their eyes in astonishment and simultaneously inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Bingshi gently elucidated, "Do you recall the divine seed of the god of divine retribution that resides within my mind? When Sister Xiaoba was sacrificed to me, the divine seed suddenly stirred. It is through this disturbance that Sister Xiaoba is able to persist in such a manner. After I unleash the nine-tailed fox, Ali's martial spirit, Sister Xiaoba can emerge to assist me in battle. Typically, she resides within my spiritual sea. I refer to this state as the soul spirit." The soul spirit, Shuedi, pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring with urgency, "Will Xiaoba be able to eternally dwell within your body?" Bingshi nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, even if I ascend to divinity, Sister Xiaoba will accompany me to the divine realm." "Is this method replicable?" Shuedi gasped for breath, her rapid inhalations causing her proud bosom to rise and fall. The Ice Emperor's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, if we could replicate this, we might attempt to implement it, allowing the soul beasts, who are aware of their impending demise, to survive through such a means." Bingshi let out a bitter chuckle and shook her head. "Even I haven't truly comprehended how this spirit-soul phenomenon comes into existence. My situation is merely a serendipitous coincidence, virtually impossible to replicate. And even if it could be duplicated, Sister Schwer, could you truly place your trust in humans? Or perhaps you might. But what about Emperor Tian? What about the multitude of spirit beasts?" Chapter 92, The 100,000-Year Wisdom Skull Bone. Upon hearing this, the excited expression on Snow Empress's face dimmed slightly as she murmured resignedly, "All right." In contrast, Ice Empress, carefree as ever, remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, what's the big deal? Without this spirit-soul business, we spirit beasts have been doing just fine. By the way, little Ba, are you in a physical form now? Can I touch you? Snow Empress sighed and conceded. Indeed, even without the concept of spirit souls, we spirit beasts continue to thrive. If such a thing truly emerged, it would only breed suspicion among our kind. Gently stroking the silky hair of Shuaibinger nestled in her arms, Snow Empress smiled and handed an object to Bingshi. This is the soul bone of the Phantom Dream Eyes Fox King, little Ba. A 100,000, your mental type wisdom skull bone. Bathed in sunlight. The skull bone shimmered with a radiant white glow. Bingshi gently accepted it, cradling the skull in her hands. The soul bone was not large, measuring approximately 3 inches. And it felt remarkably light, almost weightless in her grasp. The entire skull was a translucent white, radiating brilliance akin to finely carved jade. Upon contact, a refreshing chill enveloped her. While the soul bone exuded a coolness in Bingshi's hands, it would not offer the same comfort if held by another. Its temperature was exceedingly low, and were it not for the extreme ice affinity of a soul master, one might quickly succumb to frostbite. Xiaoba, intrigued by the skull, leaned in, exclaiming, "Oh, is this my skull? So this is what my bones look like. Indeed, it is as beautiful as I am." The corners of Bingshi's mouth twitched slightly. Although the words were spoken as such, they sounded exceedingly peculiar. It was akin to one individual suddenly addressing another, saying, "Hey, do you see the corpse on the ground? That is my lifeless body. Look, isn't it striking?" After toying with his own skull for a brief moment, Xiaoba tossed it to Bingshi, startling her, and she carefully cradled it in her arms, fearing it might tumble to the ground. "You take it and absorb its essence. It has become of no use to me." As he spoke, Xiaoba's figure gradually faded, returning to the depths of Bingshi's spiritual sea. Gazing at the skull in her hands, Bingshi fell into a deep silence, though she claimed indifference. Could one truly be detached from what was hidden in the recesses of the mind? This skull had once belonged to her. It harbored a fragment of her energy. How could she not care? Observing Bingshi's silence, the Ice Emperor gently patted her shoulder and said gravely, "Absorb it. Do not let her goodwill go to waste." Bingshi nodded slightly, sighed softly, and settled into a cross-legged position. Bingshi gently pressed the skull against her forehead, earnestly attuning herself to its essence. Before long, the skull emanated a radiant white glow, enveloping Bingshi within its luminous embrace. As the skull gradually expanded to match the size of Bingshi's head, it slowly transformed into an ethereal silhouette, merging seamlessly with her form. Observing Bingshi's absorption of the skull's power, Shuaibinger felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment within her heart. It was not envy or jealousy of Bingshi's fortune, possessing both a millennium-old skull and a sacrificial soul beast, but rather a realization of the widening chasm between them as she endeavored to catch up. Moreover, through conversations overheard in recent days, she had gleaned Bingshi's ultimate aspiration to ascend to divinity beyond the title of Douluo. Shuaibinger pondered deeply, questioning her own objectives. In a fleeting moment, she found herself lost in thought. Noticing the perplexed expression on Shuaibinger's face, Shuedi intuitively discerned her inner turmoil. Recently, Shuaibingo had often been quiet, her demeanor endearing and gentle. Shuedi held a fondness for this little girl, who exhibited such polite manners and charm. Observing Shuaibinger's distressed state, she gently took her hand and reassured her, "Do not panic, nor be afraid. Speak freely with me, perhaps I can illuminate your doubts." After a brief silence, Shuaibinger confessed, "I feel as though I am falling further behind Shir, never able to catch up. While Shir aims for divinity, I remain uncertain of my own purpose." Shuedi chuckled softly and replied, "Shio has always been exceptionally gifted, nurtured by both your sister and me with the finest resources. She has dined on the flesh of thousand-year soul beasts, and her first soul ring was the very first soul ring I procured for her sacrifice. Her days are spent cultivating in the divine realm of the ice crystal pool. Yet, Shia bears a heavier burden. It is likely that neither I nor your sister will survive the next heavenly tribulation, and Shia carries our hopes to attain divinity. Only through this ascension can we free ourselves from the threats of tribulation and live unrestrained. This weight has driven Shio to toil relentlessly. She has often forgotten to eat during her intense training sessions and has faced perilous encounters with soul beasts even under the protection of Xiaobai. My heart aches for her, prompting me to suggest she take a breather in the far north. Yet she refuses to relent, constantly seeking ways to grow stronger, leading to her current achievements. Thus, the gap between you and her is indeed significant. But must you despair and surrender so easily? Reflect deeply. What is your true goal?" Shuaibinger felt a surge of emotions at these words. So, Shir was such a diligent soul, carrying an immense weight upon her shoulders. her gaze fixated on Bingshi. She bit her lip, resolutely making a decision. I shall follow in Shier's footsteps and strive to catch up to her. One day, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, to aid her. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this declaration, Shui Di and Bing Di exchanged knowing smiles, understanding everything unspoken between them. Just then, Bingshi slowly opened her eyes. As she did, a piercing energy shot forth from her gaze, nearly striking Shui Binger. Shui Di commanded sternly, "Close your eyes." "Control it." Bingshi hurriedly closed her eyes. This surge of energy was due to her inability to effectively control her burgeoning mental power. After a moment of focused contemplation, she reopened her eyes. In the gaze of Shui Binger, it seemed that Bingshi, having absorbed the wisdom of the 10,000-year-old skull, possessed eyes that shone with greater brilliance and depth. As if she could glimpse into the innermost thoughts of others, Bingshi just took a moment to carefully sense the powers bestowed upon her by the skull. And she has come to realize that it grants her a soul skill, a unique talent of the illusory dream ice fox lineage, mental domination. This skill allows her to forcibly control the soul power of adversaries who are of the same rank. It is indeed a remarkable ability, almost divine in its nature, which explains why the illusory Dream Ice Fox clan firmly holds its esteemed position among the foremost spiritual factions. However, upon transforming into Bingshi's soul skill, this ability has been somewhat diminished. Although it still enables her to exert control over her foes, it is now bound by a time limitation, causing a wave of discontent within her heart. Chapter 93. The Ice Demon Hound. The Ice Demon Hound is not a mere tribe, rather, it is a mutated soul beast of the Ice Wolf. Due to its dual-headed birth, its kin regarded it as an aberration, leading to its expulsion by the Wolf King. Despite its tender age, a seed of hatred was silently sown within its heart, wandering the periphery of the frigid northern lands and narrowly escaping death on numerous occasions. It ultimately transcended to become a 10,000-year soul beast. Filled with pride and confidence, it set out to reclaim its rightful place among its kin. However, it inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the Ice Bear clan. Though the Ice Bears were exceptionally benevolent and chose not to hold a grudge against the Ice Demon Hound, the latter, driven by insatiable ambition, stealthily devoured several bear cubs. Upon discovery, the then 30,000-year-old Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, was consumed by rage and relentlessly pursued the Ice Demon Hound, inflicting upon it the gravest injuries it had ever endured. The Ice Demon Mastiff, having lost one eye, learned a valuable lesson from its grievous injuries. After recovering, it diligently honed its skills and eventually surpassed the threshold of 50,000 years of cultivation. The first act following its breakthrough was to return to its kin, ruthlessly slaughtering the former Wolf King and the Ice Song Wolf that had once driven it away. Subsequently, it embarked on a reign of vengeance, wreaking havoc upon all soul beasts and clans that had once tormented it. Endowed with a rare dual-headed mutation, its intelligence soared, and its combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary Ice Song wolves, establishing it as the tyrant of the outer circle. Upon reaching 80,000 years of cultivation, it sought revenge against Little White, who had by then transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet again, the Ice Demon Mastiff faced inevitable defeat. However, this time it escaped with only minor injuries, unlike its previous harrowing experience. After surpassing 100,000 years of cultivation, it finally entered the core circle and encountered Bing Air. For reasons unknown, the Ice Demon Mastiff fell deeply in love with her and proposed marriage. After being soundly rejected and beaten by Bing Air, it retreated to its territory, never to be seen again. Presently, it is speculated to have reached an astounding cultivation level of 180,000 years. Upon hearing the Snow Emperor's explanation, Bingshi began to comprehend the nature of her sixth spirit ring. Did this imply that should the Ice Demon Mastiff surpass 200,000 years of cultivation, it would seek out Little White once more? The Snow Emperor nodded, responding softly, "I have observed the Ice Demon Mastiff closely. It is cruel and bloodthirsty, harboring a vengeful spirit. If it were to break through, it would undoubtedly pursue Little White again. However, the Ice Song Wolf has never belonged to the pinnacle of the extreme North tribes. Even with its mutation, the Ice Demon Mastiff barely reaches the level of the Ice Bear Soul Beast. Thus, if left unchecked in its cultivation, it is unlikely to breach the 200,000-year cultivation barrier." As the conversation continued, the group had already arrived at the territory of the Ice Demon Mastiff. From a distance, Bingshi gazed intently and discerned a vague silhouette atop the distant snow-capped peaks. Noticing the inquiring glance from Bingshi, the Snow Emperor gently nodded and remarked, That is the Ice Magic Mastiff. The Ice Magic Mastiff also seemed to have noticed the crowd. After letting out 2 long howls, it leaped into the air and charged towards them. What is happening here? Is someone actually rushing to offer themselves up? Is there truly such a fortuitous turn of events? A subtle twitch played at the corners of Bingdi's lips. Does it perhaps mistake us for unwitting trespassers encroaching upon its territory, viewing us as potential prey? The Ice Magic Mastiff moved with astonishing swiftness, closing the distance to the crowd in mere moments. Upon noticing the presence of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, it emitted a terrified howl, abruptly halting its advance. Due to inertia, the creature continued to glide forward for a brief span, leaving 2 distinct trails etched in the snow. With the proximity now considerably diminished, Bingshi finally beheld the full form of the Ice Magic Mastiff. The appearance of the Ice Demon Mastiff bears a certain resemblance to that of the Ice Wolf, yet it is notably larger, measuring approximately 10 meters in length. Its body is adorned with fluffy, pristine white fur, while its chest to abdomen area is cloaked in black hair. The 2 wolf heads are held high, exuding an air of utmost arrogance. One of the heads possesses a single eye, marred by a scar that traverses the entirety of the eye, rendering it even more fearsome. Its gaze emanates a haunting green light, and its jaws are slightly parted, revealing glimmering, sharp fangs. The Ice Demon Mastiff's hind legs are slightly bent, while its forelegs extend forward, adopting a vigilant, poised stance, with 3 eerie green eyes gleaming with menace, fixed intently upon the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. At that moment, the Ice Demon Mastiff exhibited a slight composure, its voice resonating with a deep timbre. What brings you to my territory? The Snow Emperor nodded to the Ice Emperor, who, understanding the unspoken cue, grasped the Ice Dawn and Water Ice Girl tightly and began to retreat. Only then did the Ice Demon Mastiff notice the presence of Ice Dawn and Water Ice Girl, having been captivated by the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor's attention. Sensing the Ice Emperor's withdrawal with the 2 in hand, the Ice Demon Mastiff's instincts surged with alarm. Throughout its tens of thousands of years of wandering and combat, it had developed an innate ability to sense danger, a skill that had repeatedly saved its life. Yet this time felt different. It understood that, even if the Snow Emperor intended to act against it, it would have no means of resistance. Thus, it wisely refrained from any rash action and inquired further, Snow Emperor, what is the purpose of your visit? The Snow Emperor, observing the wary demeanor of the Ice Demon Mastiff, replied with a light chuckle, it's nothing. Merely a request for an item. A foreboding sensation gripped the Ice Demon Mastiff, prompting it to demand, what item? Just your soul ring and soul bone. The moment the words left the Snow Emperor's lips, he appeared before the Ice Demon Mastiff in an instant, raising his palm. Imperial palm, great cold without snow. At the very instant the Snow Emperor spoke, the Ice Demon Mastiff sensed impending peril and, summoning all its strength, attempted to flee. However, the Snow Emperor was swifter, reaching the Ice Demon Mastiff's front and delivering a crushing blow with his palm. Damn! The Ice Magic Mastiff muttered a curse under its breath, for the strike was aimed directly at its waist. With a body of bronze and iron, yet a waist as fragile as tofu, even this mutated wolf was no exception. The ice behemoth let out a furious roar, attempting to twist its body to evade the impending strike. However, the Emperor's palm, executed with the utmost force by the Snow Sovereign, could not be avoided. The blow landed squarely upon the ice behemoth's form. The Ice Demon Hound howled in despair as it was instantly sent flying, landing not far from the Ice Emperor. Observing the eager demeanor of the Ice Emperor, Bingshi smiled wryly and said, I see your hands are itching for action. You should go. To ease the Ice Emperor's concerns, Bingshi added, rest assured, I am fine. Hurry along. Bingdi nodded excitedly and dashed toward the Ice Demon Mastiff. Chapter 94. Slaying the Ice Demon Mastiff. The Ice Behemoth struggled to rise, seemingly oblivious to the approaching Ice Emperor, instead revealing a menacing grin. Suddenly, countless shards of ice and snow surged upward, coalescing into a colossal rectangular prism that resembled a coffin, obstructing the path of the Ice Emperor. What is this? The Ice Emperor abruptly halted in his tracks, murmuring in bewilderment. Before him, the ferocious visage of the ice beast revealed a triumphant grin as the rectangular coffin, crafted from snow and ice, ascended into the air only to plummet downwards with great force. Observing the icy sarcophagus descending towards him, ready to envelop him within its frigid grasp, the Ice Emperor's expression transformed in alarm. The Ice Emperor exerted a sudden force through his legs, intending to depart from this location. Yet he found himself inexplicably bound to the snowy ground by an unseen pull. In helpless resignation, the Ice Emperor was compelled to raise his hands, steadfastly bracing against the icy coffin. The wrath of the Ice Emperor. Two enormous phantoms of scorpion pincers materialized before the ice sovereign, radiating a green luminescence. As they braced against the descending coffin of ice and snow, the ice beast muttered to itself, "TCH, it didn't manage to ensnare her. I suppose the next move is futile. Yet, it matters not. I can control her for a while." With that, the ice beast propelled itself into the air, charging towards the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, lamenting Ice's carelessness. As the ice beast approached, she remained unperturbed, slowly extending her palm. The massive, razor-sharp claws of the ice beast slashed towards her. In an instant, the delicate, jade-like hand met the wicked claw. However, in the very next moment of contact, the ice beast let out a piercing scream. Its once formidable claws vanished, severed at the base, blood gushing forth and staining the snow a vivid crimson. In agony, the ice beast's twin heads lunged fiercely at the Snow Empress, sharp fangs glinting with a chilling light. Just as the fangs were about to pierce the Snow Empress's skin, she retaliated with a powerful uppercut aimed squarely at the chins of the dual-headed beast. The ice demon mastiff spewed a profusion of blood and was sent flying. Yet, the Snow Empress did not relent. A colossal ice sword, shimmering with a cerulean glow, materialized around her. With a delicate motion of her jade-like hand, she directed the ice sword to shoot toward the ice demon mastiff, which lay upon the snowy ground. The ice beast struggled to rise, its two mouths wide open, emitting a piercing and desperate howl. Yet, the howling did not cease. Instead, it intensified, resembling an unceasing wave of sound that fiercely repelled the icy blade. The ice magic mastiff's innate skill, Ice Roar. The piercing sound waves compelled Bingshi and Shuebinger to cover their ears. Yet, even in doing so, their minds remained in utter disarray, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Due to her exceptional mental fortitude, Bingshi appeared merely pale, despite the excruciating pain coursing through her mind. Conversely, Shuebinger was not faring as well, under the relentless assault of the sonic waves. She gradually began to bleed from her 5 orifices. Bingshi had no choice but to unleash the soul of the nine-tailed fox, Ari. 9 ethereal tails enveloped Shuebinger, gradually restoring her condition. Under the onslaught of the sonic attack, the ice sword disintegrated in layers, and countless shards of ice peeled away from its form. In that moment, the sky became shrouded in a mist of ice. Although the sonic assault vehemently resisted the ice sword strikes, the Snow Empress, with her profound cultivation, found her imperial sword. The ice extreme diminished only slightly in power, as it plunged resolutely into the body of the ice demon mastiff. The ice beast was instantaneously pierced by the icy sword, propelled away by the energy contained within, landing directly near the frozen dawn. Bingshi was suddenly taken aback. As expected, despite enduring such an assault, the ice demon mastiff still struggled to rise, its speed remarkably keen as it charged towards Bingshi. At this moment, the ice magic mastiff was in a state of disarray, its flesh and blood a gruesome sight. Under the onslaught of the Snow Emperor's multiple attacks, the ice magic mastiff appeared utterly wretched. Its 2 claws had shattered, and its body was marred with countless wounds, while an ice sword had pierced through its form, leaving a gaping hole in its abdomen, through which Icea could even glimpse its internal organs. Severely injured, the ice magic mastiff could no longer sustain the icy coffin, allowing the Ice Emperor to break free from the distressing control. As soon as she regained her freedom, the Ice Emperor beheld the ice magic mastiff charging towards Icea. In almost the same instant, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor bellowed in unison. Damn it! Faced with the oncoming ice magic mastiff, Icea remained unperturbed. The beast was clearly at its last gasp, and she was not destined to perish beneath its assault. Observing the cruel smile etched upon the injured ice magic mastiff's face, Xiaoba suddenly manifested from the blood-red soul ring. With the 6th soul skill, Spirit Annihilation, a blade of energy, swift as lightning, pierced directly into the ice magic mastiff's mind. In its prime, the ice magic mastiff would not have feared such an attack from Icea. However, in its current state, riddled with injuries and on the brink of death, it harbored but a singular thought: to take the life of a human before it as a final act of vengeance. Caught off guard, Spirit Annihilation struck the ice magic mastiff in an instant. The ice behemoth's charge abruptly halted, its body convulsing midair, emitting a desperate cry laced with blood froth. Seizing this opportune moment, Bingshi swiftly hurled Shuebinger to safety while simultaneously unleashing the ice crystal phoenix spirit. With a face full of excitement, Bingshi murmured, "Now it's time for you to witness the might of the ice goddess." 1st soul skill, Glacial Radiance. 3rd soul skill, Frostbite. 10,000 year left leg bone soul bone skill, Frost Ring. Second soul skill of the nine-tailed fox, martial soul, deceptive pearl. Third soul skill, enigmatic foxfire. Fifth soul skill, ethereal soul strike. The dazzling array of skills fell like a torrential downpour, seemingly without regard for soul power. The ice demon hound, tormented by mental obliteration, was utterly powerless to defend itself, bombarded by a relentless barrage of ice pillars, ice spears, foxfire, pearls, and ice rings. Yet, even in such a dire state, the ice demon hound, possessing an extraordinary 18,000-year cultivation, remained alive, lying motionless like a defeated dog, as its wounds multiplied. Bingshi marveled at the formidable physique of the 10,000-year soul beast, murmuring softly, "This shall be the end." With a flourish, she unleashed her fifth soul skill, Icebound Wilderness. The domain technique, Glacial Tempest. And thus, the combined soul skill, Icy Cataclysm. This amalgamation of powers represented her most potent offensive capability at this juncture. Like blades of snow, the flurries swiftly coalesced into a terrifying blizzard. In an instant, the tempest engulfed the ice demon hawk. As the storm subsided, the once mighty ice demon hawk lay lifeless upon the snow, its form reduced to a mere puddle of sludge. Above its body, a blood-red soul ring emanating an eerie glow floated silently, marking its irrevocable demise. Upon witnessing this, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress revealed smiles of satisfaction. Chapter 95, The Right Armbone of 100,000 Years in the Ice Divine Palace. The Ice Emperor grasped Shui Binger and approached alongside the Snow Emperor. To their surprise, Xia truly showcased her prowess. The Ice Emperor teased in a light-hearted tone. The Snow Emperor gazed at Bingshi, unable to conceal the pride in her eyes. The passage of over a decade felt like the blink of an eye for them. It might as well have been merely a moment of slumber, far exceeding those fleeting years. Yet, in this brief span, Xiao had blossomed from a small child into a graceful young woman. Observing the radiant and stunningly beautiful Xiao, the Snow Emperor found herself lost in nostalgia. The once vulnerable Xiao had grown capable of vanquishing a 10,000-year soul beast, although it was a severely injured 10,000-year soul beast. Even such a weakened creature was beyond the reach of a sixth-ring soul master. Thus, it was evident that Xiao had matured, rising to meet their expectations. As the Snow Emperor reflected, Bingshi commenced the absorption of her soul ring, while the Ice Emperor attended to Shui Binger, treating her injuries sustained from the sonic attack. Having previously absorbed the soul ring of the Frost Giant King, Bingshi approached the absorption of the Ice Demon Hound's soul ring with considerable ease. Despite the intense energy contained within the Ice Demon Hound's soul ring, Bingshi had grown accustomed to such energy surges. After circulating the searing energy through her body for several cycles, it gradually melded with her soul power, transforming into a gentler essence. Compared to her initial experience absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, this time was undoubtedly swifter. Nearly 2 hours later, after the energy had flowed through her body for a total of 36 cycles, Bingshi reopened her eyes. Following the sacrifice of Xiaoba and the absorption of the Ice Demon Hound's soul ring, her soul power stabilized at level 64. While Xiaoba's sacrifice did not significantly elevate Bingshi's soul power level, it primarily enhanced her mental fortitude. The energy derived from the Ice Demon Hound's soul ring was the key to her achieving this level of soul power. After a brief search beneath the corpse of the Ice Demon Hound, Bingshi retrieved a bone approximately 5 inches in length, the right arm bone of the Ice Demon Mastiff. Unlike the skull of Little 8, this right arm bone does not exhibit a pristine white hue. Rather, it is enveloped in a somber gray tone. Upon acquisition, it imparts a refreshing sensation, yet Bingshi can distinctly perceive the disparity in temperature. If the temperature of Little 8's skull is the epitome of ice, then the temperature of this right arm bone of the Ice Demon Mastiff has yet to reach such an extreme. Sensing Bingshi's bewilderment, the Ice Emperor gently remarked, "The Ice Demon Mastiff is not an apex species of the extreme ice attribute found in the farthest north. It is merely a mutated variant of the Ice Wolf." Bingshi suddenly came to a profound realization. She had previously believed that upon reaching a cultivation level of 100,000 years, the attributes of soul beasts would transform into their utmost forms. However, although this ice magic hound did not possess the ultimate ice attribute, it bore a trace of spiritual essence. After all, its innate skill, Ice Magic Roar, encompassed a sonic attack that contained elements of spiritual assault. With this thought in mind, Bingshi no longer hesitated and affixed the soul bone to her right forearm, which was a mere 5 inches long, even shorter than her forearm. As the soul bone adhered to Bingshi's arm, it emitted a dim glow that enveloped her entirely. The soul bone gradually expanded until it matched the size of Bingshi's forearm, eventually transforming into an ethereal shadow that merged seamlessly into her limb. An hour later, Bingshi opened her eyes. Observing her awakening, The Ice Emperor chuckled warmly. All right, the acquisition of the Soul Ring has been a resounding success. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor voiced her concern softly. Does Sierra need a few days to rest? Bingshi tilted her head slightly, a confident smile gracing her lips as she said, No need for that. Let us descend directly. I can hardly wait to face the divine trial. Xuedi nodded, refraining from further persuasion. As she too felt a surge of excitement within. The four of them ascended onto the back of the crystal phoenix and returned to the edge of the ice blue pool, gazing at the crystal clear waters. Bingshi gently nodded to the Ice Empress and said, Sister Binger, I am counting on you. With that, she leaped gracefully into the pool, thanks to her significantly enhanced physique. The waters of the ice blue pool could no longer hinder her in the slightest. In mere moments, she had already plunged to the depths below. As Bingshi leaped into the pond, the Ice Emperor cradled Shui Bing air in his arms. The icy sensation and the softness against his chest caused her face to flush a deep crimson in an instant. After exchanging a solemn glance, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress leapt gracefully into the depths of the pool. This was the first time Bingshi beheld the existence of the Ice Divine Palace. Typically, she would be unable to plunge to the bottom of the water's depths, thus rendering the ancient palace invisible to her. The entire Ice Divine Palace radiated a stunning azure hue, its cerulean hall mirrored in the crystal-clear waters, creating an ethereal and dreamlike spectacle. The beauty was as enchanting as flowers blooming in the clouds, blurring the line between reality and reflection. Although the structure was remarkably simple and the colors rather monotonous, it still emanated an air of solemnity, evoking a sense of reverence within Bingshi. At that moment, the Ice Emperor, cradling water bingers, joined the Snow Empress at Bingshi's side. Bingshi hesitantly inquired in a low voice, What should I do? The Snow Emperor, too, found himself at a loss. Momentarily rendered speechless. Suddenly, it seemed as if the Ice Temple had sensed the aura of the Ice God crystal upon Bingshi's forehead, beginning to undergo a transformation. The azure gate of the Ice Temple suddenly trembled, causing countless shards of ice to cascade to the ground. Above the gate, a magnificent inscription emerged, declaring Ice Temple. Strangely, these characters were neither Chinese nor the script of Douluo continent, yet Bingshi comprehended their meaning effortlessly. Soon after, a radiant white light emanated from her forehead, illuminating the dim expanse at the bottom of the pool. As the white glow intensified, a key gradually materialized in Bingshi's hand, perfectly resembling the ice god crystal upon her brow. As the brilliance began to fade, Bingshi swiftly approached the door, where she discovered a slot perfectly crafted to accommodate the key that resembled the ice god crystal. With utmost caution, Bingshi placed the key within. The colossal door, forged from ice, instantly resonated with a deep rumble. Chapter 96, The Ice Pillar God. Upon stepping into the Ice Divine Hall, one's gaze was immediately drawn to a magnificent throne situated at the forefront. This throne was entirely crafted from ice, radiating a gentle, warm glow. At the heart of the hall stood a grand ice pillar, silently towering above, exuding a subtle blue light that illuminated the entire chamber. The Ice Emperor, intrigued, reached out to touch the ice column, only to be admonished by the Snow Empress. Be cautious, do not touch recklessly. The Ice Emperor curled his lip but ultimately complied with a seemingly obedient demeanor. Despite the brilliance illuminated by the ice columns, the grand hall remained steeped in an aura of profound solitude. The temperature within was exceedingly low, and an enveloping silence prevailed throughout the surroundings. The crystal of the ice god upon Bingshi's forehead suddenly illuminated, radiating a brilliance that rivaled the resplendent white light of the ice column. In that fleeting moment of dazzling white light, the ice column at the center of the grand hall erupted with a blinding blue glow. The source of this azure radiance was none other than the white light emanating from Bingshi's forehead. In the depths of her astonishment, Bingshi found herself enveloped by a radiant azure light, as if a wealth of information had suddenly blossomed within her mind. Subsequently, the 7 protrusions atop the ice pillar, previously unnoticed by those around her, began to shimmer and coalesce, forming a celestial blue curtain of light that ascended into the ether. These 7 luminous screens danced like a meteor, drifting from Bingshi's forehead into the crystalline heart of the ice god. The first to penetrate the ice god's crystal radiated with extraordinary brilliance, while the subsequent screens, though still radiant, appeared somewhat dimmer. Instantly, a surge of immense energy flooded into Bingshi's consciousness. With this influx, she felt her mind cool and refresh, as if awakening from a deep slumber. This vast, cerulean energy washed over her thoughts like a divine elixir, imparting an unparalleled sense of clarity and comfort, akin to being immersed in a crystalline pool. Gradually, her body felt as though it were being cleansed. Under the purifying influence of this energy, her skin became increasingly fair and smooth. Bingshi unconsciously parted her lips, exhaling a sigh of murky breath. At this moment, the ice god's crystal had ceased to emit its radiant white light. However, Bingshi still reached up to touch her forehead. As she sensed that the ice god's crystal had undergone some transformation, though she could not articulate it just yet. Slowly opening her eyes, Bingshi's cerulean gaze shimmered with a brilliance that mirrored the hue of her irises. The grand hall was once again enveloped in tranquility, just as everyone was engulfed in confusion. The Ice Empress, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch the ice god's crystal on Bingshi's forehead, but before her fingers could make contact, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Bingshi lifted her gaze and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What is it, Sister Binger?" The Ice Emperor pointed at Bingshi's forehead, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, and remarked, "The crystal of the ice god upon your brow harbors an exceptionally terrifying aura." The Snow Emperor, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, an incomprehensibly fearsome energy flickered briefly at Bingshi's forehead. Though this surge dissipated swiftly, the Snow Emperor could still perceive it with utmost clarity. Bingshi gently caressed the ice god crystal that had seamlessly fused with her being. Its surface was remarkably smooth, devoid of any indication of the terrifying aura it harbored. Even Shui Binger remarked, "Indeed, the ice god crystal upon your forehead appears entirely transformed compared to before. Whereas it once exuded mere beauty, it now conveys an air of nobility, enhancing your overall demeanor with an enchanting chill." Bingshi could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Had she known, she would have brought a mirror. At that moment, a voice, somewhat bland yet imbued with a frigid rigidity, resonated, declaring, "The trial of the ice deity commences." The tone was icily detached, and following its utterance, the temperature within the grand hall plummeted further. "Is this the voice of the ice deity?" The Snow Empress inquired hesitantly. The voice, starkly devoid of emotion, rendered it impossible to ascertain the gender of its owner. Initially, it seemed this voice, akin to a meticulously programmed mechanism, would not respond to such inquiries. However, to her surprise, it elucidated, "I am the divine envoy of my master, tasked with guiding the heir of my master through the trial." "The divine envoy of the ice deity? Might you reveal yourself?" Bingshi pressed. The rigid voice replied once more, "I stand before you." "Before me? Is it not merely a pillar of ice?" Bingshi queried in astonishment. "Are you suggesting you are this ice pillar?" "I am the creation of my master prior to their fall, due to the excessive power expended to save the snow goddess. My master lacked the strength to craft a more refined form during my creation. Thus, I exist in this guise, seemingly mastering human language gradually." The voice emanating from the ice pillar became less rigid and more fluid. "Upon my emergence, my master instated a directive to seek out the heir. Throughout this long span, no human has ventured here to accept the legacy, yet as I am on the verge of fading, I sense the presence of my master's heir." "Presence? Are you referring to this crystal of the ice deity?" Bingshi inquired curiously, gesturing to her forehead. "Indeed. Only those bearing the mark recognized by my master may unlock the gates of the palace and are deemed worthy of receiving the legacy. All humans accompanying the chosen heir into my master's palace shall undergo the trial together." "Humans? Why must only humans be eligible for the trial?" Bingshi retorted, her voice tinged with indignation as a flicker of anger crossed the features of both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Upon hearing this, the ice pillar fell into a momentary silence, seemingly in search of words and justification. After a considerable pause, he spoke again. "My lord perished in battle against the dragon god of this realm. At that time, the dragon god's subordinates were none other than the ancestors of the soul beasts that inhabit this land, thus rendering the soul beasts incapable of undergoing my lord's assessment." The Snow Empress, somewhat discontented, inquired, "Is this the case for all divine trials?" The ice pillar continued, stating that although my lord is fallen, he does not harbor any resentment towards the dragon god or his subordinates, nor towards the soul beasts. It is simply that the soul beasts are unable to attain divinity. "Due to what?" the Snow Empress murmured, somewhat taken aback. When the ice pillar mentioned the reason, it appeared as though he was constrained by some unseen force, rendering his voice inaudible to all present. Bingshi sighed softly, gesturing for the Snow Empress not to pry any further. She was acutely aware of the reason. It was merely the prohibition from the divine realm against soul beasts ascending to godhood. After the dragon god's failure, such an outcome had become all but inevitable. Yet, witnessing the slightly waning expressions on the faces of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor still caused a pang of sorrow within her heart. Chapter 97. The indescribable pain. Noticing the profound silence enveloping the grand hall, the ice pillar patiently awaited for a moment. For him, who had endured the passage of countless years, this brief delay was inconsequential. After a pause, the ice pillar gently inquired once more, "Are there any further questions?" Bingshi shook her head gently and spoke in a low voice, "There is none." Then, she instructed, "You step forward with her." although she did not explicitly state her identity. Everyone understood that only Bingshi and Shubinger were eligible to undergo the divine test. Shubinger, somewhat bewildered, took a step forward. Just beneath her feet, a hexagram suddenly appeared, perfectly encircling her feet. The hexagram began to shimmer with brilliant light, forming a luminous barrier that enveloped her entire being. Shubinger's martial soul erupted uncontrollably, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, intertwining beneath the barrier. The color of the barrier abruptly shifted, transitioning from its initial blue to white, then swiftly to yellow, followed by purple, and finally black. The black radiance paused momentarily before gradually transforming into red. Once the barrier turned red, 5 points of starlight suddenly emerged from the angles of the hexagram beneath Shubinger's feet, ascending into the air and merging seamlessly into her body. The sound of the ice pillar echoed once more, its tone slightly elevated. Top tier 5 trials. Only then did Bingshi, who had been observing closely, feel a sense of relief. Although Shui Bingou's current prowess was not particularly remarkable, her talent had significantly soared due to the consumption of the seeds from the snow god lotus. A soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, found halfway up the snow god mountain, along with the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. Originally, Shui Bingou possessed exceptional talent, and after consuming the lotus seeds, she had already surpassed Tang San, standing only second to Bibi Dong and Qianren Shui. As the luminous screen adorned with 5 stars merged into her mind, Shui Bingou had no time to utter a word before she seated herself and began to comprehend. Immediately following this, changes occurred beneath Bingshi's feet. Unlike Shui Bingou's hexagram pattern, it was a circular design, which puzzled Bingshi momentarily. However, before she could ponder further, the circular pattern beneath her transformed into a radiant screen that enveloped her entire being. Subsequently, Bingshi's martial soul manifested uncontrollably. The 9-tailed fox, Ali, materialized, sprouting 9 fox tails behind her, while a diminutive ice crystal phoenix perched upon her shoulder. Upon the emergence of these 2 martial souls, the ice pillar emitted a soft gasp of surprise, revealing a hint of confusion. The purple, black, and red soul rings behind Bingshi shimmered with brilliance, casting a spectrum of colors upon the light screen. Immediately, the circular pattern beneath Bingshi's feet began to shift in hue. It swiftly transformed from its initial white to yellow, then to purple and black. Without the slightest pause after turning black, it transitioned once more, this time into a vivid red. As the circular pattern became engulfed in red, Bingshi felt an intense heat beneath her feet, a surge of molten-like warmth coursing into her body, gradually ascending within her. Bingshi's expression instantly contorted in profound agony, the searing sensation surpassing even the discomfort she experienced when absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring for the first time. As this molten energy surged within her like lava, her complexion became exceedingly grim, as though she donned a mask of suffering. In stark contrast, Shui Bingou, enveloped in a radiant glow, seemed to be quietly absorbing and comprehending something, occasionally revealing an expression of rapture and comfort. Observing Bingshi's painful demeanor, Bingzhu chuckled lightly and remarked, "Persevere. This is the ice god's assessment before you undertake the divine trial. Only by enduring this can you face the challenge ahead." In a daze, Bingshi heard Bingzhu's words, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. "What nonsense is this? I am enduring such torment, and you tell me it is a pre-assessment for the divine trial? How is this any different from a mock exam before the finals? As long as I pass the divine trial, isn't that sufficient?" The searing sensation within her intensified. And more alarmingly, energy continued to surge upward from beneath her feet, prompting Bingshi to unleash a cry of anguish, drawing a pang of sympathy from the ice and snow emperors outside the luminous barrier. However, what neither Bingshi nor the ice and snow emperors heard was Bingzhu's whispered lament. "Too much ease is not beneficial for the difficulty of the divine trial you are to face. I am on the verge of dissipating. With no time left to seek the next successor, I can only employ this method, hoping the anguish will not lead to disappointment." With a final, anguished scream, Bingshi succumbed to unconsciousness, and silence enveloped the luminous barrier. The sudden absence of sound startled the ice and snow emperors waiting outside, prompting them to urgently exclaim, "Sierra! Sierra! What has happened? Divine envoy! Divine envoy! What has befallen her?" The icicle sighed softly and said, "Rest assured, she is not in any danger." The unconscious Bingshi found herself in the realm of her spiritual consciousness, gazing at the plump form of Xiaoba seated upon the dream ice silkworm. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "How did I end up here? What has happened to me?" Xiaoba sighed and gently explained, "Your body is currently in disarray due to that searing energy. Your meridians and internal organs have been severely damaged by its influence, and unable to bear such agony, you fell into a faint, leading your consciousness to this place. Unable to comprehend enduring such suffering, Bingshi repeated in a daze, unable to withstand this pain. Just then, a voice unexpectedly resonated within her mind, from a young age. You have navigated your cultivation journey with ease, with others paving the way for you. What you perceive as diligent training is merely a facade to avoid drawing too much attention. Ask yourself sincerely, can you truly not endure this level of torment? Bingshi listened somewhat bewilderedly to the resonating voice. Although she recognized it as belonging to the ice pillar, she remained dazed within her spiritual sea. Am I truly not diligent enough? Has my journey been too smooth sailing? From my first unsteady steps to now facing the divine examination, Bingshi realized that her path had indeed been remarkably effortless. Even in what she considered rigorous training, she had the sustenance of various soul beast meats. During her battles with soul beasts, she had Xiaobai by her side for protection. While exploring the world, she was safeguarded by the Ice Emperor and Xiaobai. It dawned on her that she had been exceedingly comfortable, and all her achievements were merely attained with the assistance of Shuai and Bing'er. From the very beginning, her path had been a straight and broad avenue. How ironic. If I were to be separated from Shuai and Bing'er, would I truly amount to nothing? Would I even fail to pass the preliminary assessments before the divine examination? Chapter 98. Awakening, the divine examination of the ice god. No. I am certainly not a worthless being who amounts to nothing without Shuai and Bing'er. It is merely pain, if I cannot endure this. How can I face the divine examination? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Bingshi's gaze gradually refocused, her eyes filled with determination. Seeing Bingshi rekindle her fighting spirit, Xiaoba couldn't help but smile sincerely, reaching out to pat the plump body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. I say, she has reignited her passion. Can you refrain from patting me? It hurts. The heavenly dream ice silkworm cried out in distress. Bingshi, you must manage her. Xiaoba, somewhat impatient, gave the heavenly dream ice silkworm a firm pat, exclaiming, be quiet. The heavenly dream ice silkworm immediately fell silent, ceasing its writhing, its mouth firmly shut, fearful of causing further disturbance. However, the expression of grievance on its face was undeniably pitiable. Xiaoba, with a cheerful glimmer in her eyes, looked at the somewhat peculiar Bingshi and softly remarked, I have not bullied him. It was all voluntary, wasn't it, little dream? The heavenly dream ice silkworm trembled at the mention of its name, hastily nodding in agreement. Bingshi smiled softly and couldn't help but remark, it seems that you have trained him quite well during this period. Xiaoba licked her lips, enticingly suggesting, if the esteemed Fox Emperor is interested, you may also try it on my person. At this, Bingshi shivered slightly and, forcing a laugh, said, I should take my leave now, until we meet again. As the figure of Bingshi vanished from the realm of spiritual consciousness, her awareness naturally returned to her mind, accompanied by a resurgence of intense pain coursing through her body. Despite Bingshi's thorough preparations to confront this searing agony, she found herself somewhat overestimating her resilience. Her complexion turned pallid, her lips quivered slightly, and her entire form curled into a feeble ball upon the ground, trembling incessantly. The world around her blurred, and her hands clenched tightly around her clothing, desperately staving off the excruciating pain that felt akin to being sliced by blades. What was even more dire was that beneath this torment, Bingshi's consciousness began to unravel. Her thoughts were shrouded in a haze, akin to thick syrup, and her head throbbed with relentless intensity. Am I to perish? I, the Ice Empress, sovereign of the soul beasts of the far north, my subjects, the Ice Jade Phoenix, shall be sacrificed for Bingshi's ascendance. I take pride in you. I exalt in you. Here, I pledge that when Bingshi achieves divinity, she shall be granted the position of divine envoy of the Ice Jade Phoenix. Should I falter in this vow? Let the heavens and earth deny me, let the deities condemn me. What is this? Sister Shuai? The grand oath of ice and snow laid down by Sister Shuai. The aspirations of Sister Bing, these scenes replay incessantly in Bingshi's mind like the turning of pages in a book. Yes, Sister Bing and Sister Shuai are still awaiting my return. I cannot succumb in this trial before the divine examination. I carry their hopes upon my shoulders. Bingshi gritted her teeth, struggling to rise from the circular pattern. At this moment, the circle no longer transmitted the searing energy into her body, and the ground's temperature had also diminished. Although her insides felt as if molten lava coursed through them, inflicting unbearable pain, Bingshi persevered, slowly standing upright while emitting intermittent cries, which caused the snowy emperors outside to fret with concern. Concealed by a shimmering barrier, they could not discern the situation within and feared aggravating the impatience of the ice pillar deity, thus they could only silently pray. At the instant Bingshi regained her footing, the ice god crystal on her forehead ignited with brilliance. A beam of white light surged from her brow into her being. Once this ethereal light entered her, It swiftly transformed into an intensely frigid essence that coursed through her body. This chilling energy eradicated the sensation of heat, replacing it with a refreshing coolness, while simultaneously nourishing the meridians that had been ravaged by the intense energy. The anguish etched on Bingshi's face gradually dissipated, giving way to a visage of serene relief. Observing this scene, Bingshu smiled silently, fully aware that Bingshi had successfully surmounted this trial. Beneath the harmonious interplay of this aura and the searing energy, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded within Bingshi's being, half imbued with coolness, half suffused with warmth, rendering her body somewhat buoyant, as if she were adrift among the clouds. After gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, the luminous veil shifted its hue once more, transforming from a deep crimson to a pristine white. This white was unlike the soothing essence of a decade-old soul ring. Merely by gazing upon the white light, one could sense the sacred and noble aura that resided within. Beneath the feet of Bingshi, a circular pattern manifested 7 twinkling stars, converging into a singular point of brilliance, while the remaining 6 glimmered with a more subdued glow. These 7 stars traced a luminous white line that melded into the crystalline essence of the ice goddess. The voice of the ice pillar, resounding with a mix of elation and slight agitation, echoed through the grand hall, proclaiming the commencement of the 7 trials of the ice goddess. He had awaited this moment for millions of years, existing solely for the arrival of a successor, and at the brink of his dissolution. He was finally rewarded with this long-anticipated event. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, who had been engulfed in trepidation, felt a profound sense of relief wash over them. Tears glistened in the Snow Empress's eyes. Despite never having witnessed the Snow Empress shed tears, the Ice Emperor refrained from mockery, understanding that these were tears of joy. Like her heart remained turbulent, reflecting the complexity of her emotions. As the shimmering veil gradually dissipated, the figures of Bingshi and Shui Binger emerged into the gaze of the Ice Empress and Ice Emperor. The Snow Empress could distinctly sense a transformation within the two. Their very essence had shifted dramatically. Where Shui Binger had previously exuded a gentle and somewhat timid aura, she now radiated a powerful confidence imbued with purity. Bingshi's transformation, however, captivated the Snow Empress even more. Once brimming with pride and youthful exuberance, Bingshi's presence had transformed into one of subtlety, although she still emanated confidence. It was no longer the same flamboyant essence as before. Even her gaze had taken on an unwavering determination, as if she had suddenly matured. Though perplexed by the changes in the two, the Snow Empress felt a sense of gratification, akin to witnessing her own children finally grow up. Chapter 99. The terrifying trials. The voice of the ice pillar deity resonated once more. Surely, you are all aware of the content of your first examination. Bingshi nodded, a hint of confusion in her voice as she spoke. My first assessment is to reach the realm of extreme ice within a year, with a reward of a 500-year enhancement to my soul ring and a divine soul ring bestowed upon me. Shui Binger responded in a similarly melodious tone. I share the same task, although it seems to be somewhat simpler than that of Sierra. The Ice Emperor inquired softly, what does the divine bestowed soul ring signify? The ice column deity elucidated, the divine soul rings, bestowed by our Lord, are formed from the condensation of divine power. The longevity of these soul rings is determined by the limits of the recipient's absorption. You too, whether you are from the Ice Goddess 7 trials or the Elite 5 trials, possess but a singular opportunity to absorb a divine soul ring. Upon hearing the ice column deity's explanation, the Ice Emperor nodded in sudden understanding. Noticing that both candidates were to reach the extreme ice land, Ice Dawn curiously inquired, what is the extreme ice land? I have grown up in the far north, yet I have never heard of it. Before the ice column deity could respond, the Snow Empress hesitantly interjected, I believe I know where the extreme ice land is. With Ice Dawn and Water Ice gazing expectantly at her, the Snow Empress softly continued, the far north is divided into the outer region, the central region, and the core region. If we envision the far north as a rectangle, the outer region occupies 2/3 of the area, inhabited by soul beasts ranging from 10 to 1,000 years old, with some even reaching 10,000 years. The central region comprises roughly 1/4 of the far north, home to soul beasts of 30,000 years or those leading tribes with high cultivation. The core region, situated within the central region, resembles a circle where the majority of the 100,000-year soul beasts and their tribes reside. The Snow God Mountain and the Ice Blue Pool lie at the very heart of this core region, surrounded by various 100,000-year soul beasts and their tribes. The remaining 12th of the territory constitutes a near vacuum, almost devoid of soul beasts, serving to separate it from the extreme ice land. To the north of the far north lies an ocean that never freezes. Even I cannot cause that sea to freeze. Beyond that ocean is the extreme ice land, an isolated island where I have ventured and found no signs of life. Moreover, as one approaches the extreme ice land, the temperature drops even further. The chill in the extreme ice land is far more severe, incomparable to the temperatures of the far north. There, the temperature is likely to reach absolute zero. After the Snow Empress's exposition, Ice Dawn was filled with wonder, clearly eager to explore this previously unmentioned place. At this moment, the Ice Column deity interjected. Indeed, the extreme ice land is a location created by our Lord before his passing, and its temperature is indeed absolute zero. At the fringes of the far north lies a cliff, above which is an ice bridge crafted by our Lord, connecting the far north to the extreme ice land. Your task is to traverse this ice bridge and reach the extreme ice land within 1 year. So, does this mean we must spend the entire year on the ice bridge? Ice Dawn inquired with curiosity. The Ice Pillar Divine Messenger spoke in a somber tone. Indeed, upon the ice bridge dwell the soul beasts created by my master. Your sustenance shall derive from them. Should you fail to vanquish these soul beasts, your fate will be to serve as their nourishment. Furthermore, if after a year you have not reached the land of extreme ice, you shall be deemed unsuccessful in this trial. The penalty for failure is obliteration. Upon hearing this explanation, a sudden shock coursed through Bingshi's heart. If this were indeed the case, traversing the ice bridge would not be an endeavor easily accomplished. Firstly, as the Snow Emperor had stated, the closer one drew to the land of extreme ice, the more intense the cold would become. Bingshi feared that this frigidness might well surpass the resilience she and Schubinger could muster. Not to mention, Schubinger was currently only at the 4th ring, possessing merely 46 levels of soul power. Even Bingshi, with her 64 levels, might struggle to withstand such an onslaught of cold. In that dire circumstance, the majority of their soul power would be consumed in fending off the biting chill, leaving them vulnerable to the attacks from the soul beasts upon the ice bridge. This trial was undeniably arduous. Moreover, since her assessment was merely at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, the cold she would experience would be only half as severe as that of others. Additionally, the ice god crystal upon her forehead would cease to restore her soul power until the conclusion of the trial. It was only after these words were spoken that Bingshi's countenance began to reveal signs of distress. The initial remarks of the Ice Pillar deity were anticipated by her, as they were not unexpected. After all, in the original narrative, Tang San's divine trials proved to be more arduous than those faced by others. What truly rendered her countenance grim were the latter words of the Ice Pillar deity. Originally, Bingshi believed that even if she were to endure the frigid conditions of the ice bridge by harnessing her soul power, she could rely on the restorative properties of the ice god crystal to ensure that she would not find herself in a dire predicament when confronted by the soul beasts upon the ice bridge. However, the Ice Pillar deity proclaimed that the ice god crystal would no longer be able to provide her with the restoration of soul power. Bingshi could not help but feel that the difficulty of the first trial was indeed quite formidable. Most importantly, she was uncertain about the true strength of the soul beasts on the ice bridge. If they were merely a group of 10,000-year soul beasts, she believed she could manage to contend with them without too much distress. However, if there existed soul beasts of 100,000-year caliber upon that ice bridge, Bingshi felt that the first trial had become truly terrifying. Thus, let the Snow Maiden guide you to that icy bridge. Should you pass the assessment and reach the stage of acquiring a soul ring, you may come to this ice temple at any time to receive the divine soul ring. The Ice Pillar deity, with a voice tinged with solemnity, continued, in the days to come, you too may freely enter and exit the Ice Divine Hall. Subsequently, an unseen breeze swept the 4 individuals out of the hall as the grand doors of the Ice Divine Hall slowly closed behind them. They found themselves outside the ice crystal pool, where the Snow Empress cast a hesitant glance at Bingshi and Shui Bing. The explanation provided by the Ice Pillar deity regarding this trial stirred a sense of unease within her, for she had once ventured into the land of extreme frost and was acutely aware of its biting cold. Moreover, there were numerous soul beasts lurking upon the ice bridge. Noticing the worry etched on the Snow Empress's face, Bingshi offered a light-hearted chuckle, attempting to soothe her. Do not worry, Sister Schwer. We will succeed in this trial. Although comforted by Bingshi's words, The Snow Empress could not shake off her apprehension entirely. She forced a smile and replied, "I certainly believe in you all. Do your best." With that, the four mounted Bingshi's ice crystal phoenix and soared towards the farthest reaches of the north. Chapter 100. The ambush in the white mist. The speed of the ice crystal phoenix no longer lags behind that of ordinary agile spirit masters. In a short while, the group arrived at the cliff mentioned by the ice pillar messenger. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Bingshi could not help but twitch her lips slightly. Is this truly a bridge? Are you certain it is not a road? Although it is referred to as a bridge, it is remarkably wide. Bingshi estimated it to be at least 10 meters across. Reflecting further, she realized that this was indeed to be expected. According to the ice pillar messenger, many spirit beasts thrived upon this bridge. Were it only a few meters wide, it would be improbable. This also corroborated the notion that there must be large spirit beasts on the bridge. The entire structure of the bridge was crafted from solid ice, its surface glimmering with a cold radiance. Gazing forward along the ice bridge, one could see nothing of the extreme ice land beyond. A dense fog enveloped the bridge 100 meters ahead, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. In Bingshi's mind, the specifics of the divine trial flashed into memory. Traverse the ice bridge to reach the extreme ice land, with the bridge measuring a total of 4,396 meters. Successful completion of the trial would reward a 500-year enhancement to the spirit ring's age and a divinely bestowed spirit ring. With curiosity piqued, Bingshi turned to inquire, "Sister Schwerer, did you also traverse this path to reach the extreme ice land?" The Snow Empress gently shook her head and replied, "No. I originally crossed from the surface of the sea below. Under normal circumstances, as I approached the sea, it would freeze automatically. However, this sea was particularly strange. Not only did it not freeze, but it also surged with tumultuous waves. Driven by curiosity, I attempted to freeze the surface, only to discover that no matter the method employed, I could not induce ice to form." Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor, Bingshi, and Shui Binger all grew intrigued. Turning their gazes toward the sea below, the ocean beneath the bridge should have been churning and tumultuous, endlessly surging. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that the sea was eerily still, resembling a stagnant pool, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Such an uncanny calmness of the ocean raised Bingshi's apprehension, for the scene was exceedingly abnormal. Was this tranquil expanse a result of the extreme ice land's presence, rendering the sea as placid as lifeless water? Bingshi and Shuebinger exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Well then, we shall proceed." Observing the hesitant expressions of the ice and snow emperors, a gentle smile graced Bingshi's face as she softly reassured them. "Do not worry, I shall return within a year at the latest. You too, please await us in the ice and snow palace." The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor sighed, their myriad concerns distilled into a single phrase: "Take care and return soon." Bingshi nodded gently, taking Shui Binger by the hand as they ascended the ice bridge. Upon stepping onto the bridge, Bingshi perceived no immediate sense of unease. The temperature here felt no different from before. The two exchanged glances, cautiously attempting to advance. It was only after traversing 50 meters that Bingshi distinctly sensed a subtle drop in the atmospheric pressure surrounding them. Naturally, they had yet to encounter the soul beasts created by the ice god, as foretold by the ice pillar deity. It seemed that the true trial began upon entering the enveloping mist. As the pair vanished into the expanse of white, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor reluctantly shifted their gaze, letting out a collective sigh. Uncertainty loomed over whether the two would emerge victorious, and the worry etched upon the Snow Emperor's face was unmistakable. The Ice Emperor, feeling helpless, gently shook his head and softly remarked, "We can only place our trust in them. Once they undertook the divine examination, we ought to have been prepared." With that, the two turned and departed. Upon entering the mist, Bingshi sensed a chill attempting to infiltrate her being. However, this coldness was merely equivalent to the temperature of the ice-blue pool, posing no immediate threat to her. Due to the lesser degree of cold she experienced, Schubinger remained unperturbed, for after consuming the lotus seeds, she had acquired an extraordinary affinity for ice. At this moment, what troubled Bingshi more than the dropping temperatures was the imminent threat of an attack, the timing of which was uncertain. The white mist seemed to be an integral part of the test rather than a natural phenomenon. Beneath this dense fog, Bingshi and Schubinger could barely discern their surroundings, seeing only about 5 meters ahead. Beyond that distance lay a thick shroud of white mist, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether any soul beasts lurked ahead. Thus, they had to tread cautiously, ensuring their footsteps were silent, relying on sound to detect any potential assaults from soul beasts. Yet, the situation was even more daunting. Before stepping onto the bridge, Bingshi had closely observed the mist. Although she could not ascertain whether the fog enveloped the entire bridge, she was certain that for an extended period, their survival would depend on navigating through this obscurity. This meant that for a considerable duration, they would have to rely solely on sound to discern any attacks from soul beasts, unable to confirm the safety of their surroundings. The limitation of visibility to just 5 meters implied that they could only depend on one another to dispel the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Just after they had advanced 10 meters, a faint sound suddenly emerged from beside Bingshi. Bingshi immediately assumed a defensive stance, shielding Shui Binger behind her while intensely focusing on the direction from which the sound emanated, her right side. Suddenly, a massive hand, adorned with numerous white hairs, emerged from the swirling mist, lunging towards Bingshi's face. This hand, cloaked in the same hue as the fog, approached the duo with eerie silence. Had it not been for Bingshi's unwavering concentration and vigilant spirit, even she might have failed to perceive this impending assault. Noticing the hand advancing towards her, Bingshi adeptly bent down with Shui Binger, narrowly evading the strike. At last, the soul beast that had launched the attack revealed itself from the mist, exposing its full form. Towering at approximately 2 meters and 56 centimeters, it was a primate-like soul beast, its body adorned with a lush coat of white fur. Bingshi meticulously observed the simian spirit beast before her, discovering its striking resemblance to the ice demon ape found in the far north. Based on the cultivation level of the ice demon ape, she surmised that this particular simian was approximately 6,000 years old. With this realization, Bingshi could not help but exhale in relief. The ice bridge did not solely host 10,000-year spirit beasts, which was indeed a favorable revelation for the two of them. However, she remained vigilant, for there was a possibility that this ape-like spirit beast, bearing such likeness to the ice demon ape, possessed a cultivation level far exceeding 6,000 years. The dawn of frost and snow is finally set to be unveiled tomorrow. This marks my inaugural endeavor in crafting a novel, and even now, I find it somewhat surreal. Initially, my foray into novel writing stemmed from a bout of ennui while awaiting updates on other stories. Yet as I delved deeper, I gradually fell in love with the joy that writing brings. Unbeknownst to me, Frost and Snow has been in the works for over 2 months, during which I have experienced both confusion and elation, but I have persevered, albeit with some struggles, to reach this point. Originally titled Elegy of Ice and Snow, the book faced a setback due to my inexperience, resulting in its suspension. After a week, I was fortunate enough to change the title with the assistance of friends, allowing me to regain my footing. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the peers who have supported me and to my editor, Peng Lai. It is due to their invaluable help that I have arrived at this juncture. As a novice author, I acknowledge that certain combat scenes or character portrayals may not fully meet your expectations, yet I am striving to improve and giving my utmost effort. Therefore, I sincerely appreciate your patience and understanding. As we approach the launch, I extend my gratitude to the friends who have steadfastly supported me throughout this journey. Your unwavering encouragement has enabled me to persist until now. Even with the book's release, I will continue to rely on your support and affirmation. So I kindly hope you will take a moment to subscribe. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. The VIP chapter is expected to be published tomorrow afternoon, and I hope you will grace me with your presence to show your support, sending you a small heart in appreciation. Finally, I wish you all a happy new year in advance. May you leave behind the disappointments of 2020 and step into the new year with joy. I wish you smooth sailing and boundless happiness in the year to come. Chapter 101. Unending Battles. Upon witnessing the figures of Bingshi and Shuibinger, the ice magic ape exhibited a grotesque and avaricious expression, charging towards the two with alarming speed. Curiously, despite its imposing physique, it advanced without emitting a single sound. To avoid alarming the other spirit beasts, Bingshi refrained from summoning her larger ice crystal phoenix and instead opted for the embodiment of her nine-tailed fox, Ali. Shuibinger similarly embraced the ice phoenix spirit. At that moment, the colossal fist of the ice magic ape was already looming before Bingshi, aimed directly at her face. In response, the second soul ring behind Shuibinger quietly illuminated, and the ice ring armor skill swiftly enveloped Bingshi. A layer of armor forged from solid ice immediately materialized upon Bingshi. Enveloped in the protective embrace of the ice ring armor, she let out a light chuckle and resolutely intercepted the punch of the ice demon ape. It was through this clash that Bingshi distinctly perceived the ice demon ape's cultivation age, which was 6,000 years. To prevent the ice demon ape from emitting a howl of despair, she opted against employing the more formidable imperial palm or imperial sword. Instead, the black golden first soul ring behind her quietly illuminated, activating Ari's passive skill, soul capture. This skill forcibly ensnared the enemy in a state of paralysis. Although the fourth soul skill, enchanting illusion, wielded by the nine-tailed fox Ari also possessed a captivating effect. The energy consumption of the first soul skill was vastly lower than that of the fourth. Hence, in this scenario, the benefits of utilizing soul capture far outweighed those of enchanting illusion. After all, when the ice goddess crystal could not manifest its effects, it was wiser to eliminate foes with minimal soul power. Due to the significant disparity in cultivation levels between the ice demon ape and Bingshi, the control duration inflicted by the soul capture skill on the ape proved exceedingly lengthy, allowing the two to dispatch it in a manner devoid of any sound. However, they overlooked a crucial issue. Upon slaying the ice demon ape, the sin of its blood would inevitably attract more soul beasts to their vicinity. This horde of soul beasts upon the ice bridge had been either created by the ice god or directly captured from the frigid northern lands. Under the constraints of this ice bridge, they could no longer cultivate to elevate their powers, nor did they require sustenance. Yet, the instinct to feed was indelibly etched in their minds, and after millions of years without nourishment, they had grown increasingly frenzied. Thus, upon sighting the two, the ice demon ape exhibited a visage of ravenous greed. As Bingshi and Shuaibinger were about to proceed, a sudden sound of ticking emerged ahead of them. A figure stepped out from the mist, revealing its full appearance. The ice-white wolf, its eyes filled with crimson streaks and a fierce thirst for blood, stood before me. Its jaws were slightly agape, with drool continuously dripping from the corners of its mouth. The sound of droplets falling onto the icy bridge resonated like a haunting melody. Bingshi's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to glance at the lifeless body of the ice demon ape. Damn it, the sin of blood will attract soul beasts. In an instant, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet before she could tend to the remains of the ice demon ape, four additional ice-howling wolves emerged from the swirling mist, their eyes mirroring the same bloodthirsty intent as the first. Almost simultaneously, Bingshi discerned the cultivation levels of these 5 ice-howling wolves, all hovering around the 8,000-year mark. The first ice-howling wolf might possess slightly greater power, yet it had not reached the 9,000-year threshold. Bingshi, with resolute determination, summoned the ethereal spirit of the nine-tailed fox, Ari, as her second soul skill, the deceptive pearl, was deftly launched. Meanwhile, the first soul ring behind Shuaibinger glimmered quietly, activating the freezing skill that immobilized the legs of 5 ice-howling wolves, rendering them incapable of evading Bingshi's imminent strike. Despite the notably sluggish flight of the deceptive pearl, it still found its mark, aided by Shuaibinger's control through her first soul skill. To their astonishment, even after the 5 ice-howling wolves were left bloodied and mangled by Bingshi's second soul skill, they emitted not a single sound. Not a pained roar nor a whimper of suffering escaped their lips. This silence hinted at the presence of even more fearsome soul beasts lurking within the mist, instilling a deep-seated dread that compelled them to stifle any noise lest they attract stronger predators. Just as Bingshi prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the ailing wolves, another soul beast emerged from the white fog. This creature, a snow-white cat unlike any Bingshi had encountered or heard of before, boasted a length of 2 meters. With a gracefully elevated tail, despite its considerable size, it possessed an elegance that belied its stature. Its eyes revealed no hint of bloodlust or malice. As it sauntered past the wounded ice-howling wolves, it displayed a distinctly human-like disdain. In the wake of this white cat's passage, the 5 ice-howling wolves trembled in palpable fear. After hastily escaping the bloody ground beneath them, the white cat nonchalantly groomed its right paw, its expression one of utter disdain. Yet, as its gaze fell upon Shuaibinger and Bingshi, a spark of curiosity and intrigue flickered in its eyes. Bingshi inwardly lamented her predicament. She was aware that the two of them would inevitably encounter a millennia-old soul beast, yet she never anticipated it would happen so soon. By keenly observing the movements of the white cat, Bingshi was certain that it possessed intelligence, and quite possibly, a significant level of it. It seemed that the first battle after crossing the bridge was imminent. However, the white cat did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, it circled around the two of them twice, seemingly scrutinizing them, or perhaps it was merely intrigued as to why they had arrived in this place. Bingshi could not help but subtly shift, positioning Shuaibinger protectively behind her. The white cat, far from being provoked into a bloodthirsty frenzy by the sin of blood, instead exhibited an air of elegance, embodying the utmost nobility. Indeed, at this moment, The word that resonated in Bingshi's mind was none other than elegance. Bingshi could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Did this white cat consider them mere pawns? Hence its apparent lack of urgency? Despite her anger, Bingshi maintained her composure, for she understood that any reckless move could lead to excessive consumption of soul power or injury, potentially sealing their fates here. After a brief pause, the white cat seemed to have observed enough or reached its limit, a mocking expression appearing on its face as it lunged towards Bingshi. Due to Shui Binger being directly behind her, Bingshi remained still, only moving when the cat's sharp claws were about to make contact with her skin. The fifth soul ring behind her glowed quietly, pulling Shui Bingo away from the impending danger. Fifth soul skill, Spirit Ambush, a displacement technique that also induces mental disruption in the enemy. As anticipated, the white cat became rigid in midair. However, after a mere moment, the cat broke free from its paralysis. Its face contorted with a mix of embarrassment and fury as it charged toward the two. It seemed to discern the weaker cultivation level of Shui Binger, directly targeting her. Despite its colossal size, the cat moved with astonishing speed, reaching Shui Binger's side in an instant. Caught off guard, Shui Binger felt the fabric of her left sleeve tear, leaving several crimson scratches on her fair, delicate arm. With swift reflexes, Bingshi swiftly pulled Shui Binger to her side, evading the other strike from the white cat. At that moment, the cat's claws bore a hint of crimson, its formerly pristine white fur now stained with red. The white cat meticulously licked its paw, a look of ecstasy gracing its face, while its eyes grew increasingly fearsome, fueled by the scent of blood emanating from Shui Binger's injury. Bingshi tossed the gauze from her soul guide ring to Shui Binger, speaking in a hushed tone laced with urgency. Wrap this up, otherwise, it may attract more soul beasts. Through her keen observation, she deduced that the ancient soul beast on the ice bridge likely held no interest in the flesh of the Millennium soul beasts, but was rather drawn to the blood and flesh of the two of them. This was evident from the disdainful glance the white cat had cast while passing by the iced songwolf. Thus, she hastily produced the gauze, urging Shui Bingo to bandage herself. Without uttering a word, Shui Bingo accepted the gauze and began to wrap it seriously, though her exterior remained composed. Her heart was heavy with guilt, as she silently chided herself for being a burden to Shia. The white cat observed Shui Binger, who was diligently bandaging herself, then glanced at the vigilant Bingshi, a mocking expression resurfacing on its face. However, Bingshi was now consumed by fury, the sixth soul ring behind her quietly illuminated, and Xiaoba emerged from within it. Having observed Bingshi's predicament for some time, Xiaoba chose not to speak upon her emergence, her demeanor shifting from previous allure to one of solemnity. Upon Xiaoba's arrival, the white cat's expression momentarily turned perplexed, only to be replaced by heightened agitation as it lunged at Bingshi with claws bared. Xiaoba softly murmured, "Dare a mere 25,000-year soul beast flaunt its prowess before me?" Sixth soul skill, Spirit Annihilation. A brilliant white light collided with the airborne white cat. Upon contact with the blinding radiance of Spirit Annihilation, the white cat's body instantly stiffened, convulsing oddly twice in midair, its once sharp and clear eyes now dulled and bewildered. The impact on its mind rendered the white cat incapable of maintaining its balance, causing it to plummet from the sky. Bingshi had intended to deliver a final blow to terminate the life of the white cat. Yet she was taken aback as 5 injured ice-howling wolves, dragging their wounded bodies, swiftly pounced from the sidelines. In a mere instant, these wolves tore the defenseless white cat to shreds before Bingshi's astonished gaze. "It truly is a terrifying place," whispered Xiaoba softly into Bingshi's ear. Though she existed as a spirit, Xiaoba's form was corporeal, and her breath carried a gentle warmth that brushed against Bingshi's ear. Despite Xiaoba's serious demeanor at this moment, the alluring essence that radiated from her being caused Bingshi's earlobes to flush an instant crimson. Under ordinary circumstances, had Bingshi appeared shy, Xiaoba would have certainly teased her. Yet now her expression remained solemn as she earnestly stated, "This divine trial you face is exceptionally challenging. My clan, the illusory Dream Ice Foxes, possesses a keen sensitivity to the aura of soul beasts. In my perception, there are at least dozens of formidable soul beasts ahead. And this is merely within a few hundred meters. Bear in mind that the ice bridge you are to traverse spans 396 meters. By the way, why is it 396 meters? Does this number hold any significance?" Bingshi curled her lips in disdain, remarking on the omnipresence of the venerable ancestor Simon. Although he had long departed from the martial world, his legend lingered in every corner. In the midst of their conversation, 5 ice-howling wolves had already devoured the white cat, now fixating on Bingshi with ravenous and bloodthirsty eyes. Had the consumption of blood food for the first time in a million years awakened their innate bloodlust? At this moment, Shui Bingo had completed her bandaging. Gazing at the 5 ice-howling wolves before her, she gritted her teeth, and her martial soul surged forth in an instant. Bingshi was taken aback, desperate to thwart Shubinger. Yet she was a moment too late. Shubinger had already approached the ice wolf. Witnessing Shubinger willingly walk into the trap, the eyes of the 5 ice wolves gleamed with excitement and madness. They dispersed, 2 lunging towards Shubinger's left, 2 towards her right, while the lone ice wolf, boasting nearly 9,000 years of cultivation, charged directly at her face. Just as the 5 ice wolves closed in on Shubinger, the 3rd soul ring behind her quietly illuminated. Activating the skill of Frostthorn, countless thorn-like shards of ice surged forth from behind her, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 5 ice wolves. In an instant, the air was thick with a mist of blood, and the 5 ice wolves lay lifeless and mangled upon the ground. However, Shubinger showed no mercy towards them. The 4th soul ring emerged, releasing its power for the first time in a combat scenario. Octagonal ice spikes. Several ice projectiles, gleaming like blades, were unleashed in an instant, penetrating the bodies of the ice wolves. The 5 ice wolves convulsed twice, realizing their fate was sealed. For the first time confronting such a gruesome scene, Shubinger's complexion paled as she took 2 steps back, collapsing into Bingshi's embrace. Bingshi softly reassured, "You have done remarkably well." Noticing that Shui Bingo's complexion appeared to improve slightly, Bingshi's expression turned grave as she continued, "Our provisions will only sustain us for a month. Moreover, we cannot kindle a fire here, which means that after a month, we will be compelled to consume raw meat." Observing the signs of nausea on Shui Bingo's face, Bingshi gently stroked her hair in a comforting manner, saying, "Do not worry, we will find a way." The usually silent Xiaoba, with a serious demeanor, solemnly remarked, "Have you noticed? Whether it be the recently deceased white cat or these ice wolves, none have manifested a soul ring after their demise." Bingshi nodded gravely. The absence of a soul ring signified that this place existed entirely independent of the rules of Douluo continent. Truly, this was a testament to divine power. Even in moments of impending doom, the ice bridge and soul beasts created by divine strength were entirely distinct from the regulations of the Douluo realm. What, then, might be the nature of that enigmatic land of extreme ice? Chapter 103, The Ancient Ice Elephant in the ensuing month. Bingshi and Shui Bingo relentlessly battled a myriad of soul beasts. Fortunately, with the assistance of Xiaoba, they managed to escape death on several harrowing occasions. During this month, their moments of respite were exceedingly rare, as the scent of blood drew countless soul beasts towards them. It was not until they had traversed 900 meters that the relentless tide of soul beasts finally dissipated, granting Bingshi and Shui Bingo a fleeting opportunity to rest. Due to the significant depletion of their soul power, they required a period of tranquility to recuperate, rendering them incapable of detecting any impending soul beast threats. Thus, Bingshi opted to keep Xiaoba by her side to observe their surroundings. After advancing 900 meters through the white mist, and considering the 100 meters from the ice bridge to the fog, they had covered a distance of 1,000 meters. Although the soul beasts they encountered along this journey were predominantly under 30,000 years of age, with most being merely 1,000-year soul beasts, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Shui Bingo had nearly exhausted her soul power, and her physical stamina was waning. Bingshi, possessing higher cultivation and greater combat prowess, also found herself in a rather precarious state, having utilized at least half of her soul power. With the ice god's crystal proving ineffective, she was compelled to replenish her energy on her own. This marked the first time she had ever experienced a shortage of soul power. Xiaoba lifted his gaze, observing the solemn figures of Bingshi and Shui Bingo as they closed their eyes in concentration to restore their soul power, and he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, while they recuperated, the surroundings remained tranquil, with no soul beast launching an assault. Once their physical and soul powers were revitalized to optimal levels, they resumed their journey. However, as they took a single step forward, an icy chill penetrated Bingshi's body. Though this coldness paled in comparison to the extreme ice attribute, she distinctly felt the drop in temperature. Bingshi pondered in silence, contemplating the nature of the icy bridge assessment. It appeared that this trial was not as terrifying or inhumane as initially presumed. The initial 100 meters, devoid of the enveloping white mist, could be regarded as a sanctuary for novices. Once they ventured into the fog, it signified their departure from the novice village, thus attracting a continuous influx of spirit beasts toward them. Strangely, as they reached the 1,000-meter mark, the spirit beast vanished, remaining absent even during the prolonged period required for the duo to restore their soul power. This must indicate the presence of a second safe zone. Such reasoning seemed plausible. Otherwise, if the divine trial were truly so arduous, there would be no need for an assessment. One might as well surrender to be devoured by the spirit beasts. However, the question lingered, how many safe zones were there? Was it one every 1,000 meters, or was there no discernible pattern? It appeared that this inquiry could only be resolved upon reaching the 1,000-meter threshold. After cautiously advancing several dozen steps, an eerie gust of wind suddenly swept past the two. Bingshi immediately grasped Shui Bing'er's hand tightly and whispered, "Be cautious." After enduring such a prolonged battle, Shui Bing'er had matured significantly. Her features had grown more refined, and her gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, and an enormous figure emerged from the swirling mist before them. It was a colossal gray elephant, towering several dozen meters high, adorned with ears resembling large fans. Its eyes harbored a hint of brutality, and beneath them lay a long, robust trunk, from which protruded two sharp, silvery tusks. The moment this giant elephant materialized, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped them. This was an ancient ice elephant, a soul beast with approximately 50,000 years of cultivation, nearly extinct in the extreme northern regions. To their astonishment, they encountered one here. Xiaoba, taken aback, murmured softly. The ancient ice elephant possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, with its razor-sharp tusks capable of effortlessly piercing the immensely tough shell of an ice-armored tortoise, representing a type of soul beast that could easily triumph over stronger foes. Bingshi nodded slightly and inquired softly, "Sister Xiaoba, can you sense how many soul beasts are ahead?" Xiaoba focused intently for a moment before responding with a hint of hesitation, "Within 100 meters ahead. There is no trace of soul beasts. Beyond this range, I am unable to perceive anything." Bingshi smiled widely, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "At last, I can truly showcase my abilities." Xiaoba shook his head, his demeanor turning serious as he cautioned, "It would be prudent to avoid causing too much commotion. The white mist thickens the further we advance, which may, to some extent, cloud my judgment. Therefore, what I perceive may not necessarily be accurate." At that moment, the ancient ice elephant, growing impatient, let out a deep grunt and charged towards the three beings before it, which appeared to it as mere insects. Due to its massive size, the ancient ice elephant produced a thunderous noise as it barreled forward, moving at a pace that seemed exceedingly slow in Bingshi's eyes. Xiaoba spoke with a hint of urgency. "The impact of the ancient ice elephant is immensely formidable, yet its weakness lies in its lack of speed." The wings of the ice phoenix behind Bingshi unfurled instantaneously, enveloping Shui Bing'er and soaring into the air. The ice ancient elephant, having lost its target, halted in place and let out a couple of irate roars. Upon hearing these two roars, Bingshi's eyes brightened, and a flicker of joy graced her cheeks. Throughout the preceding 900 meters, all the spirit beasts had refrained from making a sound, lest they attract even more spirit beasts. However, the ice ancient elephant emitted a resounding roar of fury. This signified that either the ice ancient elephant was the most formidable spirit beast along the upcoming path, or the distance between the spirit beasts on this segment of the ice bridge was not as concentrated as it had been in the previous 1,000 meters. Alternatively, it could be that the spirit beasts on this ice bridge each possessed their own territories, rendering them incapable of straying beyond their domains. Regardless of which possibility it was undoubtedly a cause for great delight for them. After a fruitless search, the ice ancient elephant finally spotted the two individuals suspended in midair. Observing Bingshi, who had spread her wings, the ice ancient elephant grew restless and rubbed its hind hoof. Just when Bingshi thought the ice ancient elephant posed no threat to them, a gray luminescence suddenly flickered from its sharp fangs. Bingshi silently cursed her misfortune and hastily embraced Shubinger, swiftly departing from their original position. Indeed, in the next instant, the dual fangs of the ancient ice elephant unleashed two beams of light, hurtling towards the spot where Bingshi had just stood. The beams traced elegant arcs through the white mist. Chapter 104. Bingshi injured. Although Bingshi did not directly experience the might of the two rays, she could sense the terrifying aura concealed within them. Bingshi and Shui Bing'er exchanged a glance, effortlessly unleashing their phoenix martial spirits. After a month of combat, their synergy had become remarkably refined. The moment the ice crystal phoenix martial spirit manifested, Shui Bing'er mounted it and soared toward the ancient ice elephant. As the ice crystal phoenix approached the towering figure of the ancient ice elephant, the third soul ring behind Shui Bing'er glimmered subtly. Countless icy thorns erupted beneath the immense body of the beast. However, these shimmering, blade-like thorns failed to penetrate the elephant's formidable hide, instead being firmly pressed down and unable to grow further. With both the ice crystal phoenix and the nine-tailed fox Ali manifesting simultaneously, the soul rings materialized behind the ice crystal phoenix, with the first and third rings radiating an eerie luminescence. The air crackled with chilling energy, and the frost pierced to the bone. Yet, the ancient ice elephant remained utterly unfazed. The soul techniques merely tickled its massive form, rendering evasion unnecessary. Witnessing the elephant's unscathed state despite the first and third soul abilities, Bingshi couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation. Such terrifying resilience was no wonder for a dominator of the ancient, frigid north. But how had such a powerful soul beast come to the brink of extinction? Though her mind was preoccupied with contemplation, Bingshi did not falter in her actions. The fourth soul ring behind her glowed quietly. A pink bubble surged toward the ancient ice elephant. Preoccupied with Shui Binger, who was persistently harassing it from the sky atop the ice crystal phoenix. The elephant paid little heed to the pink energy, continuing to roar angrily at Shui Binger. However, the bubble stealthily slipped into its ear while the beast was distracted. Following its path, the bubble swiftly reached the elephant's mind. The fourth soul technique, enchantment, did not necessitate entry through the ear to take effect. Bingshi merely deemed it prudent given the elephant's thick skin and formidable defense. As anticipated, shortly after the pink bubble entered the elephant's ear, its gaze became somewhat dazed. Seizing this opportunity, Bingshi propelled herself toward the ancient ice elephant. To breach its defenses, the Emperor's palm and Emperor's sword were the most suitable choices. However, given the greater soul power consumption of the Emperor's sword, Bingshi pondered briefly before opting for the Emperor's palm. Although her innate domain, combined with the fifth soul technique, ice and snow, formed the formidable ice snow grave, she was confident that this strike could penetrate the ancient ice elephant's defenses and even deliver a lethal blow. The sheer energy cost of this technique led her to abandon the idea. Initially, she envisioned Shui Binga riding the ice crystal phoenix from the air to distract the elephant while she sought an opportunity to enchant or disorient it before closing in to deliver the final blow with the Emperor's palm. However, just as she approached the ancient ice elephant, its eyes suddenly regained clarity, and a triumphant smirk crept across its visage. The sight of that grin sent a jolt of alarm through Bingshi. Yet, now so close to the beast, retreat was no longer an option. Resigned, she directed her Emperor's palm toward the creature's body. To her astonishment, the surface of the elephant transformed from a dull gray to a lustrous white, resembling the smoothest jade. Though Shui Binger, high above, could not perceive the peculiar smile of the ancient ice elephant, her instinct from prolonged collaboration sensed the shift. In an instant, her second soul ring ignited, enveloping Bingshi in a layer of azure armor. Just as her Emperor's palm made contact with the elephant's alabaster skin, a tremendous rebound force emanated from the creature. Cursed be this chameleonic hide, it possesses a counter-recoil effect. Bingshi could not help but curse silently in her heart. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she swiftly chose to mitigate her force to avoid incurring greater harm. However, the Emperor's palm had already been unleashed, and attempting to lessen the impact after the strike proved to be an arduous endeavor. Consequently, Bingshi could only reduce a fraction of her strength, while the majority of the force rebounded back into her own body. Despite being shielded by the second soul skill, ice armor, bestowed by Shui Binger, the overwhelming might of the Emperor's palm, known as the Great Cold without snow, still sent Bingshi hurtling backward, causing her to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Up in the sky, Shui Bingo was taken aback in alarm, hastily guiding the ice crystal phoenix back to the ground and cradling Bingshi in her arms. Bingshi coughed lightly twice, spitting out a couple of mouthfuls of fresh blood before softly stating, "I am fine." Having undergone rigorous training in the ice crystal pool since childhood and enduring the searing energy during the divine examination, her physique now surpasses that of a soul master specializing in attack, even one as formidable as a soul Douluo. Indeed, she is truly worthy of being the sovereign of the ancient extreme north. Just this rebound ability alone is sufficient. With her eyes narrowed into a mere slit, Bingshi gazed at the somewhat smug ice ancient elephant in the distance and remarked. Xiaoban nodded slightly and whispered, "However, I have just discovered its weakness." "You are not incapable of defeating it?" Bingshi inquired with a hint of surprise. "A weakness?" Xiaoban nodded affirmatively and replied softly, "When you charged forward just now, I did not follow. Instead, I observed carefully from the side. As its skin transformed into a luminescent white, becoming almost jade-like, I noticed that one area remained unchanged, retaining its previous gray hue. This indicates that the skills of the ice ancient elephant are not insurmountable. At the very least, even an ice ancient elephant with 50,000 years of cultivation harbors a critical vulnerability. Should one strike that precise spot, it would undoubtedly collapse under the assault. Bingshi pondered thoughtfully and inquired, "Where is its vital point?" "It lies in the abdomen, at the very center." Chapter 105, The Kill. Upon hearing this answer, Bingshi's eyes momentarily sparkled, only to be followed by a sense of helplessness as she remarked, "I cannot possibly approach it." At that moment, the ancient ice elephant, with its heavy footsteps, lumbered closer, each step resonating with a thunderous sound upon the icy bridge, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon the two. Shui Bing'er gritted her teeth and softly declared, "I will draw its attention." As she spoke, she took to the skies once more, riding the crystalline phoenix. The first and third soul rings of the ice crystal phoenix shimmered once more, summoning 6 towering ice pillars that encircled the body of the frost ancient elephant, ensnaring it within their frigid embrace. Subsequently, a spear of ice erupted from the beak of the ice crystal phoenix, hurtling towards the frost ancient elephant. Following this, the first soul ring behind Shui Bing'er ignited, causing solid ice to surge forth from the ground, freezing the elephant's hoof in place. Soon after, the fourth soul ring behind Shui Bing'er also illuminated, releasing a flurry of sharp spikes that flew towards the frost ancient elephant. However, the frost ancient elephant remained unfazed. Neither the penetrating chill of the ice crystal phoenix's soul skill nor the octagonal profound ice spike of Shui Bing'er could breach its formidable defenses, inflicting no harm whatsoever. To it, such assaults were akin to mere tickles. The frost ancient elephant disdainfully waved its trunk, abruptly lifting its hoof to dispel the freezing effect of Shui Bing'er's first soul skill. A mocking grin spread across its face. It then rubbed its right hoof against the ground a few times, seemingly gathering momentum, before launching itself forcefully towards the ice pillars that confined it. "Now is the moment." "Xiaobajia." "Ice," she called softly, seizing the opportunity. "Understood." Just as the frost ancient elephant was about to collide with the ice pillars, a beam of white light shot forth from Xiaoba's hand, aimed directly at the elephant's head. At that instant, a flicker of panic crossed the face of the frost ancient elephant. As an ancient overlord, its strengths lay in its astounding defensive capabilities and its unique jade-like counter-rebound force. However, the creator is fair. When bestowing a soul beast with unparalleled talents, something must inevitably be relinquished. What the frost ancient elephant had lost was its mastery over mental power. Although it was not entirely devoid of mental acuity, it had certainly not delved deeply into this realm. In comparison to the illusion dream ice fox, a 5,000-year-old illusion dream ice fox would possess superior mental prowess compared to a 100,000-year-old frost ancient elephant. Moreover, in the current scenario, Xiaoba, as a 100,000-year soul beast, faced off against the frost ancient elephant, a mere 5,000-year soul beast. Thus, upon sensing the terrifying mental force encapsulated within that white beam, the frost ancient elephant finally manifested a look of trepidation. It frantically shook its massive head, desperately attempting to evade the white light. Yet it still penetrated into the depths of its mind. The frost ancient elephant immediately emitted a wretched and anguished howl, its body transforming from gray to a luminescent white. Bingshi gazed intently at the transformation of the ancient ice elephant. After observing the change in the creature's coloration, she focused closely and, indeed, noticed that a small area at the very center of its abdomen had not shifted in hue, remaining the same gray as before. Bingshi suppressed the excruciating agony coursing through her innards and struggled to rise, wielding the emperor's palm of great cold without snow in her delicate hands, making her way towards the ancient ice elephant. At that moment, the ancient ice elephant continued to wail in torment, relentlessly stomping on the ice bridge. It appeared that the obliteration of its spirit had inflicted immense suffering upon it. In a mere breath, Bingshi reached beneath the ancient ice elephant and struck at the only small patch that remained untouched by the pristine white covering. The ancient ice elephant emitted a more mournful cry, its massive trunk convulsing uncontrollably. At last, the ancient ice elephant was liberated from the anguish brought on by the obliteration of its spirit, its gaze now filled with venomous resentment. Alarmingly, the second soul ring behind Shui Bing'er suddenly lit up, enveloping Bingshi in a layer of ice armor. Having struck the ancient ice elephant, Bingshi could no longer suppress the injuries within her, gazing helplessly as the colossal trunk lifted her high into the air. The immense trunk tightened around her abdomen, exerting a tremendous force as if it intended to crush her. At that critical moment, Xiaoba unleashed the second soul skill of his sixth soul ring, Phantom Dream Halo. A magnificent halo, radiating a deep blue luminescence, surged towards the abdomen of the ancient ice elephant once more. Instantly, the ancient ice elephant spewed forth several mouthfuls of blood, staining Bingshi's form a vivid crimson. Following a few unwilling roars of fury, it relinquished its grip, swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Shui Bing'er hastily summoned the ice crystal phoenix to rescue Bingshi. By this time, Bingshi had become a figure drenched in blood. Unable to discern whether the crimson on her was that of the ancient ice elephant or her own, even her martial soul could not be sustained. Xiaoba returned to Bingshi's spiritual sea with the disappearance of his martial soul. Fearing the potential approach of other soul beasts, Shui Bing'er cradled Bingshi and retreated step by step to a safe zone 1,000 meters away. Gazing at Bingshi, who was covered in blood and grime, Shui Bingao felt her eyes welling up with tears, once again loathing her own frailty. She cautiously removed Bingshi's blood-stained garments and retrieved clean water from her soul guide ring, attentively cleansing Bingshi's body. After completing the cleansing, she finally exhaled in relief. Despite Bingshi's dire appearance, drenched in blood, her external injuries were not as severe as they seemed. The gravest wounds were those inflicted by her own Emperor's palm. Upon realizing that Bingshi's injuries were not as critical as she had feared, Shui Bing'er's attention was drawn to Bingshi's alluring form, her serene and beautiful visage in slumber, her fair neck, and her delicate curves. A flush of crimson crept across Shui Bing'er's face as she hurriedly dressed Bingshi, gently resting her head upon her own thigh. It seemed Bingshi sensed the softness of Shui Bing'er's leg, instinctively nudging her head against it, causing Shui Bing'er's mind to momentarily blank. Chapter 106. Warmth. After being in a deep slumber for an entire day and night, Bingshi finally awoke. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, the injuries within her had already healed significantly. Bingshi could only sense an unknown, gentle warmth flowing ceaselessly within her. If one were to observe this phenomenon through introspection, they would discover that this warm current emanated a green luminescence, continuously nourishing the wounds within Bingshi's body. Bingshi was somewhat astonished by the situation, prompting her to summon the nine-tailed fox spirit. Ali, Sister Xiaoba, do you know the source of the warm current within me? As soon as Xiaoba appeared, Bingshi eagerly inquired. Xiaoba hesitated for a moment before responding. I am not entirely certain. This inexplicable energy manifested within you while you were unconscious, healing your wounds. However, judging by the essence of this energy, it bears a resemblance to the fragrance of the lotus flower from Shueshan Mountain. The Shueshan lotus? Bingshi mused. Indeed. The energy within me is reminiscent of the Shueshan lotus's essence. Xiaoba nodded softly. If it is the Shueshan lotus, then I should be able to comprehend its significance. Bingshi reflected, it is likely due to my consumption of the lotus seeds. Xiaoba, somewhat astonished, asked, you have ingested the seeds of the Shueshan lotus? Bingshi nodded and smiled, saying, not just me, even Bingao has taken it. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Shui Bing'er with a hint of confusion. Ever since she awoke, Shui Bing'er's demeanor had been rather peculiar. She kept her head lowered, too shy to meet her eyes. It was as though she were a thief caught in her own guilt, leaving Bingshi bewildered. Upon hearing these words, Shui Bing'er finally lifted her head. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes filled with shyness and bewilderment. Xiaoba, observing the exchange, exhibited a trace of envy as everything began to make sense. For fledgling practitioners like you, who are unable to fully absorb the medicinal properties, much of the potency remains stored within your bodies. Consequently, your cultivation speed will be significantly enhanced by this stored energy. Moreover, the lotus seed not only augments your cultivation level and accelerates your training, but also possesses remarkable healing properties. Although it may not have the power to resurrect the dead, it is undoubtedly an excellent remedy. The energy coursing through you must therefore be the result of the medicinal essence accumulated within. At this juncture, Xiaoba paused momentarily. Then with a tinge of nostalgia, remarked, I truly envy you for being able to partake in such celestial treasures. Long ago, 50,000 years past, I sought these lotus seeds from the snow god Lotus atop Snow God Mountain. However, that entity claimed it bore the sentiments of the Snow Emperor, and all the seeds were bestowed upon her. At that time, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor had taken the seeds and subsequently retreated into seclusion. Thus, I missed out on these lotus seeds. Otherwise, I would have amassed at least 200,000 years of cultivation by now. He then chuckled self-deprecatingly, adding, oh no. Perhaps I would have perished long ago in the tribulation of breaking through to 200,000 years of cultivation. Bingshi parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words, ultimately lowering her head in silence. Conversely, Xiaoba, with her delicate hand covering her mouth, chuckled softly and remarked, do you wish to comfort me? There is truly no need. I am not so fragile. If the esteemed Fox Emperor genuinely desires to offer me solace, it would be far more prudent to first navigate this initial challenge. Perhaps due to the safety of their current surroundings, Xiaoba reverted to the endearing appellations they had exchanged upon their first meeting, her demeanor once again exuding an enchanting allure. Having endured Xiaoba's playful teasing on numerous occasions, Bingshi found herself largely impervious to the intoxicating charm that emanated from Xiaoba. Bingshi shifted her gaze from Xiaoba to the ice bridge ahead, shrouded in dense white mist, her eyes brimming with determination. Of course, I will surely overcome this challenge. Although Xiaoba felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Bingshi's distraction, she remained silent for a moment after hearing Bingshi's words, before finally replying, stay strong. Don't forget that your sister Shuer and sister Bing'er are waiting for you. I too am eagerly anticipating your success." Upon uttering these words, a blush suddenly graced Xiaoba's cheeks, and in a swift motion, she returned to Bingshi's spiritual sea of consciousness. Bingshi pondered with a hint of amusement over Xiaoba's earlier words and murmured, "So, you too can feel shy? How rare indeed." Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Shui Binger, who had been silently bowing her head. A sense of curiosity arose within her, prompting her to draw closer to Shui Binger. However, as soon as Bingshi settled beside her, Shui Binger recoiled in alarm, retreating 2 steps as if startled by an arrow. What could possibly be the matter? Bingshi, undeterred by adversity, once again seated herself beside Schubinger. However, Schubinger, her cheeks flushed, instinctively shifted away. This infuriated Bingshi, who, exasperated, reached out and forcibly turned Schubinger's face towards her, compelling her to meet her gaze. "Why have you been avoiding me?" Bingshi inquired, her voice tinged with irritation. Schubinger, unable to meet Bingshi's penetrating stare, hesitated and stammered, "It's nothing, really. I'm just too tired." "Tired?" She looked at Shui Binger, whose gaze was wandering with a hint of suspicion. Suddenly, she reached out and began to tickle Shui Binger in her armpit. "Aha, stop. I admit my fault. I'll tell you everything. Just please stop." Shui Binger was extremely ticklish. After just a couple of gentle strokes from she immediately began to plead for mercy. Bingshi retracted her hand, crossing her arms before her chest, and spoke with a noticeable air of discontent. "Now, do enlighten me about what transpired." As she spoke, her tone was laced with evident dissatisfaction. Shui Binger recalled the events of the previous day, her cheeks instantly flushing with color, as if her very essence had softened. "It was when you were unconscious that I changed your clothes. Is that all? I thought it might be something more significant. After all, you have seen it before. There's no need to be so bashful," Bingshi remarked with a hint of curiosity. "No, just take a look at this, and you will understand." Shui Binger replied, retrieving an object from her soul guide ring and extending it towards Bingshi. At first, Bingshi was taken aback by the item Shui Binger presented. But soon a mischievous grin crept across her face as she leaned closer to Shui Binger, saying, "Ah, so that is how it is, my little Binger." The warmth of her breath enveloped Shui Binger, causing her to feel even more faint. Gazing at the alluring Shui Binger before her, Bingshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, compelling her to draw nearer. Chapter 107, The Ancient Soul Beast, Ice Violent Dragon. Following the previous episode on the ice bridge, Shui Binger exhibited a noticeable change. She no longer felt shy in the presence of Bingshi. Instead, Xiaoba, residing within Bingshi, observed both women with a peculiar gaze, occasionally glancing at her own rear as if contemplating her own resilience. While Bingshi could conceal her actions from Tiangming, she could not shield them from Xiaoba. This was due to the fact that when the Dreaming Ice Silkworm became Bingshi's Wise Soul Ring, it had sealed most of its mental power and energy. It could only gradually unlock this seal alongside Bingshi's cultivation advancements, allowing her to easily obscure the Dreaming Ice Silkworm's perception. However, the king of the Dreaming Ice Fox, Xiaoba, had sacrificed her own 180,000 years of cultivation to Bingshi, fortuitously becoming a soul spirit. Thus, her mental prowess had not diminished significantly. As a result, Xiaoba clearly witnessed the entire interaction between Bingshi and Shui Binger on the ice bridge. 2 days after the ice bridge event, Bingshi had been restored to health by the medicinal properties of the lotus seed within her, prompting the duo to venture once more beyond the safety zone, advancing towards the front of the ice bridge. During their subsequent journey, they encountered no formidable soul beasts of high cultivation or possessing ancient bloodlines. Only a few common soul beasts native to the extreme north. Thus, with Bingshi and Shui Binger increasingly harmonizing their efforts, they swiftly approached a distance of nearly 3,000 meters. At this moment, merely 3 months had elapsed. According to previous calculations, there should be one final soul beast approximately 100 meters ahead. Once we vanquish it, we shall be able to enter the next safe zone, Bingshi remarked, slightly panting. Meanwhile, Shui Binger wore a forlorn expression, her hands clasped in prayer before her face as she fervently wished, "I hope the meat of the next soul beast is more palatable. It mustn't be as unappetizing as the previous ones." Bingshi rolled her eyes in annoyance and remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you are insinuating something." Shui Binger cast a sidelong glance at Bingshi and quietly replied, "Well, that's precisely the point. The meat is unpalatable, and your grilling leaves much to be desired." Bingshi gently tousled Schubinger's hair and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Then why don't you roast it? There's no seasoning, and it's already quite commendable as it is. I cannot summon flames with any soul skill." As they conversed, the two had traversed 100 meters and had arrived at the final territory of the soul beasts before the 3,000-meter safety zone. After a prolonged period of observation, Bingshi had successfully comprehended the distribution of soul beasts across the ice bridge. Within every 1,000 meters, there existed an unequivocally secure area, while along the path leading to this safety zone, a soul beast would guard every 200 meters. This meant that to reach the next safe zone, they would need to vanquish a total of 5 soul beasts, each possessing an age exceeding 50,000 years. Just then, a long and melancholic voice resonated from ahead. Upon hearing this haunting melody, Bingshi's expression changed dramatically. Noticing Bingshi's troubled demeanor, Shubinger inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" With a grave expression, Bingshi remarked, "That sound is the roar of a dragon." "The roar of a dragon? A dragon-type soul beast?" Shui Binger's countenance also shifted. Although this soul beast had yet to reveal itself, both were already burdened by an immense pressure. In the Douluo continent, dragon-type soul beasts are undoubtedly synonymous with power. Whether it be the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, the Hell Demon Dragon King, or the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, each possesses formidable strength. Even the weakest among them, the Hell Demon Dragon King, boasts an astounding cultivation of nearly 200,000 years. In a one-on-one battle, even the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, would find it insurmountable. What level of cultivation might this unseen dragon-type soul beast possess? With the sound of heavy footsteps, the dragon that had emitted the long roar finally manifested itself. It was an exceedingly massive dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length. Its body adorned in a brilliant ice blue hue. It was encased in a dense layer of dragon scales, and a pair of sky blue wings sprouted from its back. The head of the dragon was held high, exuding an imposing grandeur, and its eyes glimmered like enormous lanterns. The breath exhaled from its maw further plunged the already frigid temperature of the ice bridge, situated 2,800 meters above, into a deeper chill. Undoubtedly, this was a dragon of unparalleled ice attributes. Upon beholding the dragon before them, Xiaoba's expression turned serious as he articulated, "Ice Storm Demon Dragon." Ice Storm Demon Dragon. After contemplating the name, Bingshi realized that there was no record of such a soul beast in her mind, prompting her to inquire, "What is it?" Xiaoba fixed his gaze upon the Ice Storm Demon Dragon, explaining with a hint of trepidation. The Ice Storm Demon Dragon is a soul beast from the ancient extreme north. Its numbers were exceedingly scarce even in ancient times, known as one of the most formidable soul beasts of that region. However, due to its rarity, the ancient ice elephant has claimed dominance. Yet, despite being the ruler of the extreme north, the ancient ice elephant dares not provoke the Ice Storm Demon Dragon, even though it is a solitary soul beast. According to the legends passed down in our clan, a 50,000-year-old Ice Storm Demon Dragon can contend with 2 ancient ice elephants of 100,000 years of cultivation. Given the Ice Storm Demon Dragon's already rare numbers in ancient times, it soon withdrew from the stage of the extreme north, yet to encounter one here was utterly unforeseen. Upon hearing Xiao Ba's explanation, Bingshi's face turned pale. A 50,000-year-old can rival 2 ancient ice elephants of 100,000 years? Then what cultivation does this Ice Storm Demon Dragon possess? It is approximately 25,000 years. Bingshi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Merely 25,000 years of cultivation. That is manageable, within an acceptable range. Xiao Ba spoke with a tone of stern warning. Do not let your guard down. Even a frost storm dragon with 25,000 years of cultivation may very well surpass your strength. Bingshi nodded gently and spoke softly, "I understand." As she gazed at the ice fury dragon charging toward her with its gaping maw, Xiao Ba urgently remarked, "According to the records of my clan, the ice fury dragon excels in every aspect. Do not be misled by its size into thinking it lacks speed." Unfazed by the approaching ice fury dragon, Bingshi calmly summoned the ice crystal phoenix spirit. In an instant, a phoenix, no less magnificent than the Ice Fury Dragon, materialized beneath her. The Ice Fury Dragon visibly hesitated upon witnessing the equally colossal Ice Crystal Phoenix. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bingshi pulled Shui Binger onto the back of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, soaring into the distance. Chapter 108: Ice Phoenix vs. Ice Dragon. Despite the Ice Crystal Phoenix carrying both of them away from the Ice Storm Demon Dragon, It was evident that Bingshi had overlooked the fact that the Ice Storm Demon Dragon also possessed a pair of icy wings. The Ice Storm Dragon, witnessing the retreating Ice Crystal Phoenix, roared furiously as it unfurled its icy wings and pursued the two with relentless determination. Damn it, it can fly too. Ice, she cursed inwardly, her expression darkening. In her initial assessment, she had anticipated leveraging her aerial advantage to evade and harass the Ice Storm Dragon. Against previous spirit beasts, this tactic had proven remarkably effective. However, she had overlooked the fact that the Ice Storm Dragon was also capable of flight. Her ingrained combat instincts had led her to a grave misjudgment. Although the Ice Crystal Phoenix had ascended into the air, creating a certain distance between itself and the Ice Storm Dragon, the dragon swiftly closed the gap with just a few powerful beats of its wings, deftly positioning itself before the phoenix. In an instant, its massive claws lunged toward the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Shui Binger stood beside Ice Shi, her second spirit ring illuminating as a layer of icy armor enveloped the entire Ice Crystal Phoenix. Consequently, her complexion paled somewhat. Previously, Shui Binger had utilized her second spirit ability to armor either herself or Ice Shi. This was the first time she had applied it to the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Given the phoenix's substantial form, fully encasing it in the icy armor required a significant amount of spirit power, which explained her slightly pallid appearance. Confronted by the formidable dragon claw emanating a chilling aura, Ice Shi dared not underestimate the threat. She swiftly cast a second layer of sky blue ice upon the Ice Crystal Phoenix. The second spirit ability, Ice Barrier. The colossal dragon claw effortlessly pierced through the first layer of armor, Shui Binger's second spirit ability, and with merely a fleeting moment's delay, shattered the impending ice barrier with a resounding crash. Such astonishing destructive power. Bingshi felt a surge of apprehension as the sixth soul ring behind her quietly illuminated. Observing the Ice Storm Dragon, a shimmering azure halo emerged from the little eight, advancing towards the formidable beast. The sixth soul skill, Dreamlight Halo. Just as the dragon's claw was about to pierce the icy wings of the Crystal Phoenix, the Dreamlight Halo made contact with the Ice Storm Dragoness body. This halo, seemingly resplendent, was a power that could only be awakened by the Dream Fox clan upon reaching Seven Tails. Upon touching an adversary, it not only unleashed tremendous destructive force, but also induced a state of mental disarray. Consequently, when the Dreamlight Halo engaged the Ice Storm Dragon, its claw halted abruptly before the Crystal Phoenix's wings, and a glimmer of confusion flickered in its eyes. Yet, in mere moments, clarity returned to the dragon's gaze. Just as it prepared to resume its assault with the claw, a resounding roar erupted from the point of contact. A blinding azure light engulfed the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Bingshi and Shubinger retreated a distance upon the Crystal Phoenix. As the brilliance gradually faded, the Ice Storm Dragon reappeared before them, now exhibiting heightened agitation. Despite the thick, formidable scales adorning its body, the explosion wrought by the Dreamlight Halo had little effect on it, leaving merely a few minuscule scratches that were nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. Although these minor wounds did not inflict substantial harm, they succeeded in provoking the creature, which now roared incessantly in fury. Little Eight, with a serious expression, remarked, "It seems your nine-tailed fox martial spirit may prove ineffective." Bingshi, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Why?" Xiaoba gently nodded and replied, "The Dream Halo skill is utterly ineffective against it. Did you witness how it effortlessly evaded the mental assault? In less than a breath, it emerged from the grip of the Dream Halo's psychic attack. This signifies that it harbors no fear of mental assaults. Or perhaps it simply remains unperturbed by such a degree of psychological impact. Among your soul skills, the only mental attack more potent than the Dream Halo is my own skill, Psychic Obliteration. Yet, even Psychic Obliteration does not significantly surpass the Dream Halo in its efficacy against the mind. Thus, the nine-tailed fox martial spirit is entirely futile in confronting it." Upon hearing Xiao Ba's elucidation, Bingshi nodded softly, her gaze fixed upon the dragon claws lunging once more towards the Ice Crystal Phoenix, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her face. "Then let us conclude this battle in the manner of a sorceress. Domain of Talent, Glacier Storm." With her cultivation having ascended, Bingshi's domain expanded considerably, sufficiently enveloping the ice-violent dragon within its grasp. Countless blizzards materialized around the ice-violent dragon, diminishing its attack speed significantly. Third soul skill, Frostbite. In an instant, The ice crystal phoenix unleashed an icy spear from its mouth, colliding with the dragon claws of the ice violent dragon. Bolstered by the domain's skill, Glacier Storm. The power of Frostbite was greatly amplified, sending a barrage of icy shards hurtling towards the colossal claws of the ice violent dragon. The ice spear was swiftly pressed against the claw of the Frost Storm dragon. However, the dragon's skin was adorned with countless scales, remarkably tough, rendering the ice spear utterly incapable of breaching their formidable defense. Under the astonished gaze of Bingshi, the Frost Storm dragon ruthlessly crushed the ice spear into a myriad of shards. And with a fierce swipe, it lunged once more at the crystal phoenix. Caught off guard, the dragon's claw struck heavily against the wings of the crystal phoenix, leaving them bloodied and torn. In agonizing pain, the crystal phoenix let out a heart-wrenching scream as it arched its body backward, retreating into the air. The ice storm dragon, having successfully struck, did not pursue its advantage but instead remained stationary, a mocking smile adorning its visage. Yet, before the ice storm dragon could bask in its triumph for long, the ice crystal phoenix returned, bearing the ice radiance aloft. Meanwhile, Shui Binger, who had been perched upon the ice crystal phoenix, was left behind by the ice radiance. The crystalline phoenix ascended rapidly into the lofty heavens, subsequently altering its course to plunge towards the ice storm dragon. The sequence of movements was a seamless dance. In mere moments, the crystalline phoenix had descended before the ice storm dragon. However, the ice storm dragon remained indifferent, casually raising its claw in an attempt to grasp the wings of the descending crystalline phoenix. Chapter 109. Full Force Unleashed Yet. What the ice storm dragon did not anticipate was that, just as it was about to seize the wings of the crystalline phoenix, the azure horn upon the phoenix's forehead, which had long baffled the ice emperor, began to emanate a radiant blue glow. This luminous beam struck directly at the ice storm dragon's body. Upon being hit, the ice storm dragon let out a furious roar, retracting its claw to shield the injured area. Bingshi, with a hint of astonishment, gently touched the sky-blue horn atop the ice crystal phoenix's forehead, clearly taken aback by its ability to unleash a radiant beam of attack. Moreover, the continuous flow of blood from the ice storm dragon indicated that the damage inflicted was quite substantial. After consuming the enchanting Kira tulip, the ice crystal phoenix had transformed into its current state, resembling the skin of its former life. Bingshi had initially believed it served merely an aesthetic purpose, never anticipating that this singular horn could also project a beam of offensive light. Bingshi, mounted upon the crystalline phoenix, once again distanced herself from the wrathful ice storm dragon. Observing the dragon's face twisted with malice, Bingshi stretched leisurely and softly remarked, "The grand performance has only just begun." The skill of the Frost Giant King. The left leg bone is the Frost Ring. With a graceful gesture of her jade-like hand, Bingshi summoned an ethereal cerulean halo, which instantaneously enveloped the Frost Storm Dragon without a trace. From the very moment the Frost Storm Dragon had lunged towards her with its formidable claws, Bingshi had already stealthily prepared the Frost Ring. In its furious state, the dragon's attention was predominantly fixated on Bingshi, rendering it oblivious to the concealed Frost Ring. Thus, with a mere flick of her hand, the Frost Ring successfully ensnared the Frost Storm Dragon. Upon realizing the presence of this unexpected binding, the dragon unleashed a deafening roar, thrashing its massive body in an attempt to break free. However, it soon succeeded in shaking off the constraints of the Frost Ring. Yet by this time, Bingshi had already concentrated her next soul skill, the sixth soul skill, Entombment of Ice. The soul ring of the 10,000-year ice demon hound was now wielded by Bingshi for the first time. This skill was the very one the ice demon hound had employed to subdue the ice emperor. A colossal coffin, rivaling the size of the Frost Storm Dragon itself, materialized ominously above it. The ice storm dragon had just broken free from the frost ring and was poised to charge at Bingshi when a colossal coffin descended, enveloping the ice storm dragon. What followed was the second soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Entombing Frost. Countless snowflakes materialized within the immense coffin, cascading incessantly upon the ice storm dragon. Initially, the dragon paid little heed, relentlessly battering against the coffin. However, as time passed, it began to sense the peculiar shift. The snowflakes multiplied, gradually engulfing its form and filling the coffin little by little. Beneath this blanket of snowflakes, the ice storm dragon found itself devoid of any strength to continue its assaults on the coffin. Just as Bingshi believed the ordeal had come to a close, A tremendous roar resonated from within the coffin. A thunderous explosion echoed continuously from within, a cacophony reminiscent of a cataclysm. Suddenly, the sound of the explosion ceased. She felt a twinge of confusion as she contemplated approaching to discern the situation further. At that moment, a colossal figure erupted from its coffin, revealing the Ice Fury Dragon. However, the dragon was not in a favorable condition. It had lost the grandeur it once possessed, now reduced to a pitiful state. Its flesh and blood a horrid mess, and many of its scales were missing, leaving it drenched in blood and appearing utterly tragic. Although she was perplexed about how the Ice Fury Dragon had escaped the frozen tomb, Bingshi's assault did not waver. With a flourish, she unleashed her fifth soul skill, Icebound Wilderness. The domain skill, Glacial Storm. A combined soul skill, Ice and Snow Burial. In an instant, a swirling vortex of blizzard, even larger than the Ice Fury Dragon, coalesced before her and swept toward the dragon. Confronted by this tempestuous vortex, the Ice Fury Dragon emitted a mournful roar. A deep blue breath of dragon fire surged forth from its maw, continuously crashing against the blizzard vortex. Yet it was as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. Upon contact, the dragon fire rapidly dissipated, and the vortex only diminished slightly. Realizing that its breath could not impede the terrifying blizzard vortex, a deep blue aura enveloped the Ice Fury Dragon. The scales it had lost upon breaking free from the coffin stood erect once more, transforming into numerous flickering blue lights that illuminated its form. Meanwhile, its mouth gradually coalesced a massive sphere of deep blue energy. As the energy sphere grew to half the size of the blizzard vortex, the radiance surrounding the Ice Fury Dragon faded, as if its energy had been entirely consumed. At that moment, the vortex surged right before it. The energy sphere collided fiercely with the vortex, yet curiously, no sound accompanied the clash. The two forces met, generating tremendous energy fluctuations that transformed into a powerful current. Swirling relentlessly in the air, Bingshi clutched tightly to a feather of the ice crystal phoenix, thereby evading the terrifying gusts that threatened to sweep her away. Under Bingshi's watchful gaze, the blizzard vortex gradually consumed the energy orb amassed by the Ice Storm Dragon. Although the vortex had diminished significantly, nearly halved in size, it continued to surge towards the Ice Storm Dragon with relentless force. The Ice Storm Dragon was utterly powerless to resist the swirling tempest of blizzards. In an instant of contact, it was engulfed by the maelstrom. Amidst the howling storm, she could only faintly perceive the mournful roars of the Ice Storm Dragon. As the tempest gradually subsided, the Ice Storm Dragon plummeted from the sky like a lifeless corpse, crashing heavily upon the icy bridge. Observing the convulsing form of the Ice Storm Dragon on the ground, she could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. How could it still be alive under such circumstances? Such formidable defenses truly warranted its reputation as an ancient soul beast, even more terrifying than the frozen ancient elephant. Bingshi let out a soft sigh as she approached the Frost Storm Dragon, her palm radiating the chilling aura of the Emperor's grasp, the ultimate frost technique that left no trace of snow. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, the few remaining dragon scales on the beast's skin suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Bingshi had maintained her vigilance, instantly unfurling her ice phoenix wings to evade the devastating blast. Hovering midair with her ethereal wings fluttering gracefully, realization dawned upon her. Those explosions within the frozen tomb must have been caused by these dragon scales. No wonder the Frost Storm Dragon emerged from its icy prison with such grievous wounds and missing scales. What a cunning creature, even in its death throes. It could still unleash such deadly counterattacks through its exploding scales, nearly dragging its enemies to mutual destruction. How fortunate she had remained cautious. Chapter 110. Breakthrough. Though Bingshi had defeated the Frost Storm Dragon almost unscathed, Shui Binger remained disheartened. Once again, she felt like nothing but a burden, utterly useless in the face of such formidable foes. As Bingshi dragged the corpse of the Ice Storm Dragon, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Binger, let us feast on dragon meat." Sensing that Shubinger's spirits were somewhat diminished, Bingshi's voice softened as he approached her, gently tousling her hair. "Fear not, for there will come a day when you shall stand beside me in battle. Come now, do not be disheartened. Let us enjoy our dragon meat." Thus, after a few days of respite in the safety zone at 3,000 meters, the two embarked on the final leg of their journey, spanning over 1,000 meters. Initially, Bingshi intended to rest a few more days, but the dragon meat proved to be far too unpalatable. After several days of consumption, they reached a mutual agreement to abandon it. The soul beasts on the final stretch of the icy bridge were evidently of a higher caliber, most boasting cultivation levels exceeding 70,000 years. Among them, 2 soul beasts had even attained the formidable age of 90,000 years. Despite Bingshi's formidable prowess at this juncture, the synergy between him and Shubinger remained fraught with peril. After sustaining injuries on multiple occasions, they finally reached the safety zone at a distance of 4,000 meters. The ice bridge stretches a total of 396 meters. After half a year of arduous journey, they have finally reached the 4,000-meter mark. The two have collaborated through numerous battles, encountering over 100 soul beasts along the way, and now only 396 meters remain, with merely 400 meters left to traverse. They ponder the nature of the soul beasts that may lie ahead. Shui Binger, nestled in Bingshi's embrace for warmth, remarked, "Indeed. The closer we draw to the extreme ice land, the colder it becomes. At this moment, they are less than 400 meters from the extreme ice land, and the temperature is already exceedingly frigid. Even Bingshi, with her considerable cultivation, is compelled to expend some soul power to fend off the encroaching chill. Although the cold that Shui Binger feels is merely half of what Bingshi endures, her own cultivation is only at the 4th ring, compelling her to snuggle closer for warmth." Noting Bingshi's silence, Shui Binger chuckled lightly. "Surely, we are not to face 100,000-year soul beast next." To her surprise, Bingshi nodded in concern, prompting Shui Binger to sit up abruptly. It is conceivable that before entering the safety zone at 4,000 meters, they had already confronted 2 soul beasts of 90,000 years of cultivation. If there are indeed more soul beasts ahead, they can only be of the 100,000-year variety, or perhaps ancient soul beasts that rival them. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger could not suppress her anxiety and stood up, her expression grave. "If it truly is a 100,000-year soul beast, what shall we do?" Bingshi shook her head gently and remarked, "Before we encounter that spirit beast, we cannot ascertain its true nature, thus further discussion is futile. The flesh of this snow leopard is sufficient for us to sustain ourselves for a while, and the flavor is quite palatable. Let us take this opportunity to recuperate here. Moreover, I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through my current limitations." Shui Binger, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed, "Sierra, are you